Chapter 91. To be precise, it suppressed all the feelings of his body, but not his spirit. He was moved in his heart, and said in shock, "Victor, have you been promoted to a first-level swordsman?" Victor was wearing a leather jacket, and there was no change in his appearance, but his face was very happy. "As soon as I was promoted, I ran to you to report. In the hundreds of years of history of our Sanhika town, I am the 20th mayor to be promoted." His mouth was about to crack to the sky. He looked at Dual Eye, and his face was no longer guarded as before, but completely let go of his heart. Although the wizards are terrible, Dual Eye is still a good kid. At least so far, he has not conducted terrible research or refined some poisons. At least he thinks so. Dual Eye sighed. This guy really has accumulated a lot of experience. He gave him 2 bottles of second-level strength potion a few days ago, and this guy was promoted directly. Although this talent is not too good, it is much better than ordinary people. He also smiled and said, "Congratulations, after you have fighting spirit, your strength will be improved again, and you will not be afraid of some ordinary beasts. From today on, Warcraft is your goal." Victor pulled the stool next to him, and sat opposite Dole, with a smile on his face that could not be put down at all. "After entering the level, you can better protect the village." "This is true. I feel that I am full of powerful power, but this power is still a little too weak. It needs to be improved slowly, very slowly. I came here to ask you, do you wizards have any shortcuts?" Dole's mouth twitched, and he looked at Victor. "Mr. Mayor, you are too greedy, but greed can be forgiven. After all, you have just entered the level, and you only have a little fighting spirit, which is understandable. In the eyes of us wizards, or in the eyes of the whole world, there are actually many shortcuts, but there is only one shortcut in front of you, and that is hard work." Victor's smile suddenly stopped, and he asked anxiously, "Why? Since there are so many shortcuts, why do I only have to work hard?" Dole spread his hands. "Because you have no money. If you have money, you can take shortcuts. If you don't have money, you can't do anything." Victor's mouth twitched immediately. "Then tell me what you have. I go get money. I'm also a level 1 strength. I can lead people deeper into the mountains, find medicinal herbs, hunt more powerful beasts. That's also money." Dole smiled and said, "How can one person's cultivation compare to a force? Thousands of people working together. How many medicinal herbs can you dig by yourself? Even if you lead the whole village into the mountains, how many medicinal herbs can you dig? How many magical beasts can you hunt? Don't be too ambitious." Dole dragged out the last word. Victor thought about it, and it seemed to make sense, but he still said unwillingly, "Then we have to speed up. For example, the strength potion you gave me, it should be faster than now." It was Dole's turn to twitch his mouth. He snorted, and said, "Do you know how much the potion I gave you sells for outside?" "I know, 5 gold coins a bottle. Wizards' mental potions are very rare, but potions for strength and agility can still be bought outside, not to mention the head of a town." "Then do you know how much a bottle of level 3 energy potion for warriors costs?" Victor blinked. 50 pieces. "You know, and you still ask, how much money can the entire Sanhika town make in a year?" Dole said unhappily. "Level 3 potions are potions after they are upgraded, but the materials are hard to find. It's just that Dual Eye has never seen the main ingredients among the herbs collected by the townspeople of Sanhika town. In addition to some herbs that need to be aged a long time, most of the materials of level 3 herbs must be rich in energy molecules, that is, magical elements. Ordinary herbs simply don't have them. And even if such things can be found, there are probably monsters guarding them all around." Victor whispered, "Is there really no other way?" Dole said unhappily, "Yes, there is. You can find a master to refine a piece of equipment that gathers magic elements for you. It can greatly reduce the difficulty of absorbing magic elements. It can probably be 20% to 30% faster. But it is very expensive, dozens of gold coins. But don't ask me, I can't do it yet. People from the Empire Ability Club should be able to do it." Victor blinked, and was immediately shocked. He said, "Okay, I will go find them now. I have saved some money in the past few years. In addition, you can copy a copy of the medicinal materials I can use. I will go back to the mountains to see if I can find them." Dole thought about it, so he copied a copy for Victor. In case he didn't recognize it, he spent some time drawing a sketch for him. This took him a whole afternoon. When he finished all this, it was almost dark. He originally thought that Victor would leave by himself because he was impatient, but he didn't expect that this guy stayed for a whole day and watched him finish the drawing. It was a mistake. I underestimated the desire of a person who had just entered the level. Victor had already entered the level. Dole looked at himself and sighed. Recently, he could meditate for a quarter of a copper coin in one night. Copper coins were flying all over the sea of consciousness. He had to maintain it. The whole mental power seemed to be divided into 163 parts, rotating separately. It was very exhausting, but it also trained the control of mental power extremely. He felt that his mind was much sharper than others, at least sharper than Lily, and even sharper than Beaky, but it was increasing too slowly. In terms of control, he was still quite satisfied. Mental power is not like fighting spirit. As long as the magic elements are highly concentrated, there is a way to speed up. There is no shortcut. Perhaps advanced meditation can be used, but he has not yet reached the stage of using advanced meditation. When he really reaches that stage, he will go and lick his face and ask Lord Ball to reward him with a top-level book. Maybe it will work. Victor was sent away, and the day was wasted. Feeling the vibration of the ground going farther and farther away, Dole breathed a sigh of relief, lit 2 candles, one on the left and one on the right on the table, took out the animal skin under his buttocks, and continued to draw. There are 2 feedback magic patterns. One is the transmitter, which is placed on other magic patterns, and is used to send information, and the other is the receiver, which is placed on the carrier, and is used to receive information. The distance and amount of information received are related to the 2 magic patterns. You can also refine a receiver and mini transmitters, provided that you do a good job of identification. All the strokes of the transmitters must be consistent and must be exactly the same, without any mistakes or omissions. It took Dole a long time to find the several patterns that control the frequency on the transmitter side, and then he felt a little relieved. Otherwise, it would be too scary to just draw the same pattern every time. The patterns on the magic pattern are actually very interesting. Many patterns that look fancy have only one function. Many patterns have completely changed a line, but they have become another function. Moreover, the patterns between magic patterns are connected and can be mixed, which provides a lot of room for operation. Chapter 92. Dole is now working on the second level feedback rune. The transmitter and receiver must have a range of at least 100 meters. Time passed little by little, and soon it was spring. When the weather gradually warmed up, and the snow at the foot of the mountain melted, one morning, a huge army, escorting hundreds of carriages, came from the distant mountain road and slowly drove towards the direction of Duoming City. Seeing the convoy, everyone in the town came out to watch. Dole was naturally pulled out by Connie to watch. The convoy was huge, and the army escorted all heavy carriages. The horses pulling the carriages were all very large heavy horses, and there were also large cows similar to rhinos. The carriages were very large, loaded with food, various vegetables, salt, various seasonings, cloth and other things. This was the official army of the Northern Kingdom. They came here for 3 purposes. First, to reopen the road and clear the obstacles on the road. Second, to transport enough food and vegetables to Duoming City. The third was to take away the ore that had accumulated for a winter. As for furs, medicinal materials, wood and other items, they were completed by the family's private merchants. The official could not make money alone and leave no way for ordinary families. It was already mid-February, and Dole went to the city once, met Lily once, gave medicine, and received his own money. During this period, he lived frugally and finally did not spend all the magic crystals. There was still a single magic crystal left. The magic crystal residue was made into various potions, pigments, etc. for his own use. He also secretly refined several very powerful poisons, such as white cicada. During this period, the mental potion was not very effective for him, so these few days, he planned to drink 2 bottles of hallucinogenic potion before going to see if it had any effect. However, the side effects of hallucinogenic drugs are too great. He would rather waste money on mental potions than experience hallucinogenic drugs, but there is no way now. While thinking, he sat on the roof and watched the huge team of officials and businessmen passing by. Those soldiers and carriages gave him a great shock. Those were elite soldiers with strong blood and chi. The lowest level had the strength of a mid-level warrior apprentice. Almost all the squadron leaders, and above were masters, who entered the level. Walking on the road, the strong blood and chi were like furnaces. There were almost no wild beasts or monsters who dared to provoke such a team, unless they were super monsters above level 3, but there was no such thing in this place. The team looked very long, but the speed of passing was very fast. After all, it was a large camel beast, and the speed was guaranteed. The team passed quickly and disappeared at the bend. The river in the mountain had completely thawed at this time, making a sound of flowing. Only some snow could be seen on the top of the mountain in the distance. The tough winter finally passed. The Timberwolves incident that Victor had been worried about for a whole winter did not happen in the end, but Dole could also guess why the Timberwolves did not come. Because Victor had been promoted, his threat became big enough, so the Timberwolves naturally refused to come. When the motorcade passed by, Dole thought for a moment and said to Connie next to him, "Little guy, help me." "I'm happy to help you, my brother." Connie mischievously used a noble etiquette to make Dole laugh. "Please call your father for me. I have something to tell him." Connie nodded, turned around, went down the stairs, and ran to her home in the distance. Soon, Victor led Merkel from a distance and came to the gate of Dole's yard. His eyes were heavy, and he seemed reluctant to leave. Dole jumped down from the roof and stood steadily on the ground without causing any vibration. He looked at Victor, wondering why he still wanted to bring Merkel with him. Victor looked at Dole, and Dole looked at Victor, and the two were speechless. "Are you leaving?" After a long time, Victor suddenly spoke. Merkel, who was standing behind Victor, was startled. "Dr. Linroy, are you leaving?" Although he had only been with Dole for 2 months, this guy's reputation among the villagers was comparable to that of the mayor, and he was never nosy. Mayor Victor often had to consult him when he had something to do. He was very powerful, and now he was leaving. He was a little confused. Dole nodded. Victor sighed and said, "I think so. You've been in the village for so long, and this is the first time you've taken the initiative to find me. I guessed it would be like this. Go with peace of mind. If anyone asks about you, I say you're from our village." Dole didn't expect Victor to say that, so he shook his head and said, "No, if someone asks you, just tell the truth. There's nothing to hide. I'm going out this time, and it's very likely that I won't come back." In fact, he was a little reluctant to leave after living here for so long. This place is perfect for studying secretly. The surrounding mountains were covered with heavy snow, and no one came to check. It was simply a natural place for seclusion. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. Dole returned to the house, waved to them, and told them a few things he had left behind, including potions, ordinary herbs, and a book on the treatment of ordinary injuries that he had compiled. All of them were left behind. As for who Victor gave them to, that was not his concern. As an outsider, he had done enough. Victor looked at the things Dole handed him, feeling mixed emotions. "If I go to the city, where can I find you?" "I work at Mondo Blacksmith's shop, and I'm a contracted second-level blacksmith there. If you come, you can find me there." Victor's heart was lifted. A little incredible, he finally understood how this guy got his dark skin when he first came. Feelings are really baked by fire. Merkel's eyes were also wide at this time. But Dole didn't pay any attention to him at all. After explaining, he drove the two away. He was going to pack up and rest for a night before leaving. "To be honest, I really can't bear to leave this place and the people here. After staying for a long time, I really developed feelings, even though he didn't communicate with others much." Alas. Victor walked on the road, thinking all the way, and stopped halfway. Behind him, Merkel almost bumped into Victor. He was about to complain to the mayor, but he turned around and said in a serious tone, "No matter who asks about Linroy, don't tell me. Just say you came to see me. Do you hear me?" Merkel was shocked. He had never seen Victor so serious before. He nodded hurriedly. He opened his mouth to ask, but Victor said, "Ask what you should ask. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. It will be good for you." After that, he turned around and left. Merkel curled his lips. "What are you doing mysteriously?" Dole left early in the morning, taking Ball with him, carrying a large box on his back, and said a few words to the villagers who were guarding, then crossed the bridge and entered the official road. On the wide official road, the traces of people walking yesterday are still clearly visible, including the feces of various livestock, footprints, and clear wheel marks. Although the trees on the mountain have not yet sprouted, the warm breath has come, and the time for revenge has also come. Chapter 93. Arriving at the city gate, Dole showed the herbs and walked into the city easily. First, he went to the pharmacy, put down a few bottles of primary mental potion, exchanged them for gold coins, and walked all the way, leaving marks at fixed locations by the way, and returned to the rented room. After putting everything down, Dole went out immediately, and came to the door of Mondo Blacksmith's shop. When he arrived at the door, the guy selling ironware didn't recognize him, and thought he was a customer. Dole smiled, didn't say anything, and walked to the back, but halfway, he was recognized by Anderson. "Brother Linroy, how did you become so white? Did you put on makeup?" After not seeing the sun so much in a winter, plus exercising chi and blood, the body naturally metabolized and excreted melanin, and he is indeed very white now. Dole smiled. "I'm not a woman. Why should I buy cosmetics?" Is Uncle Hong here? Anderson smiled and touched his hair. Uncle Hong and Brother Ha are here. You're back just in time to come to work tomorrow. There's a lot going on recently. Dole naturally knew that there were a lot of things to do. The busy spring season was about to begin, and the military office was also going to start sweeping out the various beasts on both sides of the road, which required 2 major weapons: crossbows, swords, hammers, axes, etc. Dole knew all of this. After all, he had been doing this business for a year. When he came to the back and entered the living room, he saw Uncle Hong and Brother Ha sitting there, drinking tea comfortably. The two turned around at the same time and looked at Dole. Hey, you're back from vacation. Uncle Hong shouted loudly, you're back just in time. Are you ready to go to work? Dole nodded. Uncle Hong, Brother Ha. Ha Gu looked at Dole with a lot of thoughts in his mind. This guy is really cruel and ruthless. But this little guy is good to his own people, and it's a good thing that he is willing to come back to work. There are a lot of things recently, and we just need senior blacksmiths. How long will you stay this time? Ha Gu asked a question. Dole looked at him and smiled. Watch the news. Ha Ji's heart jumped. Sure enough, he came back to take revenge. That dice He sighed and said, okay, I go to your place later. He didn't dare to say more, for fear that Uncle Hong would get suspicious. Dole nodded and said, well, I have something to do today. I will come to work tomorrow morning. Uncle Hong knew that the relationship between Dole and Harley was a bit strange, so he didn't say much. Dole, a second-level blacksmith, was willing to work, so he was naturally very welcome. In spring, the city is most in need of blacksmiths, especially senior blacksmiths. After walking out of the blacksmith shop, Dole saw the sign on the roadside not far away. That was left by Cartier. Lily hadn't replied yet. He was going to go to Lily's place in the evening. At this moment, he felt someone following him. He pretended to look around casually, and sure enough, he saw someone watching him from a distance behind him. The tracking method was poor. He frowned. What was going on? Why was there someone following him every time he came back? What were these people doing? Was it a supernatural power? If that was the case, he would have to change his face every time he came out. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then walked towards the city center. He soon came to a restaurant called Grando and went directly to the 3rd floor, where there was a private room. After asking the waiter a few questions, he soon came to one of the private rooms. When I opened the door, I saw Cartier sitting opposite me, happily eating fried chicken, one big piece at a time. Cartier saw Dole coming in, and was in a hurry. He pointed at the opposite side with his elbow, and there was something in his mouth, and he was mumbling. Dole was a little amused. Eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you. Sitting opposite Cartier, he poured himself some water, picked up a chicken leg, and put it in his mouth to chew. The chicken legs in this restaurant are very famous and delicious. Dole was not polite to him, and soon, a chicken leg was eaten. After a long time, Cartier spoke the first sentence normally. When are you going to take action this time? Dole licked his lips and said, let's gather intelligence first, and then we can talk about it later. This is not a big shot. As long as we can find a way to get out, killing him is the same as killing a chicken. Cartier glanced at Dole. Why are you so arrogant now? I'm telling the truth. It's too easy to want someone to die, especially since this person is not a master who has entered the level. Cartier was speechless. These wizards didn't say a single nice word, and they obviously looked down on them, the warriors. However, the lethality of wizards is indeed much stronger than that of warriors, especially pharmacists. Try not to offend them if you can. He nodded and said, I know you have many ways to make people die without knowing it, but that person is from the police station after all. Killing him is not like killing ordinary people like Carmen. It will definitely cause a backlash from the Toronto police station. I didn't plan to stay in this place for the rest of my life. Cartier was stunned. He didn't expect Dole to say this. He was leaving, so where should he go? He was silent. Dole looked at Cartier, not knowing what he was thinking, and then continued, this world is wonderful. I don't want to be wanted by the Empire, so I just need to do it roughly perfectly and leave this place when the time comes. After all, the scale of Duoming City is a bit small, and the top power level is only so high. I need to see a wider world. Reading books every day, Dole has long yearned for the world described in the books, but he can't calm down because his revenge has not been avenged, otherwise he would have left long ago. From Duoming City to Chris County is only more than 50 kilometers of mountain road, which is too close for a high-level wizard apprentice. Kadia sighed and said, hearing what you said, I should leave this place too. That person is dead, my revenge has been taken, and I have no regrets. At this time, he changed his mind and said, the Superpower Association has already targeted your identity, Dual Eye, and your identity as Lin Rui is also under suspicion. We should not meet each other much recently. Dual Eye nodded. I also found out. Has anything big happened in the city recently? Kadia told the big things that happened in the past few months. In fact, there was nothing big. Several nobles who did not have any weight died. Several major families were furious and turned the whole city upside down. They found countless small thieves, and even the killers of the killer union were cleared out. The social order was better than ever. The reason why the lives of nobles are more valuable than those of ordinary people is that the nobles have various privileges, and the benefits they bring to society are incomparable to ordinary civilians. Even a bad noble can bring more benefits to the city in a year than thousands or tens of thousands of civilians. A living noble is not a person, but a group. Each noble has his own interests. The death of a noble means that the interests are interrupted, which means that other people need to compete for this part of the interests, which is very unfavorable for the management of Duoming City in winter. The noble group almost controls 99% of the wealth of the entire society, which is why they look down on civilians. The death of several nobles is indeed a major event that shocked the society. Dole knows how one person died and who killed him, but this does not mean that he has to say it. It was pleasant to talk with Cartier. Dole had a full meal, stayed for a while, and then left the restaurant. Chapter 94. At night, he changed into a dew and came to Lily's small house. Not long after, she came back. Are you going back to the city? Lily just glanced at his clothes and asked. Dole nodded and said, well, I will be in the city recently. I have something to do, and after I finish it, I will leave Duoming City and go outside. Lily was stunned for a moment, and her eyes looking at Dole became a little more complicated. If Dole left, who would provide him with the second-level mental potion? But now the second-level mental potion is not very useful to her, and the next step is boring practice. At this time, Dole took out a few small medicine bottles from his arms. This is a primary hallucinogenic potion. If your cultivation is stagnant, you can drink a bottle, but the premise is that you have enough willpower to get out of the illusion. If you can't get out, you will lose strength, which is not worth the loss. It's up to you whether to drink it or not, but with your strength as a senior wizard apprentice, drinking the primary potion shouldn't be a big problem. It will be a big help. Primary hallucinogenic potions are not worth much to refine, so I give her a few bottles. Lily looked at the medicine bottle in Dole's hand, and her mind suddenly became clear. No wonder this guy improved so fast. It turned out that he used this kind of thing. He should have inherited the complete version of potion learning. Carefully holding the hallucinogenic potion in her hand, Lily nodded, she sighed, and said, I once thought about leaving this place, but I'm different from you. I've never lived outside. She looked up at the sky, stretched out her hand to lift the hair by her ear. Her eyes were a little confused. At this moment, she showed an unprecedented feminine charm. It's not that Dole has never seen a woman, but looking at Lily's posture, he feels that this guy is still very beautiful, with a slim figure. Although her chest is a little flat, the cold temperament of a wizard adds a bit of temperament. Even if she can't be promoted to a wizard in the future, it would be nice to marry a nobleman. Dole, who is 14 years old, has not yet reached the stage of falling in love, and she has no interest in Lily. Lily glanced at Dole at this time, and then whispered, will you come back in the future? Dole looked at her and smiled faintly. Do you think that after the eagle has seen the earth, it will still look at the small hillside in the past? Lily didn't read much, but she understood what Dole meant. She nodded disappointedly and said, then help me refine some more second-level mental potions before you leave. Dole nodded and said, I try my best. The two quickly completed the transaction and left separately. After returning to the slums and disguising himself as Lin Rui, Dole returned to his rental house and saw Ball lying in the yard board, rolling around on the ground like a real dog. Dole was puzzled and did not bother him. He went back to his room. Soon, he came out of the house with a small bag on his back and set up things in front of and behind the house. Ball stopped rolling at this time and looked at Dole quietly with strange colors in his eyes. This guy is improving too fast. It is estimated that his mental power will overflow in less than half a year. If he takes the hallucinogenic potion, he will probably be promoted to the standard of an entry-level wizard within the scheduled time. However, it is not an easy thing to break through the entry level. It depends on the opportunity. Although the human race is physically weak, they have amazing learning abilities, which can be fully reflected in Dole. This guy first learned potions, then learned magic patterns, and material science. Now he has a good grasp of it, and is making rapid progress. He is prepared to be a spectator and quietly watch how far this guy can go. Of course, he still has to help. As long as he is not experiencing a life and death crisis, he is basically not prepared to take action, leaving enough room for the little guy to grow. He is not prepared to participate too much in the other person's life, just quietly being a pet and restoring his own strength. Not long after, Dole circled around from nowhere, jumped off the roof, and then returned to his room. He has a gauntlet on his wrist, which is made of animal skin, but Ball knows that it is a device for receiving signals from all around. As long as someone comes, Dole will know. This little guy's awareness of crisis is really top-notch. In the morning, Dole transformed into Lin Rui and went to work. The blacksmith shop was still as lively as ever. Anderson came to help at the forging furnace. The two cooperated happily. The most important thing was that Dole didn't like to talk much. As long as the work was done well, he would hardly ask you to do anything extra. This was a very worry-free master. In less than 3 days, his fair skin was roasted red and black by the goods, and he felt full of strength. He worked during the day and investigated Dis at night. Dis was the senior police chief of the Duoming City Police Station, in charge of 40 to 50 people. He was very famous in the entire police station. Except for dealing with superiors, he would be a little humble. At other times, he was arrogant and confident. He disguised himself as several people and asked about the sheriff from the side. Combined with some intelligence he had obtained before, this guy's life has been terrible in the past 6 months. He only goes to work and then goes home. He doesn't go anywhere in between. He used to go to bars and restaurants frequently, but now he doesn't go there at all. He just goes between the two places. Dole found out about his home. As soon as he approached, he felt someone was watching him. Someone was actually protecting him. Who was it? Dole quickly thought of a way. He found a few rooms with suitable locations nearby, wrote down the house numbers, and went directly to the Housing Management Bureau to buy them. He now has up to 100 gold coins on hand, which is enough to buy a small yard. The strange thing is that these seemingly uninhabited homes all have owners, and they are not ownerless at all. This is a tricky situation. There are people secretly monitoring, and the house cannot be too close. How can we kill this guy? But Dole is not without a solution. He is the sheriff. There must be a case. As long as there is a case, he must come. But if he comes, he will not be alone. Dole does not want to kill innocent people. This plan is not feasible. He thought about it and sighed. It seems that he will have to fight for a long time. It has been almost half a year, and this guy is still so cautious now. He is too cautious. What Dole doesn't know is that since Dis knew that he accidentally offended a wizard, he is not only afraid, but also scared to death. He investigated for a few days, and confirmed that this guy did not go anywhere. He could only do it on his way home from get off work. The police station gets off work very late. Although there are people everywhere in the city, it also gives Dole a lot of room for operation. For example, Monday night is very quiet 7 days a week. As soon as Dis leaves the police station, he takes a carriage back, and he can do something in the carriage. Superpower meeting. Bichi listened quietly to his subordinates' reports. Chapter 95. You said, the blacksmith named Lin Rui came back from outside? Working in the blacksmith shop again? The subordinate reported, yes, he returned to the city the day after the transport team from Chris County arrived, and he is still living in the same place as before. Bichi touched his chin, and he was very suspicious of this person. From the information he had obtained so far, he was from Sanhika town, and he had been there all winter, going into the city with them, going out of the city with them, and occasionally going into the city alone, and only bought books, paper, pens, medicinal materials, etc., which seemed to be nothing suspicious. He also asked about the medicine shop, and it was just ordinary medicinal materials, nothing important. Isn't he that Dole? Dole is a wizard, but Lin Rui is currently a blacksmith, and a second-level blacksmith. What wizard can bear such hardship? He thought for a while and said, then stopped monitoring. There is no point at all. Dis is normal. If that person wants to take revenge, Dis is the best breakthrough point. Biki just wants to find Dole, but he has no mission and interest in a guy who is not Dole. The man nodded and said, report to the adults, we have information about Dis. Recently, someone has been near Dis. He carefully investigated every room and recorded the house number, etc. Is he trying to buy a house? Or a dealer who buys and sells houses? That's not clear. We didn't follow him rashly. Bichi nodded and said, pay attention next time and try to find out the situation. In addition, Is there any information from the teacher? The man shook his head. No, the adults have been discussing knowledge with that person. You go down. After a long time, Bai Chi sighed. The wizard who entered the level is different from the one who did not enter the level. The lifespan of the wizard who entered the extraordinary stage will be greatly increased, and the vision will not even be limited to a city or a pond. Without entering the extraordinary realm, he will worry about various things every day. He was thinking whether he should take hallucinogenic drugs to make a breakthrough, but taking hallucinogenic drugs is also very scary. If you are not careful, you will be seriously injured or die. There are many lessons in the history of supernatural powers, so he dare not try it easily. Bai Chi believes that his talent is not inferior to others, but he dare not say that he can do it in terms of willpower. Hallucinogenic drugs are to test willpower, and willpower, to a certain extent, represents certain characteristics of mental power. It is really a dilemma now. Dole was ready to take action, so he naturally needed to make full preparations. For several days, he would come out every night to study Dis's route and find the best time to take action. In the afternoon, he would observe the road conditions. He didn't want to cause any trouble. So far, he didn't want to go against the authorities, nor did he want to be known by the authorities. So many powerful figures in history who had a fight with the authorities ended up living miserably and dying a miserable death. Dole didn't read so many books in vain and summed up a lot of lessons. Therefore, he had to be foolproof, both to kill Dis and not let people doubt himself. This was his ultimate goal. Dis was not the first enemy he encountered, nor the last one. It was really not worth it to sacrifice his future for a small person. No matter how young and vigorous a person is, as long as it is related to life and death, even the youngest person will become extremely mature. Otherwise, the bloody heads and ashes at the city gate are the best example. Dis would not get off work on time, especially when the big shots from Chris County came these days. The whole city of Dormont was busy, and the police station was naturally busier than others. Every night, he would come back from the police station between 8:30 and 9:30, and the time was very irregular. It was just the beginning of spring, and the sky and earth outside were not warm at this point. There were not many people on the streets at night, which was a good time to take action. Dole had been investigating for a full half-month, and was finally ready. For this reason, he used up all the magic crystals on his body, and made a large number of warning formations, which were arranged in many places on both sides of the road. For this reason, he also specially detected Dis's footsteps frequency, weight, vibration of the ground at close range, and other all-round data, striving to ensure that there was no mistake. March 3rd was the last few days of the Chris County team in Dormont. The large carriages at the city gate were lined up in several rows, and the ore accumulated for a winter was piled on the carriages. Only a few vehicles were not full, and they were loading and unloading in an orderly manner. This caravan was escorted by the Imperial Army and reported by officials and merchants. It was very safe. These ores would eventually be sent to the major cities and the capital, becoming the Empire's sophisticated weapons. And the main task of Duoming City was just that. There were a large number of soldiers guarding the mine carts, with torches burning all night, but there were not many people in the city. Dole went home as usual after work, without any delay. These days, he had not found anyone following him, so he went back easily, then changed his clothes, disguised himself as a Dew, carried a small bag, and quietly came out of his neighbor's house. Today is a good day for him to take action. He decided to go to the police station first. As a police chief, Dis naturally cannot stay in the police station every day. He needs to investigate various cases. But every afternoon when he gets off work, he will return to the police station and report the day's work content to the police inspector. Today is no exception. Dole needs to check the place as soon as possible, and then determine the time for him to get off work, and then give him a big surprise on the way. He has waited for this day for too long. He was beaten to pieces in the prison and almost died. That was the most desperate and painful moment in his life. He will never forget it. Now, he is thinking about killing all these people almost every moment. The torment between life and death gives him enough motivation to kill. Dis does not take his fate seriously, so he naturally does not need to take the other person's life too seriously. Killing him with one knife is too cheap for him. In the past few days, due to the officials and merchants, the city and the outside of the city seem a bit chaotic. The security patrols and guards are walking around everywhere. Although they seem to be safe, they have created a lot of evidence and loopholes for Dole. When you think you are the safest, that is when a person is most likely to relax. From dawn to dusk, from dusk to black, Dole hid on the roof opposite the police station, and his eyes never left the vicinity of the police station. At night, when it was dark, Dole was relieved. During the day, he climbed upstairs of other people's buildings and tried his best to disguise himself. But he was still afraid of being discovered. He was more relaxed at night. After 9 o'clock, he soon saw that Dis and a group of people got off the carriage and ran straight to the building, talking and laughing. The lights in the police station were brilliant, forming a sharp contrast with the darkness opposite. Seeing this, Dole immediately got down from the roof, quietly slipped into the alley next to it, and then walked away, and soon came to the East District. According to the time, he would leave the police station within half an hour, just in time to make arrangements. Chapter 96. The entrance of the alley is very wide and dark. If you don't look carefully, you won't find anyone. According to the observations of the past few days, generally speaking, he will get off the car at the entrance of the alley, and then walk in slowly. Dis is also a high-level warrior apprentice, and his strength is not low. When he arrived here, he basically felt relieved. Dole was waiting for this moment. He quietly came to the entrance of the alley, walked all the way silently, activated the magic pattern fur in his hand, and soon, he sensed the various warning magic patterns buried at the entrance of the alley. This was originally a warning thing, but now he has turned it all into detection. In fact, warning and detection are generally inseparable. In the dark night, Dole waited for a long time. His expression was always dull and calm, without a little restlessness. The magic pattern vibrated many times, and Dole didn't understand it. It was not Dis's vibration, or the patrol team's, or something else. He didn't show up. Soon, a carriage came with a vibration, and it stopped at the entrance of the alley, and then a familiar vibration appeared in Dole's perception. Dole smiled slightly, then walked out of the darkness, and then opened a bottle, and threw it on the road in the dark. The bottle was wrapped in a layer of fur and thrown on the ground, making no sound. Not long after, Dole felt the vibration getting closer and closer, and then I don't know how long it took, a plop sounded in my ears. He came out of the darkness, held his breath, and quickly came to the middle of the road. Sure enough, he saw a person wearing police uniform lying on the ground. Dole was delighted and immediately stepped forward, and at the same time took out a crossbow. When he was more than 3 meters away, he quickly shot an arrow at the neck of the black shadow on the ground. Dis's senses were very sharp. Although he came out of the police station late and had been busy all day, it was late at night, and there were many patrols on the streets, so he had nothing to be afraid of. However, he did not relax his vigilance developed over the years. After getting off the carriage, he walked directly to his home, and at the same time, his eyes swept around the darkness. He had been promoted to a senior warrior apprentice, and his eyes were sharp. Although it was dark, he could still see things in the dark. While walking and sweeping, he did not find anything unusual, but there was something in the middle of the road that looked like fur and skin. It seemed to be animal skin. He was a little confused, but he did not suspect that it might be a dead bird. He walked forward as quickly as possible, wanting to get home quickly. There were people arranged by the supernatural power around the house. As long as he got home, he would feel relieved. At this moment, he suddenly felt dizzy. He didn't feel anything at first, maybe thinking that he was just tired after working all day, but as he walked, the dizziness became more and more obvious. He wanted to sleep even though he hadn't reached home yet. His face changed immediately, and he bit his lip and woke up a little bit. Then the next moment, the pain disappeared, but his mind was still dizzy. He knew that he was caught, and there was an ambush on the road. He was already unconscious at this time, but the instinctive struggle he had practiced for many years made him sober a little. He immediately closed his mouth and pretended to be unconscious, and fell to the ground. Who was plotting against him? Who? The noble? Or the merchant? Or the robber? Or him? Thinking of this, he was terrified, but his increasingly dizzy mind told him that this situation was almost exactly the same as Carmen's. At this moment, he heard a voice in his ear, and a strong sense of crisis came over him. He struggled and tried to turn over and roll to the side. With a ding in his ear, something hit the ground, and then the thing did not hit the ground, but went straight to his neck along the ground. Pounce. The crossbow arrow hit the ground, stuck to his skin, and shot through his neck. He suddenly woke up suddenly. Someone really wanted to kill him. That was the sound of the crossbow arrow. But he was still very dizzy. Although he was injured, he didn't know what he was hit by, but he still couldn't muster any strength. He turned over at this time, and vaguely saw a figure in the dark. The figure also saw him, and the two looked at each other. Duolai was a little surprised. This guy didn't fall down and could still struggle? The senior warrior apprentice is amazing. At this time, he was pretending to be a very unfamiliar identity. He would not recognize himself at all. His neck was shot through. Although it only hit the edge of the neck and did not hit the vital organs and nerves, it was enough to make this guy suffer. He saw the other party's movements, which were still very slow and numb. Obviously, he was poisoned and had no power to resist. Dole did not hesitate. He quickly went up and stabbed his neck with a sword, breaking the wound, and then stabbed his throat with another sword. At this time, in the silent night, the eyes of the two people were facing each other from beginning to end, one full of struggle, and the other full of indifference. Dis's neck was bleeding heavily, and the blood flowed into his lungs through his trachea. He finally believed that the other party was coming to kill him directly, and he finally remembered who it was when he saw the eyes in the dark night. This was Dole, the teenager who was caught by him and beaten by Otto and his son. He came back for revenge. Thinking of Carmen's death and his own death, Dis's eyes gradually became blurred. At this time, Dole had no time to care about the emotions of his enemy. He quickly turned over all the valuable things on Dis's body, and then took back all the things arranged around him. In less than 2 minutes, he quickly disappeared into the night. Returning to the neighbor's house and climbing over the wall, Dole's tense face finally showed a trace of relief. Finally killed him. Relaxed, at this moment, Dole felt unprecedented relief, but also faced an unprecedented crisis. He did not completely relax, but quickly packed up his things, called Ball, and quickly walked to the next scheduled place. The place he went to was not the slums, nor was it anywhere else. It was the second home where Lily hid. There was usually no one there. No one could find him if he hid there. As long as he left the city early tomorrow morning, no matter how chaotic the city would be, it had nothing to do with him. Once Dis died, that damn beach would definitely suspect that it was him, and would definitely come to his house to see. By then, everything would be exposed, so he must not be found. Dole thought so, and naturally did so. In the empty and silent night, no one could see it. The mortality rate of the police station's employees has always been high, so the various detective allowances and benefits of the police station are also very high. Dis had long predicted that he would be killed by a wizard named Dole, but after so long, no one had been found. Everyone might think Dis was joking. When Dis was really lying in the alley, all the sheriffs and detectives were silent, because they knew what had happened. Why did you have to provoke a wizard when you could have provoked anyone else? He was fine, but you took bribes and beat him half to death. Now you are dead too. Your wife is with someone else, and your children are beaten by others. You deserve it. To be the sheriff, you naturally don't know how many forces and interests are involved. You died quietly, and I don't know how many people were secretly gloomy. The news of Dis's death quickly spread to all the people related to him, including various families, forces, and underground gangs. Chapter 97. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the entrance of the alley was full of detectives. Standing next to Dis's body were the inspector, Moreno, and 2 deputy inspectors. The 2 deputy inspectors had already finished examining Dis's body. His death was exactly the same as Carmen's. It was the wizard apprentice who first used drugs and then stabbed his neck with a dagger or sword at close range. Unlike Carmen's death, Dis struggled for a while. After all, he was a senior warrior apprentice. Moreno listened to the report and showed anger on his tired face. Protect the scene and ask for Lord Beach immediately. In addition, block the whole process. This lawless wizard must be caught. Everyone was immediately refreshed when they heard this, and shouted in unison yes. All the personnel below the sergeant were dispersed in a very short time. Soon, only Moreno and 2 deputy inspectors were left at the scene. They were all first-level warriors with strong strength. 3 people could guard here. When everyone left, Moreno's momentum suddenly plummeted, and he looked at the corpse on the ground with some disgust. If you offend a wizard, you really can't die quickly enough, and this person is a wizard who knows potions. Even the entry-level professionals dare not offend him easily. He looked at the 2 people and said, "What do you think?" In the dark night, one of the 2 shrugged, "No opinion, give him relief. That person killed several people in a row, but didn't hurt innocent people. Obviously, he just wanted to target them, and didn't want others to know. Let's just pretend." "That's right. If you catch a wizard who knows potions in the city, how many people do you want to be buried with him?" Moreno nodded, his eyes turned to the darkness, and said in a leisurely tone, "You two, this is a lesson. Potions are really terrible. In the future, we still have to cooperate with the Supernatural Association to ban the circulation of such things." The 2 of them felt the same way. Dole naturally didn't know that the police station was going to make a big deal out of it, because all kinds of detectives die every year anyway. He was hiding in the room at this time, vigilantly sensing all the movements around him. Then a night passed. Except for the patrol team that was always wandering outside, there was no movement afterwards. Dole was a little confused. In the morning, Dole went out according to the plan and blocked Harley's way. Harley only slept for half the night, and was called to Link's mansion in the middle of the night. Although only a sheriff died, he was still called over. When he knew who died, he was shocked. This kid, Dole, still hadn't forgotten revenge, and he acted so quickly, so fast. He was still as calm and fierce as ever, killing him with one blow, and then escaping. This guy has only been back for half a month. In the early morning, when Hagu left home, he saw a strange young man coming from the opposite side before he took 2 steps. He just glanced at him, and didn't pay attention. When the two passed by, Hagu suddenly heard the man say 2 words hurriedly, "Hagu, it's me, see you at the door of Lauku's blacksmith shop in half an hour." Hagu was stunned and stood there. He didn't look back at the man, and his heart was full of shock. It was this guy. He didn't do anything, and then continued to walk and move forward. He went to Doman's blacksmith shop first, took a look, and then returned to Lauku's blacksmith shop. Just when he was halfway gone, he saw the young man standing at the door of the blacksmith shop, looking at him with a smile. Hagu looked at Dole's unfamiliar face and sighed. This guy is a master of disguise. He waved to Dole and said, "Come in with me." The two quickly walked in and entered a room, and then Hagu closed the door. Hagu sighed and said, "Dole, are you leaving?" Dole nodded. He took out a key from his arms, and put it on the table, and then took out 20 gold coins from his arms, and put them on the table. Hagu was stunned. "What do you mean? Bribe me?" Dole rolled his eyes at him and said, "It's not for you, it's for Uncle Virik. You go back, and give him a book of fighting skills." Hagu was shocked. "This is 20 gold coins. Some people can't earn this money in their lifetime." Dole took out 2 bottles of blood-red potions, and 2 bottles of blue potions from his arms, and said in a low voice, "These are the 2nd level strength potion, and the 2nd level agility potion. They are for you. Thank you, Brother Ha, for taking care of me for so long. This time, I really want to leave." Brother Ha looked at the potion in Dole's hand. His eyes lit up. This bottle of potion was 5 gold coins, which was very expensive. He could only buy half a bottle with his monthly salary. How could he afford to buy it? Dole took it out at once, and it was really a waste of money. He sighed. Dole was really affectionate. After thinking for a while, he said, "You are thoughtful. I have been unable to touch that guy Dis through various connections. He still has someone behind him. I don't know who he is relying on. You killed him, and it is indeed time to leave. It's good to leave this place where no one lives. There is a wider world outside. After all, we are not from the same world, so it is better to leave early." Dole shook his head and said, "It is my dream to go to the outside world, but I will not leave for the time being. I live in Senhika town outside. If Brother Ha needs you, you can come to me, but I may leave at any time." Brother Ha laughed and looked away, as if he thought of something, and then said, "When I was young, I also went out to venture, went to Chris County, went to other cities, and looked at the capital from a distance. That is the real city. Even a corner is much larger than Dormont City. This is a small place after all. You are a capable person and a talented person. You should not focus on the small Dormont City. You wizards need to move around more and see more, so that you can have a career prospect." Dole naturally believed what Brother Ha said. He nodded. "I came here to say this today. About 3 months later, I will leave here when I am ready. I will let someone notify you at that time. I used honorifics." Hagu smiled at Dole and said, "Just go, no need to notify me. Just come back to see me in your lifetime." Dole said solemnly, "Definitely. Then I will thank you on behalf of Virik. I will give it to him quietly later." Dole said solemnly, "Then Hagu, take care. You take care too." Dole turned around, opened the door, and then walked out step by step without looking back. He just glanced at Virik when passing by the blacksmith shop with a complicated look. This guy is his real master, although he is only a blacksmith master. Virik was resting at this time, and had no chance to see him. Dole quickly disappeared in the city. The city was still under martial law. The death of a sheriff was a big event, but it was not difficult to leave the city. Dole took Bar, and carried a large box on his back, and left the city easily. He did not look back, and walked out of the mountain. After turning a corner, the shadow of Doman City completely disappeared from sight. Chapter 98. On the way, he had disguised himself as Lin Rui, and soon arrived at the bridge of Senhika town. The villagers who were guarding were happy. "Lin Rui, you are back." "Yeah. How long will you stay? I don't know, it depends on the situation. It will probably take some time. Haha, are you reluctant to leave Sister Connie? Get lost? Haha. Dole smiled and crossed the bridge and walked towards his hut. Although he had not been back for more than half a month, the door of the hut was already overgrown with weeds. After a winter, the silent mountains had begun to be filled with a faint vitality from the dead silence. As soon as he reached the door, a voice came from far behind him. Haha, who's back? Dole didn't look back, and laughed as he drove. The mayor is well informed. Victor laughed heartily, then lowered his voice and said, I thought you would never come back from now on, and almost gave the house to someone else. How long will you stay this time? Dole looked back at him and said, wait until I enter the next level. He was still thinking about the micro-magic crystal mine that Ball mentioned. As long as he could get a small piece of magic crystal mine, he would be rich. Victor was stunned for a moment, and then startled. You? Dole didn't say anything, but walked in, waving to Victor come in. Victor was a little shocked. This guy said he would stay until he entered the next level, and entered the extraordinary. This was not a joke. An extraordinary wizard was a bit scary. So far, there were only 2 first-level wizards in the entire city of Doman. This guy actually had to officially enter the wizard realm before leaving. Is it so easy for wizards to enter? He was a little puzzled, but it was a good thing that he came back. At least there was a wizard doctor in the village, and the ability to survive was greatly improved. In addition, it was spring now, and they had to start hunting and collecting herbs. The casualties were greatly increased, and the village doctor was not good at all. Entered the room. The room was still very clean, without too much dust, but a little deserted. Dole wiped the bench and sat at the innermost. Please sit down. Victor was not polite, and sat opposite him, and asked with some doubts, have you finished your business? Dole nodded. Well, the enemy has been killed, so I will stay here all the time, and I will not go to the city in the future, but I will go out occasionally. Victor breathed a sigh of relief and said, okay, I've been waiting for you to say this. We are going to go hunting in the mountains these days, and the food for winter is almost gone. Dole nodded and said, don't forget to collect herbs for me. Victor smiled and said, I knew you would say that. I have already distributed the herbal illustrations you gave me. I just need to. If you find it, I will bring it to you for free. Of course, in return, you need to provide some potions that can help us. Of course, but I will not provide finished potions. I will provide some boiled medicine soups. I understand that you are a wizard. If you really provide potions, I am afraid someone will go to the city to report it. Dole smiled slightly and said, then let's continue to cooperate happily. In addition, don't let Connie deliver meals in the future. From today on, I need to have some little secrets of my own, and don't let others get close. It will become unsafe around the house. Victor's face changed slightly. I understand. I will tell them. Dole nodded. The two chatted for a while, and then Victor turned and left. In the city. After get off work, Virek was about to leave, and at this time, Hagu called him. Virek was a little confused. Why did Hagu call him? Did he do something wrong? He turned his head and said, Hagu, what's the matter? Hagu looked at him and said, come to the back with me, it's a good thing. Virek was relieved, then put his clothes outside, and followed Hagu in obediently. The two came to the reception room. Hagu took out a small cloth bag and handed it to Virek, then whispered in his ear, this is a gift from Dole. Hide it well, don't let others find it, and don't pass it on to others. I will announce to the public that you bought it. Virek was startled and touched it with his hand. It was a book. Combined with what Hagu said, he immediately became excited. Is this a book for practicing fighting spirit? He quickly heard the key point of the words, Dole's in it. Where is he? He whispered hurriedly. Harley looked at him and sighed. He left, and he may not come back in the future. Virek quickly thought of something, then was he done? Harley patted Virek on the shoulder and said, Dole is destined to be on a different path from us. You can keep this book on fighting spirit breathing, but you can only practice it yourself, and you can't pass it on to your children. This is the rule. Of course, when you are promoted to level 3, you can easily buy it for your children. Virek took the cloth bag and felt it was heavy in his hand. Dole was a child with a miserable life. But he actually has the ability to kill Dis, so he should be a big shot now. After calming down, Virek sighed, I will practice well. He suddenly thought of the young man who came to the blacksmith shop this morning. He looked at him a few more times. Could it be him? Dole tidied up the room, and then he was completely relaxed. In this small room in the countryside, he really found peace in his heart. All the damn people are dead. He has now completely let go of the grievances in Doman City, and should rethink his life. The magic crystal is now used up, but there are still many other materials left. If you want to do research or make magic potions, you have to go to the black market and buy magic crystals again. Now the meditation method has reached a bottleneck. Simply drinking mental potions has not made much progress. At this time, you should think of other ways and find another way. He also knows the method to enter the first level. That is for mortals to enter the extraordinary realm, liberate mental power, break through the constraints of the body, and sense the world with pure mental power. It is an eternal problem for the mental power to break through the shackles of the physical body. Sometimes it depends on increasing the total amount of mental power to break through naturally. Sometimes it needs to rely on other special methods, or experience, or life and death struggles, because the mental power will be limited to a certain amount and cannot be improved. It all depends on personal talent. Dole doesn't know what his talent is. According to Ball, his talent is good, but now he has fallen into a situation where his mental power grows extremely slowly. If he relies on the total amount of mental power to break through, it is unknown when he will break through. Now his mental power has broken through the 170 copper coins he guessed before, and there are already 178 copper coins. The amount of mental power feels enough, but how to break through the limitations of the physical body is a problem. Before, Ball said that he would break through in the middle of this year, but so far, there is no sign of it. The improvement of mental power brings about a comprehensive increase in senses, more acuteness in refining medicine, and smoother control of the burning hand, although the improvement of nodes cannot be fully changed into a more powerful tetrahedron. Through the experiment of burning hands, he already knew what energy was, and what exactly wizards controlled. However, so far, he could only access the energy in the magic crystal residue. As for the free energy in the air, he didn't even know what that meant. Chapter 99. According to the understanding of wizards, there are infinite principles of heaven and earth between heaven and earth. These principles connect all things in the world, and the source of energy. The essence of wizards is to understand these principles, control energy, and enhance spiritual essence. The stronger the spiritual power, the more principles can be touched, and finally reach a very high realm. The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. Advanced wizards can even live for thousands of years. Some wizards can even achieve immortality through various means. These are the highest directions pursued by wizards. Dole is still young and does not understand the urgent desire for life, but he also understands a little. Who would want to die in this world? He himself almost died, so he naturally knows what death is. If a person dies, then he is nothing. The word death is very terrifying. Dole thought about these questions carefully. After thinking for a while, he stood up and arranged the refined warning formation around the house. Soon, he returned to the room and continued to meditate. Without the magic crystal, he couldn't do anything now, so Dole simply stopped trying and concentrated on meditation, waiting for the next black market to open. Now that Connie couldn't deliver meals, he could only cook by himself. Fortunately, there was a grocery store in the town that sold all kinds of things. He went to buy some kitchen utensils, and prepared to cook by himself, and have enough food and clothing. As for food, it was even simpler. Just go to the mountains, and you can find all kinds of food. When Dole did this, the villagers saw this, and quickly started discussing it. After Dole finished all this, he bought half a wolf leg from a farmer, and it was for dinner tonight. His mental strength was improving slowly, so he was going to take another route, the warrior's path. He prepared his sword and kung fu, and planned to go up the mountain these days to exercise his ability to survive in the forest. In fact, he had another choice, which was to take a hallucinogenic drug, but the process of taking the drug was too painful. Dole didn't want to try it so early, so he took his time and didn't rush. After a night's rest. At dawn, Dole wore a tight suit, with a sword hanging on his waist and a bow on his back, and rushed from the ridge to the forest. Of course, he didn't forget to bring Ball. Hunting without a dog was a strong denial of the dog's loyalty. The villagers would have an opinion on Ball. Of course, once entering the jungle, Ball's activities were no longer under Dole's jurisdiction. He left a sentence, "You play by yourself," and then quickly disappeared into the jungle. Dole snorted twice, not intending to pay attention to the big dog, and went into the jungle alone. There were many roads in the mountains, all trampled by the villagers. Dole went up all the way, and encountered many things. No matter how many people there are in the forest, there are all kinds of creatures, flying in the sky and running in the mountains. After a while, he saw many rodents, rabbits, and many other creatures. These creatures are very fast and jump into the forest in an instant. At least if they are a little slower, they will disappear. Hunting in the mountains is actually quite difficult. After observing these things, Dole slowed down his pace and sensed the surroundings through his strengthened five senses. His steps became very light, and his movements were quite slow. Soon, he merged with the surrounding nature. This was originally a skill in Naoyu's biography. I never wanted to use it before. Now it seems that if I want to eat, I have to learn it again. But then Dole realized the cruelty of nature. His archery skills were too bad. Although he could avoid being discovered by other creatures, his arrows could not hit him at all. After wasting half a day, he soon came down from the mountain without getting anything. He just picked some herbs. Seeing Dole coming down from the mountain, the two villagers who were on the lookout burst into laughter. Dr. Linrui, where is your prey? Dole raised his head and looked at the two people, his mouth twitching. I should practice archery. I will join you tomorrow morning. He waved the bow in his hand and said familiarly, Welcome, welcome. The two watched Dole leave, and then watched him stop at the door of a hunter for a while and take a rabbit back. But they did not ridicule him too much. It was just a normal fight. If Dole was annoyed, no one would treat their injuries. Any martial arts requires a lot of practice to achieve success. Duolai has not exercised his blood and chi for half a year. Although his physical ability has been improving, he has not made much progress in martial arts. He still knows the old skills and has not learned anything new. With the help of huge mental power, he can accurately control every muscle and every bone. It is impossible for his physical strength to decline, but his martial arts are really bad. Duolai admitted this fact. In the evening, he went to read Naoyu's biography and read the martial arts part carefully again. This book is a treasure, waiting for him to slowly discover. Ball didn't come back at night. Dole was alone at home. After dinner, he began to meditate. After running in the mountains for half a day today, he had some understanding of nature. The atmosphere of fighting wits and courage with other creatures made his mental power highly concentrated, and his mental power was slightly enhanced. The sea of consciousness was still dark, only the copper coins were real and illusory. 178 copper coins, in a certain order, layer by layer, slowly rotated around the center, so that there would be no collision. The collision of mental power was very uncomfortable, as if you were hitting yourself, your head was buzzing, and you should try to avoid this situation as much as possible. This way of rotation was also thought of according to the way of constructing spell nodes. He originally wanted to make it into polygons, and build a super large framework, but you can let the copper coins rotate, but it is almost impossible to stop them. Each copper coin is equivalent to yourself. Each copper coin is filled with different thoughts every second, and it is impossible to stop. So he gave up this idea. He didn't know how others practiced, nor did he know what the advanced meditation method looked like. Ball didn't say anything, so he could only continue according to this method. 170 or 8 copper coins were slowly born, and soon grew a little bit. But this little bit was all for the whole night. Soon, he felt that he could not continue, so he stopped meditating and consolidated this result. At the same time, he constructed the mana model of the burning hand, and the wizard's hand in the sea of consciousness. There is also a light spell in the zero-level tricks. Dole didn't want to practice it at all. Not only was it a waste of materials, but it was also useless. Although it might be brighter than a candle, can it save money with candles? Magic crystals are all money. Rapidly constructing a spell model is the key factor for wizards to fight against the enemy. If they can launch a witchcraft instantly, they don't have to waste too much time to chant. After all, if they are in a serious battle, time is life. Especially when facing assassins and archers, they are racing against time. Bitch entered the city on the third day and stood in the morgue next to the police station. The morgue was opened, revealing a corpse covered with a white cloth. The corpse had no smell, and had obviously been dealt with. Chapter 100. The white cloth was uncovered by the police, revealing Dis's pale face. Soon, the wound on his neck suddenly appeared in Beachy's eyes. He just took a look and understood that this guy should have died at the hands of that man named Dole. However, up to now, no one knows the existence of that man, and the person involved has already died. He was a pharmacist with a strong ability to endure. His ability was very terrifying. Although he did not kill other people, he might not be easy to deal with from the ability he showed so far. Pharmacists, like necromancers, have always been synonymous with creating terror. But this guy should be fine. He almost only targets the person involved, not anyone else. Otherwise, he would not have planned for so long. He stretched out his hand, and his mental power entered Dis's mind through his fingers. After a moment, he retracted his hand, raised his eyes, and said, "Where is Inspector Moreno?" The police officer said respectfully. Upstairs? He said that you are here. Please go over quickly after seeing the body. Beachy nodded, then left the morgue and walked to the top floor. Moreno raised his head, looked at Beachy coming in, and greeted him with a serious expression. Then he said in a low voice, Mr. Beachy, what do you think? Beachy snorted, sat in front of Moreno, and moved his mouth slightly. I have no opinion. My personal suggestion is that this matter ends here. Don't provoke that person. In addition, our supernatural society will investigate secretly and expel that person. Moreno heard the meaning of his words, which was expulsion, not killing. He frowned and asked, Are you sure that person is a pharmacist? Beachy nodded and smiled faintly. In addition to the pharmacist of the supernatural society, there is now another pharmacist outside. As a police inspector, are you afraid? Moreno sighed. Of course I am afraid. If that person is desperate and releases a terrifying poison gas, dozens or hundreds of people will die. I will be fired as a police inspector, but it will be bad if I implicate all the adults. Beachy said, You just need to know. He then whispered, Dis came to me before and told me about the matter. Dis is the last one in their feud, so no one will die. Inspector Moreno can rest assured. Hearing this, Moreno suddenly opened his eyes wide. Really? Beachy nodded and said in a heavy voice, Really? After saying this, he suddenly thought of someone and his face darkened. He seemed to know a wild pharmacist, but that person was indeed difficult to deal with. He was tricked, but that person had no intention of killing, so he was saved. When thinking of that incident, Beachy was actually quite scared, so he had not been to the black market recently. He felt sympathetic. Could it really be him? Among the wild wizards, only that person is a pharmacist who can make a second-level mental potion. Is he Dole? How long has he been practicing? How could he be almost killed by Odo's family of idiots? A series of questions rushed into his mind. Before the intermediate level, wizards have no combat power, and they can't even sense that it is a wizard apprentice. Without huge blood, agility, and a strong body, wizard apprentices are scum. But a wizard apprentice who knows potions is not so easy to mess with. His trick that day was an example. Unless he didn't bring anything with him at that time? But how is it possible? He is at least a senior wizard apprentice now, and can use zero-level magic? Beachy was puzzled. This month, he planned to go to the market to try to buy second-level mental power potions, and sell some primary mental power potions at the same time. This thing is too difficult to refine. He tried hard, but he could only make the primary one. He failed several times in this second level. This could only mean that he does not have this talent, but he is more proficient in materials than anyone else. Among the 8 senior wizard apprentices in Duoming City, almost no one is good at potions, so he is very envious of the wild potion master. Level 2 spiritual power potion, but if he were a pharmacist, his spiritual power would have reached its limit. Thinking of this, he was shocked. If he could quickly enter the extraordinary realm, wouldn't Duoming City have another big boss? This is not a good thing. If the other party wants to compete for the magic crystal mine, Duoming City will be in chaos. The destructive power of the extraordinary wizard who has entered the level is no joke. But although this news is a bit scary, he does not intend to share it with the people of the supernatural society. Anyway, it will destroy the interests of the nobles, and has nothing to do with him. He is thinking that there is a chance to leave here and go to Chris County. The pattern here is still too small. When Duo-I was preparing to attack the extraordinary in a roundabout way, he made up his mind to exercise his body. After reaching the advanced level, the practice of Tibetan is about to end, and you can start to practice something called Yuanli breathing method. This is the ultimate path of all warriors. The breathing method can regulate the body up and down, open the internal and external circulation, attract the energy between heaven and earth into the body, form a vortex of fighting spirit, and let people truly have fighting spirit. But this also requires a process. After the energy enters the body, it will not directly form Do-Chi, but the body will adapt to Do-Chi first. Otherwise, the violent energy will enter the body in an instant, and tear the human body apart directly. The breathing method is divided into 2 parts. The first part is to strengthen the body again, and the second part is to condense the Do-Chi vortex. Duo-I started practicing in the blacksmith shop. Now he is just a little bit away from the end of the practice. He can easily sense it with a mental scan. After making the decision, he came to the river beach early the next morning with a bow on his back to practice arrows with everyone. Victor was surprised by Dole's arrival. He asked others to continue practicing, and came to Dole and said with a smile, "Why, you also want to train as an archer?" Dole shook his head and said, "I have reached a bottleneck, and there is no way to improve through normal practice, so I want to hone my warrior profession." I went hunting in the mountains a few days ago, but I found that I couldn't even shoot a rabbit, so I came to practice." Victor couldn't help laughing, and laughed loudly, and the people around him laughed too. Dole was a little embarrassed. Victor said calmly, "Do you want me to guide you?" Dole shrugged. "It's an honor to be guided by an extraordinary master." Victor laughed, and then shouted to the people around him, come and see, Dr. Lin Rui is going to start training with you. If you little bastards can't beat Dr. Lin Rui, you can all go eat dog shit." After shouting, people around him looked over. Dole was a little embarrassed, this guy. For a moment, the river beach became lively. Connie was also in the crowd. She was still in the stage of training strength and playing with stone locks with others. When she saw Dole coming, she waved desperately, and then was spanked by the young elder who trained them, and grimaced in pain. Dole waved in all directions, and then followed Victor to the archers. Someone quickly made a target, and a bunch of arrows for him. Dole glanced at their archery posture, which was far different from what was described in the book. In Nalu's biography, there were pictures and texts, with various continuous graphics, so you can understand it at a glance. So Dole is not unfamiliar with archery. Chapter 101. Victor said, "Do you want to practice by yourself, or do you want me to guide you?" Dole thought for a moment and said, "I practice by myself. I have the relevant inheritance." Victor said leisurely, "Having inheritance is one thing, being able to shoot is another." "Are you sure?" Dole said with a stiff upper lip, "I'm sure. If it doesn't work, I can come back to you." Victor smiled and said, "Then you can do whatever you want. Use any arrows you want." After that, he went to the side and urged others to go. With Dole's level of effort, he didn't need to worry about it at all. Seeing Victor walk away, Dole took a deep breath and took off the bow on his back. His bow was different from the wooden bows used by other villagers. It was a completely iron bow. The bow was made of spring steel, and was a full 1.5 meters high. Although the bowstring was also made of some animal tendons, it was high-end. The pulling force of an ordinary wooden bow is about 20 to 30 kilograms, and the speed of driving a wooden arrow is also very fast. However, the pulling force of his bow is more than 100 kilograms. It can be seen that the arrow shot out is faster and has stronger penetration. Seeing him take out this bow, people around him envied him. Dole ignored their gazes and practiced seriously. He took out an arrow from the quiver next to him, and then carefully recalled the essence of archery, put the bow on, and shot the arrow. The target was only 30 meters away from them. Although Dole's arrow was crooked, it still hit the target, which made people around him look at it differently. Is this still the doctor? Moreover, when Dole shot, the arrow shot out, tearing the atmosphere, making a strong sound of breaking air, which made people around him extremely envious. Especially the middle-aged men who were teaching the youngsters archery. Their mouths were almost drooling. Dole looked at the target. His mouth twitched. He did hit it, but it was a long way from the center point. He was talking about the center point. However, he carefully recalled the action just now, determined the direction of adjustment, and started to shoot the second arrow. After the mental power became strong, the most obvious thing was perception, control, extreme control of the body. He could easily remember all his actions. The second arrow. Whoosh, it still hit the target, but it was still a little far from the center point, a palm away. The people around him didn't dare to underestimate this doctor anymore. Dole shot arrow after arrow, each time getting closer to the center point, and each time the arrow was shot a little faster. Soon, he could basically hit the center of the target, which stunned the archers around. Dole's arm strength was amazing. That was an iron bow, weighing more than 100 kilograms. He shot all the arrows in the quiver in one breath, and his face was still not red, and he was not out of breath. This is a monster. In the distance, Victor was a little shocked. Dole's strength was still beyond his expectations. Isn't this guy a wizard? How can he still have so much strength? After Dole hit the center of the circle, he went over to pull out all the arrows on the target, put them back into the quiver, and stepped back 20 steps. This distance is already the distance that those slightly older archers practice, and the accurate range of most wooden bows is about 50 meters. Seeing Dole retreat, those people unconsciously moved their eyes over to see how much strength this guy has. Dole had already adapted to the speed of the iron bow. He knew how long the arrow flew in the air, and how much it fell. Calculation was a required course for wizards, so he adjusted his crosshairs slightly, and shot another arrow. This time, he still hit the target, just a little bit away from the center of the target. Seeing this, the people around were shocked. Dole himself was not satisfied. He had clearly calculated it. He calmed down and thought carefully, and then felt the wind around him. The wind also had a great effect on the arrow. If the arrow flew in the air for a few tenths of a second longer, the wind force would act for a few tenths of a second. It seemed normal for the arrow to deflect. He adjusted his crosshairs again, felt the speed of the wind, and shot another arrow. It was off again. Dole did not lose heart, and continued to shoot. He used the traditional archery method, a standing small frame, which was suitable for close distances, fast bow opening, and high rapid shooting. His iron bow is actually more suitable for long-distance shooting. After all, it has great power, and can shoot faster and farther. But in the jungle, this method is not suitable. Although the big bow has its advantages, as long as the eyes are good enough and the prey can be found far enough, the big bow can fully play its role. This can be understood by referring to the elf archers of the elves. But for ordinary people, a small bow is more suitable for shooting arrows quickly in the forest at a distance of 30 to 50 meters. Dole is using the magic weapon as a small sword, and it is no wonder that people around him have opinions, but after practicing for a while, they have no opinions. This guy, who is a doctor, is stronger than them, which is simply shameful. Dole practiced for a whole morning, and the distance was changed to 70 meters, which almost reached the maximum distance of adult archers in Senhika town. The achievement of one morning was more fierce than theirs in several years, and everyone had a new understanding of Dole's ferocity. This guy is not a doctor, but a professional master. Of course, archery is not the purpose, and stimulating the body's chi and blood with the help of archery is Dole's ultimate goal. Chi and blood flow slowly, flowing through the whole body, stimulating bones and muscles, entering the 5 internal organs, strengthening, and Dole can feel every little bit of subtle feeling. Dr. Linrui, you are not just shooting arrows, you are an art. The villager who taught archery was the captain of the village guard, Robert, known as Hawkeye. In just one morning, Dole basically caught up with him, which made him amazed. When it was almost time for dinner, he saw Dole stop, and then he came up and said a few words. Dole heard the voice, turned around and smiled. I am already a high-level apprentice, and I have a strong bow, so it's nothing to be stronger than ordinary people. Hearing this, Robert was a little surprised. Dr. Linrui was actually a high-level strength, which was too surprising. At this time, Victor came from a distance, and before he came to him, he shouted, Dr. Linrui, come to my house for dinner today. Dole didn't pretend, and turned back and shouted, okay, I come right over. After saying goodbye to Robert, Dole put away the bow, and took the quiver to the target, ready to pack up. Several children next to him immediately grabbed it, and snatched everything from his hands with a smile. Seeing this, Dole smiled. In fact, it feels good to be in Senhika town. This is a mountain village town. There is no concept of territory, no manor, no nobles, and it is very happy to live with everyone. Soon, the two of them and Connie came to Victor's house. At this time, the food was ready, and they were waiting for them to be served. After a while, after finishing their meal, Victor said in a serious tone, we are going to go hunting in the mountains these days. Do you want to go? Dole thought for a while and said, let's go. It's a good opportunity to see how you hunt. Victor nodded, then I will add you in. Your bow is good. It has a long range and a fast speed. You should be able to kill a lot of prey. Hearing this, Dole was a little speechless. Fixed targets and moving targets are different. Hitting or not hitting is a problem. Victor raised his eyebrows and smiled. When the time comes, let Robert teach you more. You are so smart that you will learn it quickly. Chapter 102. Dole has read many books, and has some experience in archery. The most important thing in shooting at a moving target is to calculate the arrow's speed, the opponent's moving speed, the impact of obstacles on the moving object, guess the possible movement mode and distance, and judge the possible position of the object based on the distance when shooting. This requires a lot of observation and experience. If it is a person, he may be able to shoot fixed targets by relying on his stealth ability, but if a large group is traveling, the movement caused can only be shooting at moving targets. This tests people's ability. Experienced old hunters can hit 4 or 5 out of 10 based on past experience, while he can only rely on his huge calculation ability to shoot arrows. After accepting this matter, Duolai went back to prepare. He planned to leave this place after he was promoted to supernatural in Senhika town. There were no magic crystals and insufficient materials in the past few days, and he did not plan to study any magic patterns. In a few days, he was going to go to the black market. In the next 2 days, he would follow everyone to gain some experience. The next day, early in the morning, a team of 30 people appeared at the entrance of the village. Some of them held swords, some held bows and swords on their backs, and they were carrying large and small bags. It was obvious that they were planning to stay in the mountains for a day or two before returning. Dole was naturally in the team. The long bow on his body and the exquisite sword hanging on his waist became the biggest scenery in the team. This bow was produced by Mondo Blacksmith Shop, and of course, it was not made by Dole himself. He did not have the ability to make spring steel, which required very high skills, and even if it was spring steel, it might not be used as a bow arm, which was very particular. This is Uncle Hong's work. It was a little cold in the mountains in the early morning, and everyone was wearing a lot of clothes. The less you wear, the stronger you are. For example, Victor was wearing an ordinary coat and a light chain mail. They gathered at the entrance of the village, and when everyone was gathered, they quickly went up the mountain at a very fast speed. The mountain behind the town was full of trampled roads, and there was nothing at all. There were only rabbits, mice, snakes, pangolins, and ordinary harmless creatures, and they were going to the mountains in the mountains. The team moved forward very quickly. They almost ran, quickly reached the top of the mountain, and then paused for a while, then crossed the top of the mountain and entered the valley below, which was the unfamiliar area of Dole. The team was still moving. Victor came to him and said, "Where's your dog?" Dole shrugged, sleeping in. Victor's mouth twitched. He looked ahead and said, "Our goal is the valley behind the mountain. Generally speaking, there will be wild boars, bison, wild goats, gray wolves, forest wolves, bears, etc. We just need to hunt sheep and cattle. If we encounter tigers, leopards, etc., we will avoid them. Although these things are not very threatening, if we kill too many of them, it will destroy the balance of the mountain." At this time, the sky was bright, the sun had come out, and the red light shone on the layer of fog on the mountain, reflecting a little bit of rosy light, which was very beautiful. Dole didn't expect Victor to say such a thing, especially the last sentence, which seemed to be full of infinite philosophy. He thought for a while, okay, I won't shoot arrows casually. He has read many books, so he naturally understands why Victor said such a thing. The forest is a complete ecological chain, with herbivores, carnivores, and carnivores divided into many levels from low to high. Wolves, tigers, and leopards are the top predators. Organisms are divided into groups and individuals. Tigers and leopards rarely live in groups, while wolves are common. Wolves can be killed in large numbers. These creatures have strong reproductive abilities, and can never be killed. Tigers and leopards are rare. Killing them will make wolves reproduce faster without enemies, affecting the ecological balance. After entering the valley, the team slowed down slowly, and the old hunter led the way in front and started the tracking mode. There was water flowing in the valley, and all creatures needed water, so naturally many traces were left. Soon, the old hunters found the traces of a group of wild deer. There were a lot of deer in this group, more than 30 in total. Victor planned to hunt about 5 and bring them back. The old hunter set off quickly and entered the mountains beside the road. Dole followed closely behind, watching their actions. It's different to follow the master. I can't find prey even if I work so hard, but he can find food just by looking around. That's the difference. Seeing this, Dole also observed the details around him. He opened his senses to the maximum and didn't miss any traces. Soon he found some small traces. The team moved forward while observing the surroundings. Soon, someone shot an arrow and nailed a little rabbit to the ground. After a while, a lost wild boar was found. 2 or 3 people shot him together and killed him. The wild boar's skin is very thick, and it often takes one shot to kill it. Moreover, it is a moving target. If someone is not confident, it takes more than one person to shoot together. Dole followed the flank and also observed the jungle. He didn't shoot an arrow, but watched everyone's harvest with a smile on his face. The team rarely spoke. Even Victor, who only shouted occasionally, was quiet and made almost no sound. After walking for a while, the old hunter in front quietly extended a gesture, which was to find the prey and collect it. A young man put away his bow, quietly climbed up the tree, and looked forward. Not long after, he came down and waved to collect it. Dole understood that he meant that the prey was in front. Victor waved his hand, and everyone began to quietly disperse in all directions, and Dole was no exception. He was faster and more cautious than others, and soon he knew the direction of the flank. In front of him was a green flat land, the sun shone from the trees, and mottled shadows swayed on the ground. Dozens of wild deer were vigilantly eating grass in the forest, and walking into the mountains. Animals in the mountains are generally more vigilant. Dole found a good position, and searched for a long time before finding a prey. It was a slightly older deer, with a body as big as a calf. It took on the responsibility of observation, and its ears were motionless, observing the surroundings. This is the responsibility of a sentinel in a population. At this time, they were about 100 meters away from the herd of deer. Dole quickly pulled out an arrow and quietly aimed. He looked around and saw that others were closer, and some had already aimed. A sound appeared in Dole's ears, which was the sound of archery. At the same time, Dole also let go. Fixed the target, no wind, ready to hit. Dole aimed at the deer's eyes, and almost instantly shot through the deer's head. With strong penetrating power, the arrow shot out from the back of his head and fell to the ground without a sound, and other places also heard their own voices. The deer suffered this disaster, and they quickly roared and fled into the mountains. They were extremely fast, faster than forest wolves, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The crowd applauded, and one of them shouted, "Dr. Lin Rui is amazing. He shot an arrow through the head. I'm jealous of his strength." The one who spoke was Robert, who also shot an arrow, but it was the heart. He didn't dare to shoot the eyes from such a distance. The target was too small, and the uncertainty was too great. Chapter 103. Everyone came forward and picked up their own spoils in the forest. At this time, the crowd began to get lively. No more, no less, just 6 wild deer. Pile up the prey together, and look at their own archery skills. The old hunters looked at Dwelai's deer and felt ashamed. They had been hunting for several years, but they were still not as good as Dwelai, who had practiced for a day. A complete wild deer skin is worth a lot of money. Dr. Lin Rui is going to get rich. Victor laughed. Everyone laughed. Dwelai and Victor laughed at the same time. A deer skin is at most 7 or 8 silver coins. That's just a few dollars. At this time, everyone began to disassemble the group of wild deer, throwing away the internal organs and other unnecessary things, and taking the fur, meat, etc. back, while others were on guard nearby. Dwelai was responsible for the guard. If there was blood here, the smell of blood in the air would soon attract other carnivorous creatures. This was the most dangerous time. He jumped lightly onto a tree and observed the forest, while others were responsible for other directions. At this time, a light breeze blew from the mountain, the branches swayed, and there was a strange smell in the air, a smell of fishy smell, which was very faint. Dwelai estimated that only he could smell it. He followed the direction of the smell, and in the dark, shadowy forest, there were many more eyes, and they were green. These are wolves, and these wolves are also eyeing the deer? They can't catch up with the deer, so they pay attention to them? He immediately issued a warning, and several old hunters immediately came to Dwelai, holding bows and arrows, jumping on the branches, and looking into the depths of the jungle, but they didn't see anything. Soon they found something wrong. The forest was too quiet, too quiet. They knew that even if Dr. Lin Rui didn't find wolves, there must be other creatures over there. Dr. Lin Rui is really cautious. It was not the first time that Dole saw a wolf. He had read related books and read the introduction of wolves. Wolves are very cautious animals. They will not attack easily. Under the law of the forest, they cannot be injured. Injury means death. Therefore, wolves that can escape unscathed will never take risks. The arrival of the wolves was quickly passed on to everyone. The few people who were cutting meat quickly stopped their actions and went to the jungle. Victor also came to Dole at this time, looking into the jungle with a pair of eyes. He didn't see anything, but after entering the level, he felt more acute. "Are you sure it's a wolf?" The old hunter on the side couldn't see anything either, and was a little confused. Dole nodded. He suddenly stood up, put an arrow on the bow, and a stream of light quickly shot into the jungle. Roar. A low wolf howl suddenly came from all directions, mixed with the painful sound of a wolf. Dole put the arrow on his head again, and shot into the jungle. At this time, another shrill wolf cry was heard, and then the wolf cry quickly faded away. The hunters were stunned. Dole shrugged his shoulders and said, "My eyesight is better than yours, and it's a fixed target." Everyone looked at the iron bow, and had a new understanding. In the hands of Dr. Lin Rui, the range of this iron bow was beyond their imagination. The accuracy of shooting was at least more than 100 meters. You know, you can't see far away at 30 meters in the forest. Fixed target, I don't believe you. But Dole did shoot at a fixed target. His eyesight was much better than others. He could distinguish the wolf in the dark. It was not a blind shot. With his tricks, the wolves in the dark quickly dispersed, and soon there was no movement in the forest. The hunters breathed a sigh of relief and continued to dissect. Although there were only 6 deer, each one was like a calf, and they could eat for a long time when they returned. The people in the town did not eat meat exclusively, and they would also go to the city to purchase some rice, noodles, and other things, otherwise the nutrition would be unbalanced. It only took a few breaths to hunt deer, but it took a long time to dissect. In the afternoon, the hunters retreated to the valley and came to a mountain wall. This is a mountain wall with a huge cave on it. They climbed up the rope to the cave on the mountain wall and stayed here tonight. Dole entered the cave and took a look. These guys really used the environment to the extreme. In this place, except for monkeys, who are good at using ropes, I am afraid that nothing can come in at night, and birds are basically unlikely. They will not find the shallow cave. This is a very qualified camping site. In the afternoon, a few hunters were scouting in the distance, while most of them lived in the cave and cooked. Dole couldn't sit still, so he also joined the scouting. His eyesight had been recognized by everyone, and everyone felt relieved when he was included. This valley was very long, and the water flowed out from the nearby mountain, merged into the larger valley next to it, and then flowed along the Sanhika town, merged into the Deoduming River, and flowed outside the mountain. Dole had never been outside once, and was unfamiliar with the world outside the mountain, but he had some impression through the various illustrations in the book. The outside world. Dole actually still yearns for it. At night, Dole went back to the cave with him. Now he just needs to watch the cave entrance. As night fell, various insects began to chirp in the forest. They hid in the cracks of rocks, in tree holes, and on tree trunks. Various light spots flickered in the forest, which was very beautiful. At the same time, along with this romantic darkness were various terrifying calls. In the darkness, no one knew what sound was hidden. The sound passed through the air and entered the cave, making it difficult for people to fall asleep. Dole volunteered to be the first to be on guard. At this time, he felt terrified. Without Ball, all kinds of monsters and ghosts came out around him. It was really terrifying. The degree of terror was comparable to taking hallucinogenic drugs. But fortunately, nothing happened all night. He got up early in the morning, threw venison and other things in the cave, and then the large army continued to move forward from the valley to find the next wave of food. Dole was much more relaxed today than yesterday. While watching how they did it, he could also look at the mountains and forests beside the river to see if there were any herbs, and dig some herbs. The mountains here are very primitive, without human destruction or animal abuse, and the probability of medicine appearing is very high. Along the way, he found a lot of medicine. Some medicines are available in the mountains outside, so there is no need to collect them, while some medicines are only available in the mountains, and Dole picked them up as soon as possible. In addition to normal medicines, he will also collect some poisons and poisonous fruits to take back for analysis. Orthodox wizards will have a separate laboratory for special analysis. Pharmacists analyze various medicines, alchemists analyze various materials and study the mixing ratio, and array masters analyze the fit between various materials and arrays, which are different. In Nalyu's biography, wizards above level 5 will have their own separate magic towers. Wizards with magic towers are extremely terrifying, comparable to natural disasters, and conducting experiments in magic towers is truly safe. Dole felt that he had some talent in potions, but now he had no laboratory of his own and no sources of materials. He was very miserable, and could only memorize what was recorded in books. As for what he could really see, he used simple instruments to analyze it, and compared it with the knowledge in the books to turn it into something he could use. Chapter 104. Everyone in the town knew that Dole was a doctor, and they were not opposed to his love of digging for medicinal herbs. On the contrary, when someone saw medicinal herbs, they would remind him. The large group slowly went up along the river, startling many small animals along the way, and also found many wild communities. Soon, they found a group of wild boars that had just left by the river. Victor led the group to chase them without saying a word. Soon, they saw this group of wild boars in the mountains. Wild boars in the wild are of different sizes. The largest wild boar is the same size as a cow. It is so huge that the ground shakes when it walks in the mountains. Its black hair is like a steel needle, and its skin cannot be pierced by ordinary bows and arrows. The smallest wild boar is almost like a domestic wild boar cub, and is protected by the big wild boar in the community. When Dole saw the group of wild boars, they were chasing a bear up a tree. Although a single bear is very strong, it still has to avoid the wild boars. The wild boars rushed up and frightened the bear. They were very fast. One of them climbed up the tree, and the other quickly formed a circle below, roaring at the tree. The two sides began to confront each other. Victor gestured at this time, signaling the people around to quickly surround them. The wild boars were in chaos, and it was a good time to act. At the same time, an old hunter came to Dole and handed him 3 arrows. Dole was a little confused, but he found that these were 3 pure steel arrows, very heavy, but they were coated with a layer of colorful things, so he couldn't tell what they were. He glanced at Victor, who pointed at the big wild boar and touched his eyes, signaling him to shoot first and aim at the eyes. This is a big guy. Dole understood, put one of the 3 arrows in the quiver, one in his mouth, and one on the bow, ready to shoot at any time. The wild boar's sense of smell is very strong, and the hearing is also strong. They dare not get too close, approaching the wild boar group little by little, walking and communicating with gestures. Soon, Dole understood that Victor wanted to take down the big wild boar. The wild boar, as big as a cow, should be the leader of this group of wild boars. There are not a few wild boars in this group, more than 50, and even brown bears have temporarily avoided the edge. Obviously, they have become a force to be reckoned with, and they can't let them grow like this. If this big wild boar is more powerful, it will directly become a monster and become the overlord of the surrounding area. At that time, the village will not be safe. Everyone slowed down and approached slowly. Dalila took a side position and stood at a slightly higher position. The other hunters gathered around and stood in their own positions. Soon, everyone was in place. At this time, the wild boars were still roaring at the brown bear in the jungle. On the ground, several wild boars with large heads were ramming the tree stumps crazily, making a loud noise. At the same time, the calls of pigs and bears became the main theme of this forest. They did not find the ambush of the hunters around. At this time, the big wild boar stopped, raised its head, and looked at the vertical and horizontal on the big tree, humming. The tree was very big, so thick that several people could hug it. The strong wild boars pushed for a long time, but only rubbed off some bark, and the tree did not move at all. Victor signaled Dole to take action, and he also took out his bow and arrow, and quickly shot an arrow at the big wild boar. 2 arrows, almost in no particular order, shot at the wild boar's eyes at the same time. Puff! A shrill howl sounded from the main group, and the wild boars around were suddenly in an uproar, not knowing what happened. At this time, the huge wild boar turned over and fell down, without a sound. Dole naturally knew what was going on. He shot one eye himself, and the arrow went directly into the head, and another arrow was stuck in the other eyeball. The moment Victor shot, he felt the energy fluctuations he had felt in Ball before, which should be fighting spirit. Victor was a first-level warrior who had entered the level. His strength was strong. After being attached to fighting spirit, the power of the arrow doubled, and he shot a hole in the wild boar's head at once, which was more powerful than himself. Seeing this, the hunters around shot their arrows one after another. For a time, dozens of arrows shot into the jungle together. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After Dole shot an arrow, he took out another fine steel arrow from his mouth and shot it at the wild boars, while the wild boars were in chaos. He saw a flash of light, and the arrow sank into the heart of another big wild boar. The wild boar fell to the ground with a plop. Dole breathed a sigh of relief. The wild boar was moving, and he thought he could not hit it. At this time, the wild boars were in complete chaos. The leader was dead, and several big wild boars were also hanging. Except for a few big wild boars, who rushed to the crowd with a roar, the other small wild boars fled into the forest. Dole heard the sound of swords being drawn out of their sheaths. It was the hunters preparing to fight. He was on the flank, so he didn't have to worry about it, so he shot arrow after arrow at the wild boars running around. Some of these times, some hit, some didn't, all depending on a moment of calculation and luck. After a while, there was a silence. Even the brown bear on the big tree looked down quietly, not daring to move. Dole quickly came back to check and found that there were actually people with injuries in the crowd, one with a broken arm, one with a broken leg, and several with scratches. Victor was close at hand, and those wild boars were so powerful, he looked for them in the crowd, and Victor was also a little embarrassed. He didn't know what happened. "Ah, it hurts, be gentle. Is Dr. Linroy here? Come and check, my leg is broken. I was careless. Those big wild boars were too fierce. I will never fight them head-on again. Hundreds of kilograms of things. All of a sudden, the mayor is no match." Several injured people were carried and sat together, groaning. At this time, Dole came over quickly, took out medicine and treated several people, and found trees to fix splints. After a while, Victor came over again, with a dark face, and scolded, "You can't fight against wild boars head-on. You don't even look at your ability to weigh hundreds of kilograms. Now you're fine. You're so old, but you still make such a low-level mistake. You won't be able to come for half a year." The few people lowered their heads, and they were silent, not daring to say a word. Dole heard this, and realized what happened. He felt a little funny in his heart. These people showed off their abilities, but they didn't do well. However, this time there were wild deer and wild boars, which was a good harvest. Moreover, it was only spring. There would be more wild animals here in autumn. After cutting some wood, they carried the wild boars and people back. They didn't dare to stay in the forest for too long and left quickly. It took 6 people to carry the largest wild boar. This time, it can be said that the harvest was quite good, enough to eat for a long time. We went back the way we came. Some people were injured, so we slowed down. It took us a whole afternoon and half an afternoon to get back to the top of the mountain. We sent one person back to call for help, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief and slowly went down the mountain. It was actually quite safe on this side of the mountain in the town. We returned home successfully. There were only injuries this time, but no casualties. Everyone was very satisfied. When we went back, we had already passed the top of the mountain. We talked and laughed all the way. Soon, the people left behind in the village came to meet us. They were all a little surprised when they saw the prey they had hunted. Chapter 105. This is a great harvest. Everyone is carrying prey, big and small, hanging all over their body. It can be said to be a real great harvest. After 2 days in the mountains, Dual Eye is no stranger to hunting. Be alert, and be alert again. This is the law of the jungle. If you are not alert, you may die at any time. In the dark forest, who knows what is hidden? Back in his room, Dual Eye tidied up, sorted the collected herbs into categories, and hung them in the yard. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when he finished all these. Bale didn't know when he had been lying comfortably in the room. Seeing him come in, a smile appeared on his face. How is it? How do you feel in the forest? Dole rubbed his hands, his expression solemn. It's more dangerous than I thought. Ordinary wild boars can also cause damage to masters who have entered the level. It's terrible. Ball shook his head. It's not that wild boars are powerful, but the racial advantage. You humans are weak. You can't use your own weight of only about 100 kilograms to attack a wild boar of nearly 1,000 kilograms even if you have fighting spirit. Dole immediately became thoughtful. This guy seems to have been around. He thought of what Bale meant, nodded, and said, I understand that when there is no racial advantage, you need to use your own advantages to fight against others' disadvantages, and you can't use others' strengths to fight your own weaknesses, right? Ball nodded. The most powerful thing about the human race is that they are good at using wisdom and tools, which is exactly what wild beasts don't have. Why should we compete with creatures that are 10 times heavier than us in physical strength? This is completely stupid behavior. Dole shrugged. I know, I'm not the stupid one. Ball chuckled and stopped talking. You have to hurry up and enter the extraordinary. Let's leave here quickly. This place is no longer suitable for your development. Ball naturally had his own thoughts. Since he came to this world, he couldn't stay in this small broken place forever. He had to go out and see the world and the beauties. Doman City is really too remote. Dole nodded and became a little distressed. My mental power has reached a bottleneck now. I can only practice martial arts through breathing. Ball lowered his head and said helplessly, take it slow. I have no experience in this area. After all, I was born as a 3rd-level creature. Dole's head buzzed, and he tried not to look at this guy. He was hit. I'm going to the black market this month to see if I can exchange for magic crystals. Without magic crystals, I can't do anything. Ball nodded and said indifferently, I will follow you then. Dole breathed a sigh of relief. With this guy following him, safety can be guaranteed. Thinking of this, he felt relieved again. At night, he didn't practice, but slept directly. Although he didn't waste much physical energy in the mountains these 2 days, he was really exhausted. He felt that he should go into the mountains more often in the future. After all, if he could find an unknown magic crystal mine in the future, he would still have to occupy it himself, and use it as his own reserve materials. If he couldn't adapt to the life in the mountains, he couldn't rely on Boss Ball for everything. After a night's rest, Dual Eye appeared on time by the river beach in the morning to exercise and practice breathing. Breathing is the key for humans to enter the extraordinary world. By breathing at a specific frequency and stimulating the blood, a very wonderful state can be achieved. In this case, the human body will open up and attract some energy into the human body, and cooperate with the breathing method to strengthen the body. If it happens that a person can sense the energy entering the body, intercept it, and keep it in the body, then fighting spirit will be formed. Dole's mental power cannot extend beyond the body, and the improvement is also quite slow. He just wants to use this method to sense the ubiquitous energy between heaven and earth, break through the wizard from the side, and maybe break through 2 bottlenecks at once, one for the wizard and the other for the warrior. He is still shooting arrows, And at the same time with breathing, shooting arrows one by one, he can feel his muscles expanding and bones growing. This is the effect of breathing. There are about 170 adults and children in the village who can move. 30% of them are children, and there are about 20 people with advanced strength. At this time, these 20 people are standing by the river like Dole, moving slowly, and they all look very funny. But these 20 people are the strongest people in the village except Victor. As long as one person can be defeated, the village's defense ability will be greatly enhanced. Dole shot arrows intermittently, feeling the constant changes in his body, and constantly sensing the energy between heaven and earth with his mental power, but he got nothing in the morning. The energy between heaven and earth is completely different from the energy in the magic crystal. It is very subtle and weak, far less intuitive than the energy in the magic crystal. He can sense the energy in the magic crystal through skin contact, but the energy in heaven and earth is like spring breeze and rain, without any trace, which makes people very distressed. Dole knew that it might take him a very long time to break the shackle. 3 days passed slowly, and it was time for the black market. Dole prepared his things, disguised himself as a Dew, and wore animal skins. Before dawn, he and Ball sneaked out of the village. In the early morning, the villagers in the watchtower on the bridge fell asleep, and did not notice Dole's departure at all. He quickly entered the official road, and headed towards the direction of Diamond City. At dawn, he came to the entrance of several valleys not far from the city gate. After just a glance and thinking for a while, Dole chose a valley entrance and walked inside. It was almost dawn, and he went deep into the valley, turning left and right, and soon came to a very wide valley. As he walked, he quietly threw something on the road. Dole quickly entered the valley, and compared the surrounding situation. He soon saw a natural cave in the mountain. Seeing the cave, he smiled slightly, put on the hood made of animal skin on his clothes, put on the mask, and then went to the cave. When he came to the entrance of the cave, a voice came from above. East and west. Dole's disguised voice blurted out, cause and effect. Come up. With a light jump, he easily jumped 3 or 4 meters away, and came to the entrance of the cave. He walked slowly over. At the entrance of the cave, a middle-aged man nodded to him. With the increase of mental power, Dole has been able to initially sense the difference in the surrounding world. He felt that there was a subtle other power in the middle-aged man, and his heart was trembling. This is the guardian of the black market, who is actually a first-level wizard. Dole touched his arms, and took out a bottle of second-level power potion, and placed it in front of the guardian. The guardian took a look, nodded, and put away the second-level power potion, but his eyes narrowed more and more, and he seemed to be interested in him. Dole had sold potions last time, so he still trusted the guardian's character, so he walked in directly. Behind him, Ball followed closely, and he also glanced at the guardian, with a pair of dog eyes showing a calm state. The cave was very dark, and after walking a short distance, he smelled something and saw some light in front. Chapter 106. The cave was very big, with many torches on the stone walls on both sides, and more than a dozen tents standing in different corners. This surprised Dole. Are there so many wandering wizards now? He walked down, and soon came to the tent of the first wizard. He took a look and saw that he was selling all kinds of pure medicinal materials, without any potions, and some raw ores. This person might be weak, and the medicinal materials were also very low level, but they were all medicinal materials for refining potions recorded in the Book of Alchemy. He was thoughtful. Dole noted the location of the tent and prepared to come out and buy it later. Before he turned around, a voice came from a distance, "Little guy, I have what you want, come here quickly." Dole turned around and looked back. It was a person in a tent in the distance. He looked closely and found that it was another person who traded with him last time, not the one with Beach. He was holding a cloth bag in his hand at this time. It looked big. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be filled with magic crystal residue. Dole nodded to him and signaled to come over quickly. The owners of the tents around were a little surprised when they saw the man waving at Dole, but the eyes of the few people who had seen Dole last time were bright. "Little guy, I also have what you want." At that time, 3 or 4 people in the tent stood up and showed their small bags. Those who saw Dole for the first time were confused. What's wrong with these guys? Does this young man have something good? Why are they fighting for it? In the innermost tent, Beaky looked gloomy and looked at Adu's face. This guy is here as expected. Dole was also confused. What was going on? At this moment, a voice came from outside. "Free trade, no coercion." The voice was not loud, but it had a strange power that could shock people's minds and shake their spirits. Everyone was silent after hearing this voice. They dared not offend the guardian. In the dark cave, the situation was a bit strange at this time. Almost everyone who knew Doliato looked at him eagerly. Dole was a little amused. Alchemy was so scarce, and a few bottles of second-level mental potion made these people so anxious. It was really. He was also convinced that the Northern Kingdom's blockade of alchemy was more severe than he thought. Thinking of this, he walked and looked at the goods of the people around him, and soon came to the person who spoke to him. The man suddenly became excited and said, "I want 3 bottles this time." He immediately took out the bag of magic crystal residue. Duelai took the bag in his hand, weighed it, nodded, and then took out 3 bottles of mental potion. The eyes of the people around him were all on Duelai. Seeing the mental potion at this time, they seemed to understand something. My God, what is he going to exchange for the second-level mental potion? Magic crystal residue, damn, this thing is also difficult to get. After any wizard enters the advanced level, he must have magic crystal residue or magic crystal to do experiments. They don't have enough for themselves. How can they trade it, unless they sacrifice the opportunity to do experiments? But if they use magic crystals in exchange for the opportunity to improve their mental power, they are also willing. It's heartbreaking. Duelai's mental power has not improved for a long time. He has accumulated a lot of mental potions. He exchanged them one by one, and actually exchanged a lot of magic crystal residues. These people really have their own channels, and can get things. This time, they made a lot of money. Of course, these are just magic crystal residues, not magic crystals. The most profitable thing is to search directly from Beachy. Watching bottles of mental potions being traded, Beachy was a little anxious, but the guardian was outside, so he could only wait patiently. Soon, Dole came to him. He looked disguised. Dole was about to trade with him, and Ball next to him snorted softly. This kid is Beachy. Dole's excited look disappeared suddenly, and he looked at Beachy with a hint of solemnity. Beachy was also confused at this time. What happened to this guy? The expression he looked at him was wrong. Did he discover him? How is this possible? He made a comprehensive disguise, and even deceived the guardian outside? Dole looked at Beachy. The man who was robbed by him last time was not frozen to death. The wizard's life is really strong. He thought for a moment, then narrowed his eyes, and said, Your Excellency has recovered well. You have accumulated so much wealth so quickly. Beachy is good at alchemy. There are many things placed in front of the tent at this time. They are all various alchemy products, which seem to have different effects. Logically speaking, this guy should not lack mental power potions in the supernatural club. Why did he come to the black market to buy them? Beachy's heart sank, and his face looked a little ugly. This guy really recognized him. He snorted and said, It's just a cunning rabbit. This time, I am sincere in the transaction. His attitude was very sincere. I know who you are. We can meet privately later. Beachy looked at Duelai, then slowly opened his mouth, but did not make a sound, but judging from the shape of his mouth, it was the word Duelai. Duelai's eyes shrank, revealing a little murderous intent, and then disappeared again. Beachy felt the killing intent, but didn't care at all. Dole might have a talent in potion science, but it's not that easy to kill him. It's probably just a threat. Okay, let's trade this time. I still have 5 bottles left. Dole was silent for a moment, and then continued. Beachy was a little shocked. This guy traded with 7 or 8 people, and still had 5 bottles. This output was a bit amazing. With so many potions, his own strength must have reached the advanced limit. Damn, this guy has only been practicing for a short time, and has surpassed him. Potions are really good things. At this time, the people around were also a little shocked. With this output, this guy's strength must be unfathomable. Beachy still took out a small bag and motioned Dole to take a look. The number of these magic crystal residues was obviously not enough to buy 5 bottles. He opened the bag doubtfully, and found 2 complete magic crystals in it, so he quietly put the bag away, and put it in his bag. The transaction was completed. Dole had achieved his goal, so he turned and left, with Ball following closely beside him. The 2 came in quickly and left quickly, and they traded only potions, without any delay. He quickly came to the door, bowed to the guardian, and was about to leave. The guardian suddenly opened his eyes were cold, as if they could pierce people's hearts, and said lightly, Potionology is easy to understand, but difficult to make. I hope you don't go astray. Dole was stabbed by the gaze, and felt great mental oppression. His heart suddenly became slightly cold, and sweat on his forehead immediately flowed out. He immediately lowered his head and said, Senior, I have no plan to develop into a dark wizard. The guardian closed his eyes again and said, You can see that, remember my words, Otherwise the superpowers will not let you go, and our Wizard Alliance will not let you go either. Dole was stunned, blinked his eyes, and heard a new term, the Wizard Alliance. The Guardian obviously didn't want to talk, and Dole didn't care. He turned around and left, but he was wondering in his heart, what the hell is the Wizard Union? Is it an underground organization of the Northern Kingdom? Then what is the purpose of their opening a black market? Discover talents and win over talents? Or serve wild wizards? He plans to ask next month. This guy seems to be easy to talk to. Maybe he can get something out of him. Chapter 107. Dole now has serious cognitive problems with the wizard world. Apart from a book written hundreds of years ago, there are also well-known terms such as the Superpower Association, Wild Wizards, and Black Wizards. He knows nothing else, and even does not know the way to practice after entering the level. If he is a real wild wizard, then his future is really bleak and dark. But he has Ball with him, so he basically doesn't have to think about this. As long as Ball doesn't leave him for a day, there will always be a way. Leaving the valley, Dole went all the way and collected all the things he had arranged, and soon disappeared in the valley. At 10 o'clock in the afternoon, he returned to the small village. Beachy knows my identity. He will definitely come to find me, but I don't know how to come. Now I have 3 identities, all of which are known to him. This is not a good thing. Dole sat in the room, thinking carefully and cooking for himself. Take the initiative to do it, and you will have enough food and clothing. Soon, several days passed, and Dole felt that his mental power had reached its limit, almost overflowing, and could hardly be improved. The number was fixed at 180 copper coins, no more, no less. No matter what method he used, when he condensed a new copper coin, it would dissipate immediately, and he knew that he could not improve in his life. At this time, the side benefits brought to him by the breathing method were almost gone, and the energy in the air could not be sensed after entering the body. For this reason, Dole was a little distressed. However, he quickly decided to take the hallucinogenic drug to seek a breakthrough. Anyway, that thing would not kill people. Just when Dole was about to take the hallucinogenic drug, Victor asked Connie to come to him. Dole did not understand why and walked out of the room, but as soon as he left the house, he saw Victor standing on the riverbank in the distance, and there was a man next to him, and the two were talking happily. Seeing this person, Dole narrowed his eyes. Beachy, and he came in his true face. Victor didn't know Beachy's identity. With his entry-level identity, Beachy couldn't be arrogant at all. He looked like a well-educated scholar. In front of real professionals, he, a wizard apprentice, wouldn't be so ostentatious. The two seemed to be chatting happily. Dole just thought about it, then touched Connie's head and walked towards the river beach. He used the identity of Lin Rui and quickly came to the river beach. Mayor Victor, what do you want to see me for? Dole acted as if he didn't know Beachy. Victor saw Dole coming, coughed, and said, Lin Rui, this is Mr. Beachy from the city. He is from the city lord's mansion. He came to our town to investigate. He heard that you are good, so he asked you to come. Beachy looked at Dole with a smile at this time, as if he was an official. Dole nodded and said expressionlessly, a rural doctor is not worth mentioning. Does this gentleman have something to say? Beachy then continued, whether it is a rural doctor or a doctor in the city, a good doctor is one who can save lives and heal the wounded. Your Excellency has a good reputation in the town, so I want to meet you. Dory laughed. Chat? Beachy said, here? Victor was about to speak, but saw Dole smiled. Let's go to my place. The mayor is here too. Let's go together. There were people around, so Dole couldn't tell Beachy directly. Victor became curious at this time. Although the two seemed to be meeting for the first time, their tones seemed to be different. What was going on? Could it be that this Lord Beachy had a problem, but his identity was fine, and the people who accompanied him were all guards from the city, so there shouldn't be anything wrong, right? Victor also nodded. Dr. Dole's place is very clean. We can go sit for a while. To be honest, I haven't reported to the city lord's mansion since I entered the level. He took the initiative to mention his level, and looked at Beachy. Beachy's eyes were solemn at this time, and he said, our Duoming city is a small county town. Any extraordinary professional has a strong fighting force. If Mayor Beachy can go to the city, he will at least be treated as an inspector. Entering the level means extraordinary, beyond the meaning of mortals, and the fighting force is significantly increased. Such people are not to be underestimated whether they enter the army or the government system. Victor was relieved. This guy is really a small official in the city. At this time, he did not forget to lobby for the masters in the city. The three of them walked and talked, and soon arrived at Dole's door. Beachy saw that it was just a very ordinary small house, with some vegetables planted in the yard, and only 3 small wooden houses inside. He glanced at Dole and said nothing. Dole's eyes were serious at this time. Please? Beachy looked at him, also serious, and said, please. Victor, who was between the two, felt a different atmosphere, and felt more and more that the two had a relationship. As soon as they entered the room, Dole was the last one to enter, and he closed the door and said, Master Beaky of the Superpower Club, how are you recently? Victor walked in front of Dole, and when he heard this, a burst of energy suddenly surged out of his body, and he looked directly at Beaky in front of him, without any concealment, and the powerful energy rushed up to the sky, even blowing things around the house. The power was revealed, and was quickly blocked by several pieces of animal skins pasted around the house. Beaky was also shocked. He didn't expect Victor to do this. This guy was obviously in the same group as Dole. He immediately jumped forward, activated some defensive measures on his body, and then shouted, Mayor Victor, wait a minute, I came with the will of peace. The scene immediately became tense. Dole looked at Victor's actions, and his mouth twitched slightly. He looked at Ball in the corner, but saw that Ball was obviously impatient. He was probably thinking 2 little bugs. Mayor Victor, wait a minute, he has no hostility. Victor still didn't relax, his spirits were high, his eyes were bright, and he was ready to kill this guy if he didn't agree with him. He knows your identity? Dole whispered at this time, it doesn't matter. The Imperial Ability Society is not the enemy of wild wizards. Their enemies are black wizards, and I am not a black wizard. Victor obviously couldn't tell the difference between black wizards and wild wizards, and was a little stunned. Is there any difference? Dole hasn't spoken yet, and Beachy said in fear, there is a difference. Wild wizards are just ordinary wizards, who have inherited a little bit. They are not threatening, while black wizards like to use all kinds of black magic, which is what you often call black magic to kill people. The biggest difference between wild wizards and black wizards is their attitude towards living beings. Black wizards are cruel and easy to kill, but wild wizards are not. Being approached by an entry-level warrior is simply a disaster for a wizard apprentice. Victor was stunned. It was the first time he heard such a statement. He looked at Dole, and then at Beachy. Although there was indeed something fishy between the two, it was indeed not a life-and-death struggle. He slowly restrained his breath, still staring at Beaky, and said in a muffled voice, Dole is the benefactor of our village. You'd better not have any bad ideas. Bitch smiled bitterly, facing the close threat of an entry-level warrior. His legs were shaking with fear. How dare I? I came here this time just to buy some potions from Wizard Dole, nothing else. Although Beaky was scared, he also saw a problem, that is, Victor knew the fact that Dole was a pharmacist, and he didn't even think about reporting it. This guy seemed to have entered the extraordinary not long ago. It should be thanks to Dole's potion. Chapter 108. Beaky's mind was spinning fast. Dole was speechless as he listened to the two people's words. He walked slowly to the table, saying, Relax, don't be nervous. Beaky is a member of the Superpower Club, but if he comes to cause trouble, he won't be the only one. He came to the front of the table, sat down, and then looked at Beaky and said, You have so many people in your Superpower Club, and it is an official organization, so there should be no shortage of potions. Why do I feel like everyone is short of potions? Hearing this, Beaky turned around and felt a little embarrassed. Although the official organization has various inheritances, and no shortage of relevant knowledge, inheritance is inheritance, and someone has to learn it. Almost everyone wants to specialize in the field of potion learning, but few can achieve it. From the current point of view, the probability of talent bonus is greater than 99%. In our entire Superpower Club, there are only 2 people who know potions, and they are only intermediate wizard apprentices. Victor had put away his momentum at this time, and just looked at him vigilantly. Dole frowned and said, The Superpower Society has controlled Doman City for so many years, and few people have made achievements in potion learning? Beach smiled bitterly. Really, there are no people. Only adults, who have entered the level, can accurately control their power. There are really no apprentices. Dory was silent for a while. He thought about his own situation, and had a new concept of precise control for the first time. Since he started to learn potion learning, the book stated that refining medicine requires very high mental control. He has focused on training in this area. Moreover, his own meditation method comes from controlling multiple copper coins, which further strengthens his control. This is brought by meditation. Now it seems that the control of ordinary wizards is estimated to be less than 1/10 of his own. Thinking of this, he suddenly became clear. He raised his head and asked, How many magic tricks do you know? And how many spell models do you know? Being asked such a private question, Bai Chi did not hesitate, and said, I only know the Burning Hand, and I can only control it. If I use the spell model, it will take me 4 seconds to fully evolve it. When Dole heard this, he understood a lot of things. It seems that most of the senior wizard apprentices are useless. In 4 seconds, how many times will they die standing in front of the archer? He was a little speechless. Seeing Dole's gradually disdainful eyes, Bai Qi asked in confusion, "How many seconds do you need?" Dole raised his head, 2 seconds. Bichi immediately understood. No wonder you have good control and can make potions. What Dole actually thought in his heart was, I can use the burning hand in less than a second, haha, you useless person. He was not paying attention to this question, so he said, how many bottles do you want? I have 10 bottles in my hand now, just made. Bichi was shocked and overjoyed, but he said calmly, all of them. He took out a small bag from his arms. Dole saw his small bag, and the space inside seemed very small, and it couldn't hold too many things, but he wanted to change 10 bottles. It seemed that this guy took the finished magic crystal. Rich man. He gave a thumbs up. Bichi smiled bitterly, without you, rich man, this is all I can find recently, but with your 10 bottles of second-level mental potion, I am basically at the peak of the advanced wizard apprentice, and I just need to settle down, and I can prepare to break through to the wizard. Dole shook his head. Breaking through the wizard is not that easy. Bichi also knew that it was difficult to break through to the wizard level. When he saw Dual Eye shaking his head, he knew that Dual Eye might have reached that level a long time ago, but he just couldn't get promoted. Breaking through is too difficult. However, as long as you reach the peak state first, whether you can enter the extraordinary state is another matter. At present, most people can't reach the peak of high-level wizards. Direct transaction. Both parties did not say anything. Bichi had the mental potion, and he immediately felt confident, and his face was radiant, while Dual Eye had the magic crystal and was shocked. The two looked at each other, and were very satisfied with the deal. When will you leave here? Bichi was relieved and asked immediately. Dole thought for a while, and said, I don't know. Maybe I wait until I become extraordinary. Or maybe I leave after a while. It depends on the time. Bichi was eager for Dole to leave. He thought for a while, and said, don't call Dole when you go out. This name has been known by the Superpower Society. They may issue a comprehensive wanted list. After all, you killed someone. And it was an official one. Dory chuckled, do you have any evidence? If you don't have any evidence, don't talk nonsense. Bichi also chuckled. He said meaningfully, sometimes the authorities don't need evidence. If there is a chance, we meet outside in the future. As long as I'm promoted to the first level, I also leave this place. Duoming City is too small. He sighed, and seemed to be very dissatisfied with his current situation. Dory was thoughtful. Indeed, as long as the authorities suspected something, they would post a notice. After he killed Dis, there were bounties all over the streets. So far, there is no clue at all. Whether it's Bichi or others, as long as they mention their own affairs, I'm afraid the authorities will post a notice immediately. But it doesn't matter, he no longer needs that identity. Dole is dead, the people who are alive now are Lin Rui, Adwa, or even anyone. At this moment, Dole's face changed. He looked at Bichi and said, how many people did you bring when you came? 3 people, all senior guards. Dole's heart sank. He immediately squatted down slowly, and whispered to Victor, there are 3 people approaching quietly behind my house. They are very quiet. Bichi was stunned, and Victor was also stunned. Behind the house? Isn't there a slope behind the house? Approaching from above, could it be? Then Bichi's face changed. In the Killer Guild, my head is worth 50 gold coins. Are they here to kill me? Victor looked at Bichi, his eyes widened. 50 gold coins, so valuable? What did this kid do that made people offer such a reward? Dole laughed at himself. This guy is really valuable. His face changed at this time, and he said, the other party is at the door. Although Victor didn't know why Dole knew that someone would come, he was convinced in his heart. After all, wizards have many methods. He slowly drew the sword from his waist, and restrained his breath. At this moment, the roof exploded, and a figure suddenly rushed in. This person was dressed in gray masked, and strong, holding a rapier in his hand. As soon as he came in, he looked straight and swept his eyes, and then rushed towards Bichi, with an extremely fast speed. The killer knew who he was facing, so he didn't want to give the other party time to cast a spell. Dole and Victor didn't move, because the other 2 people fell from the other 2 directions at this moment, and the broken wood stabbed every corner of the room. The 2 of them quickly landed. One of them shook his wrist and rushed towards Victor, while the other rushed towards Dole. The 3 people had a very clear division of labor, and they really went to kill Bichi. Dole had already changed his position. Seeing someone coming in, He looked a little flustered and hurried to the door. Behind him, the man came quickly, stabbed Dole's back with his sword through the wood chips. At this moment of life and death, Dole suddenly turned around. His expression became extremely solemn, and slapped the man with his palm. It seemed to be just a light palm, but a blazing flame suddenly rose from his palm, more than 3 feet high, and the strong light disappeared, illuminating the man's face. Chapter 109. Burning Hand. The assassin was shocked and turned around to dodge. Although he could stab Dole with his sword, he would inevitably be hit by Dole's palm. Although the burning hand is not a powerful magic, if it is burned by the flame, the high temperature of several hundred degrees is definitely not a joke. At this time, Victor and another person also fought. The big sword was swung across the sky, and the fierce and unrestrained power was instantly slashed, almost cutting the air in half. The man had no time to react, and only had time to slightly cross the sword. The next moment, the big sword slashed at the thorn sword, and the wild and swift power directly slashed the man and the sword away. Superb! The man roared in the air, and hit the solid wall directly. He fell to the ground with a painful cry, and turned over in pain. On the other side, Bai Chi was playing hide-and-seek with the assassin. Although he didn't know martial arts, his footwork speed was not bad. After the assassin who was chopped off and flew away roared, the other two immediately panicked. In an instant, the situation on the field changed. The assassin who was fighting with Dole felt that things were not going well, so he rolled on the ground and rushed to the window next to him. The assassin who was playing hide-and-seek with Biki also turned his eyes to the window, wandering back and forth at the gate, crouching on the ground, ready to go. He was already panicking. He thought there were only a few small mice here, but he didn't expect there were 2 big tigers. At this time, the gate was occupied by Dole. He had a flame in one hand. The hot temperature made his skin feel hot and painful even if he was several meters away. He couldn't go out, but the windows on both sides of the gate could be used. Dole looked at the assassin who was chasing him. Seeing his movements, he shook his left hand and dropped a potion bottle on the ground. At the same time, a material slipped into his left hand. A flame also emerged. It was a burning hand. Then he stepped wrong and rushed directly to the back of the assassin, who wanted to kill him. If he ran out of the window, Dole would not be able to live as a human being. With both hands full of flames, Dole was more terrifying than Victor at this time. The assassin was horrified and rolled directly under the window. Then he kicked hard and rushed to the window. At this moment, he felt his legs a little weak and was horrified. When was he hit? This was Dole, who had already rushed forward, with both hands forward, as if holding 2 giant flaming swords in his hands, and rushed forward. He actually wanted to let the flames leave his palms and attack outside the body, but his mental strength was not enough. He tried to control the flames to concentrate on his fingers, and then waved out with one palm. The flames left his body, and he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His mental power seemed to follow the flames, leaving his hands and moving forward. At this moment, his mental power left the surface of his body. The mental power that had been stimulated by the killer in the sea of consciousness exploded at this moment, extending outside the body in an instant, and rushed forward along the flames. In just a moment, a ball of flame fell at the assassin's feet, and another ball directly hit the assassin. The flames rose up and burned the man into a ball of fire. Ah! The fireman struggled on the spot, and climbed out through the window. The flames rose up, ignited the window, and the flames burned. Dole was extremely clear-headed at this moment. After his mental power extended outside his body, he knew that he had successfully entered the extraordinary realm. His mental power came into contact with the air, and the endless energy in the air made him feel the feeling of a sea of energy. At this time, in addition to screams, Victor, Bichi, and the last assassin were dead silent in the room, looking at Dole in shock. They actually witnessed the birth of an entry-level wizard with their own eyes, which was simply incredible. The assassin who was chasing Bichi stopped directly, and the rapier in his hand, and his knees fell at the same time. With 2 ordinary sounds, he knelt on the ground with horror, and even his sword in his hand could not hold steady. Outside the window, the flames ignited the house, and soon thick smoke billowed at the door of the room. When the people around saw the thick smoke here, bursts of shouting soon came from outside. The thick smoke began to seep into the room, but no one moved, and they all looked at Dole quietly. Dole sighed. He didn't expect that it would be so easy to enter the level. His mental power was extremely active in his sea of consciousness. The original 180 copper coins rose rapidly, and soon reached 200, 210, 220, and then slowly stopped at 240. In a few tens of seconds, His strength more than doubled. With his mental power, he could sense the endless energy in the air. As long as he wanted, he could use the energy in the places where his mental power could touch. His mental power extended outward, and his eyes reached every corner of the room. His eyes reached outside, and the distance was almost 10 meters away. The room was on fire. He knew it naturally. At this moment, he had an idea, and a spell model was quickly generated in his sea of consciousness. In his hand, a ball of flame was quickly generated and turned into a fireball. Dole had been simulating for several months, but his mental power was always insufficient. Now the number of copper coins has suddenly exceeded 240, and his mental power has skyrocketed. The new spell model was formed almost in a breath. After the magic model was formed, it quickly came to his hand and floated in the palm of his hand. The energy in the surrounding air quickly filled the spell model. The spell model took effect, and the energy was stimulated, quickly forming a flame and forming a ball. Level 1 witchcraft, that is, level 1 magic, small fireball magic, and it was formed within a short 3 seconds. This witchcraft condensation speed has completely looked at everyone. Dole looked at the small fireball in his hand and was quite satisfied. After being promoted to level 1, he could sense the energy in the air, and the magic could be condensed quickly, and he had broken away from the restrictions of using spell materials. There are many witchcrafts in the first level, and the small fireball is only the lowest level. If the mental strength is not enough, you still need spell materials to make up for it, if you want to perform it completely. The flame of the small fireball is red, and the temperature is only a little higher than the burning hand, but it can attack out of the body. With long-range means, the wizard at this time can protect himself. Victor was extremely shocked at this time. This kid, after entering the extraordinary, this guy used magic so directly. Doesn't he need to chant? Doesn't he need gestures? Doesn't he need to build a spell model? Although he is a warrior, the warrior guild is very clear about magic. Their advantages and disadvantages of mages are very clear in the guild announcement. At a long distance, the mage is invincible, but at a close distance, the warrior is invincible. You? Dole looked at the small fireball in his hand and smiled. Should I thank you or thank you? I didn't expect that I would break through like this. He was talking about Bichi. Bichi was speechless at this time, and sighed, No, you are trying to hit me. You have practiced for more than a year and entered the extraordinary state. I have practiced for almost 5 years, but my spiritual power is not perfect. I am really ashamed. At this time, someone came outside because the fire in the house was getting bigger. Dole looked at the 2 people and the 2 assassins and said, Go out, the house is on fire, and I don't know water witchcraft. Victor suddenly stepped forward and slashed at the assassin with a sword. At close range, the man's momentum was taken away, and he was killed directly without any resistance. Chapter 110. The flames in the room were blazing, and the surrounding villagers took turns to pour water, but the fire was still very big. Soon, the flames in the room rushed into the sky and could no longer be stopped. The villagers felt puzzled. Why did the fire suddenly catch here? Seeing that the flames could not be extinguished, they retreated one after another and looked at Victor, Bichi and Dole in the crowd. Why did the fire suddenly catch on fire? What happened? But seeing their serious and nervous expressions, no one dared to go up and ask. At this time, the villagers vigilantly surrounded the room, cleared the nearby hay, and made a fire barrier. They were afraid that the fire would spread. There was a mountain behind them. If the fire spread, it would be bad. In the crowd, Dole looked at Victor and helplessly looked at the backpack he had just rescued, and sighed, It's a heavy loss. All my tools are gone. Bichi's mouth twitched as well. He didn't know what to say. It was all his fault. He lowered his head with some guilt. Victor was also filled with emotion at this time. Although the room was burned, Dole became a supernatural being. This span was quite impressive. The supernatural being of a wizard was different from the supernatural being of a warrior. When they entered the supernatural, the improvement of their combat power was simply incomparable. As long as Dole was given some time, he could become a human turret. Wizards, long-range means are astonishingly terrifying. In the city of Doman, why are the supernatural beings always so supernatural? Although there has always been only one first-level wizard, he has surpassed other professions and become the highest status. It is because wizards are synonymous with power and mystery. If you want to kill someone, you don't need too many means. He turned his head, his eyes complicated. Dr. Lin Rue, what will you do next? Dole sighed. He had planned to stay for a while, but now it seems. I will leave Duoming City soon. There is no value in staying here. He actually wanted to go to the small magic crystal mine that Ball mentioned. Magic crystal is everything. After transcendence, one can already use the energy between heaven and earth, but magic crystal is still widely used. It can be used in magic and alchemy, and can almost run through the entire career of a wizard. Victor sighed, and turned his head away, with an expression of reluctance. With Dole gone, the village has lost its support. They can only rely on themselves in the future. Fortunately, Dole has handed over part of his ability to the village doctor. As long as it is passed down from generation to generation, the town will become stronger than before. The house caught fire, and there were 3 bodies inside. All of them were burned to ashes. It is estimated that even the ashes were mixed with other wood. Naturally, no one knew that there were 3 killers here. At this moment, Ball's figure came from a distance, trotting all the way over, looking at this side with some confusion. Why did the house suddenly catch fire? At this time, he sensed something, and his eyebrows moved. There were corpses in the fire, and what surprised him most was that Dole had entered the extraordinary at this time. What happened? Did the 3 corpses have anything to do with his entry into the extraordinary? Beachy's face was a little pale. Looking at the flames, he directly said to the 2, "Then I will go back first." Victor and Dole nodded at the same time. The 3 people's eyes were very complicated. After all, after parting from now on, it is estimated that they will never see each other again in this life. Victor looked at Dole, who shrugged and said, "Then I go too, while it's still early." He felt a little sorry for the things in the fire. As for the precious things such as magic crystals and finished potions, he had already taken them out before the flames rose. Victor sighed and said then, "Forget it, you go." Dole waved to him and the villagers around him. "Uncles and uncles, I'm leaving." The villagers gathered around with strange expressions. This guy was really ready to leave this time. Dole didn't say much. He carried a big bag and walked towards the bridge with Ball, and came to the official road. He greeted Victor from a distance, then greeted Beachy and walked out of the mountain. He quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. "Lord Ball, where's the magic crystal mine? Let's go dig. I have been promoted to a formal wizard and can mine." The official road has been repaired, and there are only a few small stones on the road. Dole kicked the small stones while walking, looking very relaxed. Bear snorted, "I'm kidding you. There is no micro-magic crystal mine. I just want you to feel a sense of urgency." Dole's footsteps stopped immediately. His heart was empty, as if he had lost something, but he had always been looking forward to it. "Damn it, you lied to me." "What if I lied to you?" "I bite you to death." Dole rushed up quickly, baring his teeth and claws. Bear jumped a few meters away with a contemptuous look. "Then you have to catch me." Dole was a little crazy. Such a beautiful dream, just broken by a sentence. Chapter 111. A person walked quietly on the mountain road, with only birds and insects chirping in his ears, very quiet. As Dole walked, he remembered something and took out a book from his arms. This was given to him by Beachy, introducing the basic situation of the world they were in, as well as the basic overview of the Western Ring continent under his feet. Beachy suggested that he leave the Northern Kingdom and go to other countries. After all, wild wizards are not welcome in the Northern Kingdom, especially wizards like him who study potions, who will be suppressed. It would be better to go to other empires. He recommended Dole to go to the Glory Empire. Although it is not a paradise for wizards, it is an empire where wizards and ordinary people coexist. What wizards need can also be bought outside at any time, unlike the Northern Kingdom. Anything related to wizards, except for the official, can only go to the black market. Dole thought carefully, discussed with Lord Ball, and decided to read the book first. This book is called Chronicles of the Western Ring Continent, which tells the tens of thousands of years of human history on this land, several empires, and the characteristics of empires and empires. He soon saw the Northern Kingdom. The characteristic of the Northern Kingdom is the iron warriors galloping across the land. The wizard profession is not outstanding, but is suppressed to a certain extent. In the Northern Kingdom, the warrior profession is the main profession. Knights, swordsmen, and other professions are everywhere, and even many warrior guilds and organizations have been derived. However, in terms of wizards, there is only a poor imperial ability to support them. After reading this, Dole knew why Beachy asked him to go to other empires. This place is really not suitable for the development of wizards. Many years ago, the Northern Kingdom suffered from the harm of wizards, and a large number of civilians and nobles died tragically. Therefore, they have no good feelings towards wizards, and the inheritance of wizards is prohibited among the people. It can be said that there is almost no room for wizards to develop here. Dole was speechless when he saw this. Without inheritance, what's the point of playing? Why not leave as soon as possible? He turned over the Northern Kingdom and read the introduction and history of other empires, and read with relish. In addition to the Northern Kingdom, there are 4 empires to the south: the Glory Empire, the East Ring Empire, the Glorious Empire, and the Dark Empire. The East Ring Empire is close to the east, and close to the East China Sea. The Glory Empire is in the southwest direction of the Northern Kingdom. The Dark Empire is in the west of the West Ring continent, and the Glorious Empire is in the middle of the Northern Kingdom, and the Dark Empire, close to the northwest. There are countless small empires among them, relying on several large empires for survival. The entire West Ring continent is about 50,000 kilometers long and about 60,000 kilometers long from north to south. The land area is incredibly large. Dole only took a few glances, and felt that he was really a frog in the well. When he read books before, he always felt that the world was big and exciting, but he didn't expect it to be so huge. He felt like he had opened a new world, and a sense of heroism suddenly arose in his heart. Since the world is so big, why not go and see it? But for now, it is better to leave the Northern Kingdom first. It is too unfriendly to wild wizards. It is okay before transcendence. After transcendence, it is estimated that as long as you are discovered, you will be expelled immediately. Rather than being expelled by others, it is better to go there first. To go to the Glory Empire, you have to travel thousands of kilometers and pass through half of the Northern Kingdom. He only realized at this time that Chris County is still in the south of the Northern Empire, and the climate is not cold. If it is further north, the temperature will be at least 10 or even 20 degrees lower than here. They walked while reading. It took them a whole day. They had not left the mountain range yet. The mountain road was rugged, and they walked very slowly. They stayed in a town for one night, and left at noon the next day. When they came to the last slope, the view in front of them was suddenly clear. There was no mountain except on both sides and behind them. Under the sky in front of them, there was an endless plain, vast, open, and boundless. There was only a white line between the sky and the earth. This is the plain, the vast plain. Dole sighed in his heart. He had been in the mountains for more than 10 years, and his vision was still a little narrow. A winding road went forward along the Doman River. In the farther front, there was a series of towns and cities. You could see hundreds of kilometers away at a glance. On the vast plain, cities were clearly visible. The largest one was naturally the nearest Chris County, which could be seen standing on the hillside. Ball glanced ahead, then looked at Ball's ignorant look, snorted twice, and said, "I've been to this world before. The Northern Kingdom is just a small country with no pattern. It only wants to develop the Northern Iron Cavalry, and doesn't care about the wizard profession. Haha, only wizards are good at human race, and other professions are vulnerable." Dole looked ahead greedily, and snorted back, "You are an old monster, who has lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years. I'm only 14 years old. What the Northern Kingdom does is none of my business. Let's go to the Glory Empire, at least it's more friendly to wizards." He had made up his mind at this time. Ball nodded his head, "Well, it's up to you. In addition, you have entered the first level. Haven't you thought about meditation?" Dole retracted his gaze from afar, and looked at Ball with some hope. "Then it depends on what meditation method Lord Ball is willing to give me." Ball was speechless. "I thought you didn't want it." "How could it be? I'm waiting for you." Dole was calm. "If I ask you first, you will definitely make trouble, and make things difficult for me. It's better to wait for you to ask first." Dole had already figured out Ball's temper, and laughed secretly in his heart. Ball lowered his head. He underestimated Dole's shamelessness, so he thought about it, raised his head, and fell into memories. "In my early years, I killed countless human wizards, and obtained countless meditation methods, but there were only a few that I could take a fancy to. Each of them was an enemy that I could hardly defeat. Each meditation method represents a school: elemental flow, summoning flow, dark flow, spell flow, each with its own characteristics. Which one do you want?" How could Dole know what so many of them were for? His concept was limited to before level 1, and there were only a few witchcrafts before level 1, and they were all used to lay the foundation, which was useless. He thought for a moment and asked, "Which one is the most orthodox and the most balanced?" Orthodox means good, balance means perfect. Dole has read a lot of books and understands it this way. Ball was a little speechless and said, "Orthodox means that many people use it, not that it is the strongest, and balance means that it has no characteristics." "Are you sure?" Dole was puzzled. "Since it has the most people using it, why is it not the strongest? Doesn't balance have no shortcomings? Does it mean that it has no characteristics?" Ball blinked his eyes. "Hey, Dole's understanding seems to be correct. There is no good meditation method in this world, only good people. This sentence has been passed down from ancient times to the present, and it is still verified in every era. I don't know how many people have made amazing achievements with the most common meditation method, and it is not impossible. Ball thought about it carefully, and felt that it was still a bit inappropriate. Then let me tell you about the situation in the wizarding world first, and then you can decide. You are so fearless that you dare to make a random choice after reading a few books without knowing anything. Dole immediately said eagerly, "Then please tell me quickly, Boss Ball." Chapter 112. The man and the dog went downhill, along the official road, along the Duoming River, towards the vast plain. Under the setting sun, the two figures became longer and longer. It was already dark when they entered the plain. They didn't see many people when they went down the mountain. After entering the plain, the first village they encountered was more than 10 kilometers away. This was the first town down the mountain. The town was heavily guarded. There were many watchtowers and guards on both sides facing the mountains and forests. There were also many arrow towers around the village, each with 4 or 5 middle-aged men holding a bow. Because he was alone and entered the town at dusk, Duolai was questioned. The guards looked at him with respect. He dared to hang around outside the mountain alone. He must be a very powerful archer. And they knew that this young man was very powerful by looking at Duolai's bow. After finding a place, the man and the dog had dinner. Duolai saw the town on the plain at night. Several bonfires were lit in the open space in the middle. The residents of the town, men, women, old and young, came out one after another, singing and dancing in the open space, having a great time, which was completely different from the silence in the mountains and forests. Dole felt that his eyes had been opened. Even during the new year, Duoming City was not so lively. It seemed exactly the same as what he saw in the book. This situation lasted until more than 10 o'clock in the evening. There were many hotels in the town, and Dole found one at random and stayed in it. This was his first night away from the mountains. It was peaceful and ordinary. Nothing happened in the town because of him. Early the next morning, Dole left the town. One person and one dog, walking and chatting, they were not lonely. Ball had a lifespan of thousands of years, and was knowledgeable. As they walked, he guided Dole into the extraordinary world and told him many stories. Dole also had more knowledge than normal people. For example, the concept of the world. Ball was not from this world, and some ordinary people had never even left the empire, let alone the entire Western Ring continent. But Ball was a giant who had traveled through several worlds. The wizard world, the demon world, the dead world, these worlds slowly unfolded in front of Dole under Ball's narration. Dole had countless aspirations in his heart. The Northern Kingdom does not look big in the book, but to get out of here, you have to pass through several counties and 2 provincial capitals. It is not easy to get out. Therefore, he planned to find a caravan in Chris County and set off together. If he set off alone, there would be less trouble, but the danger would also be great. Although Bar was there, Dole did not want to rely too much on Bar's strength, which would not be good for his career development. After making up his mind, Dole and Bar analyzed for a while, and chose the direction of meditation. That is, the orthodox meditation method, which is best to develop in a balanced way. There are no powerful techniques, only powerful people. There are many powerful techniques, but powerful people are rare. This is the norm in any world. Although Bar has broad knowledge, his thoughts are indeed the thoughts of the Hellhound, and Dole finally convinced him. Bar said to Dole, meditation is very critical. It determines a person's future career direction and development. In the end, it must be in line with a person's physical fitness. It cannot be messed up. His talent tends to be wood and fire. It is best to find a more advanced technique in these 2 aspects. Dole believed in Bale's appraisal, and then looked at Bale's collection. This guy has a magic space, a mysterious space that can store a lot of things, just like the storage ring in the wizard world, which collects a lot of things. Ball took out more than a dozen meditation methods at once, all of which were advanced meditation methods. Jacques' meditation method, Sword of Fire, Hysteria's Hell, Ghost King, Natural Sounds, Earth Giant, Medicine King God, Song of the Elves. Dole was a little speechless, and had a new understanding of Bale's strength. How many people did this guy kill? Some of these meditation methods are from the human race, and some are from other races. They were taken out just because of mistakes. Dole picked and chose, and finally chose a meditation method of Sons of Elements from another world. Elemental creatures are the most powerful native creatures in any world, and they are also the most mysterious creatures. They are born elemental bodies, and are born psychic. The lowest strength is level 4, and the highest even exceeds level 7, or even level 9. It is rare to practice the Son of Elements technique in human form. However, if you practice to the 6th level or above, you can transform into an elemental spirit with unparalleled power. Even the Hellhound, a 7th level creature, has a headache when facing these elemental creatures. When Dole chose this technique, Ball was also a little surprised, because this technique is simply too outrageous. He simulates the existence of elemental creatures, which is completely different from the human body. In the end, it is easy to destroy your own body and turn into a pure elemental creature. It is powerful, but the risk factor is also very high. This technique is a priceless treasure for witchcraft that only pursues strength, but it is not very likely for those who want to pursue power. After becoming an elemental creature, it will lose the ability to reproduce. But Dole saw one point about it, which is its strength. Of course, elemental creatures also have disadvantages. That is, they need to have their own territory. After leaving the territory suitable for survival, their strength will be greatly reduced. The practice of Son of the Elements in human body can avoid this disadvantage to a certain extent, but correspondingly, the power will be greatly reduced, and the technique is created by humans, and it is impossible to really become as powerful as a real elemental creature. But Dole likes it very much. In many novels he has read, there are great feats of human warriors facing elemental creatures. Elemental creatures are indeed terrible. Ball said it doesn't matter, as long as you are willing to practice, and we will talk about the future in the future. He officially got this technique. Son of the Elements is a very advanced technique, even the top technique, which simulates the practice state of the birth of elemental creatures. The book does not record one kind of elemental creature, but records in detail the existence and living environment of more than a dozen elemental creatures, which are listed one by one according to the ranking, and can be practiced step by step. Dual-Eye took a look and found that there are a total of 12 secondary cultivation methods. The lowest level of the Son of the Element cultivation method is the Son of the Water Element, which can only be practiced to the 4th level at most, and is also the easiest to get started. After practicing to the 4th level, you can change to other cultivation methods. Dual-Eye took a look and found that the content inside was good, but it did not match his own attributes, so he directly abandoned it. The second way to practice the Earth Element is based on Dual-Eye's own wood and fire attributes. The Earth Element method is actually okay, but the practice is a little slow, which does not affect it, but he is still not satisfied, and the most basic Earth Element can only be practiced to the 4th level. The third element is the ordinary Fire Element Elf, which can be practiced to the 5th level, and the 5th level is the form of the Element Lord, which makes him very satisfied. Chapter 113. Among the 12 forms, the Thunder Element and the Storm Element are the most powerful, the Pure Wind Element and the Water Element are the most gentle, and the Earth Element and the Ground Element are the most heavy. However, in terms of power, the Storm Element is more wild. The Storm Element combines the 3 attributes of wind, thunder, and fire, and is extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, the lowest level of the Storm Element is also level 6, only one level lower than Ball. Dole finished reading the book, and his heart was surging. When others were still worrying about meditation, he had already obtained the world's top meditation method. What else does he want in life? Practice slowly. His heart was suddenly filled with the future. 2 days later, Dole, dressed as a wandering warrior, came to the gate of Chris County. There was no carriage, and he walked very slowly. Chris County is very large. From a distance, the range of each wall is almost 10 kilometers, which is more than 7 or 8 times larger than Duoming City. The walls are all made of a mixture of various materials, not a single stone or other things. Around the city wall, there is a watchtower and arrow tower every section. There are also many arrow holes on the city wall, especially in the direction facing the distant mountains, where the number of arrow holes is even denser. Dole was thoughtful when he saw this. On the city wall and under the city wall, the blood of those soldiers was surging, very powerful. Even from a distance, Dole could feel their almost intermediate strength. Among the soldiers, those officers were directly extraordinary. This is the county city, the strength is really strong. When he thought that the captain of the squadron in Duoming City was only at the intermediate level, Dole shook his head. The city gate was bustling with people, caravans, ordinary people, and ordinary caravans, slowly entering the city. There were also many farmers on both sides of the city gate selling their own products, which made Dual-Eye feel very fresh. Apart from the things in the mountains, he had hardly eaten any fruits. He simply had nothing to do. After bargaining, he bought some fruits, carried them in his hands, and then followed the crowd and slowly entered the city. The city gate was very lively, and it was also lively inside. Entering from the city gate, you can see the wide street at a glance, and the tall buildings on both sides of the street, shops, restaurants, hotels, everything you can see at a glance. The prosperous city suddenly gave Duolai a new understanding of the city. There were many people on the street, which was many times more lively than Duoming City, and it looked festive. There were also many people carrying various weapons on the street. These were professionals, more professionals than Duoming City. Duolai bought some fruits, picked up the fruits and put them in his mouth while walking, and ate them, as if he was a child who had never seen the world, and strolled around the street casually. His current goal was to see the world. After becoming extraordinary, the road ahead was not so tense. In order to understand the cultivation method of the Son of Fire element in the meditation method, he needed to take his time and not rush. At this moment, a young man about his age walked in front of him, came directly in front of him, bowed, and said, "Young man, is this your first time here? I can be your guide. It only costs 1 silver coin a day. Whatever you want to buy, wherever you want to go, I will lead the way. I guarantee you will be satisfied." When Dole saw the young man, he looked at him, and was a little surprised. Is this a broker? He had seen it in books many times, but this was the first time he had seen it in real life. The price he asked was also very shocking. Being a guide, he actually wanted 1 silver coin a day. He felt the strength of the other person. He was almost an intermediate apprentice, but his clothes looked a little tattered, and the narrow sword hanging around his waist seemed to be a little damaged. Ordinary people? He thought about it, and realized that he didn't need this silver coin, so he looked around and saw many people like this young man, but this young man came first, and the expressions of the others seemed to be regretful. The young man had already looked at Dole for a long time. This guy was here for the first time, so he just asked casually. If he was not willing to pay a silver coin, he would just pretend that he didn't ask. Anyway, there was no loss. At this time, Duolai nodded and said, "Okay, then you lead the way, I want to go to the Adventurers Guild." The young man was immediately shocked, lowered his head, and stretched out his hand to beckon, "Please follow me." The Adventurers Guild, the Warriors Guild, the Killers Guild, these are all large organizations across several countries, guides in the professional world. If he wants to go to another country, then registering as an adventurer and then following a caravan is the safest. Although it is a bit slow, the caravan has rich experience, and taking the safest road is actually the easiest way to get there. In addition to the Adventurers Guild, ordinary warrior professions will also go to the corresponding professional guilds for registration and identification. After getting the identification, registering among adventurers will receive special treatment. For example, an extraordinary hunter can register with the Hunters Guild, and after getting the first level certificate, he can register with the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild will give first level treatment, and there is no need to start from the lowest level adventurer. Dole wanted to ask the Wizard Guild, but unfortunately, the Northern Kingdom didn't have such a thing, and if there was one, it was underground, so ordinary people didn't know about it at all. He found the Wizard Alliance he heard about from the Guardian last time very interesting. The young man led the way in front, and Dole followed behind. Soon, the young man couldn't help but ask, "Brother, do you want to be a real adventurer?" Dole didn't know why he asked, nodded, and said, "Yes, is there any problem?" The young man laughed, "I think your strength is stronger than mine. You should be a high-level warrior or hunter. It would be better if you go to the professional guild to register before going to the adventurer." Dole naturally knew this truth, so he shook his head and said, "I'm not familiar with professional skills, so forget it, let's go directly to the Adventurers Guild. In addition, I want to ask, what is the situation of the Superpower Association here?" Hearing the 3 words Superpower Association, the young man was stunned, then thought for a moment, and then said, "The Superpower Association doesn't pay attention to you wandering professionals. Don't be afraid, brother, they are just targeting black wizards." Dole smiled bitterly. This guy might have misunderstood him. He shook his head and stopped talking. Soon, they crossed the busy streets and came to the Adventurers Guild. Chris County is several times larger than Duoming City. The roads in the city are open and very wide. The buildings on both sides of the road are also huge. Duolai thought that the Adventurers Guild would be like the Killers Guild. There should be many projects, preferably built in many activity venues. Unexpectedly, when he really stood in the Adventurers Guild, he found that the Adventurers Guild might be more powerful than he imagined. This is a dome-shaped 3-story building, covering a large area, even larger than the City Lord's Mansion in Duoming City. The door says Adventurers Guild. There are also signs next to it, saying Adventurer Assessment, Adventurer Professional Level Division, etc. At the door of the high-rise building, many professionals come and go. It's so lively. Duolai saw many extraordinary professionals here, including swordsmen, orthodox warriors, hunters, and other professions. There are more extraordinary professionals in Chris County than Duolai imagined, and the relationship between extraordinary and non-extraordinary is not as strict as Duolai thought, but very harmonious. When Duolai saw this, he sighed, thinking that his vision was still a little short-sighted. Chapter 114. Walking into the Adventurers Guild, Duolai saw the registration window at a glance, and walked over immediately. Behind him, the young man followed closely. There were 5 registration windows in total, and not many people registered. Duolai found an empty window and sat down. The registrar was a young lady, holding something similar to a photo-taking device in her hand. "Excuse me, do you want to register? Do you have a professional level assessment certificate?" Duolai shook his head. "I don't have relevant certificates. I am almost a high-level warrior, so I can just register as an ordinary adventurer." The lady seemed to have seen a lot, and didn't ask carefully. She took out a form, handed it to him, and said, "Please fill in the relevant information." Duolai took a look, and it was nothing more than where he was from, how old he was, and his name. Duolai took out a pen and filled in the information one by one. The young lady's eyes lit up. What beautiful words. Duolai smiled. "Thank you for your compliment." After filling in the form, the young lady smiled sweetly and said, "Sit up straight and don't move. I take a picture of you." Duolai sat up straight immediately. Soon, in less than 5 minutes, after paying the high registration fee of 50 silver coins, a silver medal fell into Duolai's hand, with his name and level on it. 10th level adventurer, Lin Rui. Leaving the registration window, Duolai felt a little sad. It was so expensive to register. He casually threw the silver coin he found to the young man and said, "Where is the task taker? Take me to see it." The young man took the silver coin, and was immediately overjoyed. He didn't make a mistake. He carefully put away the silver coin, and took Duolai to the hall. When he came to the hall, he saw a huge light curtain in the hall, on which thousands of lines of text were projected, and the text rotated up and down in a scrolling form. Those lines of text were tasks. When he saw the light curtain, Duolai thought of wizards, because only alchemy could make such a wonderful thing. The light curtain is the task. If you like the task, you can go to the task registration office to take it. There are prompts for taking the task, and the minimum strength requirements in the task. You can take a look. The young man introduced Duolai enthusiastically. Duolai had already started to check. Soon, he saw a task that met his requirements. Recruitment of the Flame Caravan, go to the Eternal Forest. Below the task are the requirements, the hiring time, and the skill requirements. Duolai looked at it, and found that he could barely meet the requirements. He had the real high-level professional strength, and the archer ability was not low. The Eternal Forest is a huge forest on the edge of the Northern Kingdom, and the Glory Empire, extending all the way to the North Sea. The Eternal Forest is not controlled by humans. It is huge, even larger than a human empire. There are monsters everywhere, but there are also intelligent races, such as elves, dwarves, gnomes, giants, and ogres living in the Eternal Forest. This caravan can go to the Eternal Forest, so its strength should not be underestimated. Duolai has read many books, and knows that such large caravans are extremely powerful, with a large number of high-level ones, but they also need low-level ones, like them as caravan service personnel, but the number will not be large. He thought he could apply for the job. He came to the registration counter, and reported that he had accepted the task. The man pointed to the side, and said that the people from the Flame Caravan were over there. "You should apply first. If you are accepted, you can come here to register." Duolai said, "Oh," and it turned out that this was their procedure, so he took Ball over. The people from the Flame Caravan occupied a separate small room. There was a sign at the door, and 4 or 5 big men were standing there. What shocked Duolai was that the people in charge of applying for the job were actually at level 2, and one of them was even at level 3, which was very powerful. Of course, this was not something he could know, but Ball told him. These people are really strong. He muttered a little, whether he should apply for the job. Although the safety of such a caravan is guaranteed, if it faces danger, the risk factor will also increase greatly, because anyone who can attack such a caravan, whether it is the human race, the strength of other races, or the magic beast, will be ridiculously strong. He was a little discouraged. "Forget it, let's change one, my identity cannot be exposed." At this moment, he saw that the man next to the 3rd-level master's eyes lit up and looked at him. Dole felt something was wrong. A middle-aged man came to Dole and smiled. "Little boy, are you suitable to join my flame caravan?" He saw Dole coming straight, but after seeing them, he backed off. He didn't want a little guy of this strength, but the wizard Carl and the team told him that this was a wild extraordinary wizard. A wild extraordinary wizard is a more attractive figure than a second-level warrior. He immediately walked up to ask. Dole raised his head, glanced at the magician, and retreated even more strongly. I'm just walking around. I have no intention of joining your caravan. Dole looked at the man and slowly retreated. The magician was also stunned. He said something to the person next to him, and then chased Dole. My friend, do you want to go to the Glory Empire? Dole was walking, and when he heard this, he slowed down his pace. He was ready to listen to what he said. Only wizards can understand wizards. The man quickly came to Dole, released his mental power a little, and then slowly put it away. He smiled gently. Don't be nervous, my friend. Although wild wizards are not welcome in the Northern Kingdom, we can guarantee you with a caravan as a guarantee. We are in short supply. The joining of an extraordinary wizard can replace a level 2 warrior. We can treat you as a level 2 warrior. Dole stopped and looked at the man. The man had a kind face and a gentle tone, and seemed easy to talk to. He thought for a while, and said, I do want to go to the Glory Empire. The Northern Kingdom is not suitable for wizards to develop. You are also a wizard. Why don't you stay here to practice? Why do you follow the caravan? This is what he wanted to ask. Carl shrugged and showed a helpless expression. I am actually from the Glory Empire. Following the caravan is also a helpless move. I don't have the talent for refining medicine, alchemy, or magic patterns. I only have elemental talents. I don't make money, and it's too difficult to advance in my career. Dole was stunned. Is there such a person in the world? Except for the most basic elemental talent, there are no other talents? How is this possible? Looking at Dole's confused face, Carl knew it would be like this. He said helplessly, if you join our caravan, in addition to the adventure level reward given in the agreement, we will give you the treatment of a wizard in the team. You don't need to patrol or defend. You only need long-range firepower support. How about it? Dole was actually a little moved. It's not bad to have a wizard who is stronger than himself leading the way. The noise of life around him made Dole a little annoyed, but he quickly made up his mind and said carefully, Are you sure you will be treated as you said? Carl smiled. You underestimated the role of wizards, even though you may have just entered the first level. He saw through Dole's level at a glance. Oh, by the way, what talents do you have? Chapter 115. Although they are both wizards, Dole would never tell others his secrets, especially his talent in alchemy, which is too coveted. He looked at Carl and said, I have talent in magic patterns and alchemy. Carl immediately envied him. Hey, wait, I go and tell you. He quickly passed through the crowd and returned to the team of the Flame Caravan. After a moment, he came over with a smile on his face and said, Okay, this is the token. You go to the adventurer to register first, and then we will sign a contract separately. Dole glanced at Carl. This guy is a good person, and his face is also inclined to the kind of good guy type. He should not be a bad person. He took the token and went to register first, and soon walked back and came to the third-level boss. The man was a middle-aged man with a big beard. He looked at Dole with shining eyes, stood up, and extended his hand to him. Welcome, welcome, welcome to join our fiery caravan. It is an honor for our caravan to have a wizard join us. I am Ryan, the manager of the caravan's recruitment this time. Dole handed him the watch and said shyly, Master Ryan, my name is Lin Rui. Please give me more advice in the future. The other two level 2 warriors also smiled, and shook hands with Dole one by one. We are the captain of the guard. I am Peng Ke, this is the captain of the reconnaissance team, Leo, and this is our accompanying wizard, Carl. Hello, hello. He turned around, let Ball out, and said, This is my pet, Ball. Only then did the three of them notice Ball. Ryan narrowed his eyes, and twitched his mouth slightly. With his level 3 strength, he had not noticed the dog just now. What was going on? The child was very shy, and it was obviously his first time going out. But what was wrong with this dog? At this time, he saw the dog looking at him, and that look seemed to be the eyes of those big shots looking at him. Scrutiny, indifference, and finally ignoring. What the hell is going on? Ryan didn't dare to underestimate it. As a person who traveled all year round, he directly made the most basic gesture and bowed slightly to Dole and Ball. Seeing this gesture, Leo, Peng Ke and Carl were stunned. What the hell is the supervisor doing? It's just a dog. Is there any difference between it and others? At this time, they saw that Ball stood in Dole's shadow, and seemed to not want to pay attention to them. This dog has become a spirit. Ryan was in a good mood and asked Carl to take Dole over, and then arrange the work. Although he may know that Dole is just an ordinary first-level wizard, a wizard is a wizard. In some ways, he is much stronger than a warrior. Moreover, this person's talent is alchemy. As long as he takes out a little something, their safety will be guaranteed. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Dole sent the young man away and went outside with Carl. Carl waved his hand, and a carriage quickly came from a distance. There was a flag on the carriage with a ball of fire on it. Lord Carl. The driver got off the carriage and saluted respectfully. Carl smiled. Let's go to the camp. It's not bad today. We recruited a wizard. The driver glanced at Dole and was a little shocked. How could he recruit a wizard in this place? He didn't dare to neglect it, so he said, Lord Wizard, please get in the car. The carriage was just an ordinary carriage. The carriage looked very solid and reliable. After entering the carriage, Dole saw that the facilities inside were very simple, but there were very soft cushions. He soon realized that comfort should be the first priority for a long journey. The carriage started slowly and went out of the city. At this time, Dole relaxed and looked at Carl, saying, Lord Carl, how strong are you? Level 2. Carl held out 2 fingers. Dole immediately became respectful. A level 2 wizard has a mental power of at least 3 or 4 times that of him, can cast a variety of spells, and is several times stronger than him. Carl smiled faintly. Everyone has his own specialty. I am a pure elemental magician. I may be better than you in casting spells, but I have no other talents. He sighed. Elemental mages also need to do experiments. If there is no way to make money, they can't even afford experimental equipment. Dole's face became embarrassed. Although wizards look high-end, they are very likely to face the crisis of lack of money. This is the consensus of all wizards. Carl told him directly, obviously treating him as his own. He immediately felt relieved. This journey was basically stable. He touched Ball's head, and Ball leaned his head on his legs, looking very happy. I only know how to cast a small fireball now. The fireball spell will be made in about 3 to 5 days. By then, I will be able to fight, and will not hold everyone back. Fireball spell, are you a fire talent? Dole nodded and said yes. Carl nodded. Although the fireball spell is only a first-level wizard, if used properly, it is much more destructive than other witchcraft. If you can learn to cast double spells, you can speak toughly in front of the boss. Dole smiled and nodded. The two stopped talking. The carriage slowly left the city, and the road outside became bumpy. After a while, the carriage stopped. This is a very large caravan. The camp area alone exceeds tens of thousands of square meters. There are more than 20 tents, carriages, and patrols. Their camels are mainly very tall horses. Dual-Eye did not recognize them, but they looked tall and mighty. Carl led Dual-Eye into the camp gate, and many people greeted him. It seems that he has a good relationship with people. Carl has always been very gentle, not only in the Adventurers Guild, but also in the camp. Dual-Eye now understands that this may be his character. Including you and me, there are 4 wizards in total. Except for me, the others are all level 1. The 4 of us will stay together. If you want to do something, you can do it. Carl introduced his job while walking. Our task is to prevent danger in advance or provide long-range firepower support during the battle. I see you are carrying a bow? And a pet? Your other profession is hunter? Dole turned around and glanced at Ball, who was looking around, then shook his head and said, No, my main profession is archer, and Ball is my partner. Carl smiled slightly. Archers are also fine, but archers are single-target attacks, and they are not as powerful as the wizard's fireball spell. So, if you can learn fireball spell as soon as possible, you will be much stronger than archers in long-range firepower. Dole looked solemn and nodded slightly. I will work hard. Within 5 days, I can come up with the spell model of fireball spell. Carl nodded. Fireball is one of the most basic witchcrafts. Every meditation method will have a spell model. No matter what meditation method Dole practices, he should have a fireball. Most wandering wizards don't even have a spell model. Dole is considered good. The two walked through the camp and came to the largest tent in the middle. There were several small tents there. At this time, the two got into a small tent. There were 2 people in the tent, Ivan and Candace. They introduced each other and said hello. Ivan was dressed as an ordinary noble in his 30s. After seeing Dole, he didn't care much. Candace was a little younger, about 25 or 26 years old. He was also dressed in brocade clothes. His status in the crowd should not be very low. He nodded slightly, and then read a book by himself. Chapter 116. Dole was stunned. These 2 people were so arrogant. They were both first-level wizards. How could they be so arrogant? At this moment, Ivan found Ball coming in from outside and frowned. Whose dog is this? Get him out. Dole's face suddenly darkened. Carl's gentle face didn't look good at this time. He said lightly, Ball is Lin Rui's partner. You don't like him, but please don't talk nonsense. This is a caravan, not a place where you can do whatever you want. Ivan raised his head and looked at Carl with a sarcastic expression. So what? Just a wandering wizard. I don't like dogs. Get out. After that, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Dole with a dangerous look. The status of a noble does give you the capital to be arrogant. Dole's face darkened. He didn't want to cause trouble, but it didn't mean he was afraid of trouble. At this moment, a black shadow rushed out with a sound. The speed was very fast. Before anyone could see clearly, Ivan had fallen to the ground and screamed. Everyone only saw that Ball had one front leg stepping on his face, one leg stepping on one of his arms, and his big mouth had already bitten his left arm. Blood was flowing. Ah! Ball bit very hard, and his sharp teeth bit deeply into it, and it was about to bite it off. Hurry up and let your dog open his mouth, my arm, my arm. Ivan's shrill screams resounded all over the field. Carl was stunned, and the arrogant young man named Candace was also stunned. Looking at Ivan, who was still screaming, he suddenly felt a little cold in his heart. This dog is too fierce. At such a close distance, no magician can be its opponent. If it bites me, wouldn't it be a dead end? He suddenly felt that it was not a good thing to underestimate this wandering wizard. Carl's face was also a little bit interesting at this time. Things happened too quickly. Before he could react, Ball rushed up. No matter how strong Ivan was, he was pounced by this dog at close range, and no witchcraft would work. This dog has some tricks. He was a little gloating, but then his face changed. Lin Rui, let Ball stop. We don't have a pharmacist, and the injury is not easy to treat. Dole's attitude changed at this time. He looked at Ivan with a confused face. It's okay, I know some common medicine refining methods. People with two stinky mouths can let him shout for a while. This person can shout. Let him continue to shout. Carl immediately understood the temper of the newcomer. I'm afraid this person is not a good person. He suddenly got a headache. At this moment, Candace, who was standing next to him, stood up and stared at Dole, saying, Shut up your dog. We are all wizards. Why do you have to do this? Dole turned his head and glanced at Candace, saying, Now it's your turn to be a good person? Candace's face changed. He could see that Lin Rui was really angry, so he sighed and said, We still have to walk together for 3 or 4 months. This is not good. Dole snorted, and a sarcastic look appeared at the corner of his mouth. I like others to look at my face, not others' faces. He waved his hand, and Ball opened his mouth and slowly retreated, but still showed a mouthful of sharp teeth with blood stains on them, which looked hideous and terrifying. Ivan was almost unconscious from the pain, and he didn't dare to say anything. He heard what Dole said, and his heart was slightly cold. This damn wild wizard must be taught a lesson in the future. He tried to stimulate his body with his mental power, and heal his wounds. Candace glanced at the fierce bar, took out a bottle of medicine from his arms, and went forward to treat Ivan. After all, they were on the same side. At this time, Dole glanced at his medicine, threw 2 bottles of medicine on the ground, turned around and walked out of the tent. Carl followed Dole out of the tent with a complicated expression. They are nobles. It's normal for them to look down on us. Bar did this tough. He gave Bar a thumbs up. Dole sighed and said, Where do we live? Carl heard the helplessness in Dole's words, and smiled. We wizards each have a tent, so your tent will be arranged in a while. You don't have to stay with them. By the way, can you make ordinary potions? Dole nodded. He didn't intend to pretend anymore. He had to let people know his value so that they could better protect him. So he said, When I got the meditation method, I got a few pages of basic potion science, including muscle growth potion, tendon growth potion, and trauma potion. If there are materials in the camp, I can make it. Carl was overjoyed and said, Then I talk to the manager and get the materials and equipment for you. As long as you can make it, we buy it at 1/3 of the market price. Dole was a little confused. These are all worthless things. Why? Carl shook his head. In the Northern Kingdom, even the lowest level alchemical drugs are hard to find. It would be best if you can make them. You know, every time we go out, we're most afraid of injuries, which can easily cause inflammation. I have a few pages of potion science potions here. You can take them and write them down to see if you can make them. After saying that, he couldn't wait to take Dole to another tent. This was just a small episode. Dole's tent was built at night, right next to the big tent in the middle, next to Carl's tent. Because he could make medicine, he was treated very well. At night, a middle-aged man in a formal dress came to his tent. He was the general manager of the entire caravan, and the person in charge of this business trip, Jacques. Jacques was wearing light armor, and a big sword hanging on his waist. He didn't look like a businessman, but a powerful warrior. He only brought 2 people, but one of them was Ryan, the manager of the Adventurers Guild at noon. The other one was unknown, but he was wearing ordinary silk clothes and looked like he had some status. Carl was also next to him. He introduced the general manager, Lord Calais, a 3rd-level swordsman, who Ryan had met. The other one was the financial manager, Billy, and Billy was mainly responsible for the connection of the potion. Dole was a little surprised to meet all the leaders of the caravan at once. Is potion science so popular? Hello, 3 adults. Dole lowered his attitude. Calais was burly and solemn. When he saw Dole, he showed a gentle smile on his face. Hello, Brother Lenroy, it seems that Carl has found a good helper for me this time. If you can make potions, you can help us a lot. Carl told me that according to the rules of the industry, we provide materials and buy your potions at 30% of the market price, so that you won't work in vain. Dole was a little uncomfortable with such a straightforward conversation. It was his first time in the caravan, and he didn't know what the rules were. It's up to the adults. Calais nodded. Dole was easy to talk to. It seemed that this was his first time going out. If he was a real pharmacist, the price would have been raised to the sky at this time. Okay, little brother, you are a quick talker, I won't say much. Let's do this. I will ask someone to buy some things. In addition, little brother also knows some basic alchemy and magic patterns? What can you do now? Dole showed his abilities, mainly the things related to vigilance. These are the most basic things, nothing big. Calais nodded, they don't need these, although the vigilance things are useful, but 100 meters is too short. Maybe it is useful in the mountains and forests, but there is no need to find them now. From here, there will be no mountains within hundreds of miles. Then he said, I let Billy redraft an agreement. How about we sign it again? Dole glanced at Carl, and Carl nodded at him. Chapter 117. The process of the agreement was not surprising, and it was signed quickly. Dole read the agreement carefully, and got a general idea. In addition to his job, long-range fire support and some alchemy support, the caravan would buy other things that he could provide, which was not bad. In addition, there was an extra fortune, and Dole felt good. After sending Kaoline and the others away, Dole was finally able to rest. In the evening, the campfire lit up, illuminating the many tents. Sitting in the tent, looking at the shadowy scene outside, Dole felt a little unreal. He was about to start an adventure? It was still a bit exciting to say. However, entering the journey was entering the journey, and what should be done was still what should be done. The main thing in front of him was to study meditation, the son of the fire element. This meditation method has been in his hands for 2 days, and Dole has not fully understood it. There is still a part missing. He will study it tonight, and maybe he can start practicing tomorrow. In addition to meditation, the spell model of Fireball also needs to be arranged. In contrast, the Burning Hand spell model only requires 36 nodes, while the Fireball spell model has reduced several points to only 22. However, unlike the Burning Hand flat spell model, the Fireball spell is already in a 3-dimensional form, a complete icosahedron constructed by triangles. Triangles are stable structures, which have many applications in alchemy, and this model is applied in the Fireball spell. In addition, the power of the Fireball spell can be adjusted. You can increase the injection of mental power at the nodes of the icosahedron, or increase the volume of the spell model to increase the power of the witchcraft. This is a very growth-oriented magic, unlike the Burning Hand, which basically has no growth value. The spell model of the small Fireball is the same as the Burning Hand, with a few more nodes, but it is also a plane. Unlike the Fireball, the distance of the small Fireball is very short, about 5 or 6 meters, so few people use the small Fireball. The plane and the solid are different. The plane only needs to be extended on one surface, without collision or distance in space, while the solid structure requires very rigorous thinking and structure. The construction process cannot have a little deviation, otherwise it will easily fail. After thinking about these things, Dual Eye prepared to make 2 preparations. Half of the time was used to construct the meditation method, and half of the time was used to study the Fireball, and they were carried out at the same time. The Son of Fire Element. The content of visualization is the form of a flame man. This meditation method essentially requires the visualization of a complete fire element, but where can Dual Eye find the fire element? He can only visualize a fake fire element, according to the introduction of the meditation method. If there is a real fire element in the future, I can go and see it. It is not very difficult to construct a fake fire element. After all, It is fake, so the details can be rough. After dealing with some details of the meditation method, Dole began to simulate it. First, the copper coins were completely dispersed, and then the form of the mental power was transformed into flames, and then these flames were condensed into the form of a person. It sounds easy, but it is actually very difficult to do, because after the mental power is transformed into flames, the control will increase geometrically. It is not so easy to condense the mental power in the form of flames. Just controlling the mental power itself almost exhausted Dole's energy. It would take him some time to get started, but he was not in a hurry. Flames are irregular, which has been introduced in meditation methods, but they contain rules. When Dulai turned into flames, he understood the uncertainty of this rule. After a little attempt, he knew that his entry time might be delayed for a while. Soon midnight passed, and he didn't even visualize a leg of the flame man. It was too difficult. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep and forgot to organize the fireball spell model that he had planned for the second half of the night. In the early morning, he woke up with a series of shouts. He got up from the bed and opened the curtain of the tent, but saw pairs of guards running around the tent. Their steps were not neat, but their speed was not slow. This was only part of it. Some people were cleaning their weapons, and some were shooting arrows in the distance. Duolai was a little uncomfortable. At this time, he saw that the ratio of men to women in the caravan was surprisingly unbalanced. At a glance, all of them were men, with very few female guards or adventurers. Occasionally, he saw a few who looked like men, with muscles even more terrifying than Dole. He shook his head and went back into the tent. At this time, Ball had also woken up, lying at the foot of Dole's bed board, stretching his body. Ball's actions were not controlled by Dole, and Dole did not want to restrain this old man. He did whatever he wanted. Anyway, no one here could beat him. The lesson he taught the noble yesterday was an example. Lord Ball, what form does the fire elemental spirit take? Dole thought it was okay and asked. Ball finished stretching his body at this time. He glanced at Dole, and suddenly a force surged out of his body, covering the entire tent, and then he opened his mouth and spit out a flame from his mouth, emitting amazing heat. These flames soon formed an elemental man in the form of a flame in the middle of the tent. Dulai's eyes were wide open. Is this the elemental spirit? He observed it carefully. Ball's voice came out slowly. The best way to observe the fire elemental spirit is to summon it. That is a third-level magic. You can't use it, so I simulated a fire elemental spirit for you. Take a look first. Dulai has not learned such advanced knowledge yet. Summoning a fire elemental spirit sounds very powerful, but he can't use the third-level witchcraft. The fire elemental spirit is white, the flame temperature is very high, and it emits strong heat. The whole tent is shrouded in terrifying heat. If it weren't for Ball's power, I'm afraid the whole tent would turn into ashes in an instant. Dulai didn't dare to observe with his mental power. He soon found that this fire elemental spirit was completely different from what he imagined. First of all, it is not a complete human form. It has no legs. The lower part is a ball of flames with an irregular shape, and the upper body is a human. He visualized the legs all night last night, and now it seems really embarrassing. The shape of the fire elemental spirit soon formed an impression in his mind. He waved his hand, signaling that Lord Ball was fine. Ball opened his mouth and sucked back the fire element. His power was limited now, and he couldn't waste even a little bit of it. The temperature of the tent returned to normal, and Ball found that he was sweating all over, and even his clothes were soaked by water. At this moment, a rough female voice came from outside. Lin Rui, what's wrong with your tent? Can't open it? This was a strange voice, and Duolai was a little confused. The tent was opened, and a hand came in, lifted the curtain, and then revealed a sturdy woman. She looked at the curtain in some confusion, not knowing why she couldn't open it just now. Duolai looked at the woman, and saw the wash basin in her hand, and immediately understood something. This is a maid. The woman looked at the curtain for a few times, then looked at Duolai standing in the middle of the tent, cracked her mouth, smiled heartily, and said, I am responsible for the morning washing of several wizards. You can call me Tuoling. Chapter 118. Tuoling? A woman with such a strange name? Dole nodded slightly and said, Hello, put it down. Tuoling carefully looked at both sides, then put the basin and towel on the ground next to the door. I will come and take it away in half an hour. Dole nodded and asked, Where do you eat in the morning? Tuoling smiled, The wizards eat in Lord Carl's tent. You can go there in half an hour. There are 3 meals at 8 a.m., 12 p.m., and 6 p.m. Dole said he understood. Thank you. You're welcome. Tuoling looked at Dole with a little surprise. you are really young." Then she turned and walked out of the tent. Looking at her back, Dole complained in his heart, "I am naturally young. I am only 14 years old, just a 20-year-old in makeup." The caravan will stay in Crisp County for 3 days to purchase the local specialties, medicinal herbs and beast furs, as well as some special minerals, and then sell them to other places. Crisp County is most famous for medicinal herbs, because there is a huge mountain range in the distance, the Doman Mountains. Dole applied for the job on the 2nd day, and this morning is the 3rd day. He will leave here early tomorrow morning. After washing his face and staying in the tent for a while, Dole got up, left the tent, and went outside. At this time, he saw that there were many carriages full of goods coming from the direction of Crisp County. He just took a look and turned to Carl's tent. As soon as he entered the tent, he saw a table in the middle. Several servants were cleaning it up. Ivan and Candace had already arrived. On both sides of the tent, Carl sat on the chair inside calmly. None of the 3 spoke. Seeing Dole coming in, Ivan covered his tightly wrapped arm, looked at him with some resentment, and then turned his head away. Candace did not look at him sideways, and Carl stood up from his chair. "I was going to ask someone to call you, but I didn't expect you to come." Dole ignored the other 2 people, and nodded to Carl. "I asked Tuoling." Carl nodded. At this time, those servants had put the food on the table, and arranged the plates, knives and forks, and chairs. The servant leader said at this time, "Please have dinner, for adults." Ball did not come over. There were only 4 people in the tent. Carl took the lead and sat in the main seat at the innermost of the tent. He waved his hand and said, "Eat whatever you want." Candace and Ivan were not polite either, and sat in their own seats. The last one, Dole, sat down. No one spoke during the whole meal. Candace and Ivan were nobles, and obviously had a good education. They ate slowly and elegantly with knives and forks. Although Carl was not a noble, he also learned table manners, and was very gentlemanly. Only Dole ate a little roughly. At first, he ate with relish, but later, he felt a little uncomfortable. The contemptuous eyes from both sides made him a little impatient. In the past, whether eating by himself or in the blacksmith shop, everyone ate large pieces of meat and drank large pieces of wine. After such a scene. However, he was also a quick learner. After just a few glances, he learned the correct way to use the knife and fork. But he was not very elegant when eating. Candace and Ivan secretly despised in their hearts at this time, a vulgar savage. Carl hadn't thought about it that way. He knew roughly what class Dole had been in. Dole's learning ability was undoubtedly very strong. At least he knew things that he didn't know. There was no need to look down on him. Etiquette can be learned, and learning ability is a talent. He is not a noble, so he naturally knows how to get to know a person with learning ability. Ivan and Candace, these 2 guys, probably offended someone they shouldn't offend. Soon, after dinner, Ivan and Candace left quickly, as if staying a little longer would be a sin, and Dole also left quickly. Back to the tent, continued to study the fireball technique. Ivan returned to the room, touched his bandaged arm, expressionless. Unfortunately, this is the Northern Kingdom. If it were in the Glory Empire, he would definitely make that kid look good. Dare to let the dog bite me, this is damned. But that guy's medicine is not bad. When we get to the Eternal Forest, find a way to detain him, imprison him, and use him as the family pharmacist. As a noble and a wizard, he hadn't suffered such a big loss for a long time. The most annoying thing was that Lord Ryan and Lord Calais didn't say anything to him, but told him not to meddle in other people's business. It's really hateful. He's just a little wizard. If he can't deal with him head-on, can't he deal with him from the side? But you have to be careful of this guy's poison. Mastering potion science is equivalent to mastering weapons of mass destruction. Generally, no one would offend such a person, but this Dole is too hateful. Candace returned to the room, her serious expression eased, and she smiled slightly. I didn't expect to meet a little guy who knows potion science when I came out. When I return to the Glory Empire, I will definitely imprison him and make him the family alchemist. I will be patient for now, but Ivan will definitely not let Dole go. I can do something about this and let the guy get close to me. It's a pity that I didn't have a good relationship with him at the beginning, and it will be difficult to deal with him in the future. Candace also has her own ideas. As a noble, the family-centered idea is deeply rooted and cannot be changed. After seeing the fire elemental spirit, Dole dispersed the pseudo-elf in his mind and rebuilt it. This time he simulated the lower part of the waist in one breath. Elemental spirits are pure energy bodies. They don't need a physical body. Legs and arms are not essential, and Dual I fell into a misunderstanding, so he thought of building a pair of legs for the fire elemental spirit. Thinking of this, he felt a little embarrassed. However, it is very difficult to visualize the fire element. Dual Eye spent more than 240 copper coins, but he could only visualize the lower part of the waist. More would require slow efforts. But even so, he felt that his mental power had increased significantly, which was a good thing. In the camp, he didn't dare to meditate with all his body and mind. After consuming all his mental power, the focus is on building the model of the fireball. The magic model of the fireball is a regular icosahedron. It seems difficult, but if you look closely, it is actually very simple. It is composed of 20 equilateral triangles. The bottom is a triangle, and then it expands upward with 3 sides as the center. Several faces are closed, without any seams, and then it is built upward. It looks simple, but it is difficult to do. Dole spent a day and only completed half of it. Later, he changed the method. He first made 3 nodes, then formed a face, and then constructed the other 19 faces, visualizing these 19 faces exactly the same, and then closed them. It seems that the method is stupid, but it is very effective. Dole kept trying with great interest, and a day passed quickly. Before dawn, the torches around the house had been lit, illuminating the entire camp. With a few roars, everyone in the tent woke up and began to pack up the camp. Today we have to leave Chris County and go to the next city. We can't stay here for long. Packing up as soon as possible means leaving as soon as possible. After 3 days of rest, they have long been there. The whole camp became lively. Dole also got up quickly. He quickly packed his things and walked out of the tent. Chapter 119. The caravan is divided into 3 parts: management, middle and bottom. The management includes several managers in charge of the caravan and several captains of the guards. The middle layer is the guards, composed of various professions. The bottom layer is the ordinary people who are packing up the tents now. Some of them are members of the caravan, and some are ordinary people who travel with the caravan, exchanging work for protection. A large caravan needs a lot of people, and it is impossible for all of them to be their own people. In addition to the core personnel, they can hire other personnel locally at any time. This is also a means for the caravan to run business. Dole saw that most of the people who dismantled the tents and packed up the things were ordinary people, and some guards also participated in it. They were very fast, sorted them, packed all the things in a row, and put them on several large carriages. At this time, Dole saw how many people there were in the whole caravan, about 1,000 people. This fiery caravan is a large caravan. The sky gradually brightened in the early morning. When the first rays of morning light in the east shone on the earth, the entire camp had been emptied, revealing the messy grass below, and a 1-kilometer-long caravan was left on the road next to it. Dole stood with Carl at this time. There were 4 wizards, 2 of them in one carriage, one in the front and one in the back. Candace and Ivan were nobles, and they were out of tune with the 2 of them. They were in one carriage, responsible for the things behind the caravan. Dole and Carl sat in a carriage, sitting together with the main management's carriage. After arranging everything, the caravan set off quickly. Sitting in the carriage, Dole was actually a little melancholy. His first trip in his life was about to begin. He didn't know what was ahead, and it was full of unknowns. Sitting in the carriage shed, it would be better to be outside, where he could see the scenery. He couldn't see anything, which made him feel uncomfortable. After packing up his things, Carl looked at Dole and saw that he was fidgeting, so he smiled and said, "I was the same as you when I first came out. I just wanted to see the situation outside, but I didn't look at it at the back. It's okay for us in the front. If we are behind the convoy, it's all dust. If you want to see the outside, you can open the curtain." Dole looked at Carl, his expression slightly relaxed, and then he opened the door and looked outside. At this time, the convoy had started, slowly heading southeast, with the official road under his feet. The convoy moved slowly, and soon walked out of the city, and came to the outside of the city. This is already a wilderness. Outside the official road are all kinds of trees, weeds, and shrubs. In addition, in the distance close to the village, you can see patches of wheat fields and crop fields. Dole has seen these for 2 days, and there is nothing new. His heart, along with the movement of the carriage, has reached the distance. Carl looked at Dole and thought of his past. He smiled and said, "I was just like you back then. I came out of the academy with a passion and embarked on the road of business. After so many years, I have become accustomed to this kind of life." He sighed and thought of the time in the academy. Dole heard a new term at this time, academy? He turned around and said, "Wizards also have academies?" Carl nodded. The Glory Empire does have wizard academies of various factions. As long as you pay money, you can enter. It is much stronger than the Northern Kingdom. The Northern Kingdom has always been weak because it resists the existence of wizards. Dole immediately became interested. Then please tell me what they are? Carl smiled. He knew that saying these would arouse Dole's interest. The highest magic organization in the Glory Empire is called the Glory Magic Academy, and there are branch academies in various places. This is the most orthodox academy, and of course, the most expensive. In addition to the orthodox academies, there are also private schools, such as the Molten Land and the Earth Realm. According to different classifications, the prices vary. People with a little more money will send their children to the academy. The atmosphere in the Glory Empire is quite good in this regard, and the warrior profession is actually not bad. Anyway, it is much stronger than the Northern Kingdom. Dole immediately had many pictures in his mind. The two walked and talked, which reduced Dole's feelings. Soon, Carl asked, "How is your fireball construction going?" Dole thought for a moment and said, "Almost done. I try it tonight, and it should be fine." Carl nodded and said, "You have to hurry up. We'd be easily attacked after entering the wilderness." Dole's heart trembled, and he nodded heavily. As the scenery continued to retreat, Chris County in the distance slowly went away, and was finally completely blocked by the trees on the ground, and could no longer be seen. I kept looking out the window. At first, I could still feel fresh. After all, it was my first time to go out with the team, but I felt bored in the end. Carl had already taken out a book to read. Dole looked like his old self, just smiling slightly. The caravan had 3 meals a day, all on the car, and they distributed bread and dried meat. Occasionally they would stop in the middle of the journey to feed and water the horses and various camels. It was very fresh to see all this. Of course, Dole was not just staring outside, he was also building a spell model in his sea of consciousness. It takes a little time to adapt from a flat model to a 3-dimensional model. The regular icosahedron is actually easy to understand, but there are always many problems in the construction process. Often one point is slightly different from another point, and it will not connect, and there is always a little difference. This fully tests people's imagination. Camping at night is on a very open flat ground. All the carriages are surrounded in a circle, with people in the middle, and then the cook starts cooking, and also prepares dry food for the next day. Dole observed carefully, and saw that everything was very fresh. At night, he was alone in a small tent, not a big tent, but a small tent. But he hadn't slept yet, and Ryan, the steward, came from a distance. "Dole, do you have a ready-made warning magic circle?" Dole nodded and said, "There are dozens of them, and we can set up some, but I only have 3 or 4 feedback magic patterns." Ryan thought for a while and said, "That's enough. There is a small forest in the distance, and we need to guard against the beasts over there." Dole was very happy. He turned back to the tent, took out the bag, and pulled out many animal skins and several animal skin wristbands from it. These things that were very difficult to make before now look quite rough. I even disliked them after a mental scan. Looking at these animal skins, Ryan's mouth twitched. It was the first time he had seen such a rough alchemical product. Seeing Ryan's expression, Dole blushed a little. "I made this when I was a senior alchemist apprentice. I had no tools or materials. I am very satisfied to be able to do this." Ryan looked at Dole. Although his expression was a little teasing, he could think of the difficulties of a wild wizard. He nodded and said, "If you have time at night, I can make a quiet tent for you, provide materials, and make better things. We will buy them at the market price. Of course, it can't be this kind." Dole's eyes lit up. "Okay, I am now a first-level extraordinary wizard. I should be able to make better ones." Chapter 120. "Come with me first, and arrange these first." Ryan called 2 people, both of whom were second-level guards, and the 4 of them walked out of the camp together. Dole looked at the sky. It was not completely dark yet. There was a red cloud hanging in the western sky, as red as blood. They went in the direction of the red cloud. When they walked out of the camp, they could see a forest in the distance. It was a large area, and there was no village around. Generally, there were large creatures entrenched here, so it was no wonder that they wanted to be prepared. Generally, no wild beasts would attack a large convoy like theirs with more than 200 vehicles, but there would be special circumstances, so it was better to be prepared. The 4 people came to the wilderness, and immediately became alert. Dole also released his mental power, and scanned the surroundings. After a few days, he had become proficient in releasing his mental power outside his body. The distance was not far, about 5 meters. Within this 5-meter range, he could feel everything around him. Although it was not very fine, and could not penetrate the ground, It was enough to sense some small animals. He took the lead and walked straight ahead. Dole told Ryan that he only had 6 feedback magic patterns that could be arranged at a distance of 100 meters, and the sensing range was about 30 meters. 1 for 30 meters, and a dozen of them actually didn't cover much range. This lowest level magic pattern was too ineffective. Ryan sighed and said, "Just use it. You still have to study harder. It will take us about 3 months to get from here to the Eternal Forest. It's enough time for you to study." Dole patted his chest confidently. "As long as there are materials and time, I will grow as soon as possible." According to Captain Ryan's request, all the simple magic patterns were arranged within a certain range at a density of 1 every 30 meters. He threw the fur in the wilderness while activating it, connecting it to a certain bracelet, and putting magic crystal residue on it to keep the magic pattern lasting for a whole night. Seeing Dole busy, Ryan and the 2 guards grinned and looked at each other. This is probably the most rudimentary warring formation they have ever seen. He actually used magic crystal residue. The wild wizards in the Northern Kingdom are too tight. Covering his face. After the arrangement, Dole threw the animal skin bracelets to Ryan in order, looking shy. "The quality is not good. Please forgive me. If I have a chance, I will improve it." Ryan sighed, patted his shoulder, and said, "I will arrange it in a while. You have this ability. We are actually very pleased. If you can make some progress, we will definitely be safer." He was actually satisfied in his heart. After all, it was good to have it, but he didn't express it on his face. After returning from the wilderness, Dole found his own small tent and packed up at the door. Before he could lie down, he saw the guard who had just followed Ryan came over and said respectfully, "Wizard Linrue, everything you want is ready." Dole was stunned, so fast. The guard nodded with a smile, looked at him seriously, and said meaningfully, "Safety is the first priority. Without safety, no matter how much money you make, it's nothing. You have the ability, so we naturally want to try our best to satisfy you. To be honest, we are also looking forward to you making that kind of portable warning magic circle as soon as possible. You may not know that many people died at night. I have several brothers." Dule thought for a moment, stood up and said, "Let's go." The guard showed gratitude. 2 people, one in front and one behind, walked towards the big tent. As they passed by, everyone was looking at them. From time to time, people greeted the guard. He had good popularity. Dule thought as he walked. After entering the first level, all magic patterns can be directly engraved on the alchemical products with mental power, without the need for paint and pen. This is an essential change. He only needs to work hard on materials science. If the caravan has enough things, it can give him a chance to improve his magic pattern ability. Under the dark night sky, the flames in the camp flickered, illuminating the surroundings with a fiery red, especially around the big tent, where the light and fire were even stronger. Outside the big tent, Kale and Ryan were talking. Ryan glanced and saw Dule in the distance. He said to Kale, "Brother, Linrue is here." Kale nodded, gently holding the big sword at his waist, and said in a deep voice, "If he can make a finished product, try to satisfy him. If he can't, don't force it. After all, the materials are not cheap. It's not easy to find things in this broken place of the Northern Kingdom." Ryan nodded, "That's natural, but I believe in this little guy. He can make that kind of thing with the simplest things. He has good talent." Kale patted his shoulder, "I believe in your vision." At this time, Dule arrived. The separate tent was not far from the big tent. The tents around it were all vacated. The closest distance was at least 20 meters. Wizards occasionally explode when doing experiments. It's very dangerous. This is not a new thing in the Glory Empire. When Dule saw this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. After making the arrangements, Dule was ready to go to work. A person walked into the tent. In the middle of the tent was a workbench with many things on it. There was a small chair next to it, and all around were various exposed materials and various first-level alchemical items. Dule didn't really care about those ordinary items. He valued the simple alchemy table on the table. His eyes lit up. He had only seen this thing in books and used it in dreams. The alchemy table is a must-have item for alchemists. He is also planning to make one himself when he has time. It will be much easier to do alchemy with this thing. The alchemy table is at least a second-level alchemy item, which contains a magic array formed by hundreds of magic patterns. It is valuable and expensive. He slowly came to the alchemy table and touched it with his hand. The appearance of this thing is an octagonal box. On the front of the box, you can see many magic patterns. These magic patterns are connected to form magic arrays, but they need magic power to activate them before they can be used. There are two ways to activate it. The first is to use magic crystals, and the second is to use the wizard's own magic power, which does not consume much magic. When Dole saw this, he was excited. With this thing, he was sure to create a first-level warning magic circle in one night. At this time, Dole felt someone approaching. He turned his head and looked at the door of the tent, but saw Carl coming over. "Master Ryan asked me to help you." Carl shrugged. Dole didn't care and said, "Then let's get started. Help me find a magic crystal, some crystals, some sulfur." Carl nodded and started looking around. They soon found something. Dole found the balance scale for measurement and put it on the table, then weighed everything one by one and put it aside according to the relevant proportions. Soon there were many more things on the table. They cleared away the other things, and finally Dole started alchemy. The alchemy table lit up for a while, and Dual-Eye probed his mental power into the crystal. He needed to get familiar with this thing. The alchemy table had many functions, and the most important one was to allow wizards to easily perform alchemy. This was the purpose of its creation. Each array pattern inside was more than level 2 in power. Dual-Eye got familiar with the alchemy table and tested the functions of several array patterns, and then he had a general idea in his mind. Chapter 121. Level 3 magic patterns are so powerful, Dual-Eye sighed sincerely. The next step is to refine the carrier of the warning magic array. He threw the crystal into the alchemy table and manipulated the flame magic pattern. The alchemy table soon emitted a burst of light and melted the crystal quickly. During this period, he tried his best to control the stability of his mental power, control the strength of the magic pattern, and save materials as much as possible. After all, it was the first time to use it, and he was still a little unskilled. Then the second material, the third material. After all the materials melted, he used his mental power to sense it, cut off a part of one of the materials, and then mixed the other materials, and stirred them evenly with the magic pattern. After a few minutes, the frozen magic pattern emitted light, and the things quickly cooled down. This is the appearance of a square brick. Dual-Eye picked it up, looked at it carefully, and breathed a sigh of relief. It can be used as a carrier. Put it back on the alchemy table. Dual-Eye divided it into 20 small cubes. Carl has been watching from the side. Dole was clumsy, and seemed to be using it for the first time, but what shocked him was that Dole was very good at controlling his mental power. Every time he saw that the material was about to be damaged, he could always readjust the strength of the magic pattern and stabilize it again. This extreme control of mental power shocked him greatly. Is this still a first-level wizard? When everything was formed, he sighed in his heart. This might be the reason why he couldn't become an alchemist. His mental power control was too poor. When Dole divided the finished product into 20 parts, he also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You are still good, but I can't. My mental power control is too poor." Alas. He had touched the alchemy control table for a long time, but it didn't work every time he used it. Dole put down the things in his hand and said, "There are many ways to improve the control of mental power. Why don't you learn one?" Carl felt a little ashamed. "No matter what I do, it's too difficult, and I don't have money to buy materials." Awkward. Dole thought about it, and it seemed that now you talked about a very simple method. As soon as he raised his hand, his mental power quickly condensed into the spell model of the burning hand in his hand, and the energy quickly flowed into his hand, and the flame in his palm quickly burned. Flame palm, Dole waved in front of his eyes, and looked at Carl. Carl didn't understand. At this time, the flame in Dual-Eye's hand suddenly flickered, separated from his palm, and turned into a small fireball, rotating around him. The fireball surrounded him, up and down, left and right, sometimes rushing, sometimes quiet. Carl seemed to understand something when he saw this. Is this how you exercise your control? The burning hand can change the spell model into a small fireball spell model. This is not a secret in the eyes of a second-level wizard. It is just a small trick. However, if you keep releasing fireballs and controlling their changes, the difficulty will increase exponentially. Dole shrugged, then stretched out his left and right hands. With a bang, the flames rose up, and then condensed into a fireball again, rotating around him. Carl was a little surprised. Multiple casting? Dole looked at Carl's appearance, shook his head, and said, "This is just a simple application of mental power control. With my current mental power, I can control 5 small fireballs, like this, and rotate them around me." Of course, this is just his idea. He has not actually tested it. He is just doing an experiment for Carl. Carl suddenly became thoughtful. When we were in school, the teacher had done this before, but most people thought it was troublesome, and doing so would consume mental power. It could only last for a short time, and then the mental power would be exhausted, and it would take too much time to meditate again. But if you keep doing this for a long time, you can indeed improve your control ability. He lowered his head and stood aside to think. Seeing his look, Dole stopped talking, extinguished the fireball, and sat on the edge of the table with the materials. At this time, the alchemy table was not needed. Drawing magic patterns in the air on the materials was the first time for Dole to do it after he entered the level. Unlike drawing with a pen, this time the main body was mental power. Controlling the alchemy table requires mental power, but it does not consume much. Dole still has enough mental power to do the next experiment. He released his mental power, and then controlled it to be arranged on the surface of the material. The mental power extracted energy from the air and quickly formed fine lines, floating on the surface of the alchemy material. Dole felt that it seemed easier to control than drawing with his hands. The second level magic pattern is more difficult than the first level, but it is easier to draw with mental power than with hands. Soon, a complex big eye magic pattern appeared on the material. Dual Eye shouted softly, and the magic pattern was injected into the material. Boom! The magic pattern collapsed, and the material instantly turned into a pool of debris. Dual Eye blinked his eyes. It seemed that the magic pattern he constructed was not subtle enough, and the magic pattern cut the whole material. He was a little surprised. The second level magic pattern is so powerful? He changed a carrier and continued the experiment. Time slowly came to midnight. His mental power was quickly exhausted, and Dual Eye put down the materials and entered into meditation. Constructing magic patterns is very mentally exhausting. If releasing a small fireball spell can consume about 2 copper coins of mental power, then refining a warring magic array will consume at least 10 copper coins of mental power, and the energy and concentration consumed are far more than releasing a witchcraft. Moreover, a material needs to be arranged with a sensing vibration magic pattern, a feedback magic pattern, and a new energy absorption magic pattern. At least 3 magic patterns are required to form a complete and most basic warning magic array. According to the conversion, he now has about 260 copper coins of mental power. In addition to controlling the alchemy table, he can only test about 7 or 8 times a night. Fortunately, he successfully refined 2. Because of the materials, the sensing range of the new warning magic array is about 40 meters. The energy absorption magic pattern is a magic pattern learned after the first level. Its arrangement is very simple, forming a small energy circuit, slowly absorbing the free energy in the air, replenishing the magic pattern itself and other common magic patterns. This is the basis of wizard alchemy. Originally, a rune to cover up energy fluctuations was needed, but if it was to sense wild beasts, it was not needed at all. Alchemy is actually a very powerful subject. On the one hand, it tests people's hands-on ability, and on the other hand, it tests people's imagination. It must be said that the meditation method of the Son of Elements is very powerful. After the mental power is almost exhausted, the figure of the flame elemental spirit will recondense at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then reach the same height as before, and even grow a little. Condensing the true body of the flame elemental spirit is only the basis. After the condensation is successful, it is necessary to truly inject external energy into the true body of the elemental spirit to form a real elemental body. At that level, the elemental body will greatly improve his qualifications, increase affinity with the flame element, increase the power of magic, reduce physical damage, etc. This meditation method is very advanced. Just to improve the affinity with the flame element, I don't know how many wizards will envy. If it were someone else, they would probably jump up with excitement after getting this meditation method, but Dual Eye didn't. With Ball beside him to spur him on, he would only feel that he was weak, not really strong. Carl left in the second half of the night, because he had nothing to do. Soon it was dawn. Dual Eye opened his eyes, holding 2 small stones, with no sadness or joy on his face. When he walked out of the tent, he just saw Ryan, the manager, coming out. He brought a group of people, and seemed to have come specifically for this tent. Chapter 122. Our honorable wizard was here all night last night. Ryan joked cheerfully, but he was actually a little surprised. This little guy worked so hard. Dole stretched out his hand, took out 2 small cubes, bowed his head slightly. Yes, Captain Ryan, I was here all night yesterday, and studied all night to make 2. Ryan was a little confused. The 2 small cubes in his hand looked too bad. Several soldiers around him also widened their eyes. Dole shrugged. This thing can be used repeatedly. The effect is about 150 meters, and the sensing range is 40 meters. It is better than that animal's skin. Ryan was immediately stunned. 150 meters? The sensing range is 40 meters. This is enough. Generally at night, a distance of 100 meters is enough. 200 to 300 meters is best. The main problem with his animal skins is that they cannot be used repeatedly. They are disposable props. It is easy to be attacked at night, but as long as you can find it in advance and send a signal, you can reduce a lot of losses. This is the key factor that the caravan needs magicians. The magician's sensing ability is several times that of a warrior. At the same time, when facing a frontal attack, the magician's long-range firepower damage is also several times that of a warrior. His face became serious, and he nodded immediately, saying, "Very good, Dole is indeed a learning wizard. If you can make this kind of thing, we only need about 50. In fact, the most frightening thing is camping in the mountains. It's nothing on the plains. The distance of 150 meters has given us enough reaction time." Dole nodded, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "I can make about 5 in one night. Yesterday was an experiment, and some materials were wasted. Tonight it will be faster." Ryan was surprised when he heard this. This little guy seemed to be quite capable. The camp was quickly packed up and breakfast was eaten. Just as the sky was getting light, the team slowly set out, driving away like a long dragon. When sitting in the carriage, Dole learned that there were a total of 6 large wild beasts and a group of wild dogs attacking last night, but they were all killed. Ordinary monsters did not pose a threat to the team, but one person was bitten by a spider and was poisoned. Fortunately, the caravan brought a lot of antidotes along the way, so that person survived. Dole was awed. Camping in the wild was indeed very dangerous. What if he camped alone? He thought of a lot, including the records in Nalyu's biography, and his heart was heavy. In this case, it would be better to follow the big team. In the warm and comfortable carriage, Dole gently stroked the dog's head, and constantly constructed the spell model of the fireball spell in his mind. After one night, his mental power increased slightly, and the speed of building the spell model also slowly increased. Lying on the chair, I don't know how long it has been, Dole suddenly opened his eyes. The spell model was successfully built. He silently sensed the newly built spell model, and then wrote down the structure of this spell model. With one point as the center, radiating to other surfaces, establishing model data, the distance between points, the angle between lines, length, height, write down the position of each point, and then quickly collapse the model, and then build it for the second time. With the experience of the first time, it was much easier next time. Soon, Dole successfully built it again, and then collapsed it, the second time, the third time, and soon, the corners of his mouth slowly curved up. When wizards cast spells, the faster they can, the better. Ordinary chanting and gesture casting take too long. Wizards with a little bit of dreaming use spell models to cast spells. At first, it took Dole about a minute to build a small fireball. After noon, he reduced the time of the spell model to 20 seconds, and by the evening, it was reduced to 3 seconds. This speed is already very fast. The convoy was moving forward in the wilderness, and nothing could be seen. The things that could be seen were trees, grass, birds flying in the sky, and various insects. Occasionally, strong figures could be seen in the wilderness in the distance, staring at the convoy with greedy eyes. These were all seen by Dole. He was multitasking. Sometimes he was looking outside, sometimes looking at the convoy, carefully observing the details, and sometimes chatting with Carl to get information about the Glory Empire. This plain in the Northern Kingdom is very large. Its name is the Northern Plain. It is nearly 1,000 kilometers long and wide. Dole roughly calculated the speed on the first and second days. It was only about 100 kilometers a day. It would take about 10 days to get out of this plain. According to Carl, the caravan needs to stay near cities above the county level to exchange materials and trade goods, which takes about 3 days. Along the way, there are 3 counties and a provincial capital. It takes 23 days just to walk out of this plain. However, the time is long, and the plain has its advantages, that is, the risk factor is low. At most, there are only wild beasts, no magic beasts. Once a magic beast is found on the plain, it will be quickly cleared by various adventurers who accept the task. At noon on the second day, we passed a city and almost did not stop. Then at noon on the third day, we arrived at the next county. Stayed for 3 days, exchange local specialties, and then buy them in other places, take the specialties from other places to the city, and sell them to those chambers of commerce. Some people will leave the caravan here, and the caravan will also recruit some people here. Dole looked at this place very fresh, and he roughly understood the operation mode of the caravan. Speaking of it, it is to exchange life for money, and the journey was not peaceful. Camping for 3 days, Dole stayed in the tent for 3 days, and hardly came out, studying the third-level magic pattern, studying material science, and studying alchemy. At this stage, there are too many things to study. In addition to witchcraft, wizards will tend to diversify their methods after transcendence. Pure witchcraft does not represent the group of wizards. In the past few days, Dole has also become familiar with them, especially Carl, who has learned a lot from Dole and has a good relationship with Ryan, and the warning array provided by Dole is getting better and better. Dole therefore owns the alchemy table. In addition to the warning magic circle, Dole also needs to study the third-level mental potion. Now the mental power is increasing slowly. It takes most of the day for the fire element body to condense, and the speed is slowed down a bit. The main material of the third-level mental potion is not the awakening grass, which has retreated to the auxiliary material. The most important material is something called eaming grass. The growth environment is harsh. The value of a eaming grass is more than 10 gold coins, not to mention the finished third-level mental potion, which is worth about 150 gold coins. Generally, wizards without ability can't afford it. For example, Carl has no way to make money and can't afford medicine. He can only rely on his talent. Although Carl is of noble birth, he is not welcomed by the family. Dole also knows the information of the other 2 wizards in the team, Candel and Ivan. The more popular Dole is in the caravan, the more disgusted they look at Dole, but it doesn't matter, Dole is no longer afraid of them. After transforming into the elemental spirit meditation method, Dole only needs to refine the fire magic. The representative of the fire magic at the first level is the fireball spell, and the second representative is the control of fire. The fireball spell can be thrown to attack the enemy from a long distance, and the control of fire can be generated within the range of mental power, which is very effective against close-range assassins and warriors. There are only these 2 fire spells for the first-level wizard. There are also some wind and earth spells. Dole is ready to build a spell model as appropriate. After all, if he becomes a child of the elements in the future, the power of learning other magic will be insufficient, not to mention offensive spells for the time being. Chapter 123. Defensive witchcraft can be practiced at the same time. He plans to use fire magic as the main offensive means, and assist with other means, such as magic scrolls, alchemy, and poison. No matter what it is, it will take him a long time to learn and practice. There are hundreds of first-level magic patterns, with 4 basic attributes, functional, and feedback types. There are more than a dozen detection-type magic patterns alone, and there are dozens of magic arrays that can be matched. As long as Dole is imaginative and willing to experiment and solve the compatibility problems between magic patterns, he can have any function he wants. Of course, there are also standard warning magic arrays. Dole also has relevant drawings. He just needs to make them step by step. He has been busy with this matter for 3 days. The convoy set off soon and set off on the road. In Ryan's hands, there are dozens of alchemy products of primary warning arrays. Some are stone, some are like grass, and the camouflage is varied. Ryan is very satisfied with this. Dole also gained a total of 50 gold coins. This speed of making money made Carl very envious, as well as the other 2 people and Pinka from the reconnaissance team. They needed to keep watch at night, and this thing was specially made for them, and the right to operate was in their hands. When Pinka learned that this thing was so expensive, his mouth was already wide open. The carriage slowly set off, and Ball, Dole and their dog occupied the entire carriage. Carl was not in the carriage, but went to the front. The caravan often went in and out of this route, and was very familiar with it. He was notified to go to the front last night. The plain is not completely flat. At noon today, we will pass a small hill where monsters often appear. Carl, Ivan, and Candace all went to the front to be on the safe side. Time passed slowly, and Dole was still building the model. He had shortened the time to 1 second, which was enough. Now it was the note of transforming the magic model, trying to use it for his own benefit, and exert the power he needed. There are 2 main types of fire damage. One is the burning of flames with strong adhesion, and the other is the strong impact of explosions. Fireball is a means for formal wizards. These 2 types need to be taken into account at the same time and applied separately, so that they can be used as a miracle. The most troublesome thing about witchcraft is not its long-range firepower, but some strange effects brought by long-range firepower, which is what makes the warriors most afraid. The convoy soon arrived less than 1 kilometer below the hill. The convoy received an order to rest and eat, and prepare for war at the same time. Dole jumped off the carriage, and soon, the strong woman Tuoling who served the 3 of them came over and handed him a lunch box. Ball also had a portion, but his was ordinary mincemeat. Ball was very disgusted, took a bite, and then a ball of fire turned into ashes in his mouth. He no longer needed to eat. At this time, Ball glanced at the hills in the distance, and a voice sounded in Dole's ears. Interesting, there are 3 level 2 magic beasts, with 7 level 1 magic beasts coming from the distant wilderness. They are ghost wolf dogs. Dole leaned against the carriage, eating while quickly thinking of the information about ghost wolf dogs in his mind. A dog-like magic beast that is good at hiding in the shadows, good at ambushing, and if it misses a strike, it will flee thousands of miles away. Its extraordinary strengths are speed and hiding in the shadows. It is very difficult to deal with. Its weakness is that it is afraid of fire, light, and other witchcraft. He used a little mental power to contact Ball's mental power. No one above level 3, no threat. This is none of our business. There are so many masters in the team, we don't need to take action. At this time, he glanced around the hill, all wilderness and woods. There was no village within the sight, and the surroundings were terribly desolate. In the mountains and forests, a few birds were startled and flew to the wilderness in the distance. Dole thought of many things. The population of the Northern Kingdom is sparse, and most people live near the city. Although the Empire's policy on opening up new land is very relaxed, most people are unwilling to do so, including the so-called nobles. The wilderness is too dangerous. Most people are willing to become nobles just to recruit soldiers, then open up the wilderness and establish their own territory, but many nobles are rarely willing to take risks. They would rather stay in the city and enjoy the wind, flowers, snow and moon. One person and one dog were quiet, enjoying a moment of peace. After a while, a few whistles came from the front, and they were about to set off. The team in front moved forward slowly, and soon they also walked slowly. Dole did not get on the carriage, but stood beside it and followed it. He was tired after sitting for so long. Master Linrui, do you want to ride a horse? A guard came up from behind, approaching quickly with the sound of horse hooves. He came to Duolai and laughed. Dole looked at him and shook his head. He had never ridden a horse, but he knew that it was not as cool as it looked. Instead, it was very bumpy. Nalyu discriminated against riding a horse. Compared with riding a horse, he preferred to ride cats, such as tigers, leopards, and other creatures, which were more stable and faster. What a pity. The guard took off his hat, saluted Dole, and rode forward again. The team began to climb the hill, and the road on both sides changed from ordinary flat roads to inclined upward mountain roads. On the roadside, the grass and trees were lush, and the forest was dense. You could only see a distance of 10 meters before being blocked by various trees. At this time, the guards around began to get nervous. They dispersed and wandered in front, middle, and back of the team, looking at both sides of the road, not daring to leave for a moment. The hunters strung their bows and arrows, and the warriors drew their swords. The team seemed nervous and dull. Dole and Ball returned to the carriage at the right time. As soon as he entered the carriage, Ball shook his head and said, "The ghost wolf dogs have arrived. If the team moves forward a little further, it will enter the attack range of the ghost wolf dogs. Where there is a shadow, it is the ghost wolf dogs' world. At this time, it depends on the 3 wizards." Sitting at the entrance of the carriage, Dole glanced outside. The forests on both sides were very lush, with tall trees that were who knows how many years old standing straight up to the sky. In the shadows of the woods came the sounds of birds and insects, and small insects came and went in the woods. The shadows in the woods were dark, and a breeze slowly flowed through the hills, bringing a hint of coolness under the scorching sun. The surroundings looked harmonious. If Ball hadn't told him, Duolai would have walked over in a swagger. The more it looked like nothing happened, the more serious it would be. Duolai thought of Nalyu's travel notes, and some of the things recorded in them. Generally speaking, if a single mage wanted to take this kind of road, he would either go invisible, or use special methods to pass quickly, such as various speed-type flying spells, or use his own strength to push through. In the early days, Nalyu set out with the caravan, just like what he chose now. The hills were not high, the slope was low and gentle, and it looked like the road was very long. The speed of the caravan was directly reduced by 1/3, and the wheels squeaked and moved forward slowly. At this moment, the carriage suddenly stopped, and there was chaos in front of it. Then, a series of voices came. Then, Dole felt a strong energy fluctuation in front of the team, followed by the fluctuation of fire and wind spells. Ball said calmly at this time, "The ghost wolf dogs have taken action. 2 of them are in front of the team, luring everyone to take action. The other ghost wolf dogs are coming from the middle. Hey is so fast, that Kale is so powerful, he killed one directly." Chapter 124. The convoy began to panic from front to back, and voices were transmitted from the front to the back. Everyone on alert! Everyone on alert! Archers on alert! Bows and arrows strung! Archers on alert! Bows and arrows strung! It's the ghost wolfhounds, living in groups. One was killed, one ran away, there should be more. Voices were transmitted from front to back, and all the guards and escorts became nervous. They jumped under the carriage and looked nervously at the forests on both sides. The archers jumped on the carriage and looked around. At this moment, Dole felt something vigilantly, and his eyes suddenly moved from the front to the woods next to him. He suddenly shouted, "Be alert, in the woods next to you." As he shouted, 3 gray-black figures suddenly jumped out of the shadows at the edge of the woods. Once they entered the sunlight, their figures could not be hidden. They were 3 gray wolfhounds, opening their mouths wide, stretching out their sharp claws, and suddenly pounced on the guards on alert. The second-level ghost wolfhound was extremely fast. 2 guards were knocked down instantly. One of the guards was the captain of the guards, who also had the strength of the second level. After Dual Eye reminded him, he instantly sensed the danger. In a flash, the broadsword was raised from bottom to top, and the wild fighting spirit extended to the broadsword, forming a fighting spirit blade. The broadsword made a light hum, and then the captain of the guards saw the 2 claws of the ghost wolfhound, which just grabbed the broadsword, and there was also a surging force. He was immediately knocked out. The scene suddenly became chaotic, and the archers around also reacted. One after another, dark or glimmering light quickly shot at the ghost wolfhounds. But these ghost wolfhounds were extremely fast, jumping back and forth in the caravan, and the archers could not catch them for a while. Seeing this, Dual Eye felt powerless. The ghost wolfhound was a level 2-1, and his fireball could only burn the dog's hair. The ghost wolfhound was a speed monster, and strength was not its strong point, but the power it carried at the moment of its attack was still very strong, and it had no fighting spirit, so it was difficult to break through its defense if 1 or 2 archers shot at it occasionally. The ghost wolfhound rushed into the camp, and soon bit several guards. The people on both sides of the convoy quickly came to support, and several level 2 guards drew their weapons and rushed towards the ghost wolfhound. The battlefield quickly became a mess. The convoy was completely dispersed. A number of carriages were affected, and the camels were startled and ran in panic in all directions. Dual Eye observed carefully. Warcraft is very different from ordinary wild beasts. Like humans, they also have powerful extraordinary powers, strong defense, and fast speed. Ordinary people can't keep up with their speed. Ordinary hunters' bows and arrows can only penetrate their fur and leave a small wound on their bodies. Only masters above level 2 can leave a cut on the opponent. The man who was knocked down at the beginning is an example. He chased a ghost wolf dog, and his sword was opened and closed in one hand. He only attacked and did not defend. His armor was scratched with several cracks. He was wearing light armor, and could keep up with the speed of the ghost wolf dog. If he was wearing heavy armor, he might not even be able to catch up. The effect of armor is still very powerful. The carriage on Dole's side also had a commotion. Those who were not strong enough fled to the front and back, and those with similar strength began to surround the middle. Everyone was in a mess, and all kinds of shouts and commands came, encircling and suppressing 3 ghost wolf dogs. At this time, he had been forced to get off the carriage and stood on the roadside with Ball, observing the direction of the battlefield. At this time, there was another violent shout in the distance in front of the convoy. Dole felt the strong fighting spirit fluctuations again, followed by a violent dog barking and the fluctuations of fire magic and wind magic. It looked like a wizard had taken action. I don't know what happened in front, but the middle of the convoy has been fighting fiercely. At this chaotic moment, several figures from the convoy in front sneaked along the back of the carriage. They crouched down, restrained their breath, and even the sound of their footsteps was deliberately restrained. Dole was stunned. He saw Ryan, a 3rd-level swordsman, in the crowd. At this time, he was holding a big sword in his hand and approaching carefully. He quickly led the people and horses to the middle and approached the battlefield. Looking at the convoy with people and horses thrown upside down, Ryan had no sadness or joy. In his life for so many years, he had experienced countless such things. The separation of life and death had not caused any waves in his heart. He led his men to sneak over quietly, and the ghost wolfhounds didn't notice it at all. He observed the battlefield and checked the number of ghost wolfhounds. After making a plan in his mind, he gently swung the broadsword in his hand and gestured to the back. Action. He paused, and the fighting spirit on his body suddenly bloomed, covering his whole body like a stream of light, and crashed into one of the ghost wolfhounds. The giant sword in his hand was also covered with fighting spirit. It just flashed, and instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, and stood next to a ghost wolfhound. With a flash of sword light, the ghost wolfhound was directly split into two halves, and its body fell to the ground and twitched. He moved and rushed to another ghost wolfhound. The speed of the swordsman, who came with him, was also not slow. They quickly rushed into the battle circle and provided support. Soon, the ghost wolfhounds were killed. Dole saw all of this and was shocked. The speed of the third-level swordsman was a bit exaggerated. If he was his enemy, he would not even have the power to resist as long as he rushed in front of him. A third-level warrior can form a fighting spirit armor to improve the warrior's ability in all aspects, greatly improving defense, strength, and speed. Only warriors above the third level can officially threaten the mage. Warriors are indeed the king of melee. After killing these ghost wolfhounds, the ghost wolfhounds around them saw that the situation was not good, and quickly fled into the forest and disappeared. The leaders began to quickly collect the carriages, collect scattered materials, and repair the damaged carriages. At the back of the convoy, there were several carriages that were specially used to pull various replacement parts, and they were not afraid of the carriages being damaged. Ryan left after giving the order, without stopping at all, and even glanced at Dole when he left. Dole shrugged at him, and said nothing. His current value was not in fighting, and even if he was fighting, he could not fight against the enemy at a higher level. I don't know when the battle in front stopped, but Dole was soon found by the coachman and asked to return to the carriage. Halfway up the mountain, it took a full half day. Several carriages were completely damaged, several big horses died tragically in the battle, and several people died. This battle can be said to have suffered heavy losses. However, the corpses of several level 2 ghost wolf dogs are enough to make up for all this. Fur, meat, and even magic cores are useful. Magic cores are the main materials for enchanting armor and weapons, and they are very useful. A magic core above level 2 is worth about hundreds of gold coins, which is very valuable. While Dual Eye was thinking about these questions, Punk, who rode a horse from a distance, came to the front of the carriage, and shouted, "Wizard Lin Rui, Wizard Lin Rui?" Dual Eye stuck his head out from the curtain. "What's the matter?" Punk said in a deep voice, "The chief steward Kale wants to see you. Please follow me." Dual Eye jumped out of the carriage, and then jumped lightly and landed behind Punku. Although he had never ridden a horse, he had seen others riding, so he only needed to grab Punk's shoulders. One man and one horse galloped away quickly. Riding a horse is indeed bumpy, especially on the uphill road, and the comfort is not high at all. Chapter 125. The two of them quickly came to the front of the team. At this time, Dual Eye was a little surprised. The damage in front of the team was more serious than he had imagined. The strength of the second-level ghost wolf dogs was very strong. More than a dozen vehicles were damaged, and all kinds of things were scattered all over the ground. The materials were thrown all over the ground, which looked very miserable. There were broken limbs on the ground, and the bloody smell spread, making people want to nauseate. Everyone was silent. Kale stood in the middle of the road, watching everyone picking up the materials. His face was extremely gloomy. Only 7 or 8 ghost wolf dogs actually caused such a huge loss to the team. This was something he could not imagine. Seeing Punku and Dual Eye coming, Kale turned his eyes to them. Dual Eye came to Punku and bowed slightly. "What do you want to talk to me about, Lord Kale?" Kale also bowed. He glanced at Dual Eye. "This guy has grown very fast, beyond his imagination." He said, "I heard from Carl that there is a floating magic pattern that can reduce the weight of the carriage?" Dole blinked. "Yes, but the cost of a floating magic pattern is probably as much as your carriage." He pointed to the carriage behind him. Kale was stunned. "What level of magic pattern?" "Level 4. Dole answered honestly. Kale sighed and said, "We suffered a lot of losses this time, but we gained a few magic cores. I would like to ask you to use these magic cores to refine some arrows with sharp attributes." Dole knows magic patterns, which naturally means enchantment. Enchantment only requires some basic magic patterns such as sharpness, firmness, toughness, magic breaking, and air breaking to play a huge role. There are 3 level 3 sharp magic patterns, and 1 firm magic pattern on the sword in his hand. It is very easy to use. These 3 level 3 sharp magic patterns cost him nearly 3,000 gold coins, 1 magic pattern, 1,000 gold coins, and the firm magic pattern is a little worse, 500 gold coins each. Dual Eye thought for a moment and said, "I only know a few level 3 magic patterns at the moment, and I haven't tried enchantment yet. I need to do some experiments." Kale nodded and said solemnly, "I will support you in these. I need you to make the arrows with sharp enchantment as soon as possible." The role of the Warcraft archers above level 2 is not great. I need these special equipment. Dual Eye had just seen the battlefield and naturally felt the powerlessness of the archers. On the one hand, their strength was low, and on the other hand, their fighting spirit was not high, which was also the main factor. At this time, if there were some special arrows, they could also break the defense. I will prepare it. Dual Eye agreed to the matter in one breath. Anyway, he was free at night. The convoy started slowly after an hour. This time, 7 carriages were lost and 8 or 9 horses died. It can be said that the loss was not small. After wasting some time, the convoy could not reach the scheduled location at night. The convoy drove a little at night, and camped a little further away from the hills. After camping, the first tent to be prepared was Dual Eye's alchemy tent, and Kale helped him. This guy has studied well these days, and his mental control has greatly improved. He can already refine his first magic pattern, and sense vibration magic pattern. Not long after, Ryan came from outside, took out a small cloth bag and handed it to Dual Eye. Dual Eye opened it, and found that there were quite a few first-level magic cores. The energy of magic cores is pure, many times purer than magic crystals. It is the most important material for enchantment. With other things, it can make magic patterns exist permanently on alchemical equipment. The significance of enchantment is very important, and it can greatly increase the power of equipment. Rich warriors basically enchant armor and weapons, and there is a big difference between enchanting and not enchanting. In addition to wizards who can enchant, blacksmiths above level 3 are another channel for enchantment, but few blacksmiths have this ability. In addition to the magic core, Ryan also brought a small box filled with various magic metals for making arrowheads. The arrowheads of ordinary arrows are ordinary metals, and cannot be enchanted at all. Dole asked them to find some arrowheads as templates, and then drove Ryan out. Carl knew about this, and he was also actively preparing. The first level arrowheads were not difficult, but the enchantment was difficult. So the two did not start refining directly, but first adapted to the sharp magic pattern. The sharp magic pattern is a diamond-shaped pattern with many strokes in it, outlining a pattern that looks like a sharp arrow. The first level sharp magic pattern is much simpler than the second level magic pattern. Dole only spent a little time to draw it with his mental power. After getting it out, he began to operate the alchemy table, mix materials, and refine arrowheads. To refine arrowheads, magic metal and ordinary metal are mixed together. Not all magic metal is used. That stuff is too precious. Generally speaking, a little magic is mixed into ordinary metal to make it able to carry magic patterns. After all, arrows are consumables. Large-scale waste is not affordable even for large caravans. Ordinary arrowheads are made of pure iron, or refined steel. Dual Eye does not have any good metals, only iron ingots. He also needs to mix ordinary iron ingots with carbon powder to refine them into refined iron or refined steel, and then mix them with magic metal. At this time, the power of the alchemy table can be felt. Metals below level 3 can be melted quickly, but it consumes a little magic crystal. He usually mixes the free energy in the air with magic crystals to power the alchemy table, otherwise the caravan will consume a lot. In the tent, there are torch flames and the light of illumination. Carl cast the illumination. There are 3 light spots, like 3 small suns, making the tent bright. Dole is refining arrowheads, and Carl is still studying sharp runes. For Dole, it is very simple, but it seems a bit difficult for him, a second-level wizard. Soon, 6 arrowheads, with different metal ratios were refined and prepared for experiments. He needs to find the most economical ratio of magic metal to save money for the caravan. Magic metal does not represent a metal. It refers to metals that can carry energy carriers, such as heavy iron, heavy silver, mithril, cold iron, etc., all of which are of high value. For wizards, the better the energy conductivity, the better the alchemy level, the more magic patterns it can carry, and the stronger the power. Most wizards like mithril, a metal with an energy conductivity of almost 90%. Whether it is used to make alchemical equipment, a staff, or other things, the finished product has a very good effect. Unfortunately, that thing is quite expensive. 1 gram requires thousands of gold coins, and there is no market for it. The magic metal given by the caravan is nothing else but heavy iron. Dole tried it several times, and found that adding 5% would be enough. Not too much is needed. After the first enchanted metal arrow was successful, it was much easier later. In the second half of the night, Carl finally learned the sharp magic pattern and began to refine it, but his control was obviously not as good as Dole. Dole refined 3 while he refined 1. However, Dole's mental power was not as good as Carl's. He quickly used up his mental power and went to meditate on the side, while Carl was still very interested and took over Dole's work. This was a very new thing for him, and something worth studying. This is enchantment. Carl was actually crying with joy in his heart. He finally had a way to make a living. In the early morning, Dole woke up from his sleep. Carl was still working there, as if he was not sleepy at all. However, at this time, various shouts were heard outside. The convoy was about to set off. Giving Carl a thumbs up, Dole slowly got up and stretched. Chapter 126. After working all night, Carl was still in high spirits. He said in a deep voice, "Haha, I'm not like you, with good mental control. This is my first time enchanting. Although it's only the first level magic pattern, it means a lot to me." Carl sighed. "I didn't know why it didn't work before, but I understood it after meeting you. You are my lucky star. Do you need any spell model? I can give it to you for free." Hearing Carl's words, Dole was stunned. "Did you buy the spell model? Isn't it included in the meditation method?" He was a little interested. "I'm only level 1 now. What other magic can I learn?" Carl stood at the door of the tent, paced, thought for a while, and said, "Although you are close to the fire system, you can learn wind magic and earth magic, and there are still a few spells that can be learned at level 1 in the fire system, such as the big fireball." Dole got up from the ground and smiled slightly. "I have a full set of fire magic below level 3. Among the fire spells, he has fire burning, flame control, fireball, continuous fireball, bursting fireball, and fire resistance ring, but he doesn't have them at a higher level." Carl was a little surprised. "You got a good inheritance. Wizards above level 3 are rare." While the two were talking, the footsteps of a pair of guards came from outside, and then they kept silent and packed up. Soon the tent was dismantled, and after breakfast, the convoy slowly set off. It was much better after crossing this hill. Carl went to find Ryan with the arrows, while Dole rested in the carriage. The model of the fireball technique was now complete. Although he had not practiced it, Dole could almost cast it instantly. Now he needed to improve his proficiency in the fireball technique, increase the properties of explosion and adhesion combustion, cope with different environments, and practice the skill of controlling flames. If the control of fire is used properly, you will be a walking fire elemental spirit, burning wherever you go, and you are not afraid of siege at all. This is also a special ability of the Son of Fire meditation method. Dole raised his hand, and a ball of fire emerged from each of his 5 fingers, rising from the fingertips. He controlled these flames and danced in the tent, trying not to touch anything to avoid causing a fire. In the sea of consciousness, the body of the fire elemental spirit has reached above the waist and almost to the ribs. It is improving every day. According to this progress, he needs at least 3 months to visualize the complete fire element. It's too difficult. In front of the team, Ryan led several second-level warriors to open the way. After entering the plain, the road was much easier to walk. Although the ground was covered with a lot of weeds and small trees, it could not stop the carriage at all. He held an arrow in his hand. The arrow was full of metal texture without a trace of color. At one end of the arrow, a strange diamond pattern appeared on it, adding some ferocious edge to the arrow. Enchanted arrow. I didn't expect the guy to make it in one night. Although it was only a first-level magic pattern, its effect has been demonstrated. At this time, many soldiers in the caravan were eager to ask Dole to enchant them, but to be honest, the first-level sharp magic pattern would not be of much use to the second-level soldiers. The first-level soldiers were still somewhat useful, and these soldiers were very poor, and it was not certain whether the weapons in their hands could be enchanted. These were all trivial matters. The most important thing was that Carl also learned it, which was really fortunate. Carl was the focus of the caravan's training. The best thing about coming to the Northern Kingdom is that he recruited Dole, a first-level wizard, and brought many surprises. After distributing arrows to several second-level shooters, Ryan walked while observing the surroundings. At this time, a voice came from behind. "Manager Ryan, Manager Kale is calling you." Kale rode a big horse in the middle of the caravan, and slowly moved forward with the caravan. After Ryan came over, Kale looked at him, and said lightly, "Enforce discipline these days, and try not to disturb Dole. We need a certain number of arrows. Let Carl and Dole make as many as possible. Ivan and Candel are not very good at it, so we have to rely on them." Ryan nodded and said, "Yes, I will give the order." Kale hummed and sighed. Enchanting is a very rare technology. Although it is only enchanting the first-level magic pattern, this little guy has a bright future. Unfortunately, our caravan can't give him the stability he wants, otherwise he can stay. Ryan smiled when he heard this. What wizards need is a stable and safe experimental environment. We travel all day long, how could they follow us? That's what I'm talking about. It's not easy to recruit a wizard for long-term cooperation these days. Kale sighed and said, while he is still here, try to accumulate as many arrows as possible, and when there are enough, let the warriors enchant. Yes. Also, call Billy over. We don't have much materials. We need to be well prepared for the next trip to the city. Time flows slowly like a river. Soon, a few days later, they came to the next county, stopped, rested, bought horses, bought new vehicles, sold goods, and bought new local specialties. The caravan was attacked almost every day, and there were losses every day, but after arriving in the city, this loss would be quickly made up. Every time he rested, he could see new faces, and every time he encountered an attack, old faces would disappear. Gradually, Dual-Eye understood a lot of truths. He had been in the caravan for such a long time, and he had only come into contact with a few people, but he had developed a kind of feeling, as if he had become a part of the caravan. It was indeed very dangerous to run a business. In addition to the direct use of the army for protection by the officials and businessmen, the civilian caravans relied on their own strength. The road was long, and there were many wild beasts, monsters, and poisonous insects in the wild. They almost lived by hanging their lives on their belts. If they were not careful, they would die tragically in various ways. It's not easy to make money. Relatively speaking, Dual-Eye was quite comfortable. He didn't need to do anything, and he didn't even need to work, but he was not at ease at all. At the beginning, he went there with the intention of using their instruments. Later, after learning how to do it, he used mechanical refining purely to make a little money and the safety of the caravan. His attainments in magic patterns are not as high as those in potion science. Although he is now a first-level wizard and can dabble in third-level magic patterns, he has not mastered any third-level magic patterns so far. This requires a lot of time to accumulate. He can now draw the sharp rune of the first-level magic pattern with his eyes closed, but he has no clue about the sharp rune of the second-level magic pattern. There are too many patterns, and the difficulty increases exponentially. Moreover, he still has a few materials for the second-level magic pattern and lacks relevant materials. The sharp rune is not a very difficult magic rune. After learning it, he began to learn other types of magic patterns, such as solid, tough, shock absorption, energy absorption, and other primary magic patterns. All these need accumulation. The second-level magic pattern is based on the first-level magic pattern. The patterns are more complex, and the energy contained is more intense. If you can't play the first-level magic pattern well, there is no hope for the second-level magic pattern. Dole stayed in the tent for a while, and the next day, under Carl's instigation, he prepared to go to the city for a walk. Chapter 127. Dole saw that this guy was not doing well, and was going to the city to look for prostitutes, but he didn't have that hobby. As soon as they entered the city, the two separated. Dole went to the restaurant and ordered a table of good dishes, while Dole didn't want to ask where Carl went. He was still young and couldn't stand that. The dishes on the plains were much richer than those in the mountains. Dole went up to the second floor, got a private room, ordered a full table of dishes, and feasted on them. The restaurant was crowded and messy, but the private room was very quiet. Even when he was eating, various patterns of magic patterns still appeared in his mind. Recently, he seemed to get in and couldn't get out. After coming out of the restaurant, Dole walked around outside and looked at the surrounding scenery. Not long after, Carl walked out of the city with a tired face, but his expression was very satisfied. Dole smiled a little. This guy's health was really not good. The two left the city immediately. This time, they stayed for a long time, for 4 days, until the caravan regained its previous size, and then they slowly set off. Dole now also understood another disadvantage of being outside. Without a mature supply point, he had no relevant medicinal materials to refine medicine. All he had were low-level materials, and it was impossible for him to refine third-level medicinal materials. Now he only hoped that the medicinal materials would be a little easier to buy when he entered the Eternal Forest. In the Northern Kingdom, slightly higher-level things were strictly controlled. Half a month later, the caravan successfully left the plain. The sky and earth in front of them were no longer a straight line. The earth bulged, and mountains appeared, completely blocking the road ahead. The official road did not directly enter the mountain range, but ran parallel to the mountain range for a while, before entering a valley in the mountain, and then disappeared into the mountain. There were voices coming from the front of the convoy. After hearing them, Carl pulled up the door curtain and looked at it. He frowned and said, "We are about to enter the Cameron Mountains. It takes 5 days to cross this mountain. It's so annoying." Dole had been looking outside all the time, and his heart sank when he heard this. The mountainous area has always been a place for wild beasts and monsters. It is probably not easy to cross this mountain range, and it will take 5 days. It's noon now. I guess we won't leave when we get to the foot of the mountain. We will rest here for 1 night, and then set off early tomorrow morning. We will try our best to hurry up. We will reach the XX River tomorrow night, and cross the XX beam the next day. Carl muttered, mumbling, and his expression became nervous. Dole was infected by his emotions, and began to get nervous. After all, he knew the situation in the mountainous area. There were too many dangers: wild beasts and poisonous insects, falling rocks in the mountains, heavy rains, mudslides, and all kinds of dangers. At this time, Carl suddenly asked Dole, "You have learned earth magic so well. Can you control the earth and rocks within a few square meters?" A few days ago, Carl asked him to study earth magic, and Dole subconsciously agreed. Now it seems that this guy is preparing for today. Controlling earth and rocks is the characteristic of earth magic. He nodded and said, "It's about the same. My talent lies in fire, and I am not good at earth." Carl frowned and said, "Earth magic can be more effective in the mountains. Although fire magic is also powerful, the beasts in the mountains are very fast, and it is not easy to hit them. We will see when the time comes. There are 2 earth magics at level 1. One is called Earthquake Wave, which can vibrate the ground within a small range and make the ground shake. The second is to use earth elements to condense into earth balls and throw them out remotely. It is similar to fireballs. Unlike the explosion of fireballs, earth balls can only rely on physical damage to the enemy. In addition to these, he also needs to learn a magic missile. Magic missiles are pure energy balls, which are less powerful than fireballs. When fireballs are restrained, pure energy magic missiles are useful, such as when dealing with fire monsters. Fireballs cannot be used. These are the skills that Carl taught him. The spell model of magic missiles was also bought from him for 2 gold coins, which is very cheap. If it is outside, this spell model will be at least 10 gold coins. This is only a level 1 witchcraft. If it is a level 2 witchcraft, it is worth at least 1 or 200 gold coins, and level 3 is even more expensive. If a wizard doesn't have a skill, he can't make money. Even if he has the strength, he can't afford the witchcraft of the same level. That's the most embarrassing thing. While he was thinking, the caravan slowly stopped. He lifted the curtain and looked. Sure enough, he came to a slightly flatter ground. The caravan began to rest. Soon, the news came from the front that they would rest here tonight. Carl stood up in the tent at this time and said to him solemnly, "Tonight, the 2 of us have to work overtime to get a little more arrows. Sometimes we rely on bows and arrows to deter in the mountains." Dole nodded. The 2 got off the carriage immediately. Sure enough, as soon as they got off, someone from Carl came to invite them. Not far behind the 2, in another carriage, Candel and Ivan saw this and felt uncomfortable. Carl has learned to enchant, but the 2 of them are still the same. It's really infuriating. I didn't expect that this peasant still has some skills. The status of aristocracy in the wizard world is very useful, but capable wizards don't look down on the status of aristocracy. Among the 10 wizard kings of the Glory Empire, only 4 are of noble birth, while the others are of commoner birth, and 1 is even a slave. Both of them looked at each other calmly and walked forward. They probably had a meeting tonight, so they needed to go to Calais to reserve a seat in advance. The magic tent was quickly set up. Seeing the 2 people coming one after the other, the guards who set up the tent saluted respectfully. "Lord Carl, when will you enchant me? Brother Linray, when are you free? The flowers I waited for are all withered." "That's right, so many people did that a few days ago. Everyone is familiar with each other, so naturally they have learned to joke." Carl smiled faintly. "Wait until after tonight. You don't have any materials. What are you talking about?" As a 2nd-level wizard, his mental power is much stronger than Dole's, and it is not a problem to enchant dozens of times in one breath, but the success rate is a bit low, and some materials are useless. The guards wailed immediately. Seeing this, Dole just smiled and didn't say anything, leaving everything to Carl to deal with. The 2 then entered the tent and began to work. Dole already had some ideas about the 2nd-level sharp magic pattern. It has been more than half a month, and he has a very thorough understanding of the 1st-level sharp magic pattern. The 2nd-level sharp magic pattern is based on the 1st level. He decided to try it at night. If the 2nd-level sharp magic pattern can be made, he can threaten the existence of the 1st-level magic beast with a bow and arrow. If magic is attached to the arrow, it will be even more powerful. Thinking of this, he first refined a batch of arrows, and when half of his mental power was left, he made the 2nd batch of arrows. This batch of arrows is different from the first batch. The proportion of heavy iron is increased again, and some black copper is added. He made several arrows with different proportions, and prepared for experiments. Carl saw Delay's actions, and was a little surprised. Do you want to try the second level magic pattern? Chapter 128. Dole nodded and said, I have some ideas. Isn't this preparing for experiments? As a wizard, every new idea must be verified by a large number of experiments. The more advanced the wizard is, the more time he will spend on experiments every day, otherwise he will not be able to become a master. Although Carl wanted to see how Dole did it, he didn't have time to watch. He thought about refining more arrows. There might be a big battle tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. The first level sharpness symbol can increase the sharpness of the arrow by about 20%. In addition, the alchemical product itself is sharper than ordinary arrows. A professional hunter can kill a first level monster with one arrow. The second level sharpness symbol increases the sharpness of the first level sharpness symbol by another 20%. Even a first level hunter can threaten a second level monster with an arrow with a second level sharpness symbol, and a second level hunter can threaten a second level monster even more. If Dole can refine a second level sharpness symbol, then ordinary monsters can be killed by one arrow for the archer, and the pressure on the caravan will be greatly reduced. Cameron Mountains, for each caravan, tens of thousands of people are killed there every year, and all caravans are afraid of this place. Of course, the more research is done on this place, the more magic beasts there are, and how to deal with them. After Dole finished refining the embryo, he handed the alchemy table to Carl, and sat aside, looking at the arrow in his hand solemnly. This arrow is a four-cornered diamond structure, full of murderous aura, and the arrow is sharp, which is 1/3 sharper than the first level arrow. He stared at the arrow and quickly calmed down, then extended his mental power, pulling the surrounding energy elements more and more, and at the same time, he took out the refined magic core material, immediately crushed it, and evenly fell on the arrow. Dole's eyes became serious, and his mental power pulled the energy, and soon a beautiful and more complex diamond pattern was formed on the arrow. His eyes were motionless, all mental control. When all converged on the magic pattern lit up, and then dimmed. He breathed a sigh of relief, then blinked. Just like that, he raised his head, looked at the paper, and wrote down this ratio. Other ratios should also be tried, and finally see which one saves more materials and has a higher success rate. Now I use other people's materials. If I work for myself in the future, I will save as much as I can. Dole has already planned a route for his career, making money, buying medicinal materials, and working hard to improve himself quickly. In terms of starting point, he is not lower than others, but he has never had a suitable environment to grow. When ordinary wizards reach the formal stage, they may have settled down long ago and began to enter a rapid accumulation and precipitation period to prepare for the second level. The standard for the second level is to release a complete second level magic, but there are not many requirements for mental power. As long as you can release the second level magic, the Magic Guild will recognize you as a second level magician. Of course, if you want to become a second level magician, you need to buy a second level magic model and release a second level magic alone. This requires not only the construction of magic, but also sufficient magic, which is not that simple. The second level magic pattern consumes mental power much faster than the first level magic pattern. Dole quickly consumed his mental power, then sat on the chair next to him to rest and entered the meditation stage. At this time, he had only refined 10 second level arrows. Carl was still refining first level arrows, and he never got tired of it. Although he had experienced hundreds or thousands of times, the sense of accomplishment could not be expressed in words. Seeing Dole resting, he picked up one after finishing it and looked at it. He was immediately frightened. This new arrowhead was very sharp. Just a light touch almost damaged his skin. If it was infused with fighting spirit to increase its power, even a level 2 monster would not be able to withstand an arrow. Dole's talent in alchemy was too high. He thought so in his heart. Before dawn, the caravan slowly set off. After resting for half a day, everyone was ready to go. The scouts had already gone ahead to explore the way, and the main force would set off at dawn. This was a habit that the caravan had formed long ago, and among all the guards, the scouts had the highest salary, but they were also the most dangerous. In the dark night of the early morning, the Cameron Mountains in the distance lay darkly in front of them, like a hell, opening a dark crack, waiting for everyone to fall into the trap. Everyone felt heavy in their hearts. As the sun rose, Calais stood in front of the caravan and roared, "Let's go!" After entering the first level, the mental power was greatly improved, and the sleep time was relatively reduced. Only 3 hours of rest a day was needed to meet the needs of the day. After the caravan entered the mountains, it was not long before it began to face attacks from various beasts and birds, in the sky and on the ground, almost at any time. Especially in the sky, from time to time there were huge birds and beasts rushing out of the forest and rushing towards the caravan. They seemed to be the overlords in the sky, looking down on all the humans on the ground. At this time, the power of the archers was exerted, and those birds and beasts were shot to the ground before they came over, and their bodies were picked up and used as dinner in the evening. Most of the rations of the caravan came from the meat of various beasts on the road. The mountain road was rugged, and the road was unbearable. It was very shaky. After sitting for a while, Dole couldn't sit still anymore. He got off the carriage and walked outside. The bumps affected his construction of the spell model. When he came under the carriage, his attention was attracted by the surrounding mountains. He was ready to deal with the dangers around him at any time. He also had no way to build a spell model. He tried it, but his attention was distracted, so he didn't persist. He looked around and carefully observed this mountain area. The Cameron Mountains are very large, occupying a very wide area in the Northern Kingdom. Dole heard Carl say in the car that it was unknown how much time it took the Northern Kingdom to build this mountain road. Even now, every spring, the Northern Kingdom will send troops and the magic group of the Supernatural Association to clear the monsters on both sides of the road. The mountain road runs along the valley, close to the mountain on the left, and is paved with stones. In some places that do not look like man-made and cannot be passed, it is easy to see traces of magic bombardment. It seems that a lot of effort was spent at that time. Dole got off the carriage, and the soldiers around him immediately came over to him and looked around vigilantly. Dole was speechless after seeing this, as if he had no defense. After walking a short distance, there was a commotion behind him. He felt the fluctuation of magic. It should be Candel and Ivan who made a move. He felt the fluctuation of wind energy. Candel mainly attacks wind magic, is good at wind blades, and controls wind flow. The attack distance of wind blades is farther than that of fireballs. The lowest level of wind blades is also more than 30 meters, but the attack power is slightly lower, while the lowest fireball is only about 20 meters, which is not as good as bows and arrows, but the fireball is very powerful, and comes with various flame special effects, which is very powerful. Among the first level spells, only the thunder spell is relatively awkward, and the others are similar. After thinking about these, he lowered his head and walked slowly. At this moment, he looked up and saw the sound of wind coming from above his head, followed by the sound of bowstrings being pulled around. Search. Soon, a large bird fell from the sky and landed on the cliff on the left. Dole turned his eyes away. Chapter 129. We came to a place almost 1,000 kilometers away. It was different from Mount Duoming. The vegetation in the mountains was very complex. The big trees were similar, and the small trees were of various types. Slowly opening the mental force field, Duolai could see everything within a range of 10 meters. At this moment, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and a very bright energy was emitted from his hand, and shot into the soil next to him. A long snake as thick as an arm turned up its belly, and rolled out of the grass. Its head had disappeared, and its body was constantly twisting, and its movements were getting slower and slower. The people around were startled, and when they saw the giant snake, several people's faces changed. Green hairpin snake, very poisonous, one bite can kill. Duolai opened his mental force, and was also startled, and then tried the magic missile. Magic missile is the spell with the least nodes in the first level witchcraft, with only 20 nodes. It is also a three-dimensional structure, a pure energy spell, without any attributes. Its power is low, but once released, its speed is as fast as a wind blade, which is very suitable for dealing with emergencies. Seeing the effect of this magic missile, it feels good. At this time, a guard captain came to Dole, instant magic. Dole turned around and saw that the person who came was the guard captain Copperfield, who had been guarding in the middle. Nodded and said, the easiest magic in the first level witchcraft. Copperfield nodded. He was patrolling nearby. When he saw Dole coming out, he immediately came over and asked others to patrol other places. Dole's value was much higher than Ivan and Candel behind him, so he decided to come and protect him personally. However, when he saw Dole casting magic instantly, he was also shocked. Is this just a first-level wizard? He put away the long sword at his waist, adjusted his armor, and walked over slowly. Instant magic is a very powerful skill. I have seen many first-level wizards in the Glory Empire. They all need long chants or gestures. They can't release it immediately. It's rare for a wizard like Lin Rui to cast magic instantly from the beginning. Dole raised his head and looked at Copperfield with some surprise. Is the skill of casting spells with spell models very difficult? He lowered his head and said shyly, maybe it's talent. Copperfield smiled. Talent is very important. It's a bit of a waste for Master Lin Rui to use first-level magic to deal with this ordinary beast. Dole didn't think so. I'm just practicing skills. Copperfield was a little dignified. He always thought that Dole was a technical wizard who mainly practiced alchemy, but he didn't expect his witchcraft to be so powerful. He knew instant skills, so he was much more threatening than other wizards, and more threatening than Ivan and Candel. At this moment, he saw Dole looking around, as if he was selecting a target, and then he saw him shoot a missile. A beam of pure energy shot towards the edge of the cliff, where there was a stone, which was instantly pierced by the missile. He saw Dole frown, as if he was very dissatisfied, and then he saw him shoot another missile, this time aiming at another stone, which was bigger and stronger, and still pierced through it in one go. This power. Copperfield retreated quietly. He felt that maybe Master Lin Rui might not need his protection. The second-level warriors have very strong fighting spirit, which can be attached to weapons to form powerful fighting spirit blades, extend the attack distance, increase the various attributes of weapons, and completely crush the first-level warriors. However, the magic of the first level can still cause damage to them, unless they wear a set of enchanted armor, or enter the third level and form fighting spirit armor. Now Dole, he dare not say that he will win. Dole tested the magic missile, determined the accuracy, release speed, and controllability, and then began to release the fireball. The fireball was also formed within 1 second. Above the center of the right hand, a fist-sized orange-red fireball appeared. This was the first time Dole released it, and carefully sensed it. The fireball was only the size of a fist because the minimum energy limit that the spell model can accommodate was this. Dole controlled the energy absorption speed to form it. Although it looked small, even worse than the burning hand, the temperature is much higher than the burning hand. After a careful experience, he controlled the fireball, glanced at the stone wall on the side of the road, and threw it casually. The fireball was extremely fast, and it flew forward with a whoosh and landed on a stone. At this time, the fireball exploded, and the flames scattered along with the broken stone, and fell on the stone, still burning violently, but because there was no burning material, the scattered flames quickly extinguished. A fist-sized hole appeared on the stone. Seeing the hole, Dole walked over to observe it, and then thought about it. The people around were frightened by the explosion, and even the livestock hurriedly dodged, causing a little commotion. However, after seeing that it was Dole who was testing magic, everyone relaxed and turned their attention to him. At this time, Dole tested the second fireball, which was a little bigger than the previous one. He aimed at a stone, and prepared to throw it out. At this time, Copperfield's voice came from behind. Mage Lin Rui, if you want to test the spell, please go to the back of the team. Dole was stunned for a moment, and when he saw that everyone around him was looking at him, and the horses were restless, he immediately understood. He was a little reckless. He dispersed the spell model, and the flames went out immediately. Sorry, I was thinking too much and forgot that there were livestock. I won't test it now. He apologized quickly. Copperfield came over with some panting, a little depressed. It's not that I don't allow you to test, it's better to use the kind of magic that doesn't make a lot of noise. The explosion of the fireball spell can easily alarm these Koroma. They look tall, but they are actually very sensitive and fragile to everything. He pointed at the tall horses. Dole looked back at the turbulent convoy, a little embarrassed, and apologized again. This was his inconsideration. The fireball experiment failed, so Dole began to experiment with magic missiles. He now needed to have a very intuitive assessment of his own strength, combat power, damage level, attack range, reaction speed, etc. Otherwise, if someone came to kill him, he would not be able to evaluate the abilities of both sides. However, this time, he did not act rashly, but opened his mental force field, and would only act after encountering dangerous living creatures. Along the way, all kinds of poisonous insects, snakes, and small animals hidden on the roadside suffered. The carriage moved forward slowly, and after about a few hours, the convoy stopped for the first rest. In the middle of the convoy, Copperfield was a little surprised, because along the way, Dole released more than 50 magic missiles, and it seemed that he was at ease. According to the standards of a first-level wizard, this was at least the standard of a senior first-level wizard. However, judging from his performance, he had indeed just entered the extraordinary not long ago, and this would not lie. What kind of meditation method did he practice? The Northern Kingdom is very strict about wizards, Where did his inheritance come from? Copperfield had a lot of question marks on his head. The team rested for a while, fed the livestock with water, and ate. After a little delay, the team set off again. The closer they got to the top of the mountain, the flatter the mountain road became, and the fewer trees there were on the mountain. In one morning, they had walked more than 20 kilometers of mountain roads. At this time, they could already see the pass in front of them. After passing the last few connected hills, they would reach the highest peak of the day. Chapter 130. This mountain is still very high. Although it is the end of spring and the beginning of summer, the top of the mountain is still very cold. The wind blows gently, and it is still a little chilly. At this time, they have come to the position close to the ridge, and can see the situation in the far distance of the Cameron Mountains through the gaps in the mountain peaks. On the higher peaks of the Cameron Mountains, you can even see a little snowflakes. Dole's magic power has been consumed by more than half at this time, and only a small part is left. He stopped the experiment. At this time, Carl came down from the front and said with a serious expression after seeing Dole, "Come with me, we may need to take action. There is a group of bald eagles near this mountain top, which may attack the caravan." Dole was a little stunned. "I don't have much magic power anymore." But he didn't say this, nodded, and followed Carl forward. The caravan occupied most of the road, and there was still some distance on both sides for the guards to move around. The two of them passed by the roadside, and soon arrived in front of the team. At the front of the team, Ryan, Kale, and other masters were all there. At the same time, a group of people and horses came galloping in front. They were scouts of the caravan. When Dole and Carl came to Carl, the man had finished reporting, turned over and got on his horse again, galloped forward again, and soon disappeared in the mountains. Carl looked ahead, lowered his head, and discussed with others. At this time, the two arrived. Carl walked out of breath, but Dole didn't react. Carl glanced at the two and said to Dole, "Master Linroy, the mountain pass in front of us is called Eagle Stream Pass. After going down from the pass, there are many bald eagles on the cliffs on both sides. You wizards need to support us. Wait a moment, Ivan and Candace will be here soon." Dole thought for a moment and asked, "Are there any Warcraft level 1s? Kale did not speak, and Ryan, who was standing next to him, said in a deep voice, "There are quite a few. Generally, they are level 2, and there are also quite a few level 1 ones. Dory's heart sank, and he began to slowly practice meditation to restore his mental strength. The creatures in the sky can only be dealt with by archers and wizards. Unless they can fly into the team, the warriors can fight at close range. If they fly into the team, the damage will be great. Kale and Ryan's meaning is very clear. It is best to keep them out and not let them get close to the caravan. This is also the reason why there are wizards in their caravan. Generally, there will be no less than 3 wizards. Dole's recruitment was just an accident." Soon, Ivan and Candace also came from behind, and they were both out of breath. The caravan was still moving slowly at this time, heading towards the mountain pass. There were a total of 1,000 people in the caravan, basically more than 500 apprentices, more than 200 level 1 warriors, not many level 2 warriors, only about 60, and the rest were ordinary people. If there weren't so many level 2 warriors, they probably wouldn't dare to run this caravan. The caravan stopped in front of the mountain pass, rested again, and then prepared to go through the mountain pass and down to the valley below. According to the plan, tonight they would rest in the valley below the pass, where there was a rest station specially set up by the Northern Kingdom, but there was no one inside, it was all empty. This is what Carl told him. While resting, Dole focused on meditation and concentrated on recovery. Ivan and Candace both changed into blue clothes, with magic patterns flowing on them, emitting a faint light, and each of them held a small short staff in their hands, emitting a weak magic fluctuation. The two completely crushed Dole and Carl in terms of equipment. Unlike Dole, Carl also had equipment, but only a staff. Most of his money was used to buy mental potions, and he had no money to buy extra equipment. Compared with Ivan and the others, Dole and Carl were so shabby that they could not be compared. The 4 looked at each other and looked in other directions. Ivan looked calm. After his blood and chi calmed down, he held the short staff and rested quietly. Just now, he released some magic and drove away some monsters along the way, and he was very proud of himself at this time. Candace had similar thoughts to him. Both of them looked down on Dole, a poor guy who could not afford his own clothes even if he practiced alchemy for a month. Of course, the two of them still respected Carl very much. After all, he was a second-level wizard, who could cast more spells with greater power. Even if they were fighting alone, the equipment they had could not make up for the gap in rank. At this time, Dole was also a little puzzled. Seeing the equipment of the two, he finally understood why the two looked down on him. This set of equipment was indeed incomparable to his own. It was simply luxurious to the extreme. Wherever the two stood, the energy fluctuations on their bodies were enough to resonate with the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, involuntarily attracting them. It was at least twice as easy to cast magic than himself. This was the equipment gap. He took a look and saw that the equipment on the two of them was at least tens of thousands of gold coins. Luxury. Dole curled his lips and didn't want to bother with them. Kale, Ryan, Billy, and many other squadron leaders held a brief meeting and then began to rearrange. While discussing, Dole listened and nodded quickly. They learned a lot. The leading team is actually the team that is least likely to be attacked. Instead, the front third and the back third are very vulnerable to attack. The other places that are very vulnerable to attack are the places where ordinary civilians are. This is the experience summarized by the caravan after countless times. Soon, the plan was formulated. Kale decided to summon some civilians and concentrate them in the front part of the team to attract the bald eagle, while the 4 wizards were ambushed among them. On both sides of the two teams, with these ordinary people in the middle, archers were ambushed. As long as the bald eagle dared to attack, it would most likely attack here. At that time, everyone could do whatever they wanted. After things were arranged, they were summoned quickly. Those ordinary people were unwilling at first, but Kale was willing to pay the price. These people were already on the brink of death, and they were persuaded by money to participate. In addition, 4 wizards were mixed among them, so they agreed. They gathered a total of 100 ordinary poor people. Seeing this, Dole had to sigh. Money is really omnipotent. For money, selling life is something that he probably can't do. After a thorough and quick adjustment, they set off again. This time, they were with ordinary civilians. Dole didn't care, and Carl didn't care either. Ivan and Candace were very uncomfortable. They covered their noses with disgust, and hated those civilians very much. Those civilians were far away from them, 2 or 3 body positions apart. In contrast, Dole and Carl were really mixed in the crowd and looked inconspicuous. The convoy moved forward slowly, and the Xiantian troops soon reached the pass, and then slowly went down the mountain. Not long after, Dole and his team also came to the pass and passed the pass. The altitude of the pass is already very high. Standing here, you can see the magnificent scenery of the top of the Cameron Mountains. Rows of mountains, ridges like dragons, stretching endlessly. Below the ridges are deep valleys, forming huge gullies. Peaks rise and fall on the ridges, which is very spectacular and magnificent. Chapter 131. White clouds float in the mountains, drifting with the wind, rising and falling between the mountains, like a beautiful painting. At the same time, flying mountain eagles and birds can be seen in the distant mountains, circling in the mountains, sometimes diving, sometimes screaming, and sometimes fighting. Majestic, spectacular, majestic, strange, and dangerous, this is the Cameron Mountains. At the same time, Dole saw that from here, the ridges below the mountain turned into straight mountains that looked like they were chopped by swords and axes. In the sky near these cliffs, groups of eagle creatures were circling in the sky, and there were quite a few of them. These things are probably bald eagles. Dole observed carefully, and saw that the tops of these eagle creatures were indeed white. At a glance, there were thousands of them in the sky. This is just in the air. The convoy slowly passed the pass. The huge movement immediately attracted the attention of the sky overlord. Various eagles began to cry in the sky, and the surrounding bald eagles quickly fluttered their wings and approached the road from all directions. With so many bald eagles, how did those small caravans pass through? Dole was full of doubts. However, along the way, their caravan was probably the first large caravan to pass this year. Other caravans would rather take a detour than go here. It only takes 5 days to pass through this mountainous area. If you take a detour, you will have to go around for a month. But if you lose your life, how can you make money? Dole thought about these things in his mind. At this time, he observed the road. There is a cliff on the left and a cliff on the right. This section looks very dangerous. If you are attacked, you can only resist it. But look forward, just go down. At this time, Carl's voice sounded beside him. The strength of the bald eagle is not strong. Only 1 in 10 adult bald eagles will transform into a magic beast, and 9 in 10 are just ordinary beasts, not very strong. They can only transform into level 2, level 3, and level 4 occasionally. Basically, we have never seen them. We can deal with level 1 and level 2, and there should be no level 3. At this time, Dole saw Ivan and Candace approaching them, and seemed to feel a little dangerous. However, even if these two people came over, they were still covering their noses and avoiding the ordinary people around them with disgust. These ordinary people traveled a long distance and did not take a bath for many days. It is inevitable that there will be various smells on their bodies. It is reasonable for them to be disliked. Archers, prepare to meet the attack of the bald eagles. Archers, prepare to meet the attack of the bald eagles. Keep your distance, attack freely within 30 meters. Keep your distance, attack freely within 30 meters. The convoy only went down less than a kilometer, and the number of bald eagles in the sky gradually increased, and soon exceeded 1,000. Some young bald eagles were hovering in a higher position, and the adult bald eagles were close to the main road. Observing from the sky, dozens of bald eagles were very huge, and from a distance, they were much larger than the calves on the ground. At this time, Kale didn't know when he came to the ordinary crowd. He was not wearing armor, but ordinary clothes, which seemed very low-key. After greeting a few people, Kale drew the long sword at his waist and was ready. This is to protect them. The vanguard slowly advanced, and soon passed the first bend and came to the other side of the mountain. At this time, the outside of the cliff was empty, and the convoy was completely exposed in the sky. Koroma in the convoy began to feel uneasy, and the soldiers tried to appease him, hoping to pass as soon as possible. At this time, the eagle cries in the sky became more and more dense, and there were thousands of bald eagles, and the number seemed to be overwhelming, as if they were about to launch an attack. Dole looked at these bald eagles in fear, and had a new understanding of running business. This was really making money with one's life. There were too many monsters in the sky. The convoy passed slowly, and soon reached the turning point for ordinary people like them. At this time, there was a shrill eagle cry in the sky, and a huge bald eagle suddenly fell from the sky and rushed towards the cliff at a rapid speed. His movement seemed to have triggered some signal, and other eagles in the sky fell one after another, with uniform movements and very fast speed, as if it was raining. A calm and cold voice came from the teams ambushing on both sides. Everyone, don't panic. Get ready to face the impact. Archers, get ready. Load your arrows. Face the impact. The team quickly became nervous. When ordinary people saw this, they were so scared that they walked along the cliff and ran around. The scene began to become chaotic. Dole was also frightened by this spectacular scene, but he was calm. His mental strength had recovered to about half at this time. He condensed 3 fireball spell models in his sea of consciousness at once, ready to release at any time. The bald eagle was getting lower and lower, and the speed was getting faster and faster, like an arrow, suddenly piercing the crowd. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Step out, shoot arrows." With a roar, nearly 100 people walked out of the crowd at the same time, came to the edge of the cliff, and pointed their bows and arrows at the sky. The first arrow was released from Ryan's hand. With a faint fighting spirit, the sharp edge of the arrowhead crossed the sky, and shot straight at a very large bald eagle, which was a first-level bald eagle, and it was very fast. Then the others took action, and a row of arrows shot into the sky, more than 100 swift and fast. These arrows have only one characteristic, that is, fast and sharp. They all use special arrows refined by Dual Eye and Carl. Puff puff puff. The eagle rain and the arrow rain collided quickly. The first wave of arrow rain went up, and the first dozens of eagles in the front were hit by arrows, and quickly lost control in the sky and fell in other directions. The bald eagle was very fast and fell quickly. The second wave of arrow rain was just ready, and they were almost close to the team. At this time, Dole felt the magic fluctuations, and Ivan and Candace, who were hiding in the crowd, also walked out of the crowd and attacked together. Dole saw that the clothes and staffs on the two people were emitting faint energy fluctuations at the same time. The surrounding magic elements quickly gathered towards the two people, and the light rose from their bodies, and quickly concentrated on their heads. He felt that the mental power of the two people had actually increased a little bit. Then, the two people quickly released magic. Ivan released 2 fireballs in one breath, and Candace released 3 blue wind blades, all of which were generated from the top of the head. Once generated, they were directly launched to hit the eagles flying towards the crowd. Carl next to him also walked out, raised his hand, and 4 or 5 fireballs were generated at the same time and flew into the sky. These fireballs flew to a distance of less than 10 meters, and exploded at the same time. The strong impact force blew in all directions, smashing the bald eagles around. Boom! Boom! Dole had no time to observe the two at this time, and released his own magic, also fireball magic. The number reached 3 in one breath. He did not release it randomly, but aimed at the 3 eagles and shot them directly at them, at an extremely fast speed. 3 fireballs, One fireball brushed past, but Dole controlled the fireball to explode in time, and the bald eagle lost its direction and crashed into the cliff, and also took away other eagles, while the other two fireballs hit directly and exploded into a ball of mincemeat on the spot. The mincemeat exploded in all directions, like a series of sharp arrows, piercing into the eagles, and several more were affected. At this time, Ivan and Candace had already started the second wave. They both released two witchcrafts at the same time, and it seemed that more would not work. Boom boom boom, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dole also constructed the spell model in time, and formed an attack again. He condensed 3 at a time. Chapter 132. The 3 of them released the fireball spell together. The flames impacted the area of 10 meters above their heads. The explosive force actually shattered all the bald eagles that were missed by the arrows. Not a single one rushed over to the places that the arrows could not reach. Seeing this, the ordinary people cried with joy and thanked them profusely. They quickly passed through this section of the road. Ivan and Candace were shining with light at this time, and the staffs in their hands also emitted energy fluctuations. The 2 of them cast spells very quickly. With the bonus of equipment, the power of the fireball spell was close to Carl, and the explosion range was also very large, with a range of 3 or 4 meters. The strong impact made the bald eagle unable to come down. Carl was a chain fireball, and he could release as many as 5 at a time, but he had no equipment, and was surpassed by the 2 first-level wizards in momentum. For wizards attacked vigorously, releasing in succession, just covering the distance of dozens of square meters above, completely saturated. For a moment, the bald eagles on the cliff fell one after another, and the archers on both sides did not hesitate to consume special arrows, but they did not hit the road, not a single one. About 2 minutes later, after about 70 or 80 bald eagles fell, a shrill eagle cry sounded in the sky, and those bald eagles that were still attacking quickly turned around, emitting shrill cries, and flew towards the mountains. In just 2 minutes, the cliffs and the road were covered with eagle feathers and broken meat, as if it was a meat rain, which looked extremely miserable. And in the team, only a few people were injured, and they were hit by the falling corpses. Among the bald eagles, only ordinary beasts and level 1 attacked. There were no level 2s, and the level 2s were all hovering in the sky, so Dole's magic could also injure and shatter them. Watching the bald eagle fly away, everyone quieted down and looked at the sky together. At this time, Ivan and Candace looked at each other with heavy expressions. Dole, this guy, can actually release 3 at a time. Why is this guy so strong? Is it because of control? The 2 no longer looked down on him. Although Dole released magic a little slower, the power was not small at all, and there was one more than them. They also had equipment bonus, but Dole did not. When did this boy become so strong? The crowd passed slowly. Kale stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at Dole and the other 4, and breathed a long sigh of relief. If the attack failed once, these bald eagles would quickly move away and would not come again. They were already afraid of losing so many tribes. Thanks to recruiting an extra wizard, this guy can release 3 fireballs at a time. It's really amazing. He doesn't have wizard equipment yet. If he has it, he will probably be much stronger than Ivan and Candace. Thinking of this, his heart sank. Carl also reacted at this time. He patted Dole's shoulder fiercely and smiled in surprise. Okay, Lin Rui, your mental control is so strong? I just thought you were strong, but I didn't expect that you could condense 3 spell models in one breath. Dole looked at the sky without too much expression and responded softly, the biggest advantage of alchemists and pharmacists is control. Without control, nothing can be done. I can only be regarded as doing my duty. 3 fireballs are my limit. I am very tired now. He was indeed very tired. In just 2 minutes, he released more than a dozen fireballs, and only a little mental power was left. Kale did not contribute anything. He stood on the edge of the cliff in vain, guarding the air. Hearing what Dole said, he quickly reacted, coughed, and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I will ask Kale to send the magic potion over later. There may be a battle later, and you need to recover as soon as possible." Magic potion? Dora was stunned. There was also a magic potion on his formula, but he did not have the materials for the magic potion, so he could not refine it. This potion could not improve people's mental power and magic power, but it could recover quickly. It was more popular in the market than mental potion. Mental potion can improve strength, but magic potion can save lives. Ivan and Candace nodded together and bowed slightly, showing a very good noble demeanor. Then Trouble the steward, please as soon as possible. Dora and Carl also nodded at this time, especially Dole. He has not yet completed the preliminary construction of the meditation method. He has no magic power, only mental power, and especially needs magic potion, otherwise it will be too slow to recover by meditation. At this time, he felt that the three people had begun to extract energy from the air to restore themselves. Looking at himself again, helpless. He could only use meditation to restore his mental strength. After repelling this attack, the ground was full of blood stains, and the strong smell of blood drifted in all directions along the mountain. After Kale arranged it, he urged the team to pass as soon as possible. These bloody smells would soon attract the covetousness of other wild beasts and monsters, so they needed to pass quickly. The downhill was faster, but this side was on the cliff road, and there were many fallen rocks on the road. The scout team in front tried their best to clear the things on the road, and the speed was actually average. The team slowly moved forward and finally passed the cliff. Kale stood in the team and breathed a sigh of relief. He took back the broadsword in his hand, put it back on his waist, walked out of the crowd, and quickly walked to the front. As the person in charge, he needed to arrange a lot of things. Dole also got the magic potion at this time. This thing was black, and it tasted sweet when you drank it, and then you would feel a cool breath entering the sea of consciousness. He quickly mobilized the meditation method and incorporated the cool breath into the fire element. In the past month, he has successfully raised the elemental body above the waist to the chest. This speed is not fast, but it is also quite slow. If there is a continuous supply of potions, it will definitely not be so slow. At this time, Ivan, Candace, and Carl also understood the true strength of Dole. This guy has not even reached the first level, and he doesn't even have magic power. He relies entirely on mental power to release spells. No wonder the release speed is a bit slow. No matter what kind of meditation method, after visualization, after forming a complete form, the magic elements are incorporated into the consciousness body, combined with the creations meditated by the meditation method, to form a real magic body. At this time, there are three options for releasing magic. One is still pure mental power release, the second is the release of own magic power, and the third is mixed release, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. Dole has no magic fluctuations, only mental power fluctuations, obviously the first type. He has such a strong mental power before reaching the magic stage? Release so much magic in one breath? You know, they are doing it with the help of equipment, and there is not much magic power on their bodies at this time. What kind of meditation method did this guy practice to do this? Mental power control will not reduce magic power consumption. Ivan and Candace both had some thoughts in their hearts. What this guy practiced was actually more advanced than them, and Carl was silent. He himself did not have advanced meditation methods. The atmosphere of the team suddenly became quiet, even a little weird. Dole didn't know what happened at this time. He was trying to absorb the power of the medicine and recover his spirit. An hour later, the convoy went down the mountain and left the most dangerous area. Chapter 133. Commands came from the front to the back of the convoy, and messengers ran back and forth, and the convoy began to relax. This time, crossing the Eagle Stream seemed dangerous, but it was indeed easy. Kale was very happy. Although he promised some money, the best result was that the supplies were not lost. But Kale was not stupid. He also noticed the abnormality of Dole and others, and quickly understood the key. He wanted to catch Dole, a talent. After going down the mountain, he quickly asked Ryan to call Dole over. Dole was a little confused. What did Kale call him for? From the middle of the convoy, he came to the front of the convoy and soon saw Kale. There was no one else around Kale, and he walked alone in the middle. Seeing this, Dole's heart sank. I'm afraid that Kale's chief steward might have something to do, and this matter seemed to be related to him. He crossed the team and came behind Kale, coughed, "Kale's steward." Kale turned around, waved at him, and pointed to the side. Dole quickly followed. Kale glanced at Dole's side and smiled faintly. Do you know why I called you here? Dole shook his head. Kale's smile gradually disappeared, and he said leisurely, You practice a very advanced meditation method. Your mental power is very strong, and it is very rare to release so many magics in one breath. Dole was stunned for a moment. He was not a fool, and it was easy for him to understand what Kale said. He frowned. The Son of the Elements technique was indeed very advanced, and it could be practiced to the 8th level at the highest, even higher than Baal's own level. However, the more you practice, the more difficult it will be, and it is difficult to practice it to a high level. However, the advanced meditation method has always been controlled by the top forces, and it is difficult for ordinary forces to obtain it. Kale can guess that he has the advanced meditation method, and the three people probably guessed it too. Thinking of this, he was silent. Kale smiled again at this time. It seems that you are very smart and know what I am talking about. Ivan and Candace are low-level nobles, and their family meditation method itself is not high. The possibility that they covet you is almost 100%, and Carl is a civilian wizard. Even if he wants to, he will use a relatively peaceful method. You need to pay attention to Ivan and Candace. He directly said his thoughts. Dole was silent. He was actually not afraid. Even if he couldn't beat those two people, there was still Ball. Not to mention those two people. Even if the families behind them went out together, he didn't care much as long as they were forces below level 7. What he was thinking at this moment was that he was so careless that he was exposed like this. He raised his head, bowed to Calais, and said, "Thank you for telling me. If everything is fine, I want to go back and rest." He looked around. They had entered the mountains. The altitude dropped quickly, and forests began to appear on both sides of the road. The shadows of the trees were mottled around, and it was dark and gloomy inside, which seemed full of endless dangers. Calais looked at Dual. He didn't expect him to have such an attitude, but he didn't know what to say. He sighed and said, "In the convoy, they won't do anything. After leaving the convoy, have you ever thought about what to do?" Dual looked at Calais and smiled slightly. "The Glory Empire is so big, I believe I can find a place that belongs to me." Calais frowned. He traveled all over the country and met many people. He had also met many people like Dual. All of these people sighed about their future. Where did this guy get the confidence? He was puzzled. "Okay, our Chamber of Commerce has business in both the Glory Empire and the Eternal Forest. If you need anything, you can come to me then." Dole nodded. Back to the carriage, Carl lifted the curtain and smiled. "What did the Chief Steward Carl want to talk to you about?" "It's not to give you some equipment, right? This button of mine was given by Captain Carl." Carl laughed and turned up the collar of his clothes. Dole's equipment was too miserable. There was nothing. Dole glanced at Carl and blinked. "This is a very ordinary button, but there is a magic circle on it. It is not activated, and I don't know what effect it has." Carl added, "This is a standard magic circle for concentration, which can improve the effect of meditation by about 5%. Of course, it is only effective for those below level 3. Dole nodded and understood the function of this thing. He glanced at Ball, who was shaking with the carriage. This guy was as lazy as a pig at this time, and he didn't move at all. He was relieved, glanced at Carl, and then set his eyes in the distance. "No, we wasted a lot of arrows today. We may have to work overtime tonight." Carl raised his eyebrows, and immediately straightened his posture, and his facial expression also restrained. "Then I have to hurry up to recover. Our arrows are effective today. The first wave of defense depends entirely on arrows." Carl sighed and stopped talking. The matter of testing Dole can only be postponed. In the caravan, he does not have a good chance, and the two people have no chance either. Now the advanced armor-piercing arrows basically all rely on Dole, and Captain Calais will definitely not let them do anything tricky. He thought that today, in just a few minutes, they had wasted more than half of the accumulated arrows from the previous 10 days, and they could not recover them after shooting them out. They really had to process a batch tonight. The convoy slowly went down the mountain. Except for some minor disturbances occasionally, there was nothing else. The sun had just set over the mountain when the convoy came to the foot of the mountain and came to a river valley. Next to the river valley, a group of dilapidated houses appeared in everyone's eyes. These houses were all made of wood. There were about a dozen of them. It seemed that they had not been used for a long time. There was dust and weeds everywhere, but they could still be moved in after cleaning up. At this time, the managers in front and behind the convoy began to shout and clean up the wooden houses and prepare to move in. 10 minutes later, Dole and Carl took the lead in entering the clean house. All the necessary equipment was provided. The two did not waste time and started to refine arrows directly. Outside the wooden house, a team of 10 people stood outside, firmly guarding the door and windows of the wooden house. Outside Ivan's house, Candace stood at the door and knocked gently. Ivan sat on the bed, opened his eyes, and the door opened automatically. Candace walked into the room, and the door closed automatically. "Do you have any ideas?" Candace came in as a guest and spoke first. Ivan snorted coldly. "What do I have any ideas?" Candace's mouth twitched slightly, and one corner was slightly raised. "The meditation method of that mud-legged man. Don't say you don't have any ideas." Ivan narrowed his eyes, and threw out something. The thing fell to the ground and quickly activated, forming a small barrier that wrapped the entire house. Silent barrier. Ivan looked at Candace, breathed a sigh of relief, and said lightly, "If you have any ideas, just say it." Candace lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "The meditation methods of the Northern Kingdom are all concentrated in the hands of the Supernatural Society. The meditation methods that have been circulated must not be very high, but that kid's meditation method is obviously very advanced. He has such a high mental power before he has officially condensed the magic virtual image. I don't believe you are not tempted." Ivan's mouth twitched. Candace was so direct today. Logically speaking, as long as he accumulates a little money, he can go back and change to a better meditation method, but if he can get the meditation method from that guy, he can save a lot of money. Chapter 134. While Ivan was thinking, the room suddenly became quiet, so quiet that it was scary. After a while, Ivan raised his head, his eyes shone with a sharp light. "Please go back. I haven't met you today." Candace was a little surprised, looked at Ivan deeply, and turned away. "Since you are unwilling to cooperate, then let's rely on our own abilities." 10 minutes later. In Kale's tent, a guard quietly reported to him. After listening, Kale raised his eyebrows. He gently touched the broadsword at his waist, and then waved his left hand. "Continue to monitor the two people." The convoy moved forward slowly, like a long dragon on the long mountain road. According to the predetermined goal, today we have to cross 2 hills, but there is only one dangerous area, which is the second mountain pass. Going down from there, we have to pass through a valley called Shirling, where a group of wind lions appear. The wind lion is extremely fast, coming and going like the wind. The second level wind lion can also release wind blades, which can attack remotely, which is very powerful. Dole learned a lot from Carl. Since last night, he has been very talkative, talking about the stories of the Northern Kingdom, the Eternal Forest, and the Glory Empire. Dole obviously prefers the Glory Empire, so Carl naturally focuses on explaining. In the carriage, Carl talked and gestured. The Glory Wizard Alliance is the most powerful organization in the Glory Empire, without a doubt. Even the authority of the Glory Empire is below that of the Glory Wizard Alliance. However, most wizards who can come to the Glory Empire are relatively peaceful. They like to occupy a place, build magic towers, and protect the peace of one side. The magicians of the Glory Empire don't like black wizards very much, so the Glory Empire is also called the Black Wizard Jedi. Of course, the most powerful organization on the Western continent is not the Glory Wizard Alliance. There is another organization called the Wizard Alliance, which does not have the word glory. The enemy of the Glory Wizard Alliance is the Glorious Empire. The Glorious Empire is a completely religious country that believes in the Goddess of Light. However, the main belief world of the Goddess of Light is not in this world. Carl talked freely, while Dole listened quietly. Although he had read many books, most of them were books about the Northern Kingdom, and rarely involved other continents. It was the first time he heard of religious countries, empires, and similar concepts. No matter what country it is, isn't it a group of people ruling another group of people? Carl liked Dole's serious listening. There are many academies in the Glory Empire, including wizards, warriors, and other professions. The Glory Empire even has many servant races, such as dwarves and giants. Dole immediately became interested. Are dwarves true blacksmith masters as the legend says? Carl nodded and sighed sincerely. The most powerful blacksmiths in the world are dwarves. They can even forge artifacts, which is something that wizards cannot accomplish. So there are elves? Cannibals? Dole was very interested. He had only read about them in books, and had never seen them in person. Carl shrugged. The elves are a very proud race. They usually live in forests, such as the Eternal Forest. Cannibals are just cruel beasts. Dole's interest was aroused. Carl told many stories, and Dole listened with great interest. At 11 o'clock in the morning, they quickly passed the first mountain pass. The beasts that attacked them were just ordinary beasts, which were quickly dealt with without causing any commotion. The bald eagles dozens of kilometers away were watching them, but they didn't come down in the end. They lost hundreds of them in one go yesterday, which was a serious blow to the entire bald eagle group. The convoy quickly disappeared at the foot of the mountain. When passing the top of the mountain, Dual Eye saw layers of mountains in the distance ahead. He didn't know how far it was. He sighed in his heart. It would take 3 days to pass through this mountain range. Several people died last night. They were all dragged to an unknown place by the magic beasts in the dark. Their bodies were found by the river next to them in the morning. They had long turned into a pile of skeletons. Judging from the wounds, it seemed to be a shadow leopard, a cruel and cunning magic beast that was extremely good at hiding itself. This mountain is too dangerous. The convoy went down the mountain, passed the valley at the foot of the mountain, and soon turned around and walked up the mountain. At this time, the team quickly changed their posture. All the warriors, archers, including Dole, Carl, and the 4 wizards, gathered together and went up the mountain in advance. The entrance of Wind Lion Valley. Wind Lion Valley is a very wide valley. The official road passes through the entrance of the valley and goes to the other side. Carl led all the 3rd level warriors and most of the 2nd level warriors to gather at the entrance of the valley. Half of the archers ambushed on both sides of the valley, directly blocking the entrance of the valley. If the Wind Lion group dared to come out from here, they would be greeted by a rain of arrows, long swords, axes, and shields. Dole also understood their strategy at this time, and followed Carl, ready to take action at any time. After what happened yesterday, I have been a little wary of Ivan and Candace. These 2 people are nobles, and they look down on common people. They might do something to me. Of course, I don't need to be on guard now, but I need to be on guard all the time. These 2 people must be secretly coveting my meditation method. The meditation method of the Son of Elements is too valuable, and he dare not reveal it. In the past few days, he plans to make a weak version as a disguise so that people can't detect it. From last night to this morning, Carl has been emphasizing the powerful influence of meditation in the wizard world. Even if Dole is a fool, he knows that he may be targeted, and Carl is one of them. Carl is just an ordinary person. He only became a wizard after entering the academy, and he is still a poor guy. Dole knows his thoughts very well. Among the 3, Carl is relatively mild, while Ivan and Candace are relatively radical. These 2 people must have some conspiracy. For people, divided into 2 pairs, ambushed on both sides of the valley entrance. In front of them, there were archers behind them, and in front of them were warriors. Kale also carried a bow and arrow at this moment, standing slightly inside the valley entrance. He was the strongest and undertook a more difficult task. After a while, the convoy slowly came and passed through the valley entrance. The large number of convoys caused a lot of movement. The mountain was very quiet, and the convoy passed slowly, and it was impossible not to be noticed. The convoy had just arrived at the valley entrance and walked for less than a minute. In the distance of the valley entrance, beyond the range of vision, several elegant lions appeared on the cliff. They looked at the valley entrance, and then quickly disappeared on the mountain. Then, the sound of lion roars came from the valley one after another. Kale and Ryan shouted together, each squadron passes the order, archers are ready, warriors are ready to meet the impact, shields, be ready to fight at any time. The orders were passed down one by one, and soon everyone ambushed on both sides of the valley became nervous. At this moment, Dole felt a small energy wave emanating from the staff in Carl's hand. Dole glanced at Carl's staff, which was an ordinary wooden stick inlaid with ordinary rubies, and the grade was not high. Equipment helps to improve the strength of the wizard, reduce the loss of magic power, and increase the strength of mental power. The source of strength of most wizards lies in equipment, and their own abilities are not strong. Chapter 135. Carl was like this, not to mention Candace and Ivan. Dole felt the strong energy fluctuations and mental fluctuations emanating from the equipment of the 2 people, which raised their strength by at least 1/3. Rich man. Dole muttered in his heart, and then stopped paying attention to the 3 people, and set his sights on the valley entrance. About a minute later, a group of wind lions rushed out from the valley entrance, and came towards the valley entrance. The leading wind lion was quite huge, comparable to a small elephant, but the huge size did not affect his speed. He jumped in the mountains like a breeze, which was completely inconsistent with his size. On his body, wind flows were entangled, and it looked like a wind flow. This is a wind lion that controls wind flows. This is a level 3 wind lion. Behind him, several level 2 wind lions followed closely and rushed towards the valley. Level 1 wind lions were still behind. Soon, a group of about 200 wind lions appeared in the eyes of everyone. Kale looked at the leading wind lion in front of him, tightened the broadsword in his right hand, and put a delicate small round shield on his left arm. The wind lion was very fast, and soon came not far from Kale. Kale quickly came out of the valley mouth at this time, and the fighting spirit on his body rose instantly, forming a layer of white energy, wrapping his whole body in it. At the same time, the fighting spirit on the broadsword turned into a white flame, wrapping the sword body in it, and extending 5 meters away. The violent energy fluctuations made the leading male lion move his eyes instantly, turn around in the sky, and pounce on Kale fiercely, opening his bloody mouth, and mysterious wind streams condensed in his mouth. Kale roared, "Warriors, stand out, everyone, prepare for the attack." He rushed forward first. The lion was still in midair, and it opened its mouth and spit out several green wind blades, covering Kale's whole body. Kale stood still at this time, firmly on the ground, and the broadsword turned around, instantly pulling out a residual image, scattering all the wind blades, and then stopped his feet and collided head-on with the lion that was rushing on. The flames on the powerful broadsword rose again, turning into a 5-meter-high flame sword, and the super lion was chopped down on the head. The lion was not to be outdone, and the green airflow on its claws also rose up, and suddenly swung from left and right. Boom! The two were instantly put together, the sword energy and flames collapsed, and turned into energy scattered in all directions, and the green airflow of the wind lion was also chopped off. The powerful forces collided, and the man and the lion each flipped to the other side, and it was a draw. At this time, a second-level wind lion came around from behind the wind lion and rushed towards the valley entrance. Meet the impact. Warriors, prepare archers, hide, wait for an opportunity to attack. Dozens of warriors rushed out from both sides of the valley and fought each other. The wind lion was too fast. After becoming a magic beast, it had a wind flow bonus, and ordinary archers were useless. This was also the fundamental reason why they were brought into fight. As long as the warriors entangled the magic beast, the ordinary wind lions were dealt with by the archers. After they dealt with the ordinary wind lions, they would use armor-piercing arrows to deal with the magic beast-level wind lions, which would be much stronger. The premise was that Calais and other warriors could withstand the first wave of the wind lion's impact. They withstood it. The archers behind were overjoyed, and pulled up their bows and arrows, and opened their bows. Shoot! The wind lions approached, and the archers opened their bows and shot forward. Arrows rained down into the valley entrance and the lions, and a group of lions fell to the ground. Then, the second and third waves of arrows fell, and a group of wind lions lay dead at the valley entrance. Some level 1 wind lions were a little faster, but they couldn't stand the arrows. This is the power of large-scale archers. Seeing this, Dual Eye felt a little chilled. If someone used a group of archers to deal with him, what should he do? He thought for a long time and found that there was no solution at all, unless he reached level 2, unless the time, place, and people were right, and other means were used, otherwise there was only one word: escape. The number of wind lions was not large, and a wave of impact directly left hundreds of corpses, and the wind lions were firmly blocked at the valley entrance. In the center of the battlefield, Kale, Ryan, Kafipos, and others were already in a fierce battle. The second-level wind lions were extremely fast, and this was their home ground. Except for a few powerful people who had killed their opponents, everyone else was in a bitter battle. Especially Kale, he was dealing with the Lion King, and the fight between one man and one lion was indistinguishable. However, as ordinary wind lions and first-level wind lions fell to the ground one after another, the Lion King roared a few times, and the energy on his body was raised to a higher level again, as if it turned into a ball of wind and storm, crashing into Kale. Kale was also very strong, and his equipment was also very luxurious. Although the Wind Lion King was extremely powerful, he could not cross Kale's defense line. He blocked the Wind Lion King firmly in the innermost position. At this time, an order came from the valley mouth: all archers with armor-piercing arrows, support, quickly move forward. The battle ended 3 minutes later, very quickly. The Wind Lion King led a group of remnants, and soon reluctantly retreated into the valley. Facing a large caravan with more than 600 guards, their lion group was useless, and just said to die in vain. Calais panted and asked people to clean up the battlefield. The focus was on the wind lions that entered the magic beast realm. Their magic cores must be dug out. The corpses soon piled up at the entrance of the valley, and then loaded onto the truck. These corpses were also very important resources. When Calais walked out of the valley, Dual Eye saw that there were many cracks in his armor, and the outer armor showed scars. The magic pattern was broken, and the magic array was invalid. Just one battle, this armor was almost on the verge of collapse. The magic beasts are naturally stronger than humans. If it weren't for the equipment to make up for this gap, it is estimated that Calais, the chief steward, would not be able to walk out today. Dual Eye and the other 4 had never taken action. At this time, they were standing at the entrance of the valley, saluting the chief steward with their eyes. Collecting corpses, recovering bows and arrows, everything was done within half an hour, and soon, the caravan disappeared at the entrance of Fengshire Valley along the official road. Large caravans have their advantages, but of course, they also have their disadvantages. The advantage is that there is strength in numbers, and the number of people in an organized group can crush everything under the pressure of strength. Along the way in the mountains, Dual Eye saw the power of large-scale combat, which is completely different from a single fight. For the next 3 days, the two of them worked overtime at night to refine armor-piercing arrows, and these armor-piercing arrows would be used during the day. All the way there, corpses were everywhere. Some arrows could be picked up, some could not, and when they walked out of the Cameron Mountains, the entire caravan was covered with fur. The caravan lost about 23 people, and they stayed forever in the vast mountains behind them. When they walked out of the mountains and saw the vast world outside, everyone cheered, waving their weapons, throwing away their hats, and roaring excitedly on the ground. These 5 days were too depressing, and I was facing all kinds of dangers every moment. Now I am finally free. In front of the caravan, Kale rode a mighty horse, looking a little haggard, but excited. He finally got out, and there was almost no loss. After crossing the Cameron Mountains, we entered the Pamir Desert. The Pamir Desert belongs to the last province of the Northern Kingdom, the Constantine Province, and borders the Eternal Forest and the Glory Empire. Chapter 136. Constantine is extremely vast, and it is boundless as far as the eye can see. However, most of it is wasteland, which has not been cultivated by anyone. In addition, the climate here is dry and extreme, so there are not many people. Constantine is a very sparsely populated city. But this is relatively speaking. Constantine City is the most adventurous city. The wasteland here is full of monsters and treasures, attracting countless adventurers. And the Cameron Mountains behind it are a very good place for adventure. This is the few information that Dole knows. He is also very tired at this time. He has been staying up all night for 5 consecutive days, and only rested for a while during the day. Even a profession with high mental power, like a wizard, can't stand this kind of pretense. He will have a good rest tonight. It was noon when they walked out of the mountains. After the team continued to move forward for 20 kilometers, they camped on a plain and everyone relaxed. Dole has not been idle these days. He has made some hallucinogenic potions and a batch of poisons with different effects, and put them around. Except for Bar, these things plus his own witchcraft are the last resort for self-protection. For a wizard who studies potions, there is no poison that can be more trusted than the poison he makes. If Ivan and Candace want to do something with Constantine, Dole will dare to poison them. So what if they are nobles? It's not like they haven't killed before. What is certain is that these two people will definitely make trouble. On the 3rd day, Carl couldn't help asking himself about the meditation method. Dole didn't say much. He just glanced at Carl and asked, "How much can you pay?" Carl smiled bitterly and closed his mouth, and didn't even ask about the grade of the meditation method. But Dole was not reassured. He knew that people's hearts are hidden when he was young. So, when he rested at night, he asked for a tent alone, arranged means around it, and told the guards not to get close. He slept very sweetly that night. When he woke up, Dole felt energetic. He opened the tent. It was still dark outside, and only the morning star was hanging in the eastern sky. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he entered a meditative state. At this time, the fire elemental spirit had visualized half of his chest. According to the current progress, it only took a few months to fully visualize the fire element. In fact, he could use hallucinogenic drugs to improve his mental power and quickly improve his realm, but it was not safe now. After drinking the hallucinogenic drugs, who knew what would happen, so he did not use this method. The convoy had been silent until the sun rose to the position of a pole, and the whole camp came alive. After 5 days of fatigue, everyone needed enough sleep to ensure that there would be no problems in the next journey. At noon, the convoy slowly set off and headed for Constantine City. The carriage started slowly, and the wheels rolled over the uneven land, shaking. Carl sat opposite Dole, with a tangled expression. After a long time, he suddenly spoke, with a firm expression, "Lin Rue, I want your meditation method, I will pay the price." Dole was stunned. After a few days, why did this guy start to mention it again? He was a little alert. He couldn't beat a 2nd level wizard. He quietly took a small bottle out of his pants, and put it next to him. He doesn't like to rely on Ball. After Dole did all this, Dole calmed down and said, "What do you think is worthy of a good meditation method?" Carl sighed, "I have been following the caravan for so many years, and I have only one secret that has never been known to anyone. I plan to trade this secret with you." Dole immediately became interested. Although Carl is only a 2nd level wizard, this guy has traveled far and wide and experienced a lot of things. Seeing that Dole was interested, Carl threw out something, and that thing emitted an energy wave that wrapped the entire car in it. Dole recognized it, the silent barrier. Carl lowered his head, looking a bit struggling. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's actually very easy to advance from a level 1 wizard to a level 2 wizard, but it's not easy to advance from a level 3 wizard to a level 4 wizard. Even if you use hallucinogenic drugs, you can easily fall into crisis. The reason why I entered the wizard world back then was because I got something that could ignore the bottleneck below level 4. Dole was immediately shocked. What is so powerful? Carl sighed. Although I got that thing, I have never had a good meditation method, and my aptitude is not good. I can only reach level 3 at most in this life, and level 4 is a long way off. Meditation method determines a person's ceiling. I have been trying hard to save money just to buy a good meditation method, but it's too expensive. Carl is very frugal. Since he learned how to refine arrows, he has worked harder than Dole to get enough compensation from Carl. In recent days, he has obtained hundreds of gold coins. Dole saw all of this. Compared to Ivan and Candace, Dole prefers dealing with Carl. Carl was only practicing low-level meditation, and his unwillingness and despair could be heard from his words. But he was very surprised at this time. What could ignore the bottleneck? Does that thing really exist? Just as he was thinking, Ball's voice appeared in his ears. What do you think the bottleneck is? Dole thought about it for a while, and didn't answer his question. He raised his head and looked at Carl, and said calmly, I need to think about it. Carl was silent. A squadron led by Cafipos was not far away from Dole and Carl, and a burst of laughter came at this time. When we get to Constantine, who will go to the Dream City with me? Haha, Cafipos is so suffocated. Are you going to stay inside for 3 days? 3 days, I want 5 days. No, I can only go to the Yali Hotel. My weapons need maintenance. Me too, half of my armor is broken. If it weren't for those wizards, I would have to buy new ones. I miss Miss Chuantao's big breasts. Haha, I heard you like Miss Taowa. That fat guy? Don't you think he's very charming? A sound of retching suddenly came from all around. Listening to the noisy sounds around him, Duolai had no sadness or joy. This is the daily life of these adventurers. Training, fighting hard, eating, equipment, and women make up their entire lives. Few adventurers can have a good end. What do you think the bottleneck is? Dole thought about it, and sent a telepathic message. The bottleneck should be the abnormality of the physical body, and the spiritual fit. I went from a high-level wizard apprentice to a first-level wizard. My spiritual power cannot break through the physical body. Isn't that a bottleneck? When Ball heard this, he was stunned. He wanted to give his own answer, but although Dole's answer was not the standard answer, it explained the root cause of the bottleneck from another perspective. Doghead nodded. That's right. Now you should know the general direction of removing the bottleneck. Dole was actually a little moved. The last time he was stuck in the bottleneck, he was very uncomfortable. If he could get rid of the bottleneck, how great it would be, and he could use it all the way to the 4th level. A 4th level wizard is also a big boss in any place. Although I understand a little, it requires a lot of biological experiments. It would be good if I could get something ready. Carl needs meditation. I only need to give him one of the Sons of Elements. Chapter 137. Ball said lazily, it's up to you. If I give it to you, it's yours. He lay there comfortably motionless. Dole thought carefully. But he couldn't give it to Carl now. Once Ivan and Candace found out, things might not be so simple. Dole suspected that they would take action directly. He knew too well what the nobles were like. The wheels moved slowly on the wasteland. After a few days, a magnificent city much larger than Chris County appeared in front of him. Constantine City. Not far from the city, there were many small towns and villages around. Everyone should relax, but when they really arrived at Constantine City, waves of calls broke out in the caravan, awakening Dole, who was meditating. He had already thought of the flame elemental spirit tube to his neck, leaving only the head and hands. Once completed, he could draw magic power into his body, evolve the elemental spirit, and officially enter the late stage of the first-level wizard. The difficulty of level 2 magic is much higher than level 1. To learn level 2 magic, there are many factors, including the huge mental power and control. Dole does not have the ability to simulate it at least now. Pulling his head out of the carriage, Dole glanced at the magnificent city in the distance. Constantine Province. I have read many books, and the introductions to a human provincial capital in those books are very gorgeous, such as the place where the human elites are located, the city of the future of the human race, the head of the university, and all kinds of nouns, but when I really saw it, I could only use one word to describe it. Spectacular. The city, which is dozens of kilometers wide, lies on the ground, like a sea of buildings, with tall and wide walls, and soldiers standing on the walls, full of majesty and solemnity. Inside the city wall, all kinds of tall buildings rose from the ground, standing in a forest, exceeding the height of the city wall, and the tallest one was even twice as high as the city wall. It was very spectacular from a distance. This is Constantine's city, and it is also the only city in the northern kingdom to fight against the eternal forest and the glorious empire. There will be no peace between empires, and the Constantine Iron Cavalry is also a very famous existence in the Western Ring continent. The convoy moved forward slowly, and soon stopped 3 or 4 miles outside the city to repair. They would stay here for 5 days. Enter the city. Dole had never been to a big city, and was very curious about everything around him. There were many people in the city, all kinds of tall buildings, magnificent and spectacular, and all kinds of people, which made people dizzy. On the street, people came and went, ordinary people, professionals, men, women, adults and children, everywhere, and the flow of people was several times more than that of Chris County. Dole had no idea about these, and took Ball to wander around casually. Soon, he came to a pharmacy to check the varieties of medicines. As expected, there was no material for the third-level mental power drug, which made him feel a little disappointed. So, he casually strolled on the street. Ivan, wearing an ordinary black suit, entered the city, raised his hand, called a carriage, and quickly disappeared on the street. The carriage turned around, and soon stopped in front of a chamber of commerce. Ivan got off the carriage, entered the chamber of commerce, showed a sign to the waiter, and was led to a house at the back. A moment later, 3 carrier pigeons flew up from the chamber of commerce, and flew towards the Glory Empire at a very fast speed. At the same time, on the other side of the city, Candace also used the same method to pass on information. After doing all this, the 2 of them went into the XC area, where Constantine's largest spending market was. Dole wandered around the city, admiring the prosperity of the big city, acting like a country bumpkin. In this city, he saw many novel things, such as humans with yellow hair and yellow pupils, orcs with tails, and some very strange lives. In the north of the Northern Kingdom, most people have yellow-black skin, black hair, and pupils occasionally have differences, but the city is mainly black, and few people have natural yellow hair, white hair, or red hair. He saw it this time. As he walked, he looked around. There is everything in the city, auction houses, various professional guilds, arenas, and various gold-selling caves described in books. It was not until noon that he was a little hungry, so he reluctantly walked into a restaurant. This is a restaurant of a slightly higher grade. Dole walked through the crowd and walked to the door. Just as he was about to go in, the waiter at the door stopped him. His expression was a little disgusted, and he said, "We only entertain wealthy businessmen and nobles here, not ordinary people." Dole frowned, wondering why the people here were like this. He was about to speak, but heard a majestic voice from behind. "Please ask this distinguished mage to come in. I, Alan, will treat you." Dole was startled, put one hand into his clothes, and then turned around. A middle-aged man in a noble tuxedo strode over from a distance, and when he saw Dole turn his head, he showed a gentle smile. Dole felt the same huge magic fluctuations from him as Carl. This is a second-level wizard. The waiter was shocked when he heard this. He not only withdrew his hand, but even took a step back and looked at him in horror. "Sir Alan, who is this?" the waiter said tremblingly. Dole felt something strange. Alan came not far in front of Dole, and took a look at his movements. This foreign wizard was very alert, with his hands in his clothes. He should have some countermeasures. He glanced at the waiter and smiled gently. This should be an adventurer. "I heard that the Flame Chamber of Commerce entered the city. Did you come with the Chamber of Commerce?" Dole did not feel any hostility, so he relaxed. "Yes, the Fiery Chamber of Commerce arrived last night, camped outside for a night, and entered the city this morning. I am Len Rue, the wizard accompanying the team." Alan smiled. "I just happened to come here to eat, and I happened to meet you. Do you mind, come together?" Dole nodded, "Okay." The waiter respectfully stepped back, and watched the 2 walk in together. After Dole left, he wiped the sweat from his head, and felt weak all over. My God, this person wearing animal skin is actually a wild first-level wizard, so scary. The prejudice of the Northern Kingdom against wizards is terrible. Please don't mind. Alan took Dole in and said as he walked. Dole himself is from the Northern Kingdom, so he naturally knows this clearly. "I don't mind, but I just feel very strange. Why would ordinary people be so scared?" Alan laughed. "This is because the Empire deliberately promoted and demonized the image of wild wizards. For ordinary civilians, except for the magicians of the Superpower Society, other magicians are monsters who like to kill at will." Dole fell silent. The 2 walked in, and soon, Dole saw what a luxurious restaurant was. But the strange thing was that Alan couldn't see Ball next to him. He just took a dog and walked around inside. "I asked for a small private room, and ate something casually. Soon, Dole knew what Alan was here for. This guy was not here to eat, but to monitor him. A foreign first-level wizard actually used a second-level wizard to monitor him personally. It was terrible. Dole thought that if he came here to cause trouble, I'm afraid this wizard Alan would kill him in a minute. Chapter 138. The food was delicious and made very delicately, but it was tasteless, even though it cost 2 gold coins. After leaving the restaurant, Dole felt a little bored and left Constantine's city directly, and returned to the camp. There were few people in the camp. Some of the core members of the caravan went to various local chambers of commerce to buy and sell goods, some went to the city to consume, and some had already arrived at the station, and the destination was here. There were more than 1,000 people in the team, but now there were less than 200 people left in the camp. Dole returned to his own tent, arranged some means nearby, and slowly entered into meditation. He thought of the fire elemental spirit before the eternal forest, and incorporated the magic element to form a real fire elemental spirit. At that time, his strength would be greatly enhanced. As long as he did not encounter an irresistible opponent, he could always find a way to escape. For 4 consecutive days, Dole ate, drank, defecated and urinated in the caravan, and did not go out at all. Soon it was the 5th day, and the caravan set off again. Dole found that many faces were missing, and many new faces were added. Go out of Constantine's city, pass through Khmer Fortress, and you will leave the northern kingdom. From here, there are 2 roads. One is to the northwest to the Eternal Forest. Go all the way to the place where there is a big river, which is the Eternal Forest. Go southwest to the Glory Empire. It only takes about 50 kilometers to see the fortress of the Glory Empire, Campbell Fortress. Therefore, the destination of Dole's cooperation with the caravan is only Khmer Fortress. It only takes 10 days from Constantine City to Khmer Fortress, which means that Dole's journey is about to end. It was spring when we came out, and 2 months later, it is now midsummer. The sky was scorching hot, baking the earth, and the warm wind blew on my face, feeling a little hot. After leaving the wilderness, we came to the west near the Gobi Desert, passing through the Campbell Canyon and the Khmer Fortress. Dole is now somewhat yearning. The Empire of Glory, a paradise for wizards. After the wilderness, the altitude became higher and higher, and the air became drier and drier. Soon, the convoy entered the Gobi Desert. Unlike the wilderness where dangers can be encountered at any time, there are no more creatures in the Gobi Desert except wolves and large lizards. For ordinary people, the biggest crisis here is the water source and the invisible sand bandits, but this is not the case for large caravans. Even if they encounter wolves and sand bandits, they will look from a distance and watch them leave. However, there are more poisonous insects here, and any kind of poison is very toxic, especially the unique sand scorpions, which are very toxic. Soon, the team entered the Campbell Canyon, a canyon about 500 kilometers long. Dole had never seen such a barren environment and canyon before. He looked around all the way. It was too shocking and spectacular. There were complex mountains on both sides of the canyon. It was impossible to pass through it. He could only pass through this canyon. Along the way, he could see all kinds of garbage left on both sides of the canyon. This is a mature trade route. Not long after the caravan entered the Campbell Canyon, they saw another pair of caravans coming from the opposite side. It was a small caravan. Just when the 2 caravans were about to cross each other, Carl, who was sitting opposite Dole, suddenly became excited and said, "This is the Green Road Caravan, coming out of the Eternal Forest." They set out at this time every year to supply materials to the Northern Kingdom Supernatural Society. I want to buy something. Do you want to go? Providing materials to the Superpower Society? Dole's eyes lit up immediately. Then he wondered, if we go to buy individually, will they sell it? Carl started to get off the car at this time. The Green Road Caravan is not a caravan, but a caravan composed of many small caravans. The big caravan naturally doesn't care about the transaction of dozens of gold coins, but the small caravan is different. He straightened his clothes and urged, "Are you going or not? If not, I go first." Dole thought about it, and got off the carriage. At the same time, Dole saw Ivan and Campbell also get off the car, and walk to the opposite side. The 4 people came out together, looked at each other, and then fell silent. Dole didn't really want to buy things, but was a little curious about how they would deal with each other. But he soon found out that Campbell Canyon was very wide, and the distance between the 2 sides was very far. The 4 people had just left the caravan, and had not walked to the opposite side. Several people came out from the front, middle and back. Judging from their clothes, they seemed to be the leaders. The 3 seemed to be in a competitive relationship. They quickly approached the 4 people, each holding something in a book in their hands. For masters, this is the list of our caravan. Please take a look. What do you need? This is my list. Please take a look. Mine. Before Dual Eye came forward, he had 4 more lists in his hand. He was a little overwhelmed, and then he was delighted after seeing the things on them. There was actually the 3rd level spiritual power herb in mean grass he needed on it. He looked at the list and saw their respective quotes. One of them quoted 160 gold coins, which was nearly 30% cheaper than the market price. He immediately took the list and said to the man, I want this, 3,000 gold coins. The man was stunned, and when he saw what it was, his eyes suddenly brightened. Nether grass, is this person a magic potion master? He said to Dole calmly, please follow me. Dole nodded, followed the man, and followed the convoy. After walking a long way, the man came to Dole and whispered, are you a magic potion master? Dole knew that he couldn't hide it from the other party, and also whispered, yes, nether grass is the main material of the 3rd level mental potion. I just lack this thing. The man looked at Dole and said with some excitement, since you are a pharmacist, can you cooperate often? Dole was a little surprised, blinked, and shook his head. I don't even know where I'm going. The future is uncertain, and he doesn't want to promise anything to others. The man was a little confused. Are you going to the Glory Empire? Dole nodded. The man immediately laughed and said, although our rose caravan is small, we are just a small team, and there are other caravans. We are divided into several parts and often travel between the Glory Empire, the Eternal Forest, and the Northern Kingdom. As long as you have the address, we can trade. Although our caravan is a small caravan, it also serves many people. Dole suddenly realized, so he nodded, if that's the case, it's okay. How can I contact you after I settle down? He also needs certain materials to make medicine. It would be best if there is a separate supplier. The man seemed to have been prepared for a long time and took out a jade token. This is the token of our caravan. You can take it to any city where there is a Rose Hotel. Tell the shopkeeper your address, and we should be able to find it soon. Dole said he understood. At this time, the man came to the caravan and quickly searched among them. After a while, a large tightly wrapped bag was carried out. Recently, he has been making arrows and doing alchemy. After 2 months of accumulation, he has only accumulated more than 1,000 gold coins. He spent them all in one go, which was a bit painful, but with the nether grass, everything is worth it. Tonight, he can refine the 3rd level mental potion and then directly improve. Money is not important. What is important is strength. The person in charge of the Rose Caravan is named Vasily, a very lively young man. Dole wrote down this name. Dole was the last one to go back. At this time, the 2 caravans had actually walked a long distance, and he was jogging behind to catch up. Chapter 139. The Campbell Canyon is very long and very wide. The narrowest part is more than 50 meters wide, and the widest part is even several kilometers wide. It can be imagined that in ancient times, there was once a very abundant river here. On both sides of the canyon are steep desert mountains and Gobi. In this area, only the Campbell Canyon can be normally passed. Even the sand bandits are unwilling to walk in the mountains on both sides. The sand wolves that can be seen everywhere, the lizards and sand scorpions hidden underground are a disaster for any creature. Back in the carriage, Dole glanced at Carl, who smiled at him and said nothing. Dole was also happy about this. He put the bag next to Ball, took a nap, and practiced meditation by the way. Soon, time slowly passed to the night, and nothing happened throughout the day. Carrying things, he came to the tent and breathed a sigh of relief. There was no need to refine arrows in the Gobi, and Carl did not follow him, so he breathed a sigh of relief. After instructing the guards not to let anyone get close, he cleared the alchemy table and prepared to refine the 3rd level spiritual power potion. The 3rd level spiritual power potion requires a mixture of potions, each of which must be of a very high purity. Unlike the 2nd level spiritual power potion, the purity of each drug in it must be at least 99%. It is impossible to be so precise according to the general spiritual power sensing method. Fortunately, there is now an alchemy table. With the help of the alchemy table, this problem can be perfectly solved, and a more refined liquid medicine can be separated. Ordinary wizards, even with the help of the alchemy table, cannot synthesize a successful liquid medicine if they have poor control. Control, precision, and total mental power are the keys to becoming a pharmacist. The 3rd level mental power potion does not require many medicinal materials, only about 10 kinds. Dual Eye carried out the decoction, separation, and purification in an orderly manner. It must be said that there are indeed very few alchemy tables. It is easy to get a more refined liquid medicine, by placing the separated liquid medicine on the alchemy table. Although the percentage cannot be displayed, according to Dwellai's experience, he can control the amount of liquid medicine. The slightly difficult part is the purification of the Yinming grass medicine, because it has never been seen or used, so it is somewhat difficult. After several experiments, Dwellai did what he could do, and then began to mix and refine. Not long after, he got a small basin of blue liquid medicine. The color of the liquid medicine is very pure, like a piece of blue sky, with a little bit of fine light spots appearing in the blue sky, which is very beautiful. Success at one time? Dwellai felt a little surprised. He knew how difficult it was to master magic patterns. He had not yet mastered any third-level magic patterns. However, in potion science, it was simply outrageous. If he was just a little more serious, the error rate would be minimized. It seemed that he still had to work hard on potion science. He separated all the liquid medicines and put them into small bottles. There were about 10 bottles. After putting them away, Dwellai began to refine the second time. However, after the second refining, it was almost dawn. He packed up his things, dealt with all the residues, and then left the tent as if nothing had happened. Campbell Canyon was very hot in summer. In addition, this was a desert, and the temperature difference between day and night was very large. There were many impatient voices in the team, cursing and cursing all the way. Before getting on the carriage, Dwellai drank a bottle of potion, then lay comfortably opposite Carl and practiced quietly. As the cool breath poured into the sea of consciousness, Dwellai felt that his mind was unusually active, and his mental power grew at an extremely fast rate. The neck of the fire elemental elf grew out quickly, and then the chin, face, and eyes. When arriving at Kimmel Fortress, the hair and 2 hands of the fire elemental elf had grown out completely, and a fiery red elemental elf floated in Dwellai's sea of consciousness. After the construction was completed, it was the next step to introduce magic elements and construct the pure spiritual power fire elemental elf into a complete fire elf virtual image. This step is not very difficult. Find a place with abundant magic elements, and it can be completed in 3 or 4 days. The carriage stopped and Dwellai opened his eyes. Carl also opened his eyes at this time. He smiled and said, "We have arrived at Kimmer Fortress. It is very spectacular. You can look around, but the most elite knights of the Northern Kingdom are stationed here, so don't run around." Dole nodded and said, "Are you here too?" Carl shook his head and said, "I will go to the Eternal Forest to trade with the caravan first, and then go back to the Gory Empire. Unfortunately, we have to separate." Carl was really sorry because Dole didn't give him a chance, and didn't talk about meditation until now. Dole nodded and said, "If there is a chance, let's meet again. You should be able to find me." Carl smiled and nodded. After you arrive at Campbell Fortress, go to the Gory Wizard Alliance to register first. After registration, you can go in. Don't go in directly, otherwise you will be a wild wizard. Thank you. The two got off the carriage one after the other, and Ball followed closely behind Dwellai. After getting off the carriage, Dwellai saw the most spectacular single building in his life, and his mouth suddenly became an O shape. The Campbell Canyon is about 10 kilometers wide in this place, and in such a wide place, a huge wall more than 200 meters high is placed across the Campbell Grand Canyon, blocking the road to the front tightly. This is a very huge fortress, which directly fills all his sight. At a glance, all he can see is this huge building. When seeing the Campbell Fortress, Dwellai felt his insignificance for the first time. Huge, magnificent, spectacular, solemn, all kinds of meanings that he should have appeared in Dwellai's mind. This is the reason why the Northern Kingdom has been established for thousands of years. This is a fortress that cannot be attacked. At least Dwellai can't think of a way to take down this fortress. This is still what the eyes can see. In the invisible place, there are countless magic circles supporting it, which is very terrifying. It is said that not only the most powerful Third Knight army of the Northern Kingdom is stationed here, but also the most powerful mage corps of the Ability Society is stationed here. It is almost impossible to attack this fortress. Seeing Dwellai's expression, Carl smiled. "I was also shocked like you when I first came here, but it will be fine after a few more times. Okay, let's go." The convoy is already queuing up at this time, and there is another convoy passing in front of the convoy. Such a huge fortress, the entrances and exits below are also very large, and the knights and the Ability Society double check at the city gate. Dwellai was shocked when he saw this. There was no problem with the caravan negotiating with Carl. The convoy passed slowly. Soon Carl told him that it was okay. Generally, as long as he was not a wanted criminal, no one would care about him, and Dwellai was not a wanted criminal. The convoy passed slowly. Entered the fortress. Inside the fortress is a huge city comparable to Chris County, with all kinds of facilities. However, once you enter, the only thing that stands out is the huge wizard tower located in the center of the fortress. There are 3 of them, very tall and very huge. The wizard towers always emit a wonderful wave, covering the entire fortress. This is the soul of the fortress. Dole's mouth grew into an O shape again. He is also a wizard. The biggest wish of a wizard in his life may be to have such a wizard tower. Chapter 140. The fortress has a large space inside, but there are not many houses. Instead, there are many open spaces, which are occupied by various caravans. Dole has come to Kale. Kale looked at Dole and felt a little grateful. If it weren't for Dole, they would have suffered heavy losses in the Cameron Mountains. Thank you this time, Master Linrue. Kale kept his attitude very low. Dole has great potential and deserves his respect. Are you going to the Glory Empire? Dole nodded solemnly. Thank you, Manager Kale, for taking care of me along the way. Kale patted Dole's shoulder. No, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had it so easy in the Cameron Mountains, and you also taught Carl how to enchant. Dole chuckled. He has already thanked me. Kale sighed and said, our caravan also has business dealings in the Glory Empire. If you want to find me, you can ask someone to pass on a message. I believe that I can still help you with some humble matters. Dole nodded and said, yes, if I need to build a wizard tower in the future, I will definitely need your help. Kale's eyes lit up. The two talked for a while, and Kale lowered his head and whispered in Dole's ear, Ivan and Candace have already informed their families about your situation. When you pass through Campbell Fortress, you disguise yourself. They have already targeted you. Dole looked at Kale in shock. How did you know? Okay, I know. In addition, please call me Dole. Kale was stunned, then smiled slightly and said, Wizard Dole, see you later. Dole nodded, then turned around and left directly outside the fortress. Coming here, there is basically no danger, and he can complete the rest of the journey alone. In recent years, the trade between the Northern Kingdom and the Glory Empire has been very close. The population of the two countries has been exchanged, and the inspection is not strict. Dole just reported his name in hometown, and soon walked out of the Kimmer Fortress. At the exit of the fortress, many caravans were wandering, some were entering, some were going out, and several caravans were going far away. Walking out of the fortress, Dole took a look and saw that Campbell Canyon was divided into 2 roads from here, one leading to the right, and the other to the left. He just took a look, then strode, followed a caravan, and walked to the left. He was not the only one walking with the caravan, but also many civilians and professionals, who fell behind the caravan. This is all allowed. After leaving the caravan, he instantly felt that there was only one person left in the world. There were no familiar people, and there were strangers around. Dole felt extremely uncomfortable. Not far away, he felt that people were constantly paying attention to him. These people were all professionals. Dole remained calm. He was wearing hunter equipment at this time, with a tattered leather armor hanging on his body, an iron bow on his back, a quiver hanging on the right waist, and a small sword hanging on the left. He was a real adventurer. Adventurers who come and go alone always attract people's attention. Soon, he was approached by several people. They were invitations from the adventure group. Dole politely rejected their invitation and continued to walk on the road alone. However, he soon found that some of the eyes around him obviously became malicious. Some people even surrounded him intentionally or unintentionally. These people were not in the same group. Dole was speechless. Did he think he was easy to be bullied? Soon, a scoundrel young man holding a huge axe came to him first. As he walked, he showed off his strong muscles. He chewed something at the corner of his mouth, which looked disgusting. His eyes were as aggressive as if he saw prey. Little guy, is this your first time going out? The man came to Dole and spoke directly. Dole glanced at him without any expression, just said lightly, yes. It's your first time going out. Do you have money? If you have money, give it to me. I promise to take you to the Glory Empire safely, right, brothers, haha. He looked back, and those scoundrel young men laughed. Dole glanced at the young man and pretended to take something from his arms. Then, he quickly opened his hand. It was a small black medicine bottle. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. I have a little thing for you. Do you want it? He stretched out his hand and prepared to pull the cork out of the bottle. Seeing this small black medicine bottle, those unruly young men were instantly frightened and ran away in a hurry. Oh my God, a magic potion master. Not only the ordinary people, but also the caravan in front began to stir. Dole showed a sarcastic look on his face. He took the small bottle in his hand, tossed it up and down, and looked around provocatively. No one underestimated Dole. The reputation of a magic potion master is synonymous with mass destruction everywhere, unless it is level 2 or above, and can use fighting spirit to protect itself. Dole didn't know what grade the magic potion in his hand was. They didn't dare to approach it easily. It wasn't a life and death fight. At this moment, Dole's face suddenly changed, and he moved to the left silently, turning his body to the other side of the crowd. At this time, an arrow brushed the corner of his clothes and shot into the distant sky. Dole saw the man, who was from another group of people, standing in the distance, with 3 or 4 bows pointed at him. Seeing this, Dole didn't pretend anymore, and moved quickly. At the same time, the mental power around him surged wildly, and the magic elements quickly focused on him. In less than a second, 2 fireballs the size of 2 heads were generated around him. These were 2 fireballs with enhanced explosive power. Seeing these 2 small fireballs, the people around them immediately walked further away. The group of archers suddenly opened their mouths wide, and the crowd suddenly panicked. Damn, it's really a magician, shoot him to death, don't let him release magic. 4 or 5 people drew their bows and shot arrows together, quickly shooting at Dole, and arrows flew in Dole's direction. Dole was also a little angry at this time. In public, these people really dared to attack him. There were so many people around, and there were caravans watching, but they dared to kill him. At this time, his anger had already rushed to the sky. In the past, when he was in Duoming City, he had no power to fight back, but now, he quickly caught the direction of the arrows flying around him, dodged left and right, and at the same time, 2 fireballs were thrown out quickly. The fireball drew an arc in the sky, and fell to the position of the group at a very fast speed. Some people dodged, some continued to shoot arrows, and some shot at the fireballs. With 2 loud bangs, the place where the fireball fell exploded, splashing at any time. The impact force formed by the explosion, and the penetrating force of the gravel instantly blew the group of people upside down. 2 people were blown up on the spot, and 3 or 4 people were injured. Dole's mental power was already unbearable, and he specially strengthened the explosion. The power of the gravel breaking after the explosion was even stronger. At this time, the number of arrows shot at him almost disappeared, and those people dodged everywhere, and no one came out to attack Dole. Dole did not stand still, but continued to move, while observing the situation around him. 2 fireballs were formed again, and at the same time, 2 magic missiles were formed above his head. Chapter 141. Multiple spells, multiple castings. Dole has already brought out his best skills. Boom boom. 2 more magic explosions, rubble and flames flying swords. The group has begun to flee in all directions, not daring to concentrate at all. 2 magic missiles flew at an extremely fast speed, directly hitting the backs of the 2 people, immediately leaving 2 fist-sized holes, and it was obvious that they would not survive. In a short time, within 3 or 4 seconds, Dole had already suffered 4 or 5 more casualties. In the caravan ahead, an old man in a robe stood on the roof of the car, looking over here, a little surprised. Multiple spells, this young man is quite powerful. I heard them shouting that he is a pharmacist. Is he from that school? His mental control is so powerful? Next to him, another young man had a complicated expression and muttered, they are all first-level magic. What's so great about it? I can do it too. The old man turned his head, glanced at the young man's side, and said, I know you can do it, but what can you do? Look at him. He can easily dodge the arrows and counterattack at will. This accomplishment is almost at the level of a genius. What can you compare with him? The young man's face flushed immediately. Teacher, I can do it too, okay? They are just a few ordinary mercenaries, but I can knock them down. The old man snorted, I was knocked down by them. As they were watching, the battle over there had ended. There were a total of 7 people, 4 of whom were killed by fireballs, 2 were pierced by missiles, and 1 fell to the ground seriously injured. At this time, Dole was not actually relaxed, with beads of sweat on his face. The fact that he resolved the battle so quickly had a lot to do with some battles he had experienced recently. Each time he was on the verge of life and death, which greatly tested his combat qualities. 1 against 7, a complete victory. The people around him were suddenly silent. Dole walked over, looted the 7 people's things, and then followed the caravan again with an expressionless face. However, this time, just as he was about to approach the caravan, he was stopped by 2 guards with difficulty. He shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he would not approach, but just follow from a distance. After these things happened, No one dared to underestimate Dole anymore. The few people who provoked him at the beginning had gone away, and could not even be seen. The area between the two empires is very wide, and the canyon is also very wide. War horses can be seen galloping on the ground. Dole walked while thinking about what happened just now. That group of people were just a group of ordinary first-level professionals, and there were even high-level warrior apprentices, who had not yet entered the level. They dared to attack him. It was really ignorant and fearless. But if there was a level 2 profession, he would not be so relaxed today. If someone rushed over, he could only cast magic continuously to make the opponent dare not approach, but he could not kill the opponent. The fighting spirit of level 2 professionals can protect the body, which is very powerful, and cannot be resisted by level 1 magic. As he walked, he thought about how to deal with level 2. At this moment, he felt a strong mental force approaching. He looked up, and saw a young magician walking out of the caravan. He was wearing a gorgeous magician robe. Even under the scorching sun, there was no sweat on his forehead. Obviously, there were related cooling magic patterns on the magic robe. His face was handsome, and his eyes looking at him were full of complicated expressions. He came to the back, and said a few words to the guards, who were wary of him. The guards left, and he came over. "I am Guduz, my teacher wants to see you." Guduz performed a magic ritual. He looked at Dole's dress, and his mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't look down on him at all. It was the first time he saw such a poor potion master. But when he thought that this guy might be from the Northern Kingdom, it was understandable. Dole looked at the other person, blinked his eyes, and his straight body didn't mean to move. "I'm Dole." He restored his name. "Are you a wizard from the Glory Empire?" Guduz looked at Dole motionlessly, thinking that as expected, a wild wizard who didn't even know wizard etiquette, so he said, "Yes, my master and I escorted a friend's caravan to trade, and now we are preparing to return to the Glory Empire. By the way, you are really a wild wizard from the Northern Kingdom, so poor." This time it was Dole's turn to have his mouth twitch, his face turned red, and he said, "It's good enough to survive. What else can I expect?" He said playfully, "Please lead the way." Guduz nodded and said, "Follow me." So, the two walked towards the caravan. After Dole entered the caravan, the others behind him felt much more relaxed, and they gathered in the middle again. In the caravan, a carriage broke away at this time and aligned with the caravan, more than 100 meters outside. This is a very luxurious carriage, pulled by 4 strong horses, with a very large carriage, and even a shock-absorbing device underneath, which is very high-end. At this time, the side door of the car had been opened, revealing the figure of a magician in his 50s or 60s. His clothes were more gorgeous, solemn and serious. He held a magic wand as tall as a person in his hand, and looked at him with a gentle expression. "Hello, Master Lamb." Dole greeted first. He had just asked Guduz the name of the wizard. The old man smiled and said, "Both of you come up. We are all going to the Glory Empire. Come together." Dole smiled and said, "Thank you very much." The decoration in the carriage was very luxurious. Half of the top was a glass skylight, very bright. The windows on both sides were also decorated with precious and very transparent glass. Guduz sat with the old man, and Dole sat opposite. "Are you a wild wizard from the Northern Kingdom?" asked the wizard Lamb. Dole nodded and said, "Yes, I was just about to ask you, what procedures are required to go to the Glory Empire?" In fact, he had asked Carl and knew the procedures. He said so much just to say a few more words and get closer. Lamb said with a smile, "There are at least 50 wild wizards from the Northern Kingdom, who come to our Glory Empire every year. It's very simple. Just register at Campbell Fortress. You will have 2 choices. The first is to study at various colleges at your own expense, and the other is to serve in Campbell Fortress for half a year. These are the processes that must be experienced to enter the Glory Empire." Dole lowered his head, and pretended to consider. Guduz snorted at this time and said, "You are a wild wizard. No one knows what your character is like. Therefore, whether you enter any college or serve in the army, it is a process of monitoring and testing. When they think you are qualified, they will let you move outside. Just look at your methods just now, killing people at will, cruel and ruthless, tut-tut." Dole raised his head, and looked at Guduz, and said, "I was also defending myself. If I didn't kill them, would I wait for them to kill me?" Dole involuntarily revealed a trace of murderous aura on his body. Although Guduz had entered the extraordinary realm, was powerful, and had killed people, he felt the murderous aura entering his body when he was looked at by Dole. He felt a chill in his body, and dared not act recklessly. The old man glanced at Dole at this time, and Dole quickly put away his murderous aura and became honest. "What would you choose?" Lamb said calmly. Dole took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and thought gently. Chapter 142. The carriage was quiet. No one spoke. The sound of horse hooves and camel bells outside came in, clear and heavy. After 30 seconds, Dole opened his eyes, frowned slightly, and said, "If I enter the academy, I am willing to exchange this thing for anything that Lord Lamb can teach me." He touched his arms, and took out 3 bottles of mental potion. The most precious thing for him at present was mental potion. A total of 20 bottles. He drank 2 bottles, and there were 18 bottles left. 1 bottle cost 150 gold coins, and he took out nearly 500 gold coins in one breath. Lamb was also stunned at this time, and was a little shocked in his heart. The 3rd grade mental potion? This guy is so generous. The 3rd grade mental potion is rare for a 1st grade wizard, but it is rare for a potion master. He quickly realized that this guy was actually a potion master. He opened his eyes wide, and looked at Dole. His eyes became even hotter. Goodus also opened his eyes wide, and trembled a little. This is a 3rd level spiritual potion, which can also be useful to him. 1 bottle of 150 gold coins. He stared at the bottle and swallowed hard. Dole frowned at this time. From the performance of the two, he got a message that the magic potion of the Glory Empire is not common. The 3rd level spiritual potion is also a luxury for ordinary 1st level wizards. Before Lamb spoke, Goodus next to him had already murmured, "Our academy can, only 1,000 gold coins are needed to enter, but we are only an intermediate school, I am afraid." After he said this, he became a little unconfident. A potion master. Dole glanced at Lamb and saw that he also showed hope, so he smiled. "If you are also from the academy, then go to your academy. I just want to find a place to stay. Lord Lamb can help me introduce it." To be honest, Dole can go anywhere, no matter where he stays, as long as he is quiet. One day, he will be promoted to the level of Ball. He has confidence in himself. Just based on his attainments in potion science, he will have endless potions to drink in his lifetime. After getting the confirmed news, Lamb was immediately happy. A wizard with attainments in potion science is much more useful than 2 or 3 second level wizards. He promised Dole a lecturer position almost without thinking, not a student, because the authority of students is too low. Dole's eyes are very pure, serious, and very determined. If such a person plays tricks with the other party will probably give up immediately. Everyone was happy. Lamb got the 3rd level spiritual power potion. As expected, the 3 bottles of potion fell into Goodus's hands. Goodus had completely lost his high-handed mood at this time. It didn't matter whether a wizard who could make potions had politeness, etiquette, or even skills, because as long as he was given time, these things would be easy to get. He even felt a little jealous. After confirming these things, Lamb relaxed and talked to Dole about their academy. The name of the academy is Arangel Academy. So far, it has a history of 300 years. The first dean of the academy was Arangel himself. He is still alive, and is a 5th level wizard. There is only 1 level 5 wizard in Arangel Academy, Arangel himself, for level 4 wizards, 12 level 3 wizards, about 40 level 2 wizards, and many level 1 wizards, almost 100. There are a total of 3,000 students in Arangel Academy. More than 3,000 people. This is an unimaginable number for Dole. This is still a medium level academy. After getting this news, Dole's confidence also disappeared a little. This is just a medium level academy. There are also high level academies, and top level academies. What kind of scene should that be? The location of Arangel Academy is not far from Campbell Fortress, only about 500 miles away, in a mountain, occupying a small mountain range, which is incredible for Dole. You know, in the Northern Kingdom, the mountainous area has always been a paradise for wild beasts. The wizard culture of the Glory Empire is indeed very powerful. More than 3,000 wizards are indeed capable of occupying a mountain range, and even raising the entire mountain range to form their own resource base. This is what he thought, and in fact, Arangel Academy also did so. As they walked and talked, the Campbell Fortress appeared in front of everyone when the sun set. The Campbell Fortress was similar in size to the Keemer Fortress, and it also spanned both sides of the canyon. The height and regulations were basically the same. Unlike the Keemer Fortress, there were dozens of cylindrical objects on the Campbell Fortress. Ball told him that this was a fortress cannon, and a level 5 knight could be killed with one shot. Dole was startled. Ball had been in stealth mode since morning, and no one had noticed him. When he saw Dole's gaze, he explained it casually. Dole was a little shocked. How can such a fortress be attacked? At this time, Bar seemed to feel his heart and said beside him, "This fortress is actually very powerful. There is also a level 6 magic circle inside. If you want to attack it, you must have at least a level 7 magic group to attack it. In your world, there are very few creatures with such strength. At least I have never seen one until now. Even level 6 is rare. As a level 7 creature, Bar's sensing ability is as high as hundreds of kilometers. What he said represents the current situation of this world. Just as he was about to speak, everyone in the convoy began to get off the car and prepare to pass through the gate of the fortress. Unlike the Camel Fortress, the gate of the Camel Fortress is not wide, but rather narrow. There are more convoys passing through, and it is a bit slow. It was not until dark that their caravan slowly entered the city. As soon as he entered the city, Lamb found the leader of the caravan and explained his intention to leave. His mission was over, and there was no need to stay in the caravan. Originally, he was not going to come to the caravan, but he owed a lot of favors back then, so he had no choice. But now, he was very glad that he came. The Campbell Fortress was also quite huge, and the number of magic towers was even twice that of the Kimmer Fortress. The wizard atmosphere was extremely strong. There were some straight pillars on both sides of the street, and there were some things similar to lanterns on the pillars, which emitted white light, illuminating the whole city with brilliant lights. This was not available in the Northern Kingdom. Dole had also seen related facilities for this device. This was a magic lamp, which had a constant zero-level trick, the light spell, and the energy source should come from the magic tower. He could feel the energy flow in the air. In addition to the magic street lamps, many alchemical products can be seen on the street, strange carriages that can move automatically without horses, jugglers, fire-breathing, and electricity playing on the street everywhere. They were basically wizards, and they all used zero-level tricks. This is indeed a wizard's empire. Dole felt very magical. If he were in the Northern Kingdom, he would be sent to the small dark room in a minute. Guduz looked at Dole and felt a little embarrassed. He was really a country bumpkin. He subconsciously walked in front with big strides. Lamb followed Dole closely. Soon, the three of them came to the location of the magic tower in the middle, one in front and one behind. Chapter 143. The magic tower is surrounded by a small fence, and no one can get close to it. Only one of the magic towers is open to the public. At this time, there are 3 or 4 people waiting in line at the entrance of the magic tower. Dole is curious about everything. He has attracted a lot of attention along the way, but after seeing Lamb next to him, those people shook their heads. This person is obviously a new wizard, but now it is obvious that someone has already got there first. Dole stood in front of the magic tower, looked ahead, and his heart trembled. These people are all magic apprentices. Judging from their clothes and expressions, they all seem to come from outside. I don't know if it is the Eternal Forest or the Northern Empire. Some of these apprentices came by themselves, and some were accompanied by powerful forces. Soon he found that those who were followed by powerful forces left directly, while those without powerful forces were left behind. Dole understood a lot of things. Lamb sensed Dole's emotions and smiled faintly. The character of foreign wizards varies. Without someone to protect them, the Empire will not easily let them in. Some small forces usually make money by doing this. Dole blinked, and soon understood many things. But he didn't speak. Soon it was his turn, and he walked in from the door with Lamb and Guduz. Soon, they came to a room. As soon as they entered the room, a huge fluorescent screen appeared, with a series of streamers shining on the screen, emitting extremely strong energy fluctuations. In front of the fluorescent screen, there was a row of tables, with 3 or 4 serious magicians sitting. What attracted people the most was that there were some alchemical instruments on the table, and a crystal ball was very eye-catching. It emitted blue light and violent energy fluctuations. Dole just glanced and lowered his head. He felt the eyes of those people falling on him, full of scrutiny, doubt, and even hostility. But the next moment, the hostility disappeared. One of the wizards stood up and smiled with a relaxed expression. "Wizard Lamb, it's you. I didn't expect that I would gain something after going out." Lamb smiled slightly, bowed his head and saluted, saying, "Hello, Lord Leo, all the lords." The atmosphere became relaxed when there were acquaintances. Leo smiled faintly and said to his colleagues around him, "This is Lamb, a lecturer at Arangel College. He used to be my colleague. Since he brought the person, I believe him. Let's go through the normal procedures." The people around nodded, and one of them said, "Then hurry up, there are a lot of people behind. Little guy, you come up and enter the information." Dole didn't know what information to enter. He saluted slightly, and then stepped forward. At this time, the man in front of the crystal ball stood up and motioned him to put his hand on the crystal ball. Dole glanced at Lamb, who motioned him to come forward. He was a little nervous, wondering what this thing was for. But at this point, he couldn't back down, So he walked to the front of the table, bowed slightly to everyone, and looked at the crystal ball. The crystal ball had been activated at this time, and the energy on it was surging. The magic fluctuations even exceeded those of a third-level wizard, which was very scary, but the energy was firmly bound in the crystal ball, and did not leak out at all. Dole took a light breath, and without hesitation, he put his hand on it. He felt a stream of energy flowing through his body along his hand, then circulated inside his body, and then retracted. The wizard nodded and said, "Okay, you can let go." He took out another piece of paper and said, "Fill it out." Dole lowered his head, breathed a sigh of relief, saw the content on it, and then filled it out carefully. There was nothing important on it: name, place of origin, gender, age, why came to the Glory Empire, etc. Dole filled it out one by one, and he saw the last item, guarantor. Lamb walked forward and stood in front of Dole. He raised his hands, and made a series of seals. Energy flowed out of his hands, and hit the paper in front of Dole. The energy flowed, and soon formed two strange symbols in the guarantor item. Dole was confused, shocked, and puzzled. There is such an operation, what is this? He was not unfamiliar with magic handprints, but they were used for magic, and alchemy was occasionally used, but what the hell was writing? Lamb did not explain. He bowed to everyone and said, "Thank you, adults." Leo smiled and said meaningfully, "This is the first time you have brought people here in so many years. This child should be right. Congratulations." Lamb smiled slightly. "Opportunity?" Leo nodded. "Go." Leaving the magic tower and walking to the door, Lamb breathed a sigh of relief. "Your pass is good. Remember, don't make mistakes. The crystal ball records your breath. As long as you make a mistake and are caught by the Imperial Judgment Bureau, you will be expelled from the country at the least, and executed on the spot at the worst." Dole was still immersed in the psychedelic world just now. As a typical country bumpkin in the Northern Kingdom, he really didn't know that magic could be used in this way. Wizards can indeed use the functions of various magic patterns to stack and do many things, but this is the first time he has seen such a magical thing. Although it was just a small scene, it also gave him a great shock. After hearing Lamb's words, he was a little stunned. "My breath?" But he didn't ask any more questions, which involved his blind spot in knowledge. Lamb smiled and didn't speak. Goodus snorted with contempt and said, "Country bumpkin from the Northern Kingdom, you still have a lot to learn, just learn honestly." At this time, he raised his head like a proud rooster. Dole glanced at Goodus, and lowered his head slightly. He felt that he had come to the right place in the Glory Empire, because here was what he wanted. He turned his head, and saw that Ball had run away to who knows where. He didn't care, and left with Goodus. The Campbell Fortress is very large, with standard urban construction inside, but it is a militarized city. The streets are full of patrolling guards, and almost no one dares to make trouble here, otherwise the wooden stake with human heads hanging on the base in the center of the city will be their fate. At dawn, Lamb and Goodus took Dole through the center of the city, and walked to the gate of the fortress. They still need to walk for 5 or 6 days to reach What City, and then turn to the Arangel Mountains. What City is a new city. It can be said that it is the Arangel College that makes What City prosperous. This is what the proud Goodus told him. Goodus said a lot of things last night, all of which are of interest to Dole. For example, the configuration of the academy, how many branches there are, the management content of the branches, the systems of nobles, civilians, slaves, etc., and the promotion channels of the academy. They bought a carriage at the post station near the city gate, and the 3 of them left the city quickly. After leaving the city, the scenery of the canyon is still there, but not far away. It is the downhill road. Looking from afar, there is green under the mountains dozens of miles away. After looking at the Gobi Desert for a few days, my eyes are almost turning yellow. Finally, I see a little green, and at the same time, a moist and refreshing air blows in my face. Duolai, who has lived in the mountain city for more than 10 years, burst into tears. Unlike the north where there are dangers everywhere, the official roads of the Glory Empire are particularly safe. As long as there are no huge mountains, the roadside is particularly safe. There are many small villages along the way. His current job is a driver, so he can see the scenes on both sides of the road very intuitively. Chapter 144. The living conditions in the Glory Empire are much worse than those in the Northern Kingdom. After leaving Campbell Canyon, although it was downhill all the way, the carriage was not fast. In a day, it only traveled more than 150 kilometers, which was considered to be deep into the Glory Empire. The folk customs of the Glory Empire are also very tough. Warriors of various professions can be seen galloping on the road at any time, as if they are not afraid of wild beasts in the wild. Dole chatted with Goodus while driving, and at the same time, he had to fill the fire element in the sea of consciousness with energy. After entering the green zone, the energy density in the surrounding fields increased greatly, and magic power quickly gathered from all around and added to his magic virtual image. The phenomenon on him attracted Lamb's attention, but he did not say it out loud. He was just a little surprised in his heart. This guy is so strong, but he is only at the stage of drawing energy into the body and constructing a magic virtual image. What level of meditation is this? However, he consciously did not ask, and Guduz, who was beside him, was happy all the way and did not notice Dole's little action at all. You want to enter our Arangel Academy. If you have a teacher's recommendation, with your attainments, I suggest you teach the basics of potion science. Although there are few people in the potion science department, the benefits are high and the treatment is good, so it is quite popular. If you want to join a hall, just join the Potions Hall. In our Arangel Academy, only the Potions Hall is the most popular. A first-level potion master is even popular with the nobles of what city? Guduz actually envied Dole's potion ability. If he had this ability, he would probably be almost level 2 now. Potions are too expensive. The money he earns in a year can only buy 7 or 8 bottles of mental potions, not to mention eating, drinking, defecating, and doing other experiments. It's too hard to make money. This time, I came out to relax, and I didn't think about making money at all. At this time, Dole also learned about the composition of Arangel College. Arangel College is divided into 2 parts, the Combat Department and the Professional Department. The Combat Department is divided into 2 parts. One is the Warrior Department, and the other is the Wizard Department. This is the professional direction. The Combat Department has related courses such as archery, swordsmanship, heavy weapons, assassins, hunters, etc. The Wizard Department has branches such as earth, fire, wind, water, thunder, light, darkness, and curses. You can study concurrently or study separately. According to your personal talents, you can study different subjects. As for the Professional Department, it is the Alchemy subject, which is divided into many other branches, such as the Magic Potion Hall, the Magic Array Hall, the Witchcraft Development Hall, the Alchemy Hall, etc. Ordinary students start with the basics when they enter. After reaching the intermediate level, they can choose the Combat branch, the Professional branch, or they can study concurrently. Of course, these are all bought with money. If you have money, you can learn a lot of things, but if you don't have money, you can only choose 1 or 2. These things are roughly the same as what Dole guessed. Wizards are very short of money, especially short of money, so any wizard must learn a branch of the profession, learn how to work hard to squeeze their own abilities, and learn how to make money. Wizards who can't make money will sooner or later be surpassed by others, just like Ivan, Candace, and Carl that Dole has seen. Thinking of those 3 people, he felt that he should be careful. Ivan and Candace have ideas about him. Although they don't know where he is going, they can find out his whereabouts in the Glory Wizard Alliance at once, so he has to be on guard. In addition, one should also be careful about his mental power, which is abnormally stronger than others, so as not to discover the power of meditation, otherwise many troubles will follow. He and Carl had an agreement, so he was not afraid. Time passed slowly, and it took 3 days to reach the city of Huazi. Dole had always thought that Huazi was a small city, but after arriving, he realized that it was a medium-sized city, a county level of the 3rd level of the Glory Empire. The city size was larger than Chris County, surrounded by plains, and in the distance were mountains. The mayor of Huazi was hereditary to the Huazi family, so there was nothing to say. According to Guduz's introduction, one of the 4 4th-level wizards in the Arangel Academy was from the Huazi family, which showed the power of the Huazi family. A 5th-level wizard is a symbol of a mid-level force, and a 4th-level wizard represents a small force in itself, comparable to a medium-sized noble. Soon, the group entered the city. Wizard Lamb and Guduz wanted to buy some daily necessities, and rest for a night before going back. From here to the foot of Arangel Mountain, it is more than 40 kilometers. It takes a day to walk, and a morning to take a carriage. It is already dusk, so we should hurry on. The city of Wutz also has a strong wizard atmosphere, but it is far inferior to Campbell Fortress. Although there are magic lights on the streets, the number is far less. Occasionally, you can see mechanical carriages, which are also used by nobles. The appearance and shape are not as good as those of the fortress. Seeing this, I have some understanding of the magic atmosphere of the Glory Empire. After finding a random restaurant and eating something, Lamb led the 2 of them to check into the largest hotel in Wutz City, and walked into the main gate. The hotel was very tall, with 10 floors. Below the 3rd floor were places for drinking, bars, and private rooms. There were also various dancers, bands, and loud noises. Young men and women twisted their bodies at will, which looked very lively. However, most of the people here were either nobles or wealthy businessmen. They were all dressed very decently, and it was rare to see ordinary people wearing ordinary clothes. This was a hotel of a high standard. Dole felt very novel. This kind of scene could not be felt in the dead place of the Northern Kingdom. After they entered, they did not go directly to the bar. There was a large corridor next to it. From the corridor, it was the accommodation. As soon as the two walked in, the sharp-eyed waiter's eyes lit up, and he quickly came over and said respectfully, "Hello, Lord Lamb, and meet the Wizard Guduz." His eyes looked at Dole. Lamb nodded and said, "This is Wizard Dole, who will be a lecturer at our Arangel Academy in the future." The waiter was surprised. This guy was plain-looking and poor. He thought he was a country relative of Lord Lamb, but he would actually go to Arangel to be a lecturer. He didn't dare to neglect him at all, and quickly adjusted his attitude. "Hello, Master Dole, Lord Lamb, please follow me." No hurry, go find Ramlas. Master Dole needs a decent set of clothes." The waiter nodded hurriedly and said, "Then go register yourself, I will help you find someone." Lamb nodded, and the waiter trotted away. Dole didn't know Lamb's level, but he thought he was at least level 2. Now it seems that it should be more than that. He didn't say it, and he didn't ask. From the waiter's address, it can be seen that the second level is definitely not so high. He thought of the attitude of the wizards towards Lamb when he arrived at the fortress a few days ago. This guy is definitely not weak. The hotel staff are very enthusiastic and welcome Lamb's arrival. The manager of the lobby personally received him and quickly opened a room. 3 high-end private rooms, and Dole needed a set of clothes. These alone cost 2 gold coins. It's really luxurious. But Dole didn't say anything. He has a lot of things on him now. If he sells a little, it will be enough for several years of living expenses. He didn't even blink when he spent 2 gold coins. Back to the room. Soon, a middle-aged man with a very decent dress and a beautiful mustache came from outside and measured his size. The man with the mustache was Ramlas, the most famous tailor in the city of Watts. Many nobles' clothes were made by him. Chapter 145. Ramlas saw that Dole was not very willing. He served different people with different identities, but when Dole took out 2 more gold coins and needed 2 sets of casual clothes, his face changed immediately. In the city of Watts, even among nobles, few people would be so generous. 2 gold coins were enough for ordinary people to live for several years, and the other party just wanted to buy a few decent clothes and took them out casually. This identity was probably not simple. Looking at Lord Lamb, he immediately understood that this person was also a wizard. He became eager and measured his height, arm length, etc. After finishing all this, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and everyone went back to their rooms to rest. No words were spoken all night. In the morning, Dole opened his eyes. The sky was just slightly bright, and the faint light outside the window came in through the gap in the curtains, emitting a faint red light. Getting off the bed, washing up, Dole came to the corridor. He could feel that Guduz and Lamb were awake at this time. As a young man, Guduz likes to sleep in, but the adventurer life in the past month has adjusted his work and rest habits. The 3 of them quickly gathered. Lamb and Guduz prepared to go out shopping, and Dole also said that he was ready to go out. His goal was to bring Ball back with the right method. The guy was actually next to him, but no one could feel it. Lamb and Guduz went out together, leaving Dole alone. Half an hour later, Dole walked out alone, and soon he came back from outside, followed by a black fighting dog. As soon as he returned to the first floor of the hotel, the waiter came quickly, and at the same time, Ramlas was also waiting in the lobby. Dole was a little surprised. In one night and one morning, the clothes were ready so quickly. Ramlas saw Dole, and used etiquette that Dole could not understand at all. He bowed respectfully. "Please follow me to the dressing room, Lord Dole." A moment later, Dole, dressed in a decent dress, came out. As for the previous clothes, he threw them directly into the dressing room. Walking into the hall, the waiter's eyes lit up. Although Dole is only 14 years old now, his body has grown very fast, and is already on par with ordinary adults. In addition, he reads books, learns martial arts, and practices magic. His temperament is very special. After changing into a new outfit, the waiter sighed. He is really a big shot. Changing clothes is really like changing his identity. Dole is very satisfied with the clothes. Although they are just ordinary clothes, not magic robes, they are different and comfortable to wear. He nodded, gave 50 more silver coins, and went upstairs leisurely in the envious eyes of the waiter. As for the poodle behind Dole, it had a very low presence, and no one paid much attention to it, as if it didn't exist at all. At 12 noon, Lamb and Goodus returned to the hotel, checked out, and left the hotel under the respectful eyes of the waiter and the manager. After getting on the carriage, Dole drove himself and left What City. Although some people paid attention to a first-level wizard entering What City, no one would care about him, a person who was extremely ordinary. What City is located in an undulating semi-hilly and semi-plain area. Less than 10 kilometers away from What City, after crossing a small hill, you will see a small continuous mountain not far away. That is the Arangel Mountains. All the magic beasts above level 3 have been eliminated, and the first and second level magic beasts exist as the test objects for students. Although our college is a medium-level college, it is not much different from the high-level college in terms of strength. As long as the Dean of Arangel is promoted to level 6, it will become a high-level strength. At that time, even the city of What's and the surrounding small towns will become the objects of pursuit by ordinary forces. Dole nodded, indicating that he understood. Goodus looked at Dole in confusion. Northern boy, do you really understand, or are you pretending to understand? Dole raised his head and looked at him with contempt. I am also a wizard. Although I am not well read, I also read general history books. Although I don't understand the system of the Glory Empire, Arangel College controls the high-end forces around it. If I get promoted myself, the Wizard Alliance will definitely have a tilt in resources, and people around will flock to it. Goodus was stunned. Is this still the poor Northern Kingdom? He changed his clothes and changed. Lamb touched his chin and nodded with satisfaction. Wisdom, agility, decisiveness, perseverance and firmness are the qualities he admires most in Dole. On the other hand, Goodus, forget it, people can't be compared. You understand it right, that's it. Our Glory Wizard Alliance attaches great importance to the classification of forces. It's not a level, and the allocation of resources is strictly controlled. You can think of this. Compared with Goodus, you are a real wizard. Goodus's face suddenly fell. Dole was sitting in the driver's seat, and couldn't see his face. At this moment, Goodus saw Ball squatting next to Dole. Hey, where did you come from, this dog? Why didn't I see it just now? Lamb covered his face. Hey, I saw it when I got on the bus. This disciple is really hopeless. Ball rested his head on his paws, and stood next to Dole, humming in his heart. He is a level 7 creature with the power to control people's minds. For Lamb, he has no power to control himself, but for Goodus, if he wants, he won't even be able to find himself. Dole didn't say anything and drove forward. The mountains were getting closer and closer, and the surrounding villages and towns were getting fewer and fewer, and finally disappeared, and the outside became a wilderness. The trees were lush, and the grass was green. At a glance, the surrounding world was full of green. The red light of the sunset shone from the shadows of the trees, and fell on Dole's face, adding a layer of brilliance to him. He suddenly raised his hand, and a magic missile flew out, and shot into the woods. In just a blink of an eye, something rolled down the slope. This was the few times he had made a move, and all of them were hits. As long as he felt a little threatened, he would immediately extinguish the threat in the bud, and would not put himself in danger. This was already a habit formed in the caravan. At first, Goodus was a little dissatisfied. He also found those ordinary beasts. They usually would not attack the carriage, and did not need to be paid attention to. As soon as Dole made a move, he knew that this guy's mental strength was not lower than his own. Is there any point in killing ordinary beasts? At this time, Dole made another move, still with extremely fast magic missiles. He raised his hand, and there was a corpse in the forest in the distance. Goodus couldn't help but speak. These beasts won't attack you, why kill them? Dole's mouth twitched. I'm used to it. Besides, if he won't attack us, won't he attack the village below? Goodus was thoughtful. Lamb nodded. He did not sympathize with the beasts. He dared to observe them on the roadside, and naturally he could also observe other carriages going up the mountain. They were not afraid, but it did not mean that others were not afraid. It was not wrong for Dole to do so, and it could train the speed and accuracy of magic release. Dole's magic was already beyond reproach, with fast speed and high accuracy, which was already the standard of a first-level senior wizard. He even observed that Dole used external energy from beginning to end, not his own energy, which could only mean that his own magic image was very likely not pure energy. Chapter 146. When the sun was still a little away from the horizon, the carriage finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a very huge building garden has appeared in sight, covering an area of hundreds of hectares, very huge, surrounded by stone walls, not high, even a little low. Inside the wall, a row of buildings of different sizes and heights are standing in rows, covering the entire world in front of you, and full of strong exotic style. The most eye-catching thing is the tall magic tower exposed behind these buildings. Even from a distance, you can feel the abundant energy inside slowly surging. Is this a secondary college? This is a bit exaggerated. It is comparable to a small city. What should a real higher college and top college look like? At this time, Guduz felt Dole's emotions and said with some pride, "Do you feel shocked?" Dole nodded slightly, with some yearning in his heart. He was going to study in such a college, which was really good. He was now somewhat thankful to have met Mage Lamb. If he had come alone, he would probably still be serving in the miserable fortress, or be randomly assigned to a low-level academy. "Thank you, Mage Lamb." Dole exhaled lightly, and drove the carriage slowly to the entrance of the academy. The gate of the academy was in the shape of a very exaggerated ground lizard dragon, majestic and solemn, as if it was real. At first glance, you would think it was alive, and your mind would be shocked, especially its head, with a huge mouth opened, as if it was choosing someone to eat, which made people feel terrified. He was all carved out of stone, more than 20 meters high, and about 60 meters wide. It was very exaggerated, very lifelike, and shocking. His tail curled up, just forming the shape of a door. The entrance of the academy was quiet. No one was there, but Dole felt a sense of being monitored. He knew that there was some kind of surveillance formation. The wizards of the Glory Empire were really ingenious. The Northern Kingdom respected the very powerful knights, while the Glory Empire was dominated by wizards. The two were completely opposite worlds. The carriage slowly came to the entrance of the academy. Soon, two students wearing exactly the same clothes came out. One came to lead the horse consciously, and the other came to ask. Seeing that it was Master Lamb, they immediately became respectful. "Mr. Vice Dean Lamb, you are back." He seemed very happy. Hearing this title, Dole was a little shocked. Vice Dean? This old man is really a hidden talent. He should only be level 3. How can he be the Vice Dean? Aren't there 4 level 4s? Lamb has already shown his dignity at this time, with a solemn and dignified expression. Well, there is nothing going on in the college during this period? The student laughed. What else can there be? Except for preparing for the next batch of freshmen to enter the school, there is nothing else. Lamb and Guduz got off the car, and Dole, who was driving, also got off at this time. The student saw Dole, and showed a puzzled look in his eyes. Lamb pointed at Dole and said, "This is a friend I met on the road, Dole, who was specially invited. He will be a lecturer in potion science in the future." The student was shocked. This person in a dress was actually a lecturer. Doesn't that mean he is at least level 2? He immediately became respectful. "Hello, Mr. Dole." Dole also saw this student at this time. He was only 13 or 14 years old, and only had the strength of a senior apprentice, but his temperament should not be underestimated. He nodded and said, "It's nice to see you too." After meeting the other student, Lamb took Dole into the academy. Entering from the tail of the giant lizard, entering the academy, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. As soon as he entered the academy, he saw a very flat square with a very flat ground, all covered with polished bluestone. On both sides of the square, there were various tall unknown trees of various species, which brought a lot of coolness in the hot summer. Deep in the trees were various buildings. Guduz began to play at this time, and told him about the layout of the academy with some pride. "Our academy is divided into 2 parts, you know this. The first half is the warrior department of the combat department, which is divided into different areas such as swordsman area, archer area, heavy weapons area, etc. The classrooms are also divided into different grades, with a total of 4 stages. The magic tower behind is the wizard area. The tall buildings you see around are all professional areas and professional areas. If you have a teacher to guarantee you, you will go to that building over there. That is the potion hall. Although the house is big, there are actually not many people. There are very few people studying potions. I have always wanted to make potions, but I don't have the talent. It's a pity." As they walked, Guduz introduced, and Dole understood these things. It was getting dark, and they gradually couldn't see anything. The 3 of them walked to the backyard, where the magic tower was. There are many magic towers here, more than a dozen of them. Some are very low, with small building volume and area, about 3 or 4 floors. Some are very large, up to more than 20 meters, covering a large area. Dole guessed that these magic towers are where the senior wizards in the academy live. After arriving here, Lamb asked Dole to follow him, and stay at his place tonight. At night, he would discuss with several other vice deans and hall masters to settle his position tomorrow. Dole naturally followed his wishes. In fact, he was willing to be a student and learn magic slowly and systematically. However, being a teacher is also good, and the degree of freedom can be greatly increased. There are pros and cons. Lamb quickly brought Guduz and him to the front of a magic tower. He waved his hand lightly, and the slightly dark door opened automatically, and the three of them entered immediately. This magic tower has a total of 7 floors. Compared with the surrounding magic towers, the height is more than 15 meters, which is considered medium to high. After entering, there is a spiral staircase on the left, and you have to go up from here. Dole glanced at the first floor, which was an empty hall, very high, and even the third floor was hollow. From the 4th floor onwards, it was a proper building. He glanced casually, and saw that the surrounding walls were full of various magic patterns, and his heart was shocked. The magic tower is the most powerful weapon of a wizard. He quickly went up to the 4th floor, where there were small laboratories and rooms, and most importantly, there seemed to be people inside. Dole was a little shocked. He quickly realized that this was not a dedicated magic tower, but the academy's. They quickly came to the 6th floor, and found a vacant room. Lamb settled him down, and left with Guduz. The room was very large, with everything in it, a bed, a table, chairs, benches, and bookcases, and it was thoughtfully divided into different areas. There were many magic patterns on the walls, which made him feel that this place was not so safe. God knew what these magic patterns were used for. Lamb left the room, and soon separated from Guduz. He formed seals with his hands, and dozens of light spots flew out of his hands. Not long after, he left the magic tower, and arrived in front of another taller magic tower. Soon, he came to the top floor of the magic tower. At this time, 4 or 5 wizards had arrived one after another, and they were wearing almost the same clothes. Chapter 147. Seeing Lamb coming, one of them immediately stepped forward and asked anxiously, "Is he really a wild wizard who taught himself potions? And he has reached level 1? Everyone around looked over. Lamb nodded. He took out a bottle of potion and put it in his palm. The people around him scanned it with their mental power, and then he put the mental power potion on the middle table. They had a plan in mind, and at this time, a few more people came from outside, and everyone sat down quickly. Lamb sat in one of the front seats. Seeing that everyone was present, he coughed and said, "I have explained the reason for calling everyone together. This time, I was invited by a friend to go to the Northern Kingdom. I accidentally discovered a seedling, so I brought him back. His strength is very low. He has just arrived at the extraordinary realm, but he has already mastered the 3rd level of potion science. More importantly, he is very young. Although he has done some disguise, I estimate that he is no more than 15 years old, so I asked everyone to come and discuss it. I personally promised to give him a lecturer position. What do you think? In addition, when I found him, I didn't find that he was a noble, but just a very ordinary civilian. He simply told the story in a few words, and finally emphasized his background." The people around him whispered. Soon, the second voice sounded, surprisingly next to Lamb. It was also a vice dean, a woman. "The number of wizards in the Northern Kingdom is declining. I don't think it's realistic that a wild wizard can reach level 1 at the age of 14 or 15. What if he is a spy from the Northern Kingdom?" As soon as he said this, another wizard started to confront him. "Even in the Northern Kingdom, such an excellent wizard has not been trained in the supernatural power, so how could he be released as a spy? You are so cheap to be a spy." The woman glanced at the man, with a frown on her face. The two had been quarreling for years, because of their different ideas. Another person asked, "How long has Master Lamb been with this kid? Have you found any unusual behavior?" Lamb laughed. "More than 10 days. This kid is like a blank sheet of paper. He knows nothing and is curious about everything, but his magic attainments are very high. I don't believe that any wizard of the same level can beat him. I suspect he has a great inheritance." Now it was the turn of a new round of whispering. Lamb was not in a hurry, and waited quietly for their answers. Although the dean was in charge of the academy, he usually did not come out to manage things, and the 4 4th-level wizards rarely came out. The 3rd-level wizards were in charge, and they usually discussed things like this. Hearing this, some people immediately stopped believing it. The glorious empire is a paradise for wizards. So far, many different systems have been developed, and there are also many different ways of fighting. How can a native of the Northern Kingdom be so powerful? The woman who spoke at the beginning did not have many doubts at this time. "I believe in Lord Lamb's vision. A 3rd-level wizard's close observation. A 1st-level wizard can't fail to reveal his flaws. There is only one possibility. This child is indeed self-taught, but has a great inheritance. Since he knows potions, I support Vice Dean Lamb's decision. Our college is not as good as other colleges in potions. I agree with a third-level potion master and the position of potion lecturer. Hearing his words, the wizard who opposed her was choked. The importance of potions is self-evident, but isn't the position of a lecturer a bit too high? Someone questioned. Lamb glanced at the man and nodded. Williams, what do you think? Williams was a relatively young man, with a neutral and calm face. He said, I think, should we let him study in the academy for a while, learn systematically, and then become a lecturer? Ram turned to the woman who spoke at the beginning and the two people who opposed the woman and said, Nicholas, what do you two think? Nico took a deep breath and said, Our Arangel Academy's potion science has always been very withered. My opinion is to directly serve as a lecturer. As for the basic knowledge, I believe that the wizards in the surrounding northern kingdoms will definitely be eager to learn it themselves. This is not a problem. Although there are many students in the potion department, but few of them are successful, and there are not enough lecturers. Dean Lamb, you have already promised to give it to him, so just give it to him directly, don't let people down. Nicholas's expression was a little strange at this time. This old woman, hasn't she always been selfish? Why is she so generous in this matter? Weird. He thought about it and said, the new semester is about to start. There is still a month left. There is nothing to do during this period. I suggest that he learn magic systematically first, and the lecturer issue can be put off until the next semester, when school starts. Hearing this, even Nicole couldn't say anything, and they just ignored this point, and now school is about to start. Williams, who was skeptical at the beginning, nodded and said, then I have no objection. It's a good time to observe his character. Others had no objection at this time. The position of a lecturer was dispensable, and did not conflict with their interests. It was also beneficial to the college. After discussing the matter to this point, everyone had no objection, so they quickly adjourned and left. Rem put away the mental potion, and was about to leave. Nicole grabbed his arm and said, I have something to discuss with you. Lamb looked at him strangely, and sat down again. After everyone left, Nicole smiled faintly and said, What do you think of this child's character? Lamb looked at Nicole, and his heart moved. This woman is from the Watts family. Could it be that she wants to recruit someone for their family? He thought for a while and said, This child can cultivate to this level at this stage in the Northern Kingdom alone, and he has also taught himself potion science. Think about what kind of character he should have. If you want to pull him to your Watts family's camp, I think it will be difficult. Unless you have benefits that he cannot refuse, it will be difficult to impress her. If you can think of this, I guess others can think of this too. So, if you have any ideas, it's best to estimate them yourself first. Nico's face sank. She nodded, indicating that she understood, stood up, and walked away. Lamb has been in the academy for so many years, and he has seen clearly the open and secret struggles between these vice deans and the masters of various halls, and he is too lazy to care about their affairs. Soon, he returned to his room. After the two left, Dole was the only one left in the quiet room. He relaxed. After being nervous for several months, he could finally relax. After arriving at the magic tower, he felt that the energy around him was very active, so he quickly entered a meditative state, collected the magic elements around him, and perfected the elementalization of the fire element virtual image. For a magician, this process is particularly important, which means that he does not need to use pure mental power in the future, but can use his own magic power. If the magic elements in the surrounding world are scarce, his own magic power will be the biggest trump card to ensure safety. Therefore, the virtual images cultivated by advanced meditation methods are very large, and the total amount of magic power and mental power are very abundant, far exceeding ordinary meditation methods. Chapter 148. Ball followed closely behind. After seeing Dole enter meditation, he stretched his body gently, opened his mouth and spit out a few animal skins, tore them with his claws, spread them on the ground, and lay down comfortably. The human race's magic tower is a combination of alchemy and magic pattern studies. Although this magic tower is not very good, it has abundant magic elements and is enough for his own practice. It is not bad. One person and one dog, each practicing, no one disturbs each other. However, Dole soon discovered that there was a black hole of magic elements in the world around him. He opened his eyes and saw Ball, so he shook his head, sat up, and changed his position. It is simply overestimating one's own ability to compete for energy with a big man who was once a level 7. In the early morning, Dole's elemental body was almost filled, and his level 1 strength was consolidated again. Before he officially wanted to wake up, There was a knock on the door outside, and then an impatient voice came. "Get up, Dole, let's go eat." Goodoo's voice. Dole quickly glanced at Ball, and saw that he had no intention of getting up, so he came out alone. Goodoo's got the news in the morning, and was no longer arrogant. He was much more attentive. Dole will be a lecturer in potion science in a month, and he can also attend other departments as a student. This treatment is simply enviable. Personnel appointments and supporting resources will arrive in half a month. You are lucky, with my teacher here, your lecturer status is guaranteed, which is really enviable. I will buy medicine from you in the future. Can you give me a cheaper price? Goodoo said pitifully. As long as you provide the materials, I can help you refine it for free, but you have to help me. Dole said indifferently. Goodoo immediately cheered up and said, "Okay, you are not afraid that I will steal your knowledge?" Dole glanced at him and said calmly, "Do you know why there are so few people studying potions? That's because even if you learn it secretly, you may not be able to learn it." Goodoo's face changed immediately. "I'm angry." He decided to ignore Dole, but after walking a few steps, he introduced Dole again. "This magic tower is the exclusive magic tower of Mr. Lamb. All the students of his lineage live here. The teacher specializes in wind and mental magic, so these disciples are also. Those who live on the 4th floor are intermediate wizard apprentices, those on the 5th floor are senior wizard apprentices, and those on the 6th floor are formal wizards like us. The place to eat is on the 5th floor." Dole nodded, and the two went downstairs and soon came to the 5th floor. They met many people on the way, and they greeted Goodoo's one after another. Goodoo's was very proud. "I am the only disciple of Teacher Tane at present. You are jealous." Dole looked at him, and sighed in his heart, "You are really useless." They quickly came to the 5th floor, and came to one of the rooms. This is when Dole discovered that there were not many people in this area. The 4 or 5 rooms around were empty, 2 or 3 of which were kitchens, and the others were places to eat. This is a buffet. Go to the kitchen to get it yourself. You can take as much as you eat, and you can also take it away, but you have to pay for the food every month. The food is very rich, with all kinds of meat, vegetables, and fruits, which look delicious, but the cost of the meal is also ridiculously expensive, 2 gold coins a month, which is even more ridiculous than what the nobles eat. Therefore, most poor apprentices would choose to eat in restaurants outside the magic tower, where the food is cheaper. Goodoo's has the most say on this point. "The food here is so expensive, I rarely come here to eat, but the meat here is all for monsters, and it is good for you to eat." He was eating while feeling bitter and resentful. Obviously, for someone like him, who has no source of income, eating in the magic tower is a luxury. Dole was a little surprised, and was also surprised to learn the price, but after seeing the dishes, he felt that it was not expensive. 2 gold coins a month, you know, this is a month's meal money, not just one meal. Just when the two were eating, a few more people came outside. They were wearing gorgeous clothes, and their behavior was arrogant, and their eyes were arrogant. They were not young either, about 23 or 24 years old. One of them came in and saw Goodoo's, and said sarcastically, "Senior Goodoo's, why are you interested in eating here today? It seems that you made money on your trip." The others laughed when they heard this. They sat down, put down their food, and looked at Goodoo's jokingly. Dole glanced at them, and was a little surprised. This group of 7 people were all first-level wizards, although they were a little older. The Glory Empire is really full of wizards. Goodoo's face turned cold at this time, and he snorted and said, "Yes, I spend my own money, I am happy." The man hit back, "That's because you can only spend your own money, haha." They also saw Dole at this time, and observed him. Dole came out today wearing casual clothes, also made by Ramos, which made him look casual and noble. He was not an ordinary person at first glance. In addition to his unique temperament, these people didn't know where he came from, and didn't dare to mock him. However, when they saw Dole eating, their faces became strange. This person obviously didn't know the etiquette of eating. He used the knife and fork indiscriminately. He was obviously a country bumpkin. So they shook their heads, and stopped paying attention. Goodoo's face suddenly became ugly. He saw the expressions of those people, and his face changed for me. He glanced at Dole, but saw that he was eating by himself, without feeling despised at all. He stopped talking and prepared to eat quietly. Magicians eat elegantly, and even Goodoo's is no exception. He maintains a strong gentleman style. Looking at Dole, he uses the knife and fork together and dances. Soon, even Goodoo's couldn't stand it anymore. When others saw this, they showed a look of contempt. Goodoo's finally couldn't stand it anymore, and gently pushed Dole. Dole took the last bite, and was pushed by him, causing a large piece of meat to fall to the ground. He looked at the meat on the ground, feeling a little entangled. Should he pick it up and eat it? Forget it, forget it. What are you doing? Your eating manner is too ugly. Kudus whispered. Dole said unhappily, It's ugly. If you don't like to look north, be careful that I will beat you up if you keep getting so startled. He lowered his head, picked up the meat on the ground, put it on the plate, and left directly. At this time, the few people sneered, and one of them said, Kudus, is this your relative? Where did this peasant come from? Kudus's face turned strange. Peasant? He was afraid that he could cripple you with one hand. He glanced at the man and said with a strange face, Peasant? I remember that you, Sano, seem to have studied potion science as a part-time job? You offended your teacher so soon? The face of the man named Sano suddenly changed. Teacher? He lowered his head immediately, not daring to look at Dole. Others were also puzzled at this time. How could this country bumpkin be a lecturer in potions? Kudus said gloatingly, Sano, you have come to this day. Dole looked at those people at this time. His face was normal, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking, but people who knew him would know that he was angry. Chapter 149. He glanced at the man named Sano, and suddenly smiled faintly. I am Dole, and I will be the lecturer of the advanced course of potions in a month. I hope to meet you again. Hearing this, the man named Sano lowered his head even more. The smiles on the faces of others gradually disappeared at this time. Advanced course, potions are something that many people are willing to learn. Their lifelong desire may be to refine some second-level potions. The lecturer of the advanced course is the one who inherits the third-level potions. This guy is actually a super boss who can refine third-level potions. How is this possible? If this is spread out, it is estimated that a bunch of people in the academy will line up to beat them. Although they are nobles and people above others, in a college dominated by wizards, strength is the first priority. Seeing this, Kudus's depression dissipated and he smiled. This Dole is also a super black-bellied character. The two left the restaurant immediately. As soon as he left the restaurant, Kudus laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, that's Sano, really, ha ha ha. In the restaurant, everyone's faces turned darker, and they all asked, who is this person, where is he from, and how can he be a pharmacist? The dogs in the academy know how popular pharmacists are. The pharmacists of senior wizard apprentices are more arrogant than them. Sano raised his head and said a little depressed, I have passed the intermediate pharmacy level, and I will take advanced pharmacy next semester. What should I do? Although he said so, there are other senior lecturers, you may not have to go to his class. Someone immediately gave advice. Among them, the second-level potion is no longer needed. Now they are waiting for Sano to learn the third-level potion. Sano thought about it, and realized that it was the same reason. So he breathed a sigh of relief. I hope he doesn't talk to other teachers, otherwise I have to run back and forth to listen. Sano had a headache. After laughing, Kudus quickly came to the 7th floor. At this time, Lamb had woken up. When the two arrived, the door opened automatically. As soon as they entered, they saw a wide hall. The floor was very clean, and there was nothing extra. It was neat and simple. At the innermost part of the hall was a balcony with a small round table. At this time, Vice Dean Lamb was sitting there, looking out quietly. Dole and Kudus went in together. Teacher. Vice Dean. Lamb looked at Dory, smiled with relief, and said, I have already made an agreement with them last night that you will be appointed as a senior lecturer. I will ask Kudus to take you to go through the admission procedures. In addition, your basic knowledge may be weak, and the library's authority will be open to level 3 for you. If you need anything, you can go to the library to see it yourself. Dory's face showed joy. Thank you, Lord Lamb. I will definitely teach well. What he lacked most was various basic knowledge. Lamb nodded and said, you will move to the magic potion hall in a while, and someone will arrange your accommodation and distribute relevant experimental equipment. Of course, you have to buy the medicinal materials yourself. There is a place in the academy that manages materials. Kudus will take you there. In addition, if you want to live with us, you can, but you have to move the experimental equipment yourself. Lamb showed a meaningful expression. Dole thought for a moment and said seriously, then I'd better live with you. It should be less troublesome. As a scarce resource, pharmacists will be known to everyone once they are registered. It is estimated that people will come here one after another, which is very annoying. Living here, with Vice Dean Lamb as a shield, I can hide and be quiet. Lamb chuckled, you little rascal. Kudus also looked excited. It's good to be close, so he can learn more secretly. Those potion lecturers in the academy are hard to talk to. Now there is finally someone. One of our own. The registration place is at the gate of the academy. There is a registration office with 2 people inside. When Goodus and Dole came, they had already received the news. Although they were surprised at Dole's age, they still respectfully registered Dole and issued a silver waist badge. This waist badge is the symbol of the academy. There are 2 types of waist badges. One is bronze and the other is silver. Bronze represents students and silver represents lecturers. While playing with the waist badge, Dole walked out of the registration office. He needed to go to the Magic Potion Hall to get a set of basic magic equipment. This is the treatment he deserves. As Goodus walked, he looked at the silver waist badge with envy. If he still felt superior before, then the waist badge separated them at once. No matter how arrogant he was only a bronze waist badge, and Dole's silver waist badge could not be exchanged for strength. Let's go, help me be a porter. Dole smiled faintly, reward you with a bottle of mental potion. Goodus immediately became excited. Okay, you can move anything. The main hall of the potions hall is very large. The first floor is like a trading market, with many rooms and windows. The second floor is the real laboratory. At this time, a middle-aged man, Elliot, is instructing another woman, Ellen. A senior potion lecturer will come soon, and our pressure will be greatly reduced. Elliot's voice is very low and full of magnetism. Ellen is a very thin woman. She was a little surprised to hear this. Senior potion lecturer? What kind of potion is he good at? Psychic potion. Elliot sighed. The woman's eyes widened immediately. It turned out to be. Then our pressure will indeed be reduced a lot. Who brought it? Deputy Dean Lamb. I heard that the spiritual potion brought from the Northern Kingdom this time is the most popular potion. Elliot's tone is still very low, as if he was caught in some kind of thinking. Alan's mouth curled up slightly. Haha, come if you want, as long as you don't interfere with my experiments. Elliot snorted softly. Although it is so, it will take away our share of medicine. Alan frowned. At this time, Dole had already reached the first floor. The first floor of the Alchemy Hall is the Alchemy Trading Hall, with various windows where you can buy various potions. I heard from Goodus that because the Academy's pharmacy has always been withered, the quantity of various potions has always been insufficient. Especially the mental potion needed by wizards. The output has always been very low. He came to the Academy to make up for this lack, but the problem came again. His 3rd level mental potion is very pure, far superior to other potions. Once it starts mass production, it will easily affect other pharmacists. This is the fight between pharmacists. Goodus asked him to be careful. The 2 slowly went up to the 2nd floor and came to a room. An old man was in charge here. When he saw Goodus coming, he looked at Dole and understood instantly. Without saying anything, he took out a set of things from below and put them on the table, and seemed unwilling to talk. Dole was also happy about this. He looked at these things, a whole set of bottles and jars, a very ordinary alchemy table, and it seemed very old, which made him frown. He glanced at Goodus. Goodus also frowned at this time. Manager looming, is this thing still usable? The old man was calm. It can be used, but it's a little old. This is the only one left in our pharmacy hall. Otherwise, I go to the hall master to ask you. Chapter 150. Dole felt deep malice, but he didn't know where it came from. Goodus was about to say something, but he was pulled back by him. He glanced at him and said, Is Vice Dean Lamb an alchemist? Goodus was still angry. Hearing this, he said, What do you mean? Dole said expressionlessly, If it's broken, go find the old man to fix it. The old man's face suddenly changed, but the next moment, he became silent again. The big guys are fighting, and it's difficult for those of us who do things. Find Lamb if you want to. I just follow orders. Goodus also understood what he meant, but seeing that the old man was still expressionless, he sighed. He was just a student, and couldn't change anything. Okay, when you have money, go to the alchemy hall to buy a good one. Although an alchemy table is a bit expensive, I believe you can still buy it if you work hard. At that time, I will ask the teacher to talk to Vice Dean Williams. The 2 took the things and left without any drag. Seeing the 2 people leaving, the old man sighed, offending another person. Dole did not want to register under the name of the pharmacy hall. His identity was a lecturer, and was under the unified jurisdiction of the college. He wanted to register, but when he saw the situation of the Magic Potion Hall, he immediately lost interest. I don't know which book said that where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. This is really true. Although the pharmacy hall governs all pharmacists, it only governs pharmacists registered under the pharmacy hall, distributes medicinal materials, and sells potions. That is relative to the Magic Potion Hall's own people. It has no jurisdiction over pharmacists, who are not registered under the name of the pharmacy hall. After leaving the pharmacy hall, Duolai began to have a headache again. If he left the pharmacy hall, where would he get the herbs? He glanced at Guduz, who was silent beside him. He coughed and said, "Guduz, can I trouble you with something?" Guduz heard Duolai talking, nodded, and said, "Please go ahead. The herbs may depend on you. I have some gold coins here, and a few bottles of mental potions. You can sell them for me, and then buy some herbs." Before he finished speaking, Guduz laughed. "You said herbs? You don't have to rely on the pharmacy hall. Those people are arrogant. Don't pay attention to them. In addition to the pharmacy hall, there are similar ones in the academy. The place where the Adventurers Guild is located. In order to stimulate the academy and make money, the academy has set up a task and trading hall, and regularly releases some tasks. There are also many things that can be traded. You can go there to buy directly, or hang up tasks to buy." Dole asked with a face full of questions. "There is such an operation?" Guduz rubbed his hands at this time, and said a little awkwardly, "You bring the potion, I can help you deal with it quickly, and buy the herbs back. This matter is up to me." Dole stared at Guduz. Looking at his extremely sincere face, he believed it. The two quickly returned to the Lamb Magic Tower, and came to Dole's room. Dole took out some second-level strength potions, agility potions, and mental potions, and then took out 5 bottles of his treasured third-level mental potions at once, and handed them all to Guduz, asking him to operate, while he stayed in the room, breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to meditate. After entering the extraordinary realm, the amount of mental power required would be greatly magnified. Although he had completed the first level of the Son of Fire element, his mental power had skyrocketed, and at the same time he had introduced energy to form a magical phantom, but he still had a long way to go before he could be promoted to the second level. The standard for the second level is to be able to release a second level magic, and any second level magic requires extremely powerful precision controllability and magic volume. If it is released by spell model, just looking at the complex spell model will make you feel bald. Fireball is a regular cube with 20 faces. It took several months to research it successfully. An advanced spell of third level magic, such as continuous fireball, requires a very large regular polyhedron, and it is not a fixed spell model. When releasing it, the spell model needs to be changed to form a sub-body of fireball. This is a real second-level magic. The difficulty increases exponentially. This is the case with the fire system, and naturally the same is true for other systems. The spell model is extremely complex. This involves a new concept, the change of spell model. From 0 level to 1 level, it is a change from plane to 3-dimensional, while from 1 level to 2 levels, the spell model directly changes from a fixed form to a variable form. Bald. Dole then believed why many second-level wizards use gestures or magic. The spell model was too difficult. Even if the mental power was strong enough, and the control was strong enough, it would not work if the spell model was not thoroughly studied. This was simply a death sentence. So the current task was to settle down, increase the amount of magic body, and learn various basic magic knowledge. The second-level magic could only be discussed later. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he walked out of the room and went to the 5th floor to eat. The restaurant was fixed, and all students could come in, but the dining area was divided into different levels. The restaurant where Dole was where the first-level extraordinary students were, and ordinary students could not enter at all. He had just sat down to eat when the first-level wizards in Lamb Tower also arrived. When they saw Dole, their faces changed slightly. Dole had already registered in the academy. As long as they were a little more informed, they would know that the person in front of them was a real lecturer. Moreover, after so long, Guduz's big mouth and most people in Lamb Tower knew Dole's background. Dole might be a peasant, but his status as an extraordinary wizard had already reduced the gap between him and the nobles. In addition to his status as a lecturer, they no longer dared to act rashly. At this time, there was another person next to Dole. The man named Sano, who had spoken rudely in the morning, came to his side and handed over a card respectfully. Dole was a little puzzled. Sano smiled awkwardly. "This is my apology. I hope that lecturer Dole can forgive my offense this morning." Dole turned his head, looked Sano up and down, shook his head, and said, "It's okay, I didn't take it to heart, I won't accept the things." Sano's face showed a dilemma. What does this mean? Forgive or not? He gritted his teeth and said, "Guduz has taken out a few bottles of spiritual potion for sale. I believe they are from your hands. If you are willing to sell 2 bottles, I am willing to buy them at 50% above the market price as an apology." Dole almost spit out the food in his mouth. This guy really did everything he could. He looked at the others, but saw that they looked at him with hope. He suddenly brightened up. These were all first-level wizards, but they were all potential suppliers. He just thought about it for a while, and smiled professionally. Senior Sano is really generous. Let's do this. I have a plan. I don't know if you can accept it. Don't worry, I won't ask you for more money. If you want to make money, I can make a lot of money in minutes. Hearing this, the corners of the other people's mouths twitched. A third-level potion master is too arrogant, but he has the capital to be arrogant. Sano looked at everyone and was suddenly shocked. For a first-level extraordinary wizard, the most difficult thing is to accumulate magical phantoms. If a large amount of mental potions can be obtained, everyone will be willing to please a potion master. Chapter 151. Please go ahead. Dole took out a piece of paper from his pocket, and then took out a pen and started writing and drawing on it. Sano only glanced at the content on the paper, and immediately understood many things. This guy had just arrived, and he heard that he was targeted by the Magic Potion Hall. He wanted to open his own medicinal material channel. In this matter, could he use himself and others? His eyes lit up immediately. Dole finished writing and handed it to Sano, saying calmly, I am willing to buy the things on it at 20% higher than the market price. The extra will be your benefit fee, but I must get it in my hands. The mental potion will be provided to you within half a month after I get the materials. Sano nodded wildly, and breathed a sigh of relief. This is just his first step, to repair the relationship. The second step is to see if he can be his assistant and steal the technology. But things have to be done one by one, no rush. Anyway, this guy is in Lamb Tower, and will not go anywhere else. Everyone continued to eat, but the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Halfway through the meal, Goodus came in with food. He took a look, then looked at the other people, and suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little weird, too harmonious. Just then, he saw Sano and the others toasting to him. Goodus had a question mark on his face. What was going on? Back in the room, Goodus asked, and Dole explained it to him. Goodus immediately muttered, whatever you want, I can prepare it for you. You have to find them. You are really too much. He felt that his self-esteem was severely hit. Dole coughed and said, it's not that I don't trust you, but they are nobles and have more channels. I just came here, and need a lot of materials, and a new alchemy table. This broken thing will be thrown back in a few days. He glanced at the alchemy table on the table. It was too old. The magic patterns on it were also very old. Some of the magic patterns were on the verge of collapse. How could it be used? Goodus' mouth twitched. He knew his disadvantages. He was not a noble, and had no connections. He could only sigh. He thought about it and said, then I want to learn alchemy from you. Dole nodded, okay, you help me. Goodus was immediately refreshed, no problem. Time flew by, and 5 days passed. Dole got the map of the academy and knew where to go, and where not to go, where to practice martial arts, where the library was, where the books were open to wizards, where the books were open to warriors, and so on. The next day, he sat in the library in the largest wizard tower, like a hungry ghost in the book, greedily absorbing all knowledge, of course, starting from the most basic knowledge. He needed to start from the essence of mental power, the essence of wizards, the energy foundation between heaven and earth, and everything else. Of course, this did not involve meditation. Meditation is a regulated thing in the Glory Empire. You can only learn it by paying money, so Dole read various theories about basic knowledge. Time slowly came to the 6th day, and Goodus's materials arrived, so he applied for a library card, took a few books, left the Mage Tower, and returned to his room. There were many people reading in the library of the Mage Tower. The person who applied for the library card was an old man with unfathomable strength. He just glanced at Dole's waist badge, and helped him apply for the card without saying much. This made Dole feel a little strange. He recognized the badge but not the person. Back in the room, Sano had bought all the medicines he could buy. At least half of the list that Dole gave him was on the table. Among them, all the materials for the most important spiritual power potion were naturally all arrived. Dole counted all the medicinal materials, classified them, and placed them in the storage room. Then he directly refined the 3rd level spiritual power potion. He had no spiritual power potion on him now, and he also needed to use it, so he naturally took priority. Goodus was interested at this time. As Dole's assistant, his enthusiasm for learning was very high. However, the 3rd level potion was still far away from him. He couldn't even refine the 1st level. His spiritual power control was too poor. But he could still help. About 2 hours later, the first batch of spiritual power liquid was successfully produced. Dole looked at the alchemy table with dissatisfaction. The accuracy of this thing was too poor. There were several magic patterns that could not be used. A new level 3 alchemy table costs at least 3,000 to 5,000 gold coins. Usually, many alchemists rent it directly from the alchemy hall. It is very difficult to refine this thing, so the value is not low at all. If he wants to buy a brand new one, he can't do it without saving money for a few months. Mental power potions are profitable, but the target range is still too small. In the whole city of Wutz, there are not many level 1 extraordinary wizards, and there are as many as 6 or 7 level 3 potion masters. They still need to compete with them. Dole's market is not as strong as imagined. After the first and second batches of drugs were sold, the demand in the market was not that great, and he also felt pressure from other aspects. Someone seemed to be suppressing his market and deliberately lowering the market price. All these were handled by Guduz, and Sano only bought enough raw materials. After a while, Sano's raw materials gradually became scarce. However, at this time, Dole was no longer satisfied with the mental potion, and developed other third-level potions such as Strength Potion, Agility Potion, and Eagle Eye Potion. There were few wizards, but many warriors. At this time, Guduz saw Dole's terrifying talent in potion learning. A potion often failed several times, and he could figure out the rules, and then he could make a finished product very quickly, and the success rate could quickly reach more than 60%. This terrifying ability was simply against the sky. Time quickly came to mid-August. Sano had a headache these days, because it was getting harder and harder to find raw materials in the market. Even if he mobilized several partners together, he could buy less and less. He soon learned the truth that several other forces that were stronger than them were also buying related medicinal materials, and the prices were very high. The nearby herbal farmers and other professionals in the academy were very willing to sell things to them, so that their supply channels were greatly affected. Now everyone knows that a new pharmacist has come to the academy, and they are serving the new pharmacist. Sitting in the room, Sano looked at his good friends with a difficult expression on his face, and said, "What should we do? It is becoming increasingly difficult to collect the nether grass now. The guys from the Cecil family are too much, and the Waltz family, it seems that someone is deliberately targeting us." Walter thought for a while and said, "Sano is the only apprentice of potion learning among the crowd, the core of the crowd, but Walter is the strongest. He is from the Tracy family among the 3 major families in Waltz City. He has some small power, so it is easy to investigate the truth of the matter. The question is, what do they want to do to offend a new potion master?" Next to Walter, young Charlie was a little confused. Walter shook his head and said, "I guess not. They probably want to force him to submit, and use him for their own benefit." He continued, "I heard that Vice Dean Nicole once wanted to win over the new potions master, but was warned by Dean Lamb." When everyone heard this, they all speculated, "That makes sense." Chapter 152. Never mind, this is their business with Dole the Alchemist. We just need to do our work, and do it to the extent we can. Anyway, we have nothing to lose. Sano said easily. The aura of several people was obviously much stronger than before, and it was obvious that they had gained great benefits. Dorai lasted for half a month. He had learned the 3-level potions, Strength Potion, Agility Potion, and Eagle Eye Potion. After putting them on the market, they were all sold out in an instant. As for the mental potion, it stagnated because it could not get the nether grass. There were still 5 days before the start of the school. The school was sorting out the list of students. Dole was free at this time, so he asked Guduz to call Sano over and prepare to talk. Sano was also on the 6th floor. Guduz quickly called him over, and Walter was also with him. The 4 people sat together, and Dole spoke first. "School is about to start. I have understood the matter of medicinal materials. There is a lot of resistance, so I will put aside the matter of mental potion recently. Strength Potion, Agility Potion, and Eagle Eye Potion are already being made. If you need them, you can take some back. Don't worry, I have other suppliers." He has been thinking about going to Huazi City and looking for the Rose Chamber of Commerce. The supply of a caravan can only meet his needs at present. Sano and Walter looked at each other and felt relieved. They were also under great pressure because someone had already greeted them. They were just descendants of nobles, not nobles themselves, and did not have much power. At this time, they were confused. Where is Dole's channel? A wizard from the Northern Kingdom has his own channel? Walter smiled and nodded, saying, Strength Potion, Agility Potion, and Eagle Eye Potion are indeed in short supply. The market is even larger than that of Mental Potion, so we are not afraid of them targeting us. If you have a large quantity, I would like to sign a contract with you on behalf of the family for Strength Potion. Dole's potion is of high purity, much better than others, and he decided immediately. Sano next to him was stunned. Why didn't he think of it, But he himself is a pharmacist, so he doesn't think so. Dole nodded. Okay, no problem. Sano was hesitant at this time and said, Master Dole, I have signed up for your potion class and hope you can pass it. Potion masters recruit students. On the one hand, the academy designates students, and on the other hand, students sign up. Dole is a newly promoted senior potion master. The academy offers him a very low price, with an income of 10 gold coins per class, but most potion masters don't care about this money, and they just go to class at will. Dole nodded. He was a good guy who could bend and stretch. So he said, okay. No problem. Sano breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. If you need it, I can sell you a few third-level potion prescriptions. Meditation method, prescriptions, these are all controlled and can only be obtained by purchase. Dole's magic potion is only level 1, and there are less than 5 prescriptions in level 1. At this time, his eyes lit up and he said, really? Walter and Goodus looked at Sano with some surprise. This guy also spent a lot of money. Sano nodded. I can sell it to you at 70% of the market price. We have 12 first-level prescriptions, including light spirit potion, violent potion, blood-burning potion. He reported them all in one breath. Dole was a little surprised. His potion learning was only elementary potion learning, which had a lot of theories, but not many prescriptions. When he heard the names of the potions, he knew that these potions were real practical potions. A prescription was estimated to cost a lot. Then he heard Sano's attentive smile. The price of a prescription was originally about 5,000 gold coins. But considering our future cooperation, let's charge 3,000 gold coins per prescription. This price was really expensive, comparable to an alchemy table, but the benefits of a suitable prescription were definitely more important than the money. He thought for a while. I get to know the market, and then give you an answer. At this time, in another magic tower, Vice Dean Williams stood in front of the two young men and taught them carefully. The two lowered their heads, and dared not talk back. After a long time, Williams finished his words, and the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Facing a level 3 wizard, the pressure on a level 1 wizard was too great. That Dole hasn't come to you yet? One of the two men is called Willie, and the other is called Simon, and they are the two most outstanding people of this generation in the Cecil family. Willie is a descendant of the direct line, confident and arrogant, while Simon is from the collateral line, and seems much gentler. At this time, Willie said, no, that kid has not released spiritual potions in the past few days, but has started to refine potions such as strength potions and agility potions for warriors. It is estimated that the materials have been used up. We suppress him, Sano should know, and he should also know. Williams glanced at Willie and looked at Simon. Simon lowered his head and said, there are only two situations. He doesn't need too much money, or he has other channels, and is not in a hurry. Willie snorted lightly, revealing a disdainful look. A little guy from the Northern Kingdom. Where does he get the magic potion channel? I think he will have to rely on Vice Dean Lamb. William shook his head. No, Lamb has not paid attention to other things except the affairs of the academy, so it shouldn't be him. Willie didn't want to think too much, and said, he shouldn't be able to hold on for long. He will come to us sooner or later, as long as Dean Ram doesn't interfere. Williams looked at Willie. His face was neither sad nor happy. He looked at Simon and said, school is about to start. You arrange 2 people to go to class, and see his real ability. In addition, find out where he came from. I always feel that this person is a bit weird. The woman Nicole also wanted to win over this person. The method she adopted was the same as his, both wanting to force the child to submit, but now it seems that things have exceeded their expectations. Lamb sat on the balcony and looked outside. As the school was about to start, many nobles rushed into the academy. The academy was overcrowded. They brought their descendants and tried their best to get in. The people below were of all kinds, and they were in a hurry. Lamb had no expression on his face. He was thinking about something else. The dean had been in seclusion for a long time, almost 2 years, and he had not come out yet, which led to a lack of deterrence in the highest level combat power. In addition, the 4 4th-level wizards did not take care of things, so the nearest Dark Academy had recently snatched people to What City, which was not a good sign. What bothered him the most was that he was thinking about this matter, while the other vice deans were still scheming against each other. The Dark Academy was a little stronger than them, and the funds were relatively strong. They poached people very hard. In terms of the ability to snatch people, they could not snatch them. What are students? Students are resources, that is, money. If all the students were snatched away, their arrangel would soon be closed. At this time, Guduz walked in from outside. He asked without turning his head, have you publicized Dole's story? Guduz nodded. It has been publicized. Dole is best at mental potions, which should attract many people to sign up. Lamb nodded. It would be best if it were so. The Watts family and the Cecil family are suppressing Dole. What does he think of it? Guduz was most puzzled by this point. Dole himself doesn't care, as if he has some plan himself. Lamb smiled and said nothing. In addition, Sano wants to sell Dole some potions, and Dole also agreed. In the past half-month, he has made almost the money of a prescription. Chapter 153. Guduz was a little bit dissatisfied. The pharmacist was really a money grabber. Unfortunately, he still had no idea. He couldn't even make a first-level potion. Dole said that his control was too poor. He wanted him to learn this ability, but it was too difficult. Lamb said, "What are Sano's conditions?" Guduz smiled and said, "Be his apprentice. He is smart." The academy became lively. The academy, which had been silent for a month, was bustling with people. The wizard tower, which had relatively few people, was also relatively lively. In the new semester, many people were vying for the admission quota of the new magic tower. Lamb's magic tower was no exception, but Lamb himself didn't care about these things and handed them over to Guduz and other disciples to deal with. So Guduz had a high vision. Lamb had 5 students, Guduz was the youngest, and the other 2 had already graduated. There were also 2 who returned to the academy before the start of the school and were also in the tower at this time. They were responsible for these things. One of these 2 people is called Neva, and the other is called Katiusha. Neva is also a commoner. Among the disciples of Vice Dean Lamb, only Katiusha is a noble. He is from the Tracy family, one of the 3 major families in Watts City. Her father has a certain relationship with Lamb and helped him in the past. Dole rested for 2 days. 3 days before the start of school, Vice Dean Nicholas recruited him. The 4 Vice Deans each have a magic tower named after themselves. Nicholas Tower, on the top floor, Nicholas, dressed like a gentleman in a tuxedo, stood at the window and looked outside. Dole walked in from outside and looked at the back of the dean. In addition to him, there were 2 other people in the room. They all had a strong aura. They were all extraordinary wizards, and one of them was a second-level wizard. Dole's heart trembled slightly. These were the senior lecturers Luo Chio and Faisi who were with them. He bowed slightly to them and performed a magician's salute. Recently, he was not only refining medicine, but also cramming some magician knowledge. Seeing Dole for the first time, he had no expression on his face and also bowed slightly. Nicholas turned around at this time and came to the 3 people, smiling faintly. "There are only 3 of you senior lecturers. This is your respective list. Take a look first. If you don't like someone, you can filter it out. Nicholas is in charge of teaching. Screening colleges is the college's regulations, and it is also their right." The 3 of them looked at the note together. Dole took the note and glanced at everyone. Among the 3 people's senior pharmacist courses, only his was the cheapest, so the number of people on the note was very large, with more than 50 people. Each person had 1 gold coin for 1 class, and 2 classes a week, so the number was actually considerable. Pharmacists also have outdoor courses, identifying potions, rapid drug identification, on-the-spot detoxification and other courses, so generally no one would bring too many students. Dole took a look, took out a pen from his pocket, and quickly crossed out many names. At this time, seeing where Dole crossed out names, Luo Chio and Faisi were a little strange. Who would complain about having too much money? Nicholas was also a little strange, but when he saw the names that Dole crossed out, he immediately understood. All the names that were crossed out were nobles. The rest were all civilians. The 2 did not cross out a single name. They wished that all the names that Dole crossed out would come to their class. After finishing, Dole handed the note to Nicholas. At this time, there were only 20 people left on it. Luo Chio and Faisi also handed the note to Nicholas. Taking the paper, Nicholas looked at Dole with a hint of meaning. "Can you tell me why?" Dole said expressionlessly, "The nobles are born rich, have good living conditions, and have strong blood. Their mental power may be higher than that of ordinary civilians, but alchemy is a profession that pursues mental accuracy, which has nothing to do with the amount of mental power. It is difficult for civilians to practice, and they will use every bit of their strength seriously, and have a high degree of mental control, while the nobles just lack this characteristic." Luo Chio and Faisi looked at each other, a little stunned, and thought about it. No wonder many potion masters are born commoners, and there are very few nobles. However, there are also some nobles, but the number is small, and there are even fewer noble pharmacists above level 3. Nicholas immediately gave a thumbs up when he heard this and said, "Insightful, well said." This list will be posted soon. Those who were rejected by you may sign up again. You two will have to bear the burden when the time comes. Although the two agreed with Dole's point of view, they were eager for the nobles to come to the class, because it was all about money or connections. The three nodded at the same time. At this time, Nicholas suddenly said something off topic. I heard that you didn't join the magic potion hall? Dole curled his lips and said, yes, they are too poor and don't even have a good alchemy table. What's the point of joining them? Nicholas was stunned. Luo Qiu and Fei Si were also stunned, and they suddenly thought of some things that happened a few days ago. Luo Qiu and Fei Si looked at each other at this time, and asked to leave at the same time. They didn't want to participate in some factional disputes in the academy. Nicholas waved his hand, and sent the two away, then asked with some doubt, what do you mean there is no better alchemy table? Dole didn't say much, shrugged his shoulders, saying who knows. Nicholas was a little surprised. He thought for a while, and said, does Vice President Lam know about this? Dole shook his head. I didn't tell him. He actually wanted to buy a newer one with more functions, but he used the money for other things, so he had to postpone it. Anyway, the alchemy table was a little broken, but it could still be used. The intrigue in the academy was very serious, and Nicholas naturally knew that the role of the alchemy table was very huge for alchemists and pharmacists. If he was given a shabby alchemy table, it was no wonder that the other party would be angry. He quickly thought of many things. Then he nodded, and said in a deep and meaningful tone, for a pharmacist, the most important thing is what kind of potion he can make. Take your time. With your current attainments, you have already established a firm foothold. Dole didn't want to say anything to this strange vice president, just nodded. Nicholas saw Dory's expression and said no more. 3 days before the start of the school, the Lamb Tower became lively. The empty rooms in the tower had been allocated almost, and were basically full. The fees in the Lamb Tower were not high, and many people were willing to stay here. There were also benefits to living here. Vice Dean Lamb would give lectures regularly, which was the key. A magic tower represented a faction. If they achieved something in the future, they could all consider themselves as apprentices of Vice Dean Lamb. Dory only knew this later, and further understood the cruelty of the wizarding world. Ordinary qualified students could only listen to the free courses of the most ordinary teachers, and live in the worst college dormitories, while slightly richer families could listen to the courses of slightly better paid teachers, and live in the magic tower. The benefits here were naturally self-evident. Money can make you a god, money can guarantee all resources, and only with money can you be promoted quickly. The role of money is fully reflected in the wizarding world. Dole's course is very cheap, which is what Lamb specifically requested after he found him. Now it seems that he thought too simply at the beginning. As soon as he entered, he saw Katyusha coming towards him with a slightly neutral and heroic posture. When she saw Dole, she smiled slightly. Chapter 154. Teacher Dole, do you have any goods these days? Katyusha is 20 years old this year, and is also a first-level wizard. She has been at this stage for 3 years. Dole shook his head. It's hard to find materials recently, so I don't have any. Katyusha knew some inside information, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She gently approached Dole and whispered, I have some personal collections. Is Lecturer Dole interested? Dole was a little surprised. These wizards waiting for promotion really have some private collections. He smiled. How do you want to calculate? Katyusha said, I want 1/3 of the finished product. Dole nodded and said, you go back and give the materials to Gudus. After that, he passed Katyusha. Katyusha saw Dole's back and thought about it. Dole himself did not want to join any faction. The reason why he lived in Lamb was because Vice Dean Lamb was a neutral faction, and did not represent any force. The only noble student, Katyusha, was a noble, born with good fortune, and he didn't want to deal with her. In his opinion, nobles are all the same. These days, he read a lot of books, focusing on many basic theories of pharmacists, and gained a lot. The benefits of systematically learning a technology are often much higher than non-systematic learning. At least there are many problems he has not encountered, and the books will introduce them, so it is convenient to answer students' questions. It is not an easy thing to be a teacher, especially how to make them understand why things that are actually very simple in their hands are so difficult for them. At the same time, he decided to buy the blood-burning potion in Sano's hand. This potion is not for wizards, but for warriors. After drinking it, the blood and chi burst ability will be increased by 100% within half an hour. It is very powerful, but the sequelae are also obvious. It will fall into a 3-day weakness period. Generally, it can only be taken when facing an enemy that cannot defeat it. It is for life-saving. The most important thing is that there are very few blood-burning potions on the market. There is only one person who can produce this potion around the entire Huazi city. The quantity is extremely limited, and it is only sold to the auction house each time. As long as he makes the blood-burning potion, he will definitely gain a large number of warrior supporters. It should be much better to buy the nethergrass at that time. The current nethergrass market is messed up by the Huazi family and the Cecil family. He can't get anything, and many wizards will take the initiative to hoard this kind of herb, and they are rarely willing to sell it. Kadyusha is an example. Dole is clear about these things. After thinking about these things clearly, he went directly to the door of Sano's room and knocked on the door. The door opened automatically, revealing Sano's busy figure. Sano is a second-level pharmacist with a certificate, unlike Dole, who doesn't even have a certificate. Sano was refining a potion when someone knocked on the door. He was annoyed at first, but when he saw it was Dole, he became happy again. He tried his best to be someone's assistant, but the other person didn't want him. "Please come in and sit down. I'd be there soon," Sano said casually, but his eyes were serious, staring at the liquid medicine in his hand. Dole took a look. The second-level mental potion seemed good, but judging from the color, it seemed to have a little more impurities. This was his first time to come to Sano's place. Sano's expression was very focused, which was in line with the basic qualities of a pharmacist. The entire hall was transformed into a laboratory, and the place for people to sit was in the corner. Dole came to the front of the test bench and carefully looked at the instruments he used, the remaining medicine residue, and the huge and exquisite alchemy table. This guy has saved a lot of money. At this time, in front of Sano, 2 magic hands were suspended in front of him, one hand holding a beaker, plus his own 2 hands. A total of 4 hands were operating, which surprised Dole. He rarely used the magic hand because it was not needed at all. Operating with 4 hands together is indeed much more convenient and faster. However, this will face a problem. When operating magic, it is difficult to focus on the potion unless he has strong magic support. However, when Dole saw this, after thinking about it, his eyes soon lit up. This guy did open up an idea for him. It seems that I have to be proficient in the operation of the magic hand in the future, and the magic hand was originally designed for alchemy, so it would be a waste if I didn't use it. Sano quickly mixed the liquid medicine, poured them into small bottles, and put them aside with satisfaction. He breathed a sigh of relief, took off his gloves and mask, and smiled at Dole. "I'm sorry to make you laugh." He knew that the purity of his liquid medicine was not high. Dole shook his head. "No, I came here to trade the blood-burning potion." Sano was a little surprised. Why was it the blood-burning potion? But he didn't ask much, and hurried to the bedroom. When he came out, he had a piece of parchment in his hand. Dole took the paper, and then took out the gold note of 5,000 taels. In the entire West Ring continent, all gold and silver coins are managed and used uniformly by the Empire Alliance. Even the language is highly unified. There are occasional accents, but the difference is not big. The exchange of gold coins for gold notes is also managed uniformly by each empire. There is a little handling fee, but generally it is fair to all. Seeing the gold notes, Sano nodded and said, "Assistant matters?" Dole nodded. "Come over when the formal class starts in a few days." Sano's face suddenly showed joy. Back to his room, Dole breathed a sigh of relief. The formula of the blood-burning potion is in hand, and the next thing is the matter of herbs. Before the formal school starts, I have to go to what city tomorrow to find the so-called Rose Hotel. If there is one, everyone is happy. If not, then it's cold. This is the first time he felt the malice of the nobles. But Dole is not afraid. He can also cooperate. You provide the materials, and I will help you refine them. There are too many ways. As long as he is willing to spread the news, monopoly is completely non-existent for a real pharmacist. For the entire class of wizards, the authority of the nobility is basically equal to nothing, especially for extraordinary wizards. On the morning of August 29th, just after dawn, I went to the college post station to rent a carriage and went to Watts City with the driver. Because it was already autumn, the trees on both sides of the road were not so lush, the flowers on the ground withered, and wild fruits grew one by one. There are also some flowers blooming in autumn, but there are only a few in the woods. Because the distance was not far, he arrived at the city gate at 10 o'clock in the morning, paid the fee and entered the city. As soon as he entered the city, he glanced at the city gate for a few times, and Dole waved to a young man in simple clothes. The man trotted over, a little restrained. Dole said, "Take me to a place called Rose Hotel or Rose Tavern." The young man thought about it, and seemed to know this place. He bowed slightly and said, I am willing to serve you. This is a broker, specializing in this kind of business. The young man got on the carriage and sat with the coachman. The carriage started slowly. Dole sat in the carriage and kept meditating. Practicing in the magic tower, there is no need to worry about safety issues. The magic elements around are also very active, and the speed of practice is very fast. After only about 2 months, his cultivation has improved a lot compared to before. Next, it is time to consider the matter of the second-level wizard. Chapter 155. These days, he read a few books, and the descriptions of the second level seemed to be somewhat different from what he imagined. In the past, he thought that the second level was to learn to release the second-level magic, and the book also introduced it this way, but the reality is not that easy. To release a certain series of magic, you must first have a full understanding of the elements of this series. Many of the spell nodes of the second-level magic are descriptions of elements. If you don't have a deep understanding, even if you copy and paste, the power of the spell model is quite ordinary. This made him very interested in the spell model itself. He thought of several kinds of magic he knew, such as burning hands, fireballs, wizard hands, magic missiles, etc. I suddenly understood a lot of problems that I had never paid attention to before, such as why the burning hands could not burn my hands, but the fireball could hurt myself, and why the spell nodes of the fireball were so few, while the nodes of the second-level spells Lianju Fireball and Explosive Fireball were so many. These are all issues that need to be thought about and verified. There may be answers in books, but the real answers come from practice. After a long time, a voice woke him up. Wizard Dole, we have arrived at the Rose Hotel. Dole lifted the curtain, got off the carriage, looked up, and saw a magnificent hotel standing in front of him. He smiled slightly, took out 30 silver coins from his arms, and handed them to the young man. The young man hurriedly thanked him, and left gratefully. 30 silver coins were enough for him to live for a long time. The Rose Hotel was not small in scale. After Dole entered, he saw the spacious hall, which seemed to have few people. After entering the store, Dole suddenly understood what the man said, because inside, under the sign of the Rose Hotel, there were 4 big words written, Rose Chamber of Commerce. He understood. Behind the counter, 3 people in uniform sat together, 1 older man and 2 relatively younger women. Dole came to the older man, took out the token from his arms, handed it to him, and said, I want to see your person in charge. The old man held back what he wanted to say, took a look at the token, and his pupil shrank suddenly, with a different look in his eyes. This is a high-level token of the Chamber of Commerce, proving that this is not an ordinary partner. He stretched out his hand and beckoned slightly. I am, please follow me. Dole nodded. That's troublesome. At the back, the 2 entered a quiet room. The old man waved his hand, drove everyone else out, invited Dole to sit at the table, and returned the token to him respectfully. He smiled and said, Excuse me, sir, what do you need? Dole put away the token, thought for a moment, and said, I need nether grass, red flame grass, bright red sea urchin. He listed more than a dozen materials of level 2 or 3, some of which were even level 4. The old man understood instantly that this was a level 3 pharmacist. He just thought for a moment and said, The nature of the Chamber of Commerce is transit. We don't have the things you want now, but I have written down the list and will send it to you when the time comes. In addition, what kind of cooperation do you need, direct purchase or processing cooperation? Can we place a special order from you and order some special medicines? Dole knew that this was the nature of the Chamber of Commerce. They pursued maximum benefits and would not let go of anything that could be tied to them. I pay for it. If you need special medicines, please provide the formula and related materials. I can help you make it without violating the laws of the Glory Empire. I will only charge a certain fee. The old man nodded slightly and smiled. Then we have a happy cooperation. Please provide your name and address, so that we can supply you conveniently. Dole handed the written note to the old man. The old man just took a look and his eyes lit up. You are a senior pharmacy lecturer at Arangel College? That's such an honor. Dole smiled bitterly. I'm just a civilian, it's nothing. The old man shook his head and disagreed. Meg-Ten knew very well what Arangel College was. Without certain abilities, there was no chance for the lecturer position, but he was a lecturer and found them. This only showed that there was a problem with his source of materials. Judging from the current situation in Huazi City, there can only be one situation. Someone is restricting him. Otherwise, once a third-level pharmacist appears, he will definitely be flocking to him. Just like Faisi and Luo Qiu, they have become guests of honor of several major families early on. The fact that Dole can find them can only mean that he does not want to join a force. The side effect of not wanting to join a force is that his resources are restricted. He chuckled. His tone was strong and confident. Please call me Magtan. For pharmacists, some people may be able to restrict your channels, but they cannot restrict your profession. You are a distinguished guest, and our Rose Chamber of Commerce has accepted you. Now it was Dole's turn to be a little surprised. Is this really just the small guild that still has to trade with others? He nodded and said, then thank you for your help. I live in the Lamb Magic Tower. If I'm not here, please find Gurus, and he will arrange for the delivery. Megtan nodded. The two chatted for a while, and after a while, Dole walked out of the Rose Chamber of Commerce with a relaxed look. This trip was not in vain. This Rose Chamber of Commerce is indeed capable. He just came out, and when he glanced across the street, a figure in leather shoes was waving at him. Seeing this person, Dole was a little strange. He didn't know the other person, but it was obvious that the other person knew him, and he was wearing the uniform of the Academy Wizard, a magic robe. This dress solidified dozens of magic pattern combinations, 3 different defense or other magic arrays. One piece cost more than 2,000 gold coins, and ordinary wizards couldn't afford it at all. Dole didn't move, and the man saw this and strode over. When he came to Dole, the man bowed slightly and smiled. Hello, Lecturer Dole, I am Morris from the Cixia family. Can I invite you to have a meal together? In the wizard world, it is very rude to refuse others, especially nobles. Dole thought about it, as if he had seen this name somewhere, so he said, okay, let's go nearby. Morris smiled faintly. He raised his head, glanced at the Rose Hotel, and swept his eyes to the side. Following Dole here, he was a little surprised. This guy looked like a person, but he actually had connections with the Chamber of Commerce. His brothers and sisters might have miscalculated. Although the strength of the Rose Chamber of Commerce is not very strong, their resources are very extensive, and the backers are very strong. Unless they are torn apart, otherwise, it is probably not realistic to rely on one person to block. There is a dessert shop over there, please. Dole also saw that there was a bakery. Let the coachman wait for him for a while. Dole and this guy Morris went to the bakery. He had never seen this guy, and there was no such person on the list of geniuses in the academy. He didn't know what he was doing. He walked and thought, and suddenly remembered where he had seen this name. On the list of students, the bakery is a place that the lower and middle classes like very much, but this bakery is obviously a little bit higher end. It is a place that sells directly to the outside world outside the door. The decoration inside is very luxurious. After entering, Morris found a private room. Chapter 156. Morris ordered a few desserts very gentlemanly, smiling at Dole. It is my fault for disturbing Lecturer Dole today. I am willing to compensate you for your time loss. Dole looked at Morris and said expressionlessly, I roughly know why you are looking for me. I am just a new teacher who has not taught a class yet. Why do you have to go to such trouble? Aren't the 2 instructors Fei Si and Luo Qiu good? Morris was a little stunned. Is his memory so good? He can remember the names that were randomly crossed out on the paper? He smiled awkwardly and said, that's not the case. I have been stuck in level 2 for a while, and I have visited the 2 instructors Luo Qiu and Fei Si. They gave me. I have tried your advice, but it didn't work, and it took a lot of time and money, so I wanted to learn from you, but I didn't expect that Lecturer Dole would directly refuse, so I want to know the reason. Dole looked at Morris and said lightly, needless to say, you may know it very well, but you just pretend not to understand. The basis of pharmacy is mental control, and you nobles are born with good fortune, and have very poor mental control. I don't need to say more about this. Morris's face froze, he fell silent, and his expression became gloomy. Master Dole, don't be surprised. Although I am a descendant of the nobility, I am indeed a concubine. Although my life may not be as hard as that of ordinary poor people, it is definitely not much better. I think I have suffered enough. He raised his hand and rolled up the sleeves of his magician's robe, revealing the strong and sturdy arms underneath. Many years ago, I was also a low-level person who made a living with my own hands. Dole just looked at it, a little surprised. Wizards rarely exercise their physical strength, so it seems that what he said is not bad with such a strong arm. He looked at Morris carefully. This guy is a little older than his actual age, and he is also a super wizard. He must have lived a very ordinary life before he was promoted to super. After he became super, he may have been valued by the family. That's how he understood it. Thinking of this, he coughed and said solemnly, okay, you can submit the application to Vice Dean Williams later, and I will approve it. Morris was stunned. He didn't expect this person to be so easy to talk to. He put down his sleeves and relaxed. Soon the dessert came. Morris is very talkative and humble at the same time. People who know how to fight for themselves are generally flexible. The materials for you were handled by Vice Dean Nicole and Vice Dean Nicholas. I thought you would compromise like everyone else, but I didn't expect you to have the Chamber of Commerce. Dole was speechless. He was lucky to meet a noble person on the road, otherwise he would be at a loss. If there were really no materials for potions, he could only be a pure lecturer and then switch to magic rune studies. He didn't believe that the other party could still control the materials for magic rune studies. In essence, Dole was unwilling to do these things and only wanted to improve his strength. However, as a wizard, if he couldn't even do magic experiments without money, what kind of wizard was he? These are all opportunities. Let's not talk about them. After talking for a while and eating, it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Dole found an untouched dessert that he hadn't finished eating, took it back, and said goodbye to Morris. He came to the carriage and handed the dessert to the coachman. The coachman was naturally grateful. He was just an ordinary person and had never eaten such expensive things. Soon, the carriage slowly set off. After leaving what city, far away from the city, passing the town on the way, and officially entering the wilderness, Dole walked out of the carriage with a solemn look. In the wilderness, it is easy to be attacked by wild beasts, so he had to let them go. Although the coachman also knew some martial arts, he was a formal wizard after all. After dealing with a few small things that coveted the carriage, Dole felt that his magic became faster and simpler. When using his own magic to release, he omitted the step of pulling the surrounding energy. He could almost release magic at will, and the speed was fast and accurate. He thought about it. In the jungle, he only dared to use magic missiles, and he dared not use fire magic. If he caused a forest fire, it would be more harm than good. Among the first-level magic, there are fireballs of the fire system, water bullets and ice arrows of the water system, summoned boulders of the earth system, wind blades of the wind system, and magic missiles without attributes. In terms of launch speed, wind blades and magic missiles are the fastest, and the flying speed is also extremely fast. They are more suitable for handling emergencies. Summoning boulders is suitable for attacking, and fireballs are violent aesthetics. Basically, every mage will learn magic missiles, which is too practical. According to different meditation methods, everyone is good at different magic. For example, his magic virtual image is a fire elemental spirit, which has a high affinity with the fire system, so he naturally likes the fire system. He needs to think carefully about the next path and prepare for entering the second level. The first level is just the foundation, and the second level has a part of the right to speak. On September 1st, Arangel Academy officially opened. Dole was wearing an ordinary dress, holding a book in his left hand and a few beakers in his right hand. Sano followed behind him and helped carry things. Next to Sano, Morris also followed. Sano was very dissatisfied with this. Didn't he dislike nobles? Why did he still recruit a noble, and Maurice was a weirdo among the nobles. He didn't like to socialize with other nobles, and rarely communicated with people. He was very autistic, but how did the two of them get in touch? Sano couldn't figure it out. After walking out of the magic tower, they quickly got on the carriage and went to the classroom. The classroom was still some distance away from the magic tower, and it was a little unrealistic to walk there. As for what to talk about, there were questions on the course schedule, and Dole just had to follow the questions. He had seen the relevant questions, and they were not difficult. At least he felt it was easy. The classrooms were all one-story high buildings, and the inside was arranged in a fan-shaped ladder to ensure that everyone could see and hear. When he walked into the classroom, everyone was already there, waiting for him to arrive. As soon as Dole walked in, many voices came from inside. The teacher is so young? My God, he is already a third-level pharmacist? So impressive. Dole ignored them, and asked Sano and Morris to put their things away. After sending the two away, he coughed and glanced down. There were 25 people on his list, and there were 25 people here, the number matched. At this time, everyone quieted down. I don't care what your names are, and I don't care who you are. You just listen to what I say, and then do it. If you can't do it, try to do it. If you can't do it, it proves that you are not suitable to be a pharmacist. He spoke very impolitely. The course lasted 4 hours, and he had plenty of time to teach this young man, who was older than him, or even slightly older youths. He didn't know any of these people, and they were not talented students, but just ordinary senior wizard apprentices. He picked up a pen and wrote a few words on the blackboard behind him, then turned around. Mental control is the foundation of a pharmacist. What is control? It is the degree to which one can manipulate mental power to the finest degree. This is true whether one is studying magic patterns, alchemy, or biology. Even when learning spell model construction, this is true. The importance of mental control is self-evident. Chapter 157. He introduced some details in a fluent manner for almost an hour before picking up the experimental equipment. Next, we will talk about the purification of third-level medicinal materials, and by the way, explain the application of mental power accuracy in the subject of medicine. This is really dry goods, and all those who were almost sleepy woke up immediately, staring at Dolei's hands. He did not release the magician's hand, but refined it purely by hand. While refining, he explained in detail the detailed steps, mental power control techniques, etc. He did it very slowly, and spoke at a moderate speed. Everyone enlarged their eyes, and watched his operation carefully. Soon, the liquid medicine was refined and purified using the alchemy table. During the purification process, the accuracy of mental power is the most tested. For example, we use the separation magic pattern to let the liquid medicine flow through the magic pattern and separate it bit by bit. The liquid medicine looks like a ball of liquid in the macroscopic view, and nothing can be seen, but in the alchemy table, it is a series of clearly separated different substances. There are 3 substances in the liquid medicine: water, useful substances, and magazines. For example, this red leaf grass, what we need is the red leaf alkali in it, an alkaline substance, which stimulates the heart, increases the heartbeat speed, and further stimulates the blood. The accuracy of mental power is reflected in this process, judgment, and separation. He gently let the liquid medicine flow through the alchemy table, and then a very pure ball of liquid medicine was separated. The liquid medicine is transparent and pure, which shocked everyone at the time. Morris and Sano were also a little shocked at this time. This purity level is almost 99%. Is this the abnormality of the third-level pharmacist? Luo Chio and Faze don't have this level either. The young lecturer invited by Vice Dean Lam is really abnormal. The people in the audience were silent, and for the first time, their eyes showed trust and admiration. When Dolay saw this, he knew where the bottleneck of these people was. He had a high mental control ability, and few people could achieve his level. He smiled and said, "I know that your mental control is difficult, but you need to try your best. Otherwise, a medicine needs to be mixed with more than 30 kinds of liquid medicine. If the amount of each impurity is too much, it is basically equivalent to waste liquid medicine." At this time, someone raised his hand. Dolay gestured to him. "Teacher, if we can't do your level, how can we save it?" As soon as he said this, everyone around him fell silent. Dolay shrugged. "There is no shortcut to anything. You can only practice, think and improve over and over again. Think about your own identity, imagine your future, and how to break through is what you should do, instead of telling me these useless nonsense. In one word, practice." For hours passed quickly. Off work. Dolay packed up his things, and Sano and Morris followed quickly. Both of them were silent at this time. Dolay gave them a good lesson in this class. In the past, when they listened to those lecturers, they talked about how to extract a certain medicinal material, but they always talked about the steps. They never talked about the specific degree to which it should be done. Dolay gave them the point. Pharmacist, if you can't separate and purify drugs well, what kind of pharmacist is it? Back to the magic tower, Dolay relaxed, sent the 2 away, drank a sip of water, and then sat down quietly. Not long after, Gudus came in from outside, holding a piece of paper in his hand, and smiled slightly. "Dolay, there is something I think you can do." Dolay asked in confusion, "What is it?" Gudus handed the paper to him. Dolay looked at it, and was stunned. This is an outsourcing project of the Glory Wizard Alliance. It said that 3 kinds of potions need to be refined, and the materials are sufficient. 200 bottles must be supplied every month, and even the formula is attached. He looked at the price, and it seemed okay. Scarlet Potion, a second-level potion, can temporarily increase the warrior's strength by 20% and the agility by 30% after use. It is a potion with very small side effects. The extension time is uncertain, according to the pharmacist's personal understanding. He raised his head. Is the Empire going to war? Gudus poured out his mouthful of water, smiled, and said, "You are still quick to react. The Glory Wizard Alliance can outsource, which naturally proves that they are too busy. If they need a large amount of Scarlet Potion, they must fight. This time, the attack seems to be on the South Bay Swamp." Dole thought about it, and remembered where this place was. It seemed to be not far away, about 700 to 800 kilometers. There was a large water area with various beasts, monsters, and even some ancient ruins. He just thought about it and said, "I took it. I need to save money recently." Gudus smiled, his eyes flickered, This time the Empire needs a lot of money. The second-level potion masters in the academy have all taken it. It's probably unreasonable for you not to take it. Dole's heart moved, and he was calm. Tell me, what do you need? 2 bottles of mental potion will be enough, hee. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Dole did nothing but refine the Scarlet Potion. Although it was a task issued by the Glory Wizard Union, the Empire provided the materials, and sent a quartermaster to escort the materials. There was no hindrance in the refining, so the production was naturally very fast. He quickly established a good relationship with the quartermaster Finn, who came to the academy to personally escort the medicinal materials. This guy was a typical aristocratic, but he didn't have any heirs. Although he was a bit of a scoundrel, he didn't act arrogantly in front of Dole. You have to know that Dole alone is equal to the output of 4 or 5 other people. He couldn't curry favor with him. On the 3rd day, Dole delivered all the refined potions and told Finn that there would be no tomorrow. He had to go to class and asked him to come back to him in 2 days. Finn nodded and quietly approached him and said, in fact, there is another potion that needs to be outsourced, but it's just a designated person. If you want to do it, he can help you get it. Dole's heart moved and whispered, is there a problem with this potion? Finn nodded, it's a poison called Black Cicada. It can't be leaked. Dole's mouth twitched. The range damage of Black Cicada is very high. Why do you want this thing? Do you want to kill certain creatures on a large scale? This time it was Finn's turn to be surprised, and he blinked. Dole shrugged, unfortunately, I can make this medicine. In addition to Black Cicada, there is another poison called Flower Cicada. Finn took a breath at this time. He looked at Dole deeply, and then looked around with a sly look. Don't say you can make these 2 poisons in the future. I know you are from the Northern Kingdom, and the locals can't. Keep it a secret for yourself. I go back and talk. After that, he was ready to leave. At this time, Dole stopped him, and quietly handed him a small cloth bag. Finn immediately understood, and the 2 of them understood each other tacitly. Seeing him leave, Dole breathed a sigh of relief. To separate the potion, you only need to use the alchemy table and the control of mental power. The control of mental power is the first priority, and the refinement of the alchemy table is the second priority. Of course, a good alchemy table can achieve twice the result with half the effort, which is beyond doubt. Next, I will show you the extraction process of clover from the 3rd-level medicinal herbs. Everyone, watch carefully. Dole's lectures have no extra words, all of which are dry goods. After listening to the first time, you will naturally not miss the second time. Many students, Sano, and Morris have increased their mental control and refining when they go back, which is indeed a good effect. Chapter 158. Dole began to lecture, and the class was completely silent. Only his voice filled the entire classroom. For hours passed in a flash. Get out of class was over. Back at the magic tower, Dole asked the 2 to put down their things and prepare to rest. He now almost understood how the academy operated. The entire Rangel Academy, from top to bottom, could be said to be a collection of interests, and from the middle there were many collections of interests. The lecturer was no exception. A lecturer could be said to be a collection. He, his ability, and his students. Anyone who was capable would pool the resources at hand. For example, Luo Qiu and Faze would firmly control the students in their hands, seize the fruits of their labor, and squeeze out the benefits from them. At the same time, they would guarantee the interests of the students in other ways, and tie them together. Dole didn't want to do that. His output was enough for him not to worry about anything. He calculated that the Rose Chamber of Commerce's things should arrive in the next few days. He had very few spiritual potions left. If he didn't solve this problem, he would have to find another way. Promotion was the first priority, and everything else was secondary. A first-level wizard needed to stay for several years before being promoted to a second-level wizard. Duelai's speed was faster. He even thought that it would be most suitable to be promoted to the 2nd level in 1 year. Too slow. A bottle of 3rd-level spiritual potion was taken every 5 days. At this time, the magic virtual image in the Sea of Consciousness, which was originally only the size of a palm, had grown a little bit, and was almost as tall as a forearm. Duelai was still not satisfied. He estimated that if he had another 2 inches, he could try to build a 2nd-level spell model. At the current speed, it would be possible by the end of this year. The prerequisite is to have enough mental potions. In the morning, just after waking up, Finn had already arrived at the door of the magic tower. Dole didn't even wash his face and hurried down. Finn gave Dole a mysterious look, then ordered someone to send a large sack, then gave a note and hurried away. Dole understood. Back in the room, Dole closed the door, untied the sack, and saw the medicinal materials inside. Sure enough, they were all materials for white cicadas. At the bottom of the sack, there was a large box with empty special medicine bottles inside. Haha, it's quite safety conscious, but it's also true that a killer weapon, like the white cicada, should not be easily leaked. Dole had just prepared gloves and a filter mask when there was another knock on the door outside. This time it was Gudu's. Someone was looking for him downstairs. After closing the door and going downstairs, Dole saw a carriage that drove directly to the bottom of the magic tower. The coachman pulling the carriage was a powerful warrior with a sword on his back. After showing the token, the powerful warrior nodded and unloaded all the medicine bags on the carriage and placed them on the ground. The shopkeeper said that he wants a quarter of the finished product, and the rest is up to you. After it's done, you can send it over or we can come and pick it up. Dole nodded and said, no problem. He looked at the medicine bags, 3 full bags, weighing hundreds of pounds. He calculated, well, you come once every 10 days. The warrior nodded, his face solemn. I come next time. Don't give it to him if someone else comes. He turned around and drove away in the carriage. Dole breathed a sigh of relief. 2 things happened in one day. The next few days will be busy. At the same time, some people who were secretly observing around were almost vomiting their livers. It was too disgusting. Erangel College was famous for alchemy. The potion hall was extremely declining. There were only 3 senior pharmacy lecturers in total. As for the more advanced 4th-level potion masters, there was none. Just when a new potion master came, they wanted to use the old routine to force him to choose his own camp. Unexpectedly, it was broken so easily. Some people were livid, some were helpless, and some were very puzzled. Why did this person from the Northern Kingdom have so many connections? How is this possible? On the top floor of Lamb Tower, Vice Dean Lamb looked forward at this time. He seemed to see through the void, and saw the ugly expression of Nicole in the tower opposite. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Although the other party did not make any overt moves, they did make a lot of moves in private. At least no one dared to deal with Dole openly, and they only dared to make small moves. As long as it was a small move, he didn't need to worry, the little guy should be able to handle it well, and it was indeed the case. He thought about it, and made a seal with his hand, and the light in his hand flashed quickly. After a while, Guduz appeared at the door with a red face. Teacher. Lamb waved his hand and said, how is the thing I asked you to do? Guduz smiled and said, it's almost done, and it may be better. Lamb raised his eyebrows. Why do you say that? Guduz came over shamelessly and laughed. Master Dole's lectures are effective. Morris and Sano have become his loyal fans, and are promoting him everywhere. It's better than my own promotion. They should understand it soon. When they are promoted to level 3 pharmacists, Master Dole's reputation should be known. There is no need for promotion. Luo Chio and Faisi are still too conservative in their lectures. Lamb snorted, turned his head, and looked outside. The decline of potion learning in Huazi City is partly because there are indeed no good potion masters, and partly because the nobles control all high-end potions. I brought Dole in to muddy the water. It seems to be effective. As long as there are a few more level 3 potion masters, this situation will be alleviated. Yes, the Huazi family is also responsible for this matter. He imitated his master. They are all very short-sighted, especially the old woman Nicole, who is simply not up to the task. Lamb turned his head and glanced at Guduz. Gudu immediately shrank his neck and dared not say more. Not long after the academy opened, outstanding students graduated and new students arrived. These new students were the objects of competition among various organizations. The academy did not force everyone to attend classes every day. Instead, it encouraged students to go out and issued tasks from time to time to encourage students to go out and do them. The price was very high. 2 weeks after the start of the school, the academy issued the first batch of tasks. These tasks will be of 4 types. The first type is to clear the wild beasts in the surrounding villages and towns. The second type is to clear the possible monsters in the surrounding areas. The third type is the hard task. The fourth type is the professional task. And this is the time for students to officially release their passion, recruit team members, accept tasks, and purchase various potions and equipment. The alchemy department of Erangel College is very powerful, and various equipment is very cheap. The magic potion is declining, and there are only 4 or 5 third-level pharmacists, and the number of second-level pharmacists is not large. Soon, there was news that a new pharmacist came to the college, who could make various potions, and most importantly, the output was good and the price was relatively moderate. These people flocked to the academy. Later, Rumors spread that the pharmacist was not strong enough, the quality of the potions was poor, and so on. Then, the students of pharmacy jumped out and accused these people of talking nonsense. The new lecturer was very strong, and each of them had gained something, and would be promoted to level 3 soon. Chapter 159. The academy was full of turbulence. For a time, all kinds of rumors were flying around, and all forces were involved. As the protagonist, Dole was very quiet in refining medicine. Except for going to class, he spent most of his time in the room, and even asked Sano to bring him meals. Every few days, he met with the quartermaster and the people from the Rose Chamber of Commerce. His life was very fulfilling. At the same time, every 10 days, he took a mental potion, and his strength also increased very quickly. Soon, a month passed slowly. He got a message that Huazi City, Thingshu City, and Luoyuan City were organizing their armies at the same time, carrying the baggage accumulated for who knows how many years, and marching towards the South Bay Swamp. At the same time, there were also wizards from the Glory Wizard Alliance in various cities. The leader of Huazi City was a 4th-level wizard, and there were countless 3rd-level wizards. It was said that there were also 5th-level wizards sent from above. The lineup was very gorgeous. The production of the Black Cicada potion was stopped, and the other potions of the Glory Wizard Alliance were also stopped. Only the magic potion and other healing potions were still in normal demand. The magic potion requires a large amount of magic crystals. Drawing on the experience in the Northern Kingdom, Dual Eye saved a lot of magic crystals for himself. These magic crystals were exchanged for potions from the Rose Chamber of Commerce and the Glory Wizard Alliance. The gold coins he wanted were very few, less than 5,000. Dual Eye breathed a sigh of relief. Now there were only orders from the Rose Chamber of Commerce, and he didn't need to be so busy. This month was very fulfilling. He decided to take a day off. It was mid-October, and the cash he had on hand had reached 6,000 gold coins. It was time to buy a new alchemy table. After a night's rest, Dole went out refreshed. The sunlight outside was a little dazzling. The outside of the academy in October was still green, and it seemed that winter was still a little far away. It was very lively under the magic tower. The students gathered together, some were bragging, some were communicating, and there were some familiar faces to Dole. He remembered that there seemed to be his own students and customers. He pulled the hat on his head, and walked straight to the largest magic tower in the middle. That was the Orang Tower, which had a total of 13 floors and a very large base. The first, second, and third floors were all trading places, with potions, alchemy, armor, weapons, and everything else. However, there were not many potions, and most of the potion transactions were in the magic potion hall. When he came to the tower, Dole just paused slightly and walked in. There were many people on the first floor, all kinds of people. Most of them were from the academy, and there were also some slaves and a small number of adventurers. The voices were bustling, and the sound waves were very noisy. Dole walked in, like a drop of water falling into the sea, without causing any waves. After taking a look at the first floor, Dole went directly to the second floor, and then went directly to the third floor. The third floor was a little quieter, with only a dozen people. As soon as Dole walked in, he was greeted by many eyes, and some people's eyes lit up quickly. "This is Dole, the potion master from the Northern Kingdom." Someone whispered to the people next to him. His voice was not loud, but almost everyone heard it. Dole naturally heard it, but he didn't know these people, and walked in expressionlessly. He just took a look and came to a window. "Hello, is there an alchemy table here?" The old wizard in charge of the window was a bright-eyed man. "Yes, there is. A new one just arrived today, but it's only level 2. Dole frowned. "Is there a level 3 one? The old wizard shrugged and said, "Sorry, no. Are you Wizard Dole?" Dole nodded, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. The old wizard sighed at this time and said, "There are about 300 magic patterns in the level 3 alchemy table. Only a few people in our academy can make alchemy creations of this level, and they are almost never sold here. If you want one, you have to go to the auction house in what city, or the alchemy hall to have a look." He briefly introduced the information. Dole turned around and raised his eyebrows. He had used the alchemy table before, and he knew the complex craftsmanship and the huge number of magic patterns inside. He nodded, took off his hat, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. He took only a few steps when 2 voices came from behind him. "Teacher Dole, please slow down. Please stay." Dole turned around and saw 2 people. At this time, the 2 people were also looking at each other, and seemed to be very afraid of each other. He glanced at the 2 people, frowned, and said expressionlessly, "Do you have an alchemy table?" The two smiled at the same time and spoke out first. Yes, I can give it to you, but I need cooperation, said another person. I need it too. The two immediately scrambled for it. Dole glanced at the two people, said nothing, and left expressionlessly. Cooperation. Do you have a basis for cooperation? Inexplicable. He has 1 day today, and he can go to Huazi City now. As for cooperation, he has seen the true faces of these forces in Huazi City. Cooperation is completely impossible. Seeing Dole leave directly, the two were dumbfounded, and then they all showed incredible expressions. He didn't even give us face. Doesn't he know who we are? Others also looked at each other, some were equally incredible, and some were gloating. There is a good show to watch. Dole needs an alchemy table. This is not a secret in the eyes of some people in the academy, especially in the Magic Potion Hall. After he came out of the Magic Potion Hall, almost all the forces in Arangel Academy knew about it. Nicole's face was a little ugly. That Dole, he grew up too fast, and he actually saved enough money? Originally wanted to use the alchemy table to block him, but now it seems like a joke. Lamb must be watching his fun. After getting the news, he immediately made seals with both hands, and rays of light emanated from his hands and disappeared. Communication technique. At the same time, another vice president, Williams, could not sit still. As long as Nicole could not win over the old woman, it would be fine if he could not win over her. Now he just hoped that the relationship would not be too stiff in the future. Thinking of this, he formed seals with his hands and quickly sent a message. At this time, Dole had rented a carriage and was ready to go to Wat City. He was still alone. After leaving the gate of the academy, he soon stepped onto the road and entered the vast wilderness. The academy started, and the number of powerful beasts and magic beasts in the surrounding jungles was much less. He walked all the way to the town farthest from Wat City without finding a single one. He was a little surprised. Passing through the bustling town, Dole soon came to the official road, and the majestic figure of Wat City could be seen in the distance. At this time, a sound of horse hooves came from behind, and soon came to the front of Dole's carriage. After a few hisses, the horse stopped. The driver took a look at the man, relaxed, and whispered to Dole in the carriage, "It's Master Morris." Dole lifted the curtain and took a look. It was indeed Morris. His face was a little flushed. Obviously, he had been running all the way. Dole walked out, a little confused, and said, "Maurice, what's the matter?" Morris jumped off the horse, grabbed the reins in his hand, and said excitedly, "Teacher, I have successfully refined the 3rd level strength potion." Dole blinked and smiled, then "Congratulations, but you shouldn't come here for this." Morris smiled and said, "I also want to buy a 3rd level alchemy table, and I happen to be going the same way as the teacher." Dole's mouth twitched. He had cultivated a competitor. Chapter 160. Dole smiled and said, "Your Cixia family still needs a 3rd level pharmacist's alchemy table. If they knew, they would probably send it to you." Morris had already caught his breath at this time, and said with a slightly humble expression, "I want to learn from my teacher and not join any organization." Dole snorted, "I am an outsider, and I am naturally unable to integrate into the local organization. This is due to my own attributes. Professor So-and-so's interpersonal relationships pointed this out, so I don't want to join any organization, so as not to be thrown out as a shield when a conflict occurs." "Why do you want to?" Morris had a good impression of him, so he was willing to say more. Morris was a little surprised. He had never read the book that Dole mentioned. He thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. He shook his head. "I have read the book of Adam Scholar. He said that if you join any team or organization, you will get considerable benefits, but you will also have to bear the necessary troubles. Our Cixia family has made enough enemies. I don't want to get involved and become an arrow in their hands." The two of them quoted from classics, and their meanings were similar. Dole smiled faintly and said, "Do you want to get a certificate for pharmacist studies?" Morris became shy at this time. "The success rate of my strength potion is less than 30%. Forget it. I will wait until the success rate is higher. I plan to conquer the 3rd level mental potion and strive to enter the 2nd level wizard stage as soon as possible." Dole understood. A few red birds flew from a distance above their heads. They fluttered their wings happily, playing and having fun. Dole raised his head, his eyes seemed to penetrate the carriage shed and look at the sky. But after a long time, he did not make any move. The carriage was not fast. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two arrived at the gate of Wat City and entered the city. As soon as he entered the city, Morris regained his arrogant noble appearance, and his appearance became cold. He was a nobleman, and he immediately showed his noble qualities, holding his head high and his chest straight. In comparison, Dole seemed much more easygoing. For alchemists, after the third-level alchemy table is produced, there will be two channels for sale. The first is to directly mark the price and post the task, and someone will buy it soon. The second is the auction house. Except for those who have a good relationship, few alchemists will sell the alchemy table alone. That is not in the best interest. In our Glory Empire, there are many types of alchemy tables. What we need is more inclined to the potion aspect, and the potion alchemy table with more functions than the ordinary alchemy table. Dole was a little surprised. Is there any difference in this thing? Morris smiled faintly. Of course there is a difference. You will know in a while. Let's go to the Adventurers Guild Mission Hall first. Although the alchemy table is difficult to refine, and the price is high, the market is not low. There will be people selling it every month. If we are lucky, we can meet it. If not, we can only go to the auction house. The auction house will definitely have it. They have special alchemists. Dole expressed his understanding. The Adventurers Guild is everywhere. It is a continental organization. The driver drove there, and soon arrived in front of a magnificent dome-shaped building. This building covers an area of dozens of acres, and its round white stone gray dome can be seen from several streets away. Apart from the City Lord's Mansion and the Adventurers Guild, this building is the most majestic. The entrance was plain, and there was no one guarding the door. A large number of people came and went, all professionals. Morris led the way, and everyone who met him automatically made way. His dual identity, as a noble and a magician, allowed him to move freely. Seeing this, Dole had a new understanding of this guy's bullying. Entering from the gate, he saw a very wide hall, surrounded by windows, with a silver-white light screen in the middle. There were 4 sides, and in the middle were all kinds of adventurers, men and women, old and young. This was only the first floor. As soon as he entered, Morris waved his hand, and took him upstairs directly to the 3rd floor. There were fewer people on the 3rd floor, but there were still quite a few, hundreds of people. There was only a large screen in the middle of the 3rd floor, which listed tasks one by one. The two of them just glanced at it, and saw that someone was selling an alchemy material table in the scrolling information. The price was not low, requiring 4,000 gold coins. A young male waiter came from a distance, holding his head high, and came to Morris, bowed slightly, and said, "Master Morris, do you want to buy anything? We are acquaintances, we can go inside." Morris had seen this man a long time ago, but he had always ignored him. Seeing him coming over, he raised his mouth slightly and said with a little mockery, "Cousin Landon, if you go inside, I can't afford it, right?" Landon was a little older than Morris. When he heard this, he seemed not to hear the mockery in it. "I heard that you found a good teacher. If you accidentally get promoted to a 3rd-level pharmacist, you will have money. Cousin, this is also for your sake." Morris closed his eyes and sighed. This was why he didn't like his family. In this city, he could meet those hateful brothers and sisters wherever he went. He suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. "My cousin has a keen eye. Today, I came here for the 3rd-level alchemy table. Unfortunately, you don't have any here." Landon looked at Morris's face and was shocked. "What? This kid has been promoted to a 3rd-level pharmacist. If it was just a 2nd-level pharmacist, there would be 7 or 8 in the family, but there were only 2 3rd-level pharmacists in the family. If this kid was promoted to a 3rd-level pharmacist, his status would definitely be greatly improved." Looking at his confident and sunny expression, Landon's heart was pounding. "Is this impossible?" Morris immediately mocked. "Why, you don't take me with you again?" Dole looked at the bloody drama of the family brothers speechlessly, a little speechless. He had seen too many of them in some palace fighting books. He patted Morris on the shoulder and said, "Let's go to the auction house. Ordinary alchemy tables are not what we want." Landon only paid attention to Dole at this time. He took a look at Dole's clothes, and his face changed slightly. "Who is this?" Dole ignored him, and turned away. This person is just a high-level wizard apprentice, with no future, just relying on his status. Soon, the two came to the auction house. The area of the auction house is a little smaller than the Adventurers Guild, but not much smaller. Morris introduced the layout here to Dole. There are 3 venues in the auction house. The first venue is the public venue, which everyone can enter. The 2nd floor and above are professionals, and the items auctioned are also varied. The 2nd venue is the professional venue, which only auctions alchemical items and potions, as well as puppets, mechanical creations, and other things. The 3rd venue is the VIP venue, where only real big shots can enter. People like them are not qualified. The auction house only opens once a month, but it allows purchases through the backstage as long as there is a customer demand. Entering the auction house, a waiter received them, and immediately led them to the back when he heard that they wanted to buy something. The two magicians came together, and the waiter did not dare to neglect them. They soon came to the back, where there was a hall dedicated to selling items. Morris was also here for the first time, and he felt very fresh and looked around, but Dollaby was much more direct than him. After entering, he went directly to the transaction window and asked. Chapter 161. Do you have a third-level alchemy table for pharmacists? The old man who was in charge of selling it looked up and examined Dole, then lowered his head and looked through the list on the table. Soon, he looked up and spoke in a deep voice. Yes, what price range do you need? We have third-level primary, third-level intermediate, and third-level advanced. Dorai was puzzled. Is there any difference? The old man smiled faintly. Of course, the more expensive the better, you can check it yourself. The masters who produce it are all famous, so you don't have to worry about damage. How much is the expensive one? 7,000 gold coins, 5,000 gold coins for the cheaper one, the old man said. Dorai's heart sank. The things in the auction house were indeed much more expensive than those outside. At this time, Morris also came over and heard the old man's words, and his mouth twitched. There are relatively few pharmacists in what city? This is obviously a trick on us. Morris was indignant. The old man looked away and looked at Morris, and suddenly smiled maliciously. That's not right. Those who can afford the third-level alchemy table don't lack this little money. He looked down at Morris's magic robe, and a faint smile appeared on his face. If you don't have enough money, we can use magic potions to pay off the debt. That would be even more of a loss. Morris muttered. He was used to being poor when he was a child, and now he doesn't want to spend an extra gold coin. Dole turned his head and took a look at the luxurious decoration around him. It was indeed not a good thing to buy here, but when he thought about the rags he had used for almost 2 months, forget it. 8 bottles of third-level mental potion, plus 6,000 gold coins, okay? He turned around and said. The old man smiled and said, the consignment price of the third-level spiritual power potion is 100 gold coins. We need 10 bottles. Before he finished speaking, Dole took a deep look at the old man and turned away. It was too dark. Morris hesitated at this time, wondering whether to buy it or not. Seeing Dole leave, he followed and left the hall. The old man looked at the backs of the two people leaving, and a barely detectable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Half an hour later, Dole came to the Adventurers Guild again and directly issued a task, 7,000 gold coins, to buy a potion alchemy table. Morris didn't have as much money as him, but he also posted a high price of 6,000 gold coins. There are actually several 4th-level alchemists in Arangel College who can refine a 3rd-level alchemy table, but Dole didn't want to ask for help, and he wasn't familiar with them, so he thought of posting the task. If he really couldn't buy it, he would think about making one himself. Why did he change the alchemy table? That's because the requirements for the blood-burning potion are relatively high. The old alchemy table is no longer usable. Although it can be made, it will waste more energy and spirit, which is not cost-effective. A good level 3 alchemy table can refine level 4 potions, or even some level 5 potions that are not too difficult. He wants to refine some high-level potions, and put them in the auction house to earn himself some fame, so that he won't have to worry about being targeted. Among the level 4 potions, the relatively simple ones are the Swiftness Potion, the Scarlet Potion, and the Eagle Eye Potion. These are common potions that are consumed quite heavily by adventurers. He plans to go back and study them, and try to open up a little market for himself. It was already afternoon, and it was too far to go back, so the two found a hotel and stayed with the coachman. After booking a room, Morris found an excuse and slipped out of the hotel, while Dole prepared to rest and think about some things. He always felt that what happened today was a bit weird. Whether it was the Adventurers Guild or the auction house, these people seemed to have a grudge against money, which was not in line with the market. Thinking of this, he remembered the birds that had been chasing them in the sky during the day, and his heart sank slightly. These people are really powerful, and they can even make trouble for the Adventurers Guild and the auction house, haha. He is not strong now, and he has only come into contact with people below the 1st level of extraordinary. When he starts to come into contact with the 2nd and 3rd levels, he doesn't believe that these people can turn the world upside down. No words all night. On the way back, Morris was very silent. This guy went out last night, and came back like this. I don't know what kind of blow he suffered. Dole didn't care. After returning to the academy, he drank a bottle of mental potion and began to meditate. The magic elements in the magic tower were active. As long as the mental power could keep up, the magic body could keep up. Soon, another month passed. Only one major event happened this month. Morris officially announced that he had entered the ranks of third-year pharmacists and passed the relevant certificates. The academy had one more third-level pharmacist. Many forces flocked to the academy. Unlike Dole, who was a lecturer, Morris was just a student with a free status and could be won over. Morris's entry into the third level was also a stimulus to other students, especially his classmate, Sano, who also announced his entry into the third level at the end of the month. He entered the third level with a swift potion, which was a little worse than Morris in terms of ingredients. But the academy was in an uproar when two third-level pharmacists entered the academy within a month. They were all students from Dole's group, and they were all nobles, which made many students desperately want to squeeze into his academy. This matter made Dole uncomfortable. There were so many civilian students, and after several months, none of them entered the third level, which made him furious in class. Those students were naturally very aggrieved. Although they studied hard and seriously trained their mental accuracy, they had no money, no resources, and no good equipment. The number of experiments was small, so it was reasonable to be slow. Dole was also not tempered. He could not give students materials to do experiments, and his money was not blown by the wind. In mid-November, the tasks posted by Dole and the Adventurers Guild fell into the sea, and there was still no news. After Morris successfully promoted to the third level, the family rewarded him with a high-level third-level alchemy table, and Sano also bought a third-level alchemy table. This made Dole even more unhappy. Since no one was willing to sell it, I would do it myself. He turned down all the orders in his hands, leaving only the order from the Rose Chamber of Commerce, and prepared to play alchemy. On November 20th, the weather was clear, and there was finally a hint of winter outside. A few days ago, a cold air came from the north and swept across the world. The leaves of the seasonal trees outside quickly turned yellow and fell, and soon, only bare trees were left. In the morning, Dole hung a round pendant on his chest and walked out of the magic tower leisurely. At this time, more than 20 students had gathered in front of the magic tower. Today was an extracurricular class, and they needed to go out. For this purpose, the college also sent a team of escort personnel. Morris and Sano were also in the list. Although they had been promoted to level 3, they were still students. They dared not neglect Dole's class, which was full of dry goods. The students in charge of protecting them were fourth-year students. The elite team in the college was all professional level, with a total of 5 people. Seeing Dole coming out, a young man, with a dignified demeanor in the team walked out, came to him, and bowed slightly. "Hello, Lecturer Dole. This time our Azure team will be responsible for your itinerary. I am Tro, the team leader." "Noble?" Dole sighed. In the academy, the strength of the noble students is obviously better than that of ordinary students. The resource gap is too big. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Captain Tro. We are going to the Black Hole Valley this time. Please escort us there." Chapter 162. Black Hole Valley is the name of a valley behind the Academy Mountain. It is no different from an ordinary valley. Just walk along the mountain road into the mountain. There are a total of 24 valleys in the Arangel Mountains, all of which lead to the innermost and highest mountain tops. The valleys are winding and secluded, and the scenery is beautiful. If you are strong, it is a good place to play. There is an underground crack in the deepest part of the Black Hole Valley, like a bottomless black hole, hence the name. Rented more than a dozen carriages at the door, passed through the academy, went out from the back door, and walked forward for half an hour to the entrance of the Black Hole Valley. This is not the first time that Duolai has come out, and he is no longer unfamiliar with the Arangel Mountains. Going down the mountain at the entrance of the valley, he led everyone forward quickly. As he walked, he introduced the medicinal materials that can be seen on both sides of the road. For this, he put a lot of effort. Being a teacher is not easy. Soon they advanced about 5 kilometers, and came to the halfway point of the mountain in front. In the jungle, the most terrifying thing is not the huge beasts, but the small things, such as... Dole said this while walking and introducing himself. Then a small green snake behind him was held in a transparent hand and lifted out. Seeing this small snake, everyone's face changed slightly. The 7-step snake is full of poison, and the poison is extremely strong. This is a 7-step snake. For ordinary people, its whole body is poisonous, but for us pharmacists, its whole body is also medicine. Since ancient times, magic medicine has been inseparable from poison. Let me give you an example. For example, the infectious and stubborn disease of female flower can be cured by crushing the snakeskin venom of the 7-step snake into powder, and taking a small amount. Although most of the magic potion science is about refining various magic potions, doctors must also fulfill their responsibilities. Otherwise, if some potions go wrong, they don't know how to fix it. Biology, anatomy, and pathology and magic potion science all need to be mastered slowly. Teo stood outside the team, carefully staring at the surrounding environment. The little green snake was not within his vigilance range. It was just an ordinary creature. Hearing Dole's explanation, he was a little shocked. Are people who study magic potion science so exaggerated? They study poisons and dissect every day, and deal with poisonous corpses every day. No wonder people say that people who study magic potion science are not easy to mess with. He thought of another mission this time, so he slowly approached Dole. Dole walked and explained, and did not notice Tro. This first-level warrior looked very powerful, but he could kill the other person with a slap. Soon, it was afternoon, and after eating something, everyone began to return. At this time, Tro came to Dole and whispered, "Lecturer Dole, I want to talk to you for a moment." Dole glanced at Tro, frowned, and then stopped. After everyone had gone far away, he said softly, "What's the matter? Vice Dean Williams asked me to tell you that if you need an alchemy table, you can go to him." After saying this, he immediately walked forward without giving Dole a chance to ask questions. Dole thought about it. What signal was this? At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in front, and a series of black shadows flew out of the woods, madly flying towards the team, and soon reached the top of the team. Dole looked carefully, and saw that they were bats, and they seemed to be quite powerful. At this time, Tro and his men had already launched their attack, taking out their swords and waving them wildly around, slashing down shadows one after another. Danger! Everyone get down quickly. Those who have magic, release it quickly. There are too many shadows. Yes, look at my burning hands. Mage's hands. Fireball. The students moved quickly, and in time, various magic fluctuations appeared from them. Flames burned, fireballs exploded, and they were released randomly above their heads and around them. The team was immediately in chaos. Dole was a little stunned. Where did these bats come from? Bats rarely attack people. What's going on? He immediately ran forward and shouted quickly, "Everyone lie down. All wizards, raise your burning hands above your head." Bats are afraid of fire. Those who can sign up for the 3rd level potion course are at least senior wizard apprentices. The better ones, such as Sano and Morris, have been promoted to the 1st level. When they heard Dole's words, the messy team seemed to have found a backbone. The weak ones immediately squatted down, raised their hands above their heads, and quickly released their burning hands. The strong ones, such as Sano and Morris, had already stood up, activated their magic robes, and took out their magic wands. Energy surged from their bodies, and they released fireballs to the surroundings and the sky, controlling the flames and other energies to form circles of light and fire. Flames flew above the students' heads. The bats were caught off guard when they were burned by the flames, and hundreds of them fell down. The rest made unpleasant noises and flew into the sky to avoid the flames. However, they did not fly far, but went into the jungle and hovered overhead. Dole fell behind and frowned when he saw this situation. These bats were targeting them. They had to leave quickly. If they didn't leave, they would be in trouble when these senior students ran out of spell materials. He immediately commanded, "Everyone, release the burning hands continuously, stand up, and move forward quickly." He ran towards the team. Sano and Morris stood at the front and the end of the team, respectively. They were also a little anxious at this time. There were too many bats. If it was just 1 or 2 wild wolves, it would be fine. They could kill or injure them with a few 1st-level witchcrafts. What should they do with these overwhelming little things? There were too many. They looked at Instructor Dole, but saw that the instructor's magic hand turned into a ball, wrapped himself up, and ran towards them quickly. Sano was in front, the first to stand up, and said, "Everyone follow me." He controlled the flames, burning around him, and ran forward first. With his leadership, the surrounding colleges quickly followed suit. Some of them released flames with one hand, and some released flames with both hands. They didn't look panicked. The team quickly took action. Dole quickly caught up with Morris. He looked at the bats above his head, a little confused. There were not so many of these things on the plains, but why were there so many in the woods? Trot was also in a state of panic at this time. They were not magicians, had no flames, and their fighting spirit could not leave their bodies. They were the main targets of the bat siege. These bats looked small, but they were extremely fast, and their claws were particularly sharp. At this moment, their faces and arms were scratched one after another. Shit, where did this thing come from? Trot endured the pain and shouted loudly to the surroundings, "Tear up the magic scroll, can't save it." He was the first to take out a paper roll from his arms, and then tore it open. Soon, a ball of green energy surrounded him. The bat's claws grabbed the green energy and immediately returned in vain. They tried hard to break the green energy, but were blocked outside again and again. Seeing this, Tro relaxed. At this time, Dole had urged the team to move forward, and he had to act too. He looked up at the sky and found that the number of bats around him increased again without knowing when, and the sky was dark. At this moment, he saw that Sano in front of him waved his staff, and a fireball as big as a human head suddenly rose into the sky and exploded. Chapter 163. The bats were very afraid of fire. When the fireballs went up into the sky, they naturally tried their best to avoid them. However, many bats were still injured and killed by the impact of the fireballs. Corpses fell from the sky, and the unpleasant smell of burning and decay filled the whole world. Sano was a pharmacist and rarely used magic. He only saw the bats gathering, so he blasted them. After this attack, he moved forward quickly. Morris and Dole behind him frowned when they saw this. At this time, there were more and more bats in the sky. He felt something was wrong. Morris woke up at this time, and he shouted to Dole, "Lecturer, it seems to come out of the black hole. Look at the direction those bats are coming from." The sky was dark, and Dole had never observed these carefully. He was walking and watching at the same time, a little speechless. What is this? These bats are at most ordinary beasts. What kind of harm can they cause to them? When he thought so, a violent and unpleasant sound suddenly came from the sky. Dole looked back and saw a huge bat as big as a forest wolf, with a wingspan of 1.5 meters flying from the mountain. It was very fast. It was still far away when he first saw it, but it was in front of him in the next second. He thought to himself, "Morris, you and Tro lead the team down, I will entangle this big guy." The closer he got, the more he could feel the huge aura of this big bat. It was a dark energy with a bloody aura. This big bat was extraordinary. Without thinking, he raised his hand, and 4 or 5 streams of light flew forward quickly. At the same time, 2 fireballs were quickly formed beside him. The fireballs as big as a human head blocked the left and right sides as soon as they were formed. The giant bat was heading for the crowd. When it saw Dole's magic, it started chirping, and the bats in the sky suddenly became chaotic. Morris screamed, "Go, go, everyone, gather, release the burning hand, Sano, take out the silver blood poison." He saw Dole, who released 7 or 8 spells in one breath to meet the giant bat. The scene was very spectacular. He was a little shocked. The mental accuracy of this potion lecturer from the Northern Kingdom was really terrifying. The speed of the magic missile was extremely fast, more than 10 meters per second, but even so, the giant bat turned around several times in the air and dodged flexibly. It was very fast, but the next 2 fireballs were not so easy to dodge. Although the direction of the fireball was a straight line, it was in the direction that Dole predicted he would dodge. There were 2 loud bangs, and the giant bat was hit by one of the flames. Its body immediately became unstable. At this time, a black gas was released from its body, which forcibly extinguished the flames. It flew into the woods, turned its eyes to Duolai, and made a chirping roar, as if it was staring at Duolai. Duolai was eager for it to stare at him. Under his control, there were always 2 or 3 magic missiles following the giant bat's footsteps. His magic missiles were launched quickly and flew quickly, almost 2 per second. The missiles sank into the jungle, hitting the trees and leaves, one hole after another. This is the tactic of ordinary magicians, to keep the enemy out. Magicians are best at this tactic. At this time, the people in front also saw this situation. Morris and Sano roared, and the academies also became chaotic. "What the hell are you yelling about? Hurry back and get some help." Dole turned back and roared angrily. The students also understood the danger at this time and ran down the valley. A large group of people released the burning hand, which was still very spectacular, like a fire dragon, winding and spreading in the mountains. Those ordinary bats really didn't dare to get close. From time to time, there were brave bats approaching, but once they got close, they were scared by the flames and fled away, or turned into ashes. Soon, Dole was the only one left on the mountain. Dole's attention was mostly on the movements of the big bat at this time, releasing magic missiles at any time. The small bats around didn't need to care at all. As long as they dared to come over, they would be crushed to death with a magic hand. His magic hand was very big, as tall as 2 people. 5 fingers were turned upside down to cover himself in it, like a magic shield to protect himself. Ordinary bats have no way to break the magic shield. Only the giant bat can break the magic shield. The 2 of them were in a stalemate. "It's a close call. Fortunately, I practice the fire elemental spirit meditation method. My mental power is nearly twice that of ordinary people, and the consumption of fire magic is half of that of others. The affinity is also greatly improved. Otherwise, this flying big guy alone would be enough. Dole stood in place, surrounded by magic missiles and fireballs at any time. Those monsters really didn't dare to approach for a while. Controlling 7 or 8 first-level spells in one breath was not a heavy burden for Dole, but it was not easy either. At this time, he was nervous and couldn't care about these things at all. After a while, the magic power slowly decreased, and Dole knew the seriousness of the matter. The night in the mountains came early. After dusk, it was night. The sky gradually dimmed, and with the decrease in magic power, he had to make plans for the next step. The bat was still flying in the distance, but those ordinary bats had gradually disappeared. Soon, the big bat also disappeared in the forest. It did not retreat, but hid in the woods. He looked at his feet, and took a step back carefully. At this moment, there was a movement in the mountain, and a black shadow rushed out from it. Dole's heart sank. This guy was really persistent. He hurriedly raised his head, and his mental power and eyes scanned the surroundings. At the same time, the dim magic missile immediately brightened. Gone. At this moment, a strong dark energy came from behind him. Dole was startled and hurriedly turned the magic hand back and stopped it behind him, while looking forward. He was afraid that this was a feint to the east and attack to the west. Boom! The magic hand vibrated violently, and Dole's magic power dropped rapidly. At the same time, he saw a black shadow suddenly appearing from the ground in front of him and shooting towards him quickly. The black shadow grew bigger and bigger, and in just a blink of an eye it grew to 2 meters wide and rushed straight to his face. Dole snorted, and the remaining little bit of the magic hand turned over and suddenly punched forward. At the same time, 2 fireballs quickly formed in front of him. Boom! The black shadow directly broke through the magic hand, slowed down a little, and continued to fly towards Dole. In the dim light, he could even see the bat monster's sharp teeth and the red claws hidden under his body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he put his hands together, and the fireball blasted forward. Boom! The 2 fireballs exploded together, and the fire waves splashed, forming a circle of air waves formed by the explosion, and Dole was blown away together. The strange thing was that the flames fell into the woods next to them and disappeared completely before they hit the ground. This magic, he put all the power into the explosion and lost any burning properties. On the ridge, 2 figures stood on a stone, looking over here, and when they saw this, they shook their heads slightly. There are bats living in the Black Hole Valley, but they usually come out at night, and their strength is not strong. This instructor Dole is so powerful, and the guy has been blown to pieces by these 2 fireballs. It's their turn to appear. The show is over. Chapter 164. The pendant on Dole released a gentle force, which was activated before the shock wave. The explosion hit him, and the shock wave was buffered by the gentle force, and the whole person seemed to be pushed out. He flew out more than 10 meters in one breath. While still in the air, a magic hand was generated at an extremely fast speed, with 5 fingers spread out, covering him. Boom! He hit the stone, and the stone chips flew and then fell down. Dole was in a mess. He raised his head suddenly and looked forward, but saw that the bad monster had disappeared. The 2 fireballs just now were definitely enough to make him eat a pot. He turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, 2 figures rushed from the path at the bottom of the mountain. Lecturer Dole, hold on. We are here to save you. Dole looked back and saw that they were 2 wizards he didn't know. They were both very powerful, both level 2. He frowned and stood there waiting. The 2 came close to Dole and pretended to check around. There were still many bats wandering in the dark, but the big bat's breath had gone away. Obviously, the 2 big fireballs just now directly hit it. The 2 came close and seemed very relaxed. Seeing this, Dole was a little speechless. Hello, 2 seniors. These 2 people are teachers in the academy. One is called Waz, and the other is called Wallace. They are both nobles and very powerful, but their acting skills are poor at this time. Dole immediately knew that these 2 people may have been here for a long time and watched the show for a long time. He was gloomy and angry, and decided not to sell them the 4th level potion in the future. The news that a large number of bats and even a 1st level magic beast appeared in the Black Hole Valley quickly spread throughout the students. The attack on the advanced potion class led by Dole was also quickly known, but fortunately, only some people were scratched and infected with some bat-specific viruses, and no one was injured. At the same time, The reputation of Sano and Morris quickly spread. As formal wizards, their appearance protected most of the members of the potion class. And Dole, who had stopped a first-level magic beast on his own, was not mentioned by many people. The Academy also deliberately suppressed the matter, and listed the black hole in the Black Hole Valley as a task for the extraordinary students to attack. Back to the Academy, there were people to deal with those things. He walked back to the magic tower leisurely, thinking about his shortcomings as he walked. Using magic hands as a means of defense, this has been seen in Nalyu's book. This witchcraft is very malleable. In addition to grabbing things and shaping alchemical appearance, it has many uses. He was an expert in magic missile and fireball, but they were not very useful for bats, which were highly maneuverable. He thought for a moment, and found that there seemed to be no other way except to lure them. Among all the witchcraft, the fastest one was lightning magic, which he had never tried. Lightning magic was the most powerful magic among all the magic except fire magic, but the spell model was extremely difficult, and it was also dangerous, so few people used it unless they were gifted. When he arrived in front of Lamb Tower, he woke up and prepared to climb the tower. At this time, a young man's voice sounded from nearby. "Lecturer Dole, our eldest brother wants to see you." Dole looked back and narrowed his eyes. It was a second-level warrior wearing gorgeous half-body armor. Judging from the logo, he seemed to be from the Was family. What tricks did the old girl Nicole play again? He ignored the other party, and went upstairs directly. The warrior was also stunned, and then his eyes were dull. He actually ignored me. He actually ignored the invitation of our Was family. 10 minutes later, in a gorgeous single dormitory, a young man with golden hair stood in the middle of the yard. He held a broadsword in his hand, and the sword was wrapped with fighting spirit, emitting an extremely strong flame. The flame flickered, and soon extended to more than 1 meter long. The powerful energy fluctuation set off a slight amount of wind flow, spreading in all directions. The young man looked at the sword. His forehead was full of sweat, and he seemed very dissatisfied with himself. This form of sword energy is the most unstable form, which shows that his control is too weak. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the yard. He glanced at the door, retracted the fighting spirit on the sword, and said softly, "Come in." The person who came in was the warrior. 5 minutes later, the young man's face changed slightly. "You said he didn't pay any attention to you? Guess what the reason is?" The warrior immediately said embarrassedly, "Please forgive me for not making random guesses." The young man laughed. "My aunt and another vice president have been forcing him to stand by cutting off the raw materials of the potion. So far, this person has not surrendered, but has gained a lot. What do you think? Morris is easier to bribe than him." He thought for a while and said, "If you say so, just say that I personally buy some activation energy potions. We provide the materials ourselves, and the price is 20% higher than the market price." The warrior was stunned for a moment and said, "Master, are you giving money to others?" The corners of the young man's mouth cracked slightly. "You don't understand this. I suspect the guy has already started to refine the 4th level potion. If I try to build a relationship with him now, maybe I will have a share in the future. Do you understand? In Huazi City, there are only 2 4th level pharmacists and 1 5th level pharmacist. The output of each person is limited. Every new 4th level pharmacist is worth winning over." The warrior was silent. He knew the character of his eldest son, so he nodded and said, "I do it right away." The young man was the strongest of the younger generation of the Huazi family, Xiao Huazi. The matter of the Black Hole Valley was a big deal. Not long after Dole came back, Sano came to him, and said that a large number of warriors and wizards set out to the Black Hole Valley to try to eliminate the Bat Group. Such a large number has seriously affected the safety of the Academy. Sano has now reached the peak of his life. After entering the 3rd level, he has a constant supply of various resources. With the support of his family, he lives more freely than Dole. With a wide network of contacts, there will naturally be wide news. Upon hearing this news, Dole just shook his head and asked him to refine some medicines, or let those students refine them. Those people may need to detoxify the bat poison when they come back. A qualified pharmacist will not give up any opportunity to use medicines, because they are all gold coins. After driving Sano away, he will start to study the 4th level potion. Before he could do anything, Morris came and knocked on the door again. Dole frowned and opened the door, only to see this guy holding an alchemy table larger than his entire torso in his hand, standing at the door with a smile on his face. "Sell it to you." Dole was a little surprised and took a closer look at the alchemy table. There was no sign of use, and all the magic patterns were not activated. It was new. "Where did you get it?" Morris's eyebrows jumped. "Lecturer, Why don't you invite me in to sit down? Dole made way for the door. After Morris walked in, he said calmly, some people just blocked your channels, but not my channels. You can buy it at the auction. Lecturer Dole, you should use all the channels you can use instead of relying on yourself. This is something we nobles need to learn from childhood, he said meaningfully. Chapter 165. Be good at using everything around you, including people. Morris put the alchemy table on the table in the living room, looking a little proud. It only cost 6,000 gold coins. Dole came over and looked at the alchemy table, which was a top-level, third-level alchemy table. 6,000 gold coins. This price is indeed not expensive. He thought carefully about what Morris said, and then said, you mean, you can buy some things for me? Morris smiled faintly and said, no, Lecturer Dole, I think you are too conservative in some things. Dole frowned and said, how conservative? Morris sat in the chair, his expression solemn. Do you know what the obligations of a lecturer are? Isn't it to pass on knowledge and develop wisdom? Dole was a little confused. Morris shook his head. No, it's true that lecturer is a position, and it carries certain responsibilities, but it is also a platform. I, Sano, and others are all resources under this platform. Dole frowned. I once had this idea, but after all, I have only been here for a short time, and my foundation is shallow. Morris interrupted him directly and said, Lecturer Dole, you may have misunderstood the concept of the lecturer profession. For example, Lecturer Luo Chiu represents the will of all their students, what they learn, the concepts they involve, their ideas. He said directly. Dole knew some things about Luo Chiu and Fei Si. He took the work privately, and then assigned the task to the students. He was responsible for quality control, and divided the things sold into a certain proportion, so that everyone could earn some. He had thought about this before, but he didn't want to be a pharmacist lecturer for life, so he didn't have this idea. He didn't want to tie himself to the course of potions. If he really wanted to go out and take jobs, there would be so many people vying for him. He shook his head and said, I know what you mean. On the one hand, I don't have the energy, and don't want to spend this effort. On the other hand, some forces are limiting my abilities. If I don't control them well, it may cause some unnecessary trouble. Morris knew Dole's concerns, so he smiled. Sano, and I can help you. Moreover, we have contacted other students in the class. They are very willing to do these things. Under your leadership, their abilities have advanced rapidly. Now they only need an opportunity. Dole was even more confused. You and Sano are also third-level pharmacists now. You can do it yourself. Why do you want me? Morris shook his head and sighed. Neither of us is as famous as you. Where did you get that from? Dole was even more confused. Morris sighed and said, your work at the Rose Chamber of Commerce and your channels at the military office have spread throughout the city of Watts. Everyone believes that you will be promoted to level 4 soon. When that time comes, I'm afraid that even Vice Dean Nicole won't be able to suppress you. Your reputation is much greater than ours. Dole touched his chin. Really? He didn't think his reputation was that high, but after hearing that, it seemed quite impressive. He shook his head and said, I'm really trying to get to level 4 potions recently, so I don't have time to do these things. If you two have ideas, you can do it yourself. Morris was really shocked. Are you really going to attack the 4th level? Dole nodded. I have collected all the formulas. Let's start with the Scarlet Potion. The Scarlet Potion was the first 4th level formula he came into contact with. The source was naturally not himself, but the Glory Wizard Guild. He got it when refining the White Cicada. Now he is just preparing to officially refine it. The 4th level potion is much more difficult than the 3rd level. The raw materials are of higher grade and larger quantity. The degree of mixing of multiple liquid medicines is more complicated, which requires higher purity. He dared to try it because his mental power has made great progress recently. Controlling 6 first-level witchcrafts in one breath, he is confident enough in his control. The next step is to promote to the 2nd level and practice the 4th level potion. Besides this, he doesn't want to participate in anything. Morris was shocked when he saw this and said, I understand, lecturer. I will do some things for you. You just need to concentrate on refining. Dole nodded, then went in, took out 6,500 gold coins, and gave them to Morris, which was the money to buy the alchemy table, and the extra 500 was a reward. Dole knew that Morris was very ambitious, but he also knew that he worked very hard, otherwise he would not pay attention to him normally. It was officially winter, and the first snow fell in December, which made Dole, who was in the north, very uncomfortable. You know, in the Northern Kingdom, it started snowing in early November, or even earlier. The room was not cold, and there was a constant temperature magic circle, so the change of seasons could not be felt. He glanced out of the window, sighed, and prepared to record the 12th failure. The purity of the moxa leaf is less than 90%, and the first mixing of the solution failed. The purity of the magic crystal is too low, and the mixing failed. The amount of red leaf herbs is insufficient, abnormalities occur, and the mixing fails. All kinds of failure records are recorded in a small notebook, which are all experiences. Failure is bleak, and a lot of gold coins and time are lost, but the harvest is also full. He is preparing for the 13th experiment. This is the last mistake. If it fails again, it will be other reasons. The new alchemy table is very useful. The filtration of impurities has increased by 10 percentage points. Don't underestimate these 10 percentage points. This is a qualitative leap, and it also saves a lot of mental power loss, which is very huge for any wizard. The 30th time. Success. Looking at the red liquid, Duolai was a little excited. He used the magic hand to control it, grabbed the liquid, and put it into the medicine bottle in the air. This is the last step. When it comes to the 4th level liquid, you can't grab it with your hands at will, even if there is a little impurity mixed in. After being promoted to level 4, Duolai was ready to take a level 4 certificate. With a level 4 pharmacy certificate, he could truly stand in the middle of the Glory Empire, and no longer be a small figure who just came here and was submissive. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Duolai frowned, walked over and opened the door. Weisstein Lamb. Lamb stood outside the door and nodded. He glanced at Duolai Hall. At this time, the hall was full of various drug garbage, glass bottles, and broken test tubes. Obviously, this guy had reached an obsession with doing experiments. At this time, he saw Duolai's expression and was shocked. You succeeded? Duolai smiled. Just succeeded? Then congratulations. Go back and take a certificate. You can be regarded as a real foothold in what city? Lamb sighed. A few days ago, Gudus came to say that he was still a little unconvinced, but now, he really admitted that this guy was a genius in pharmacy, no less than the geniuses of the Watts family. Thank you for the compliment, Weisstein. What do you want to see me about? Duolai also relaxed. Lamb nodded and said, the new year is coming soon. I need to take you to report to the Wizards Union Guild. Duolai suddenly remembered that his half-year period was about to end, and the probation period was about to begin. He was too busy during this period and had forgotten about it, so he nodded. Chapter 166. Foreign wizards need to go to the Glory Wizard Union Guild every once in a while for recertification and reevaluation of their danger level. Duolai is no exception. His introducer is Lamb, and Lamb is required to be present. This time can be at any time of the year, or at the end of the year, which is just the end of the year now. Duolai did not pack his things. He changed his clothes again, took all the scarlet potions, and walked out of the magic tower with Lamb. He planned to send these potions to the auction house to sell. As soon as the two walked out, they met the 3 disciples Gudus and Neva Katiusha, who had just come up on the first floor. The 3 bowed to Lamb, and Neva said respectfully, Teacher, are you going out? Gudus and Katiusha looked at the two together. Lamb nodded. It's the end of the year. Go to the Wizard Guild. Hearing this, the 3 immediately understood. Neva and Katiusha made way, while Gudus smiled faintly. I go too, there's nothing to do. Lamb didn't refuse, and encouraged the other 2, and the 3 of them left together. What city is very large, and has a large population. Even in winter, there are more people on the streets after the snow, many of whom are children. The location of the Glory Wizard Alliance is a little remote, in the northernmost part of the city, with no other buildings within a radius of about 500 meters, lonely. It consists of 5 magic towers, but only the magic tower facing the city is open to the public. The carriage drove to the bottom of the magic tower, and the 3 got off together. The magic towers are very similar. These magic towers are exactly the same height, each of which is about 50 meters, with hexagonal sides, and various ornaments hanging on the corners of the tower. Each floor is different. The whole magic tower looks very spectacular, simple, and has a taste of time. I don't know how much wind and frost it has experienced. After the 3 got off the car, they met many magicians. These magicians seemed to know Weisstein Lamb, and each nodded slightly. Mage Lamb returned the greeting. Walking into the magic tower, the first floor was the hall. The 3 did not go in, but went directly to the second floor, and soon came to a remote house. The door of the room was written with the word inspection room. Knocked on the door, and soon an old voice came from inside. Come in. The 2 pushed the door open and walked in, and saw an old man with a white beard, wearing a white magic robe with many kinds of flowers painted on it. Seeing the old man, Lamb was a little surprised and said, "Are you on duty today?" He then introduced to Dole, "This is the Vice President of the Honorable Wizard Alliance, of what city? Venerable O'Neill of 10,000 Flowers." Dole looked at Venerable 10,000 Flowers. At first glance, he seemed like an extremely ordinary old man, with a very restrained aura, but if he wanted to anger the other party, he would probably be turned into ashes in an instant. He bowed his head and saluted slightly. "My name is Duo Lai. I come from the Northern Kingdom, and I'm honored to meet Venerable Wanhua." Venerable Wanhua looked Duo Lai up and down, a little surprised. "You are Duo Lai. I have heard your name many times from others." Duo Lai was also a little stunned. He had no connection with the Glory Wizard Alliance. Venerable Wanhua smiled. "What city is so small? There are only a few pharmacists, and there are only 4 or 5 of you who have the opportunity to be promoted to level 4. I can't help but want to hear it. Haha, I know your intention. Half a year has passed, and the assessment period has expired. You are officially joining my Glory Empire." Duo Lai was overjoyed and saluted hurriedly. "Thank you, sir, thank you, sir." Lam also showed a relieved look at this time. Venerable Wanhua nodded and said, "Since the probation period has passed, I ask you now, are you willing to join my Glory Wizard Alliance?" Dole said without hesitation, "Of course I am willing. Come, fill out a form." Then things became familiar, and Dole quickly became a member of the Glory Wizard Alliance and got a new brand. On the brand, the front is written with glory, and the back is a pattern, which should be a magic pattern whose function is unknown. The Glory Empire has a wide range of applications for magic patterns. Should I learn it? Dole suddenly had such an idea. Lamb also relaxed. It was because he became a member of the Glory Wizard Alliance that he had more room to operate with Dole. He thought for a moment and said, "Dole, how long will it take for you to reach level 2? Do you have any relevant spell models? As an outsider wizard, you have the right to choose a few spell models that can be used." The Wanhua Master also remembered this and nodded. The Northern Kingdom is very unfriendly to wild wizards. If you are short of spell models, you can buy them from the Wizard Alliance. Dole shook his head. The Wanhua Master was still. Yes, Lamb was also nice to him, and answered honestly, "To be honest, I have all fire spell models from level 1 to 5, but I don't need so many for now. I want some level 4 formulas for potions. The formulas I have are only up to level 3, and they are traditional formulas. Some atypical formulas are missing." The two were stunned when they heard this. This guy's meditation method is quite advanced. He has level 5 spell models. Even in the Glory Wizard Alliance, ordinary level 5 wizards cannot pass on level 5 spell models without permission. The two looked at each other and decided not to ask this question. "Have you been promoted to a 4th level pharmacist?" Venerable Wanhua asked immediately. Dole nodded. "I made a 4th level scarlet potion. Oh, by the way, the formula of the scarlet potion was given to me by Finn." He put aside his suspicion first. "Did you bring it? Take it out for me to see?" Venerable Wanhua said with some doubt. Dole took a bottle from his arms and handed it to Venerable Wanhua. He took it in his hand and took a look. Venerable Wanhua was a little shocked. It was true. Dole looked young, but he was already a 4th level potion master. This guy was so talented in potion? It was incredible. Northern Kingdom, you really gave up a good seedling. He sighed and said, "It is indeed freshly made. The quality is not bad. Congratulations. The 3 4th level pharmacists in Huazi City will become the 4 4th level pharmacists." Dole said modestly, "I am not a complete 4th level pharmacist yet, and other formulas need to be collected." Venerable Wanhua nodded, then thought for a while, and said, "We also have the potion formula here, but I don't recommend you to buy it from us. Go to the pharmacy union to register. With your 3rd level strength, it will be relatively cheaper to buy, and they will be very happy for your age. Don't worry, with the Wizard Lamb accompanying you, no one will embarrass you." Venerable Wanhua occasionally heard about Dole's experience, and was a little dissatisfied with the infiltration of the major families into the guild auction house. Lamb smiled and said, "Thank you, Venerable Wanhua. I feel relieved with your words." The two walked out of the Glory Wizard Alliance and came to the door. Each of them breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I met the Venerable Wanhua today. He is a real wizard, not a villain who abuses his power. Otherwise, today would be difficult." Lamb sighed. He was very dissatisfied with the current situation in What City. Dole didn't care about these. They were a little bit strict about their blockade, but what could they do? Chapter 167. Deputy Dean Lamb, let's go to the Pharmacy Guild. It should be much better with Venerable Wanhua talking to us. Seeing that Dole was in a good mood, Lamb nodded and said, "Okay." 10 minutes later, They arrived at the Pharmacy Guild. The first floor of the Pharmacy Guild. The crowd in front of them was still bustling. But most of them were not wizards, but other professionals who came here to buy potions. The professional identification was in the innermost small room, which was not very eye-catching. After the two entered, they quickly completed all the procedures. According to the regulations, he needed a professional identification. He was conducting a third-level identification, which ordinary staff could not do, so they asked an old man to come out. The old man was also familiar with Lamb, and was a little surprised when he heard Dolay's name. This name has been well known in recent times. He looked at Dory, his face was old-fashioned and solemn, and he said, "I am Novik. According to the regulations, you need to refine any third-level potion, and the success rate only needs to be higher than 30%. I know your strength and could have avoided this procedure, but rules are rules." Lamb looked at Novik and nodded slightly. He was also relieved. This was also a representative of civilian wizards, and was upright. Dory hummed and started to refine a mental potion on their test bench. It was completely successful in one go. Novik raised his eyebrows when he saw this, and handed the mental potion to the staff without even looking at it, and smiled, "Congratulations, you have become our third-level member, and you can get a 30% discount on the purchase of materials and potions. In fact, I didn't plan to come out today. The Wanhua Venerable wanted to say hello to me, so I came out to take a look." At this moment, a man came in from outside. He was wearing a red magic robe, which was very conspicuous. The magic power on his body surged, emitting strong energy fluctuations, which attracted everyone's attention at once. After seeing Lamb and Novik, he turned his eyes to Dolay. After glancing at them, he said indifferently, "I am on duty today, Novik, you have overstepped your bounds." The room suddenly became quiet, and the staff members were even more frightened and trembling all over. Lamb frowned and was about to speak. Novik said calmly, "I just happened to come over and see it, so I helped you identify it by the way." "What, Wordsworth, do you have any objection to my identification?" He called the other person's full name directly. Dolay frowned. "A member of the Wordsworth tribe?" Wordsworth snorted lightly. "Of course I have no objection, but today I am on duty, I am not present, so your identification does not count. This person is called Dolay, right? You need to refine a third-level potion again. Coming?" Dolay's heart moved. This Wordsworth is quite capable, at least level 2. I don't know about pharmacy, but at least level 3, otherwise he wouldn't be a judge here. Novik was immediately angry, and was about to speak. Dole spoke at this time and said lightly, "Okay, I'm willing to make it again." Wordsworth looked at Dole with a look of knowing what's good for him. He didn't want to embarrass him, but he couldn't stop Connie from saying it. Dole had no choice but to make another batch. This time it was a strength potion. Wordsworth frowned after checking. Seeing his expression, Novik, Lamb and Dole frowned together, especially Novik, who was about to get angry immediately. At this moment, Wordsworth suddenly laughed. "The purity is higher than I thought. Congratulations." Everyone was stunned, and no one's brain turned around. Novik's stern face improved a little. He turned to Dole and said, "The results are valid. The Pharmacy Union will give you relevant treatment. In addition, what else do you need? 4th level potion formula, give me a few cheap ones." Hearing this, everyone around was shocked, especially Wordsworth, and the energy fluctuations that had just converged began to fluctuate again. 4th level formula? This guy can refine a 4th level potion? Norwick and Lamb were naturally unmoved. He nodded. "The cheapest formula of the 4th level potion also requires 3,000 gold coins. Let's do this. I asked them to give you the list. The prices are clearly marked. No one can fake it." He turned around and waved his hand, and the staff member immediately turned around and walked out. Wordsworth was still a little unconvinced at this time. "Can you make a 4th level potion?" Dole didn't know what this guy was doing, so he nodded and said, "Yes, but the success rate is not high. I only made 1 scarlet potion." Wordsworth's expression trembled slightly. "Can you show it to me?" Dole frowned, but still took out a bottle and handed it to him. Seeing that Novik was also interested, Dole took out a few more bottles and handed them to him and the people next to him, freshly made this morning. After a long time, 2 sighs. Young people are formidable. You can't refuse to admit your age. The appeal of a 4th level pharmacist is very terrifying. Once the 4th level mental power potion is released, all 2nd level wizards will flock to it. How much is the production of level 2 spiritual power potion in the whole city of Watts? And how many people are fighting for a bottle? Norwegian was also a little shocked. Although he was a level 3 wizard and didn't need level 4 potions at all, he could imagine that in the future, Countless people would beg this guy to make potions for him. Thinking of this, he said, "Do you have the formula for level 4 spiritual power potion?" Dole smiled faintly, "No, but the Rose Chamber of Commerce should provide one. In return, I will make level 4 spiritual power potion for them." What's Wolf, Norwegian, and Lamb fell silent immediately. The Rose Chamber of Commerce had picked up a big bargain from him. At this time, Norwick smiled faintly, then wait for Dole's level 4 certification. Coming out of the Pharmacist Guild, Lamb and Dole both breathed a sigh of relief. They finally got it done. They also bought the formulas for 2 level 4 potions, the Swiftness Potion and the Blood-Burning Potion, and they had almost no money left. They became paupers again. Lamb asked, "Where are you going? Should we go back?" Dole shook his head. "I'm going to the Rose Chamber of Commerce to renegotiate the agreement, as well as the potion formula and medicinal materials. I want to make the 4th level mental potion as soon as possible." Lamb nodded. "Then let's go together. You can't run around outside now. Once the news of the 4th level comes out, I don't know how many forces will be watching you again." Dole was also a little heavy. They quickly came to the Rose Chamber of Commerce, and after showing the token, they met Magdan. He directly stated his purpose. Magdan received him and Master Lamb in a small room. After hearing what Dole said, Magdan suddenly became excited. He stood up and said, "Okay, no problem. I give you the formula for the 4th level mental potion now. I also want to sign another contract with you." Dole was a little confused. "What contract?" Magdan's voice became unusually firm. "Within a year, we need all your production, the 4th level mental potion. We are competing with other chambers of commerce, and really need your order." Dole blinked, not knowing why Magdan was so excited, but a 1-year order was not a decision to be made lightly. He and the Rose Chamber of Commerce were in a cooperative relationship, not selling to them. He was about to refuse, but he heard Lamb next to him say, "Magdan, can you represent the Rose Chamber of Commerce with this decision?" Chapter 168. Magdan obviously knew Lamb. He stood up immediately after hearing his words, bowed slightly, and said, "By Dean Lamb, my words are naturally on behalf of the Rose Chamber of Commerce branch in what city, and also on behalf of me personally. Then do you know what the output of this year is worth?" Magdan smiled faintly. "The income is close to hundreds of thousands of gold coins." Lamb nodded. "This number is not much different for a medium-sized noble family. What price do you need to pay?" Magdan was naturally aware of this situation, so his voice was shaking. "We are willing to give up 1/3 of the profit." Lamb pursed his lips and looked at Magdan, unable to say a word. This guy is really bold. In this way, they can't make much money. According to the normal price, they can make 100,000 gold coins, but now they can only make more than 60,000. To maintain a chamber of commerce, this kind of money can only be considered a small profit, but he has gained the friendship of Dole. This guy has a good calculation. Dole pondered for a moment. "I am actually quite grateful to you, the Rose Chamber of Commerce. You provided the best environment when I was at my lowest point. Let's put it this way. You don't have to sign this contract. I will provide you with all the output, but if a friend asks for it, I won't refuse. Of course, the quantity will not be large." It was not the first time that Magdan had dealt with Dole, so he naturally believed in Dole's character, so he smiled and said, "Then we will have a happy cooperation, and I look forward to your early development." The two held hands tightly. The cooperation between the two companies is based on this, and other things are not a problem. The Rose Chamber of Commerce provided the formula, and Dole and Lamb said goodbye. Sitting in the carriage, Lamb sighed, "You are still careless. Selling to an individual will always make more money than selling to the Chamber of Commerce." But he understood Dole's thoughts. When he couldn't buy medicinal materials, it was the Rose Chamber of Commerce that helped him. Dole smiled lightly and didn't care. It's just 1 year. The lifespan of a first-level wizard is 120 years. I will be 15 years old after the Chinese New Year this year. It's still early. The Rose Chamber of Commerce has helped me too much. I am willing to pay some gold coins for the loss." Lamb looked at Dole's face and felt for the first time that there was a strong power hidden in the thin body of this little boy. Just with this mentality, the geniuses in the academy are like shit. "Okay, I understand. If anyone troubles you in the future, I will help you block it. Of course, you have to do your best to help me train pharmacists." Sano and Morris were promoted to level 3. Lamb didn't know how happy he was. Okay. In the spring of the 326th year of the Marfa calendar, just after the Spring Festival, a rumor came out from the Huazi City Pharmacist Union that someone was promoted to a 4th level pharmacist and became the fourth level pharmacist in Huazi City. As soon as this news came out, it caused a sensation in a small range. The 4th level pharmacist is a great help to the 2nd level professional. For a while, they all asked who it was. But when they knew who it was, some people were ecstatic, while others were a little dumbfounded. Even more excited were the ordinary pharmacist students of Arangel College. They were too excited because the lecturer was promoted to the 4th level, which also improved their status. Some worked hard, some secretly rejoiced, and some rushed to tell others about it. The whole thing caused a sensation in the pharmacy world of Arangel College. Upon hearing this news, Vice Dean Nicole, Vice Dean Williams, and Vice Dean Nicholas were simply hit on the head. At this time, Dole had already done more than half of the research on the 4th level mental power potion, wasting hundreds of gold coins of materials. After the 4th level potion, the nether grass was no longer the main material, but became an auxiliary material, and the main material became the nether grass. This kind of medicinal material has a high energy level, and is very troublesome to purify. If it weren't for Dole's own strong magic power, I'm afraid it wouldn't work. Now he finally understood why those 4th level pharmacists were all 2nd level wizards, or even 3rd level wizards. This difficulty was indeed a big great. 10 days later, the first batch of 10 bottles of 2nd level mental power potions were freshly baked, but the success rate at this time was also less than 30%. After coming to the Glory Empire, the magic crystal was no longer the main factor limiting him. Instead, the slow improvement of mental power caused the slow improvement of pharmacy. He took the medicine and meditated every day. His strength was improving, but it was not satisfactory. He asked Ball for advice, but Ball kicked him into the corner with his back leg, saying that he was greedy. This speed was already very fast. His fire element was almost 90 centimeters long, and he was only 10 centimeters away from 1 meter. 1 meter was almost the threshold of level 2. If you want to be fast, it is also very simple. Taking hallucinogenic drugs and pain drugs can also increase the upper limit of mental power to a certain extent. Thinking of the pain of taking hallucinogenic drugs, Dual-I felt a little uncomfortable. The first batch of mental power potions was delivered soon, and Dual-I came to the Pharmacist Union to be officially certified as a 4th level pharmacist. This time, he passed smoothly, and no one made things difficult for him. He officially became a formal 4th level pharmacist with a license. At this point, Dole was relieved. With this identity guarantee, he had officially established a foothold in this place. Whoever wants to deal with him in the future will have to think twice. He walked out of the Pharmacists' Union with full confidence. At this moment, a large group of soldiers passed through the city gate and marched towards the city lord's mansion in a heroic and high-spirited manner. The army entered the city. Dole took a step back and came to the steps of the Pharmacists' Union, watching the army coming from a distance. He clearly felt the murderous aura and bloodiness of this army. A stream of wonderful power spread around, and the people around him were unconsciously attracted by the power, and consciously made way. The street was silent, and everyone was looking at this iron-blooded army. Dole lowered his head and instantly thought, is the battle in the South Bay Swamp finally over? In front of the army, 7 people rode on majestic horses, their footsteps clattering, passing through the street. They were the commanders this time. Dole was familiar with the last person, Finn, the purchasing officer from the military office. The army passed slowly through the street. Although the pace was scattered, the momentum it exuded attracted the attention of half of the city. When the army passed the Pharmacists' Union, Finn saw Dole standing at the door of the Pharmacists' Union. He said something to the person next to him, and the two looked at him together. Then, Finn drove the horse and walked directly over. Dole was also a little surprised. Master Dole, how are you? Finn jumped off the carriage, and his serious face showed a smile at this time. Captain Finn, how are you? Dole smiled professionally and said, is the war completely over? Finn nodded and said, yes, that side has been cleared, and this time it is thanks to you and your group. He quietly made a look and said, I will go back to find you. Dole nodded. Finn jumped on the horse again, turned his horse's head, and left quickly again. Back at the academy, Dole heaved a sigh of relief. The next step was to practice, refine spiritual potions, practice, refine spiritual potions, repeat every day. In February, another person in the class broke through the threshold of the 3rd level pharmacist. He was an ordinary student in the class, who looked inconspicuous at ordinary times. His name was Raman. If Sano and Morris's promotion was due to their own talents, then the breakthrough of the 3rd student raised Dole's reputation to a higher level again. Morris has been very busy recently. He and Sano took on a number of small jobs and subcontracted them to other civilian students in the class. Everyone made money together and gained a group of little fans. Instructor Dole didn't care about them, which made Morris very happy. Chapter 169. Morris's life was good, so some people were not happy with it. Several brothers in the family repeatedly came to cause trouble, led by Willie, the strongest of the young generation of the Cecil family. Morris now finally realized what the lecturer said, the convenience of identity and the universal shackles. Being in the aristocracy, he could not escape the traditional power struggle of the nobles to maintain the advantage of the main vein. Willie represented the main vein, and Morris was naturally unwilling to submit to him. Recently, he was often harassed by his subordinates, and even threatened and attacked. Morris was forced to not dare to leave the laboratory. At most, he would go around the magic tower, and he did not dare to leave the magic tower area. It's still not strong enough. Morris was a little painful. He thought of the lecturer, put down the work at hand, and walked out of the magic tower. Recently, he had money and bought the right to live in a room in the magic tower. Generally, no one would disturb him. As soon as he came out, a man stared at him from a distance. Wherever he went, the man followed him until he disappeared in front of the Lamb Magic Tower. Entering the Lamb Magic Tower, Morris breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was just a bastard, without real power and no one. Even after being promoted to level 3, there were still many people in the family targeting him. With a sigh, he came to the lecturer's door and knocked. A voice came from inside soon, and he pushed the door open and walked in. Dole was not refining medicine at this time, but was testing magic. A flame ball as big as a human head appeared in front of him. The difference was that this flame was not the usual red, but orange red. The light around the flame ball was distorted, and it was obvious that the temperature was extremely high. Seeing this magic, Morris was a little shocked. "Lecturer, have you been promoted to level 2? Dole shook his head and said, "That's not that easy. I'm trying another way to use the fireball. Level 2 will take at least a few months. The first and second levels of a wizard are purely a pile of magic power, without any technical content. After level 2, they will deeply study the essence of a certain element. After level 3, their strength will change dramatically." He put his hands together, and the fireball in his hand disappeared. He turned his eyes to Morris. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Morris's face was a little ugly, and he said with some embarrassment, I. If you want to say it quickly, don't hesitate." Dole said a little strangely. "He will only be 15 years old after this year. How can he be more mature than the other party?" Morris's face was a little ugly, and he said in a low voice, "I want you to come out and preside over our work. I've been in trouble recently." Dole laughed. He actually heard all these things from Goodoo's. There is a student named Willie in the academy, who has been forcing Morris in all ways recently. He smiled and said, "You were able to go to the city to find me by yourself at the beginning. Why don't you have any courage now?" Morris shook his head and sighed, saying, "This is different from that one. At most, they despised me, and found a civilian lecturer younger than me, which only means that my status in the family will be lowered, but there is nothing else." Dole said strangely, "You are lower now than before?" Morris was silent. Dole shrugged, looked into his eyes seriously, and said, "Remember, all the achievements you can make come from yourself, and have nothing to do with the family. You only have yourself and your own abilities. Now, if any random person in the family jumps out, they can control your life. How can you grow in the future? Is it so unbearable to leave the family?" Morris smiled bitterly. Willie was not a nobody. He was the fastest growing young man of the Cecil family, and the most favored person in the family. He only needed to say one word, and at least half of the family would target him. Would he really be so miserable if he left the family? He suddenly understood what Dole meant. When he first came, he was not only harassed by the 3 major families, but also could not even buy medicinal materials. He was silent, then he exhaled lightly and said, "I will go to the Chamber of Commerce and other organizations to try to get rid of the family's control." Dole laughed. "I wish you success. Oh, by the way, someone found me a few days ago, and said that they would be short of a batch of 3rd-level mental potions." He took a business card from the table, and threw it to Morris. Morris grabbed it casually, and an illusory big hand grabbed the business card that was about to fall to the ground and pulled it in front of him. He looked at it carefully, and was shocked. Although the 3 big families controlled most of the business, transportation, grain, oil, minerals, and other materials in Huazi City, and controlled the political world, Huazi City was only Huazi City after all. It was a city in the Glory Empire, and there were always places that the 3 big families could not touch. The name on the business card was the Taboo of Huazi City. Hoswell, the ruler of one of the magic towers in Huazi City. My God. Dole glanced at him and said nonchalantly, Go, don't embarrass me. After being promoted to level 4, his social relations were many times more complicated than before. Many magicians, many forces, and many organizations extended olive branches to him, just for level 4 mental potions, level 4 magic potions, and level 4 energy potions, which were extremely important materials for wizards, especially the Huazi Magic Tower, which was known as the Imperial Magic Academy. However, Dole does not want to have more contact with them now. He is essentially a person from the Northern Kingdom. Even if he contacts them, he will not be trusted by the authorities. This is a problem of human nature. After Morris left, he continued to improve his theory of fireball. Among the first-level witchcraft, the power of fireball is unquestionable, second only to the close-range lightning witchcraft. As the owner of the Son of the Fire element, he can forget about thunder spells unless he switches to the Son of the Storm element in the future. Fireball has 3 forms: pure explosion form, pure burning form, and a pure penetration form, which he has recently studied. He found that after transforming the spell node into the most basic vortex shape and replacing half of it with other forms, the speed of fireball will be very fast. He uses burning his own energy in exchange for speed. In this way, after the fireball is launched, it will not explode or burn violently, but will pierce a hole in an object, with some burning damage. In this way, he has learned all 3 elements of fireball. He will quietly improve himself and wait for the second level. In addition to Dole, Ball's situation has also been getting better recently. The magic elements here are abundant. This guy is so lazy that he is almost like a hibernating snake. He lies in his nest and doesn't want to go out at all. Only when Dole is experimenting with magic, he will occasionally look up and pay attention. Whoosh! The fireball passed through 2 thick steel plates and disappeared. After finishing the last experiment, Dole breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to rest. He has already used his most powerful penetrating fireball, and the effect is not bad. In the future, when he encounters a warrior, a fireball can make him ascend to heaven, provided that the opponent's armor is not enchanted. Your ability makes me look at you with new eyes. Ball rarely crawled out of the warm nest and came to Dole. He took a look at the steel plate. Oh, it was still fine steel. Dole shrugged. Although Nalyu is an ancient man from many years ago, many of his experiences are very advanced and worth learning from. He continued to shrug. I just like to learn. Bear nodded. Chapter 170. Ball looked at Dole with a hint of admiration in his eyes. After coming to the human world for such a long time, he found many advantages of being a human in Dole. Patience, seriousness, perseverance, and love of learning, this may be the reason why the human race can go from weak to the top. He took small steps and said, among all the fire-type monsters, the most powerful flame belongs to the dragon type. True dragon flame is a known powerful fire magic. Next is a creature called Phoenix. They come from the void, and are the incarnation of another powerful flame with infinite power. But later, things like dragon flame were used by humans, and Phoenix fire was also used by humans. Later, Lihua and Chaos fire were also used by humans. These flames all surpassed our naturally powerful monsters. You humans are a race that is good at discovery and change. Dole blinked, holding his chin with both hands, and looked at Ball with a look of neither understanding. What is this guy doing today? What's wrong? Haven't you always looked down on humans? He thought for a moment, and said in a slightly lower tone, we humans have many good qualities, which are completely derived from our own weakness. In order to survive, both the body and the mind will provide creatures with powerful action and multifaceted thinking behavior. Ball lowered his head and sighed. Weakness is both the original sin, but weakness is also motivation. Our Hellhound clan is naturally strong, but no one exceeds level 9, because they have lost the motivation to move forward. Ball suddenly raised his head and said with a burning gaze, I found motivation in you. I think, maybe I should become the leader of the Hellhound clan. The corner of Dole's mouth twitched. This dog, is he serious? Ball suddenly said with high morale, I want to learn from the beginning, give me some advice. Dole blinked, it depends on what talent you have, alchemy, potion, mechanical puppet, or one of them. Your strength is enough, but you need to learn from other directions. Ball turned around in the living room for a long time, and then he climbed back to the doghouse. He found a comfortable position, and laid down again. Just when Dole was about to laugh, he opened his mouth and spit out several books. These books are all big books, one of which is nearly 20 centimeters thick, which is very scary. Dole was shocked. Damn, this guy is serious. These books are probably all advanced knowledge, right? He was about to go over to take a look, but after thinking about it, he stopped himself. If this guy was willing to give it to him, he would have shown it to him a long time ago, so why would he have to wait until today? Just play by yourself. In Sano's laboratory, Morris pressed his head with a headache. That big shot asked me to drag the lecturer into the water, and asked me to win over his students. You know, the lecturer hates this kind of thing the most. What do you think I should do? Sano laughed. For this kind of thing, I think you'd better talk to the lecturer. It's useless to tell me. You know, the lecturer doesn't care about these things at all. His work can be scheduled until next year. Moreover, the Rose Chamber of Commerce has purchased his annual production. How can he be in the mood to be won over by others? My God, a year's production? This is almost 200,000 gold coins. Morris's mouth twitched. If you were a 4th-level pharmacist, you could earn so much in a year. Lecturer Dolay's 1 year is already very short. What should I do with the question I asked you now? I've been annoyed recently. Sano thought for a while, and said, you can learn from me and join the adventure group. You only need to pay a little potion to ask for their protection. Morris's mouth twitched even more. Those adventurers in Huazi City can't intimidate the Honor Wizard Alliance, or the Cecil family. Sano shook his head. Then I can't help. Who told me that I only come from a small family? Maybe you can get closer to Nicholas or Vice Dean Huazi. Morris smiled bitterly. After going around in circles, he still couldn't avoid the fate of being controlled. He decided to ask the instructor. There was a knock on the door, but Dolay didn't pay attention. Soon he frowned, stopped the experiment in his hand, and came to the door. Morris's somewhat haggard figure appeared in front of him. Come in. Dole shook his head. This guy is really useless. He couldn't handle those guys. Walking into the laboratory, Morris said with a headache, Lecturer, I'm entangled by the Glory Wizard Alliance again. Dole blinked, a little unbelievable. What's going on? I took the business card you gave me, and went to find that person. The person said that I must become his subordinate and an independent supplier, otherwise, all my sources of medicinal materials will be cut off. Dole rolled his eyes. This unlucky child, how unwelcome in the family. That old wizard must have received benefits from the Cecil family, otherwise why would a middle-level wizard in the Glory Empire embarrass him? Then you didn't go to the Chamber of Commerce, or anything else. I did, but they can only provide a small part, which is useless. Morris was a little tired. He moved a small stool from the side, sat on it comfortably, and said weakly, Teacher, I beg you to set up a small team to accept us poor children. We can work for you. Dole laughed. I don't want to become the official enemy of your family. If that happens, even the Rose Chamber of Commerce will be implicated. The Rose Chamber of Commerce withstood the huge pressure from all sides to supply him with goods. It was already a big pressure. If there was a little more pressure, I'm afraid even he himself would be implicated. He could still see this situation clearly. Morris felt that the whole world was an enemy. Now he only had one way left, to leave here. Dole said, You are now promoted to level 3, which is the peak of your career. It is normal for someone to want to control you. This is inevitable for pharmacists. I also rely on Vice Dean Lamb. You think it's me? He thought for a while and said, the purpose of their control is for the potion. Otherwise, you can announce to the public that you want to go out for adventure, and then hide for a while. Those people will naturally let you go, when they see that you have no money here. Morris's face turned a little ugly. He bit his lip and said, Then I will hold on for a while. I won't make medicine for a while. Okay, you should improve your strength first. When you are promoted to level 2, it will be easier to make level 3 potions. Dole doesn't want to establish any power, nor does he want to have anything to do with any power. Otherwise, these students are his capital, and it's like playing to establish a small pharmacist's power. However, if that happens, all the major forces in the city of Wutz will be affected, and they will definitely surge up all at once. He, an outsider from the Northern Kingdom, will be greatly shocked. After thinking about it, he finally gave up. Be a good teacher, make money, and give good lessons. That's all. After sending Morris away, Dole continued his experiment. Soon, there was a sound outside the door again. Dole frowned and opened the door again. Hey, Mr. Quartermaster Finn, how are you? Dole was surprised all of a sudden. Finn smiled gently and said, Thanks to you, I am now a manager in the logistics department. This time, I came here for no reason. I have something to talk to you about. Chapter 171. 3 minutes later, Dole knew his purpose. The Empire attacked the South Bay Swamp this time and successfully forced the monsters to the surrounding mountains, but this was because a large amount of poison was used. Huazi City and other cities wanted to occupy a piece of land somewhere, and were preparing to build a new city. At this time, the sequelae of using poison at the beginning came out. They occupied a large area in vain, but many places could not be entered or even approached. According to the principle of the noble occupation system, whoever refines the antidote first can occupy more territory at this time. At this time, the ability of the pharmacists in each city is tested. Whoever has a deep foundation will get more benefits. Dole knocked on the table aimlessly, and thought carefully for a moment. This benefit is too great, and it is based on the interests of cities. As long as a large area of land can be successfully occupied, the benefits will be calculated in hundreds of millions of gold coins. Although he has never been to the South Bay Swamp, he has heard about it. But what Dole is considering now is that no matter whether it is Huazi City or Huazi New City, it has an owner. The interests of Huazi City are the interests of the Huazi family. Dole is not sure whether he should contribute to the Huazi family. This has become a matter of involvement with the big forces. He is a little entangled. After thinking about it, Dole looked at Finn seriously and said, "Is this matter centered on the Empire or the Huazi family? You also know that I don't have a good relationship with Vice Dean Nicole of the Huazi family." Finn laughed. "Don't worry about this matter. As long as it is done well, some things will be solved. The Huazi family is a huge family with different factions. The Huazi family is free-range here in the academy. Their roots are in the city. You don't have to worry about it. Although Arangel College exports elites to Huazi City, this is still the territory of Lord Arangel. Although the Huazi family can reach here, it is only on a small scale. Master Nico is only thinking about herself, not really for the family." Finn pointed this out, and then said solemnly, "This time I ask you to take action based on the consideration of the entire Huazi City. There is no problem of dealing with any forces. If someone interferes, not to mention that the Huazi family itself is unwilling, the other major families including our three major families will not agree." Dole heard another word, our three major families. This guy is also from the three major families, but he didn't pay much attention. Then he was relieved, so he nodded and said, "Okay, you ask people to collect some soil from different places in batches, and I see if it works." Finn nodded. He took out a card and handed it to Dole. "Whether it succeeds or not, this is your reward for your hard work. This is a gold card. You can exchange it for money at the Imperial Bank. There are 50,000 gold coins in it." Dole put it on the table, stood up, and sent Finn away. Finn saw Dole's action. On the surface, he remained silent, but sighed in his heart. 50,000 gold coins seemed a lot, but for a 4th-level pharmacist, it was nothing. A bottle of 4th-level mental potion was sold for more than 1,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins meant 50 bottles. Of course, the profit was not calculated this way. Labor, materials, etc. had to be excluded, but it was also very profitable. Pharmacists are not easy to offend. After sending Finn away, Dole closed the door and prepared to digest the news he had received. There was another knock on the door outside. Speechless, he opened the door and found that it was Vice Dean Lamb. Dole immediately became respectful. "Vice Dean Lamb." Lamb nodded, his expression serious. "I just noticed that Finn came here. Did he ask you about the South Bay Swamp?" Dole nodded. Lamb showed a look of no surprise. "Did you agree to it?" Dole nodded. Lamb sighed and said, "This time, we attacked the South Bay Swamp, and we really paid a lot in all aspects, and used a lot of poisons. We occupied it, but it's hard to deal with it later. If you can help more. The college will give you some compensation. In addition, Luo Chio and FaZe will also do the same thing. If you want to compete with them, you have to hurry up." Dole didn't expect that Vice Dean Lamb came to endorse what city. He nodded and said, "I have asked them to collect soil." Lamb shook his head. "In fact, in addition to soil pollution, there is also air pollution. Let me go with you." Just then, there was another knock on the door. Dole's mouth twitched, and he said sorry, and he opened the door. There were two people standing at the door, Williams and Nicholas. After seeing Lamb, the three looked at each other. Williams coughed and said, "Our alchemy department has also received a task." Nicholas looked a little unhappy. "Our potions department has also received a task." It seems that Vice Dean Lamb has asked Dole Wizard to take action. Lamb stood in the hall, and had not spoken yet. Dole smiled faintly at this time. "No, I contacted the military office directly, and worked for the Empire Logistics Department. Vice Dean Lamb came just to give me a green light to avoid being blocked by some unknown people." The two of them were stunned for a moment, and then their faces turned interesting. "Unknown person, isn't this referring to the two of them?" William smiled faintly. The logistics department of what city has a good relationship with Wizard Dole? Why don't we have this treatment in the alchemy department? He looked at Lamb, as if he was wondering. Lamb's expression did not change, and he did not respond. Nicholas thought of the previous things, and his heart suddenly became clear, and a little heavy. This time, after the attack on the South Bay Swamp, the Empire Logistics Department applied for an extra reward, which seemed to be for this guy. He smiled faintly. Haha, as a member of the Arangel Academy, I think we should all work together. Our Magical Medicine Hall has taken over this matter on behalf of the Academy. What we have to do now is to help What City and win this competition. When he said the last sentence, his expression became serious. Williams glanced at Nicholas with a surprised look in his eyes. In terms of shamelessness, he seems to be a little short. The Alchemy Department will also be involved in poisons, and the Alchemy Hall of Arangel has always been stronger than the Magic Hall. Nicholas wants to take him in, which is a bit shameless. He shook his head and said, even if we study together, it is our Alchemy Department that takes the lead. What ability do you have in the Magic Hall? Is it you, or your disciples? Nicholas's face changed immediately. What city found us first, so naturally we are the main ones. It's obviously us, even if it's cooperation, we should be the main ones. You? The two quarreled at the door. In the room, Dole and Lamb looked at each other. These two people are too shameless. Lamb waved his hand, and the room closed automatically. In the room, the two sighed, and Lamb said, since the dean went into seclusion to challenge the 6th level, the atmosphere in the academy has become worse and worse. Now the number of students in the academy is very fast. Some are unwilling to go to school, some are snatched away by the competitor Dark Academy, and some even pay tuition and don't want to come. The whole academy is almost in chaos. Maybe? Dole didn't know what to say. He just felt that his pharmacy class was pretty good. Every time they had class, they all attended and listened carefully. Especially after the last bat incident, even students from other disciplines wanted to come to listen to the class, but were rejected. Chapter 172. I go with you. The Magic Tower in What City, many civilian organizations, and our college are all vying for the credit. If we can be faster than them, the benefits to the college, and to you and me, will be greater. Outside the door, Nicholas and William's faces darkened, and they looked at each other with anger in their eyes. Damn pariahs. The two turned around almost at the same time and left Lamb Tower. The Alchemy Department and the Hall of Magic Potion have been at odds for a long time. Not long after, Nicole got the news. Somewhat unexpectedly, Lamb stopped the two of them directly. This matter seemed to be getting more and more interesting. The military office didn't look for her, but it didn't bypass her either. She knew about this. She immediately ordered everyone in the college to cooperate with this action and mobilize all personnel if necessary. If they could occupy a large area in the South Bay Swamp, it would bring a lot of benefits to What City and even the college. In the carriage, Dole and Lamb sat face to face, with a soft blanket under them. The carriage swayed as it moved, making people feel dizzy. The windows were wide open, and as long as you looked up, you could see the scenery on both sides, plains, mountains, and small rivers, slowly passing behind you. Behind the carriage, a small group of Imperial soldiers rode tall horses, wearing thick armor and following closely. On the horses, there was a long spear on the left and a long sword on the right. The leader was Finn. At this time, Finn walked side by side with the carriage, with a happy expression. Because Dole and Lamb went there in person, his own chances were a little better. In fact, when it comes to detoxification, especially mixed poisons, the Pharmacist Union and the Alchemist Union have a slightly better chance of winning, but Finn is still very happy, because among the various poisons used at the beginning, at least Dole is better than others in the 3 types of cicada toxicity, and this toxin is the most abundant in the soil of the South Bay Swamp. How far is it? Dole was a little depressed in the shaking carriage. The road conditions were a little bad, and he couldn't even do shallow meditation. Finn's heavy voice sounded, don't worry, it will take another day to get there, this time tomorrow. Dole felt a headache. Wasting time is equivalent to wasting life. This is what the great man said. He looked at Lamb opposite him and decided to change his mind. Lord Lamb, when did you build the 2nd level spell model? Lamb opened his eyes and smiled faintly. Why, are you going to attack the 2nd level wizard? Dole nodded and said, my meditation method is very special, with a very large total amount of magic power. According to reason, I should be able to build a 2nd level wizard now, so I want to ask you. Lamb was very pleased that this guy finally asked a serious question. From 0 level witchcraft, what have you found? He pondered for a while, and asked back. Dole thought for a moment, and summarized his plane, out-of-body, and previous spell model changes. Lamb nodded and said, the construction of spell models is the greatest achievement in wizard history. It originated from human exploration of the abilities of Warcraft tens of thousands of years ago, and then slowly developed. You also noticed that the spell model of a level 0 wizard is flat, but have you discovered that only a few of the many spell nodes in the spell model are related to the functions you want to use, and most of the functions are actually in other directions? Dole thought carefully and frowned. That's right, the Burning Hand has a total of 36 nodes, and only 6 of them are related to flames. Lamb smiled. The functions of the other 30 nodes are actually spiritual affinity, physical protection, and distinguishing between enemies and friends. The spell model of the Burning Hand instantly appeared in Dole's mind, and in an instant, he suddenly understood something. Reading a book 1,000 times is not as good as a word from a saint. He suddenly opened his eyes and sighed, "Thank you, Master Lamb." Lamb shook his head. Analyzing the function of spell nodes is the basic work of wizards. Even if I don't tell you today, you will find it yourself after a while. He paused and said, in formal witchcraft, the functions of spell nodes are mostly similar to this, but most formal witchcraft is long-range attack, so the nodes for protection and distinguishing between enemies and friends will be completely eliminated, leaving only the nodes for enhancing witchcraft defense. This is first-level witchcraft, and second-level witchcraft is more complicated than first-level witchcraft. It adds a means of node exchange and node replication. You have many spell models, and you should also see the complexity of second-level witchcraft. Dole shut up, and the 3 names of node exchange and node replication kept appearing in his mind. Copy, exchange, the world in front of Dole suddenly became clear. So that's how it is. It's really 2 different worlds to have a teacher and not have a teacher. Dole regretted not asking earlier. I understand. Thank you, Wizard Lamb. In the meditation of the Son of Elements, there are only the construction and introduction of spell models, and there are not many basic concepts of witchcraft, so Dole has been trapped in fixed thinking. After Wizard Lamb said this, he understood how the second-level wizard played. He almost immediately closed his eyes and began to test the node. Dole didn't speak for a whole day. At night, they rested and the 2 were surrounded by heavy soldiers. They stayed in the wilderness far away from the city for one night. The wilderness was terrifying. After nightfall, roars could be heard from time to time. Outside the campfire in the camp, bright green and blue lights could be seen from time to time in the distance. Those were terrifying creatures living in the wilderness. The soldiers were strong and took turns to guard, but no one dared to attack. In the second half of the night, Dole slowly walked out of the tent and walked outside. The guarding soldiers immediately found him and stepped forward to stop him. Dole shook his head and said, I'm going out to test magic. Don't follow me. It would be bad if you accidentally hurt me. The soldier stopped immediately, a little confused. How could a first-level wizard accidentally hurt me? You must be kidding. However, when Dole walked out of 20 meters and could only see a black shadow, he saw that a strong magic wave suddenly surged from the other party's body, and dozens of fireballs suddenly appeared around him and smashed into the darkness. These fireballs appeared very quickly. He didn't see him use gestures to guide or use spells. They appeared in the blink of an eye. The fireballs hit in the distance, silently, but dozens of almost inextinguishable flames appeared on the ground, illuminating the surroundings. Dole did this to avoid disturbing others. He just tested the adhesion combustion. If he used explosion, I'm afraid everyone would not sleep. After the fireballs were released, he was already happy. Success, continuous multiple fireballs. These fireballs seemed to appear together, but in fact there were 2 mother bodies, and then split into 8 fireballs. His experiment was successful. He officially entered the second level. The camp was silent. No one was affected, except for the guards and Lamb, who was startled by the magic fluctuations. Only the beasts in the distance fled and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Several soldiers looked at each other, full of fear for this wizard, who couldn't be any younger. Such a fast and fierce second-level wizard, and so many in number, was beyond their ability to deal with. If he replaced the burning with the explosion, I'm afraid that all of their team would be seriously injured in one magic. Chapter 173. Early in the morning, at dawn, the convoy set off on time. In the carriage, Lamb smiled and said, You have a very good talent. You have taken into account the foundation of potion science, and can develop witchcraft so quickly. If you grow to level 4 or 5 in the future, the people in the Northern Kingdom will probably regret it. Dole smiled faintly, and said nothing. Level 4 or 5 is not his end. The meditation method of the Son of Elements can be practiced to level 8 at most. At the very least, he must be at the same level as Ball to be worthy of this opportunity. That's because I don't need to do anything else. I just need to do my own thing well. A sincere person. Lamb summed it up. The carriage moved slowly, and soon left the wasteland, and came to the downslope. Looking down from here, you can see the huge South Bay Swamp. The South Bay Swamp used to be an unowned land with a very large area, 2 or 3 times larger than the area ruled by Wat City. There are highlands all around here, and in the middle is a huge plain basin with very flat terrain. With just one glance, Dole understood why they wanted this area to be ruled by humans. Flat ground and fertile land are very suitable for planting, which can give birth to more people, gather more troops, and cultivate more wizards. However, in order to conquer this area, Wat City and several surrounding cities also paid a huge price, and the army alone died more than 100,000 people. All the soldiers guarding the people all wore gas masks, and stood on both sides of the carriage, and Finn was no exception. Dole and Lamb did not bring anything with them, and jumped off the carriage from 2 doors respectively. With their feet on the brown ground, Dole and Lamb squatted down at the same time, and touched the ground with their hands. The fingers quickly turned black, and then turned red. It is extremely toxic, and this is exactly what we need to solve. Lamb shook off the dirt on his hands and whispered, looking into the distance, saying, for such a large area, we need to collect about 2,000 pieces of soil. You go to the left and I go to the right? Dole glanced at the unimaginably flat distance, and saw Mingyang Mountain in the distance, nodded, and said, okay. He turned to Finn and said, you stay here, don't go far. There is also poison in the air, and the filter can support about 6 hours. After that, he stood up and walked away, and his speed became faster and faster, and soon there was only a small black dot left. On the other side, Lamb also disappeared quickly. Nanwan Swamp used to be a famous adventure place, inhabited by many amphibious creatures. The most powerful creatures here were a group of level 5 green dragons. All the wizards from several surrounding cities were dispatched, and even magic towers were brought in to deal with most of them, and drive away the remaining few. Green dragons are poisonous creatures, so the depths of this swamp are full of toxins. Even high-level pharmacists dare not stay in the depths for too long. Stepping on the muddy water, Dole stood lightly on the water, trying to look to the side, and then asked, Lord Ball, what did you see? Baal's figure appeared next to him. He tilted his head, looked at the water under his feet, and said in a deep tone, I smell the smell of green dragons, and it hasn't dissipated yet. Ah! I feel like my saliva is about to come down. Its eyes were somewhat bright. Dole smiled faintly. They have all been driven away, you may not be able to eat them. The 5-color dragons are all evil dragons. They are even full of stench, exuding evil rules, but they taste good. Ah, I feel my stomach is back. Ball pretended to recall, then smiled. The smell is a bit far away. It is indeed gone. I will go to find it. Don't worry. There is no danger nearby, only various tests of toxins that put people to death. There are some good things. He disappeared instantly. Dole glanced around and didn't feel any breath, so he shrugged and began to take out the collection bag and began to collect. As for the good things that Ball said, he didn't care. The South Bay Swamp is very large. If the carriage runs at full speed, it will take at least 2 days to run from left to right, and their collection work will last about 5 days. In addition to them, there are other people busy on this land, doing the same thing. The next day, Dole encountered a team of fully armed troops, followed by several guys, who looked like first-level wizards. That's not someone from Huazi City, but someone from Lulian City. A young man, the jade plaque hanging on his chest emits a faint light, resisting the fog from all directions. Is that a second-level wizard? So young? One of the wizards said in surprise. The others took a look and were equally surprised. It should be a second-level wizard. A second-level wizard can freely absorb oxygen from the air, and does not need to wear a defense medal. Too young. Younger than me. A second-level wizard is not something we can mess with. I heard that a third-level wizard has also come. Why do we care about those things? We should do our own things, and help the Academy do things quickly. The little wizard started to chatter. It is the Academy's mission to collect poisonous soil here. Are they from the Dark Academy? Dole saw their magic robes, and suddenly became thoughtful. The Dark Academy is the first academy in Fengshu City, and the main competitor of Huazi City. I don't know how many times I have heard about it in Gudus. Dole just took a look and walked away. After a while, Ball's figure appeared next to him again, with a blue bracelet in his mouth. Congratulations, you got your first space equipment in your life. Ball's mouth did not move, but his abdomen made a sound. Duo-Eye was stunned, and took the blue bracelet from Ball's mouth, and said in shock, "Space equipment?" He responded quickly, "You found the treasure of the Green Dragon?" After reaching level 5, alchemists can access space magic patterns and create space equipment, such as space rings, space bracelets, and other storage items. Space rings are relatively expensive, while space bracelets are relatively cheap, but no matter what, the value is more than hundreds of thousands of gold coins, so this thing is very rare. Ball did not have any complacency, as if it was his due, and nodded, "There are many good things, but they are very low level. The highest level green dragon here may only be level 5. I heard that most of the high level dragon species are overseas or in the mountains." Duo-Eye was a little envious. "Then you have gained a lot." He did not listen to the other meanings in Ball's words. This guy was just greedy. He took a look at the bracelet in his hand, put it on immediately, and then branded it with mental power. He soon sensed a large space in it, about 8 cubic meters. Dole was a little happy to put everything in his hand into the storage ring. Mage Lamb actually had one too, so he was always clean-handed. He looked like he had nothing with him, but in fact, he put everything in the space equipment. With the space equipment, he didn't need to carry everything on his body, and this feeling was so comfortable. Next, he could speed up and collect as soon as possible. During this period, he also met people from Fengshu City. Everyone knew what was going on, greeted each other, and then left. Ball would disappear around him from time to time, looking for something, and then appear again after a while. Time passed slowly, and soon it was the 5th night. In the dark night, the moonlight was bright. Dole returned to the way he came and found the Imperial army resting. Then saw Dole coming from afar and nodded slightly. "Master Dole, I heard that you have been promoted to level 2? Dole asked the soldiers to keep the secret, but now it seems that they did not keep it. He nodded and said, "Well, what's wrong?" Then sighed and said, "You are very powerful in what city at your age? In the Glory Wizard Alliance, only Kazakhs can compare with you." Now it was Dole's turn to be shocked. He was already very fast. "Is there anyone faster than him? Kazakhs, I seem to have heard that he is the descendant of a level 5 wizard?" Chapter 174. Kazakh is the most outstanding young man in our city of What's. It seems that his brilliance will be replaced by you, Mage Dole. Then smiled faintly. Dole was not elated by Finn's words. He lowered his head slightly and said, "I hope you and your soldiers can publicize this matter as little as possible. I don't want to be noticed because of this matter." Finn was a little surprised. What young people don't like to show off? "Okay, I will keep the secret for you. The longer I can keep it, the better. Mage Lamb has returned. Let's go back now. It seems that the way back is not safe." Finn suddenly pointed out something. Dole frowned. Back to the carriage, he said hello to Mage Lamb, and the convoy moved forward slowly and soon disappeared into the night. After moving forward for more than an hour, the convoy came to the top of the slope, stopped, and began to set up camp. At this time, Lamb had already discovered the fact that Dole had storage equipment, and was a little surprised. Where did this guy buy it? Dory's storage equipment has an invisible function, and he hasn't found out what it is yet. But Lamb didn't ask, it was all his chance. Soon, it was the next morning. Dole had just woken up from meditation when he felt the ground shaking. It seemed that a large number of horses were coming from afar, and the number was very large. Walking out of the tent and looking into the distance, he saw a team of about 100 people galloping towards them from the other side of the slope. This team had no flags, no badges on their bodies, and even no symbolic things. Seeing this, Dole was slightly stunned, and at this time Finn, who had long noticed at this time, began to blow the whistle and assemble the army. When Dole came out, he was already dressed neatly, holding a huge sword in his hand, and standing beside him with a serious expression. Dole looked at Finn. "That's what you said about not being safe." Finn nodded and said, "I heard the news, but I don't know who it came from. The strength of this group of soldiers is not strong. Let's go and intercept them first." After that, he called the soldiers and prepared to meet them. Dole looked back at Lamb's tent. He hadn't gotten up yet. The soldiers quickly assembled. This time, they were dressed neatly, holding long spears in their hands, and all jumped on their horses. This is the cavalry of what city? When they set out, the miscellaneous soldiers were almost 200 meters away from them. Dole noticed that the other party had no intention of stopping at all and rushed directly. Although Finn started later, he was faster. On them, fighting spirit gradually emerged, and together with the horses between their legs, people and horses became one. Soon, their speed exceeded that of the other party. When everyone picked up their long spears, and burst out fighting spirit, Dole knew that the other party had lost. When the two torrents collided, it was like a meat grinder. The soldiers were thrown to the ground in an instant, and were pierced through by a small team of only 20 people. Corpses hung on the muzzles of guns, horses stepped on human blood, and broken limbs appeared in every place they could appear. Dole raised his eyebrows. The Imperial cavalry seemed good. He thought of the Northern Kingdom. He wondered what their cavalry charge, which was known as the strongest in the Western Ring continent, would look like. The torrent rolled back and forth twice until the last soldier fell. The soldiers began to clean up the battlefield, and Finn rode over here alone. He was covered in blood and broken meat, with a calm expression on his face. He exuded a strong bloody aura, and soon stood in front of Dole. Finn was a little surprised to see that Dole had no expression at all. He thought that the little wizard would be frightened. He bowed slightly and smiled. These miscellaneous soldiers have been dealt with. Dole also smiled and said, I didn't expect that the logistics department manager had such a beautiful tactical attack. Finn smiled proudly. First of all, I am a noble. Secondly, I am a real knight. And thirdly, I am the manager of the logistics department. Dole nodded. At this time, Lord Lamb walked out of the tent. He didn't even look over there, and said lightly, It's time to go. Speed up a bit. Maybe you will encounter some interesting things on the way. Before Lamb finished speaking, a blue light in the air in the distance, close to the ground, flew towards this side. At this time, everyone was as if they were facing a great enemy. Being able to fly means that the other party is at least level 3, and has mastered the art of flying. Dole just glanced at the light, then looked at Lamb, only to see Lamb frowning, as if showing an expression of disgust. Is this an acquaintance? Lamb turned his head and said, Finn, take your people away, at least retreat 10 kilometers. Finn's face was extremely ugly at this time. Hearing this, he got on his horse without saying a word and went far away, whistling as he walked. In the distance, the soldiers heard the whistle, and immediately began to gather. Soon, a group of torrents went far away. Lamb looked at Finn's figure going away, and breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his eyes, and looked at Dole. Don't be afraid, this is. Dole's eyes were very calm, even a little curious, and he didn't look afraid at all. Lamb blinked his eyes. This kid is really bold. The one who came is the vice president of the Dark Academy, Roy. He has a grudge against our academy. This time he should be here to intercept me. Dole lowered his head. What city, Thingshu City, and Luoyan City are competing. Whoever makes the antidote first will win the war first, but I don't think I am the first to make the antidote. He was a little confused. Lamb smiled and said, You are not. I brought you here just to attract their attention. Dole frowned immediately. This is being used as bait. Then what we have done in the past few days is in vain? He doesn't like this kind of behavior. It's too bad. He glanced at Lamb and said, Can I slip away now? Can you slip away? Lamb asked back with a smile. The other party is a 3rd-level wizard. Where can he, a 2nd-level wizard, run to? Moreover, the other party came specifically for the two of them. Can he let them go easily? Dole said expressionlessly, You want to entangle him. Can't I slip away? What if he comes alone? Dole lowered his head and said indifferently, It seems to make sense. Let's see first. The blue light was far away, and the two people's talking skills had already reached their location of 3 or 4 kilometers. At this time, the members of Finn's team had already run far away, and they were running further away. The blue light seemed to only care whether Lamb was here or not, and didn't care about them, and came straight towards them. Soon, the blue light fell on the ground more than 50 meters away from the two people, and the light dissipated, revealing two figures, one middle-aged and one young. The middle-aged wizard wore the same regular magic robe as Lamb, which emitted amazing magic fluctuations. In his hand was a magic staff as tall as a person. On the magic staff was a delicate purple gem the size of a fist. It looked crystal clear and luxurious, and a wonderful fluctuation emanated from it. He was very tall, and had a very broad forehead, which seemed to be full of wisdom. The young man also wore a magic robe, but it was a little smaller. He also held a slightly inferior magic staff in his hand. Unlike the middle-aged wizard, the young man was sharp and his eyebrows were unusually sharp. Looking at Lamb and the other man, both were empty-handed and in ordinary clothes. The difference was obvious. When Lamb saw this person, he immediately smiled and greeted him. It turned out to be Vice Dean Heggie and his eldest apprentice Lewis. Chapter 175. After he said the last word, he glanced back at Dole, and then continued to stare forward. Heggie stepped forward, and soon reached a place 20 meters away from Lamb. Vice Dean Lamb, 4th level pharmacist Dole? Heggie looked at Dole, and said carefully, Dole had nothing to hide, nodded, took off his hat, bowed slightly, and said indifferently, "Meet Wizard Heggy." Heggy looked at Dole. He saw the deep meaning in the other's eyes, so he smiled. "It was not my intention to intercept you. We were originally competing with each other, and there was no need to make such a gesture, but there was no way. This was the request of the Dean, so I had to come." Lamb smiled slightly. "Heggy, let's not talk about these words. We are all old acquaintances. The Dark students have been active in recent years, and our Arangel Academy has long experienced it. No matter what, today, we have to fight." Heggy's smile gradually disappeared. He looked at Lamb and said, "Except for your visit to the Northern Kingdom last year, you haven't fought in this land for 10 years. Today we will only fight, not life or death." Lamb smiled faintly. "Okay, just fight." He looked back at Dole. "Are you playing by yourself? Or are you playing with the kid across the street? He is Louis, the son of the Lord of Finchia City, a magic genius." Louis, who was far away, heard this and rolled his eyes rudely, holding his staff in his arms, his eyes arrogant. "I won't fight with an unknown person, especially a pharmacist." "Oh, I'm despised." Lamb smiled. "It's up to you. Keep a distance." At this point, he took off his outer clothes, revealing the clothes underneath, which turned out to be a gorgeous magic robe. He waved his hand casually, and an exquisite and gorgeous staff appeared in his hand, which he held tightly. When he held the staff, the magic power on his body was quickly activated, and circles of energy fluctuation surged outward, pushing Dole out. Dole had never seen wizards above level 3 fight, and at this time, he didn't feel despised. He retreated quickly while staring at the energy reaction on Lamb's body. This energy fluctuation basically exceeded his by 10 times. How exaggerated. At this time, the boy was also moving away quickly. The directions of the two people leaving were exactly opposite. Dole was running along the side of the road, while the boy was running up the slope of the road. The energy reaction on Heggy's body became more and more intense, and circles of blue light were released, the air was twisted, and circles of ripples were formed. He even left the ground. The magic robe shone generously, and the magic staff in his hand also emitted a spell of blue light. Dole knew without guessing that this was a water wizard. Lamb, with a circle of light red light around him, also floated up from the ground and flew into the air. The air around him was distorted, and magic was surging crazily under his clothes. Lamb was a dual-element earth and fire magician, so he didn't have much advantage over a pure water wizard. After the two of them gathered their momentum to the peak, they waved their staffs, and two energy balls appeared without warning, then rushed forward at a very fast speed and collided with each other. Boom! A flash of red and blue light. A circle of energy fluctuations exploded in 6 directions, up, down, left and right, and the air waves rolled and impacted, covering a distance of 40 to 50 meters. The air waves impacted around the two people, and were blocked by magic one after another, but the powerful impact force was still there, and the two quickly retreated. Then, there were 2, 3, and 4. Dole saw that the two people were colliding with pure energy at this time, without any spell model, and all the skills came from the simple skill of magic control. Between the two people, the rumbling sound was endless, 20 or 30 shots in a breath. Dole was slightly stunned in the distance. This is a competition between wizards, and even spell models are not used, he observed carefully, but found that many skills were used between the two people. The form of witchcraft has been changing, the intensity of the collision has been increasing, the energy fluctuations are getting stronger and stronger, and the impact is getting wider and wider. He had to retreat further. At this time, he saw that the two people used the 3rd level witchcraft at the same time, formal witchcraft. Lamb raised his hand, and 3 red rays that span time and space were emitted. This is the 3rd level magic, the scorching ray, which can emit a temperature of more than 1,000 degrees, and can penetrate most of the armor. It also has a certain effect on the 3rd level armor. As for Heg, 3 deflecting mirrors appeared in front of him, deflecting the burning light to other places. With a wave of his hand, thick ice arrows covered the sky and shot at Lamb. A yellowish wall soon appeared in front of Lamb, blocking the ice arrows. Fire snakes, fire breath, fireballs, continuous fireballs, ice arrows, ice blades, ice spears, all kinds of magic were in the hands of the two people, like a magic battle of the century. Level 1, 2, 3 magic, both of them used it very skillfully. Time passed little by little, and soon it was dusk. Dole watched with great interest at the beginning, experiencing the skills, but at the end, he began to doze off. It was too boring. The two were fighting purely in the form of sparring, without any real skills. They fought back and forth. You cast a magic, I cast a magic. If it was a real battle, it would definitely not be so boring. They would seize any opportunity and defeat the enemy with one move. Aren't these two people on edge? Why are they so peaceful? At dusk, the setting sun was like blood, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to reveal that it might rain tomorrow. At this time, he was lying on the ground, looking at the setting sun boredly. At this time, he saw a shadow running towards him from the corner of his eyes. He turned his eyes, and saw that it was the conceited son of the city lord, Louis. He was approaching him? What was he doing? Louis did not have the physique of a warrior. He ran very slowly, and was even a little out of breath, but he was still approaching him. When he saw Dole found him, he stopped immediately, raised his hand, and the energy in his body surged. In less than 2 seconds, an ice arrow shot at him from a distance. There was about 100 meters between them. What does an ice arrow look like at this distance? It is smaller than a hair. If it were not for the strong magic fluctuations on it, it would not even be found. Dole frowned when he saw this. What is this kid going to do? He flicked it casually, and a fiery red light flew from above his body to meet the ice arrow. Louis tried his best to control the ice arrow, moving it parallel to dozens of centimeters in the air, trying to avoid this fireball. When the two magics were about to approach, the fireball suddenly moved sideways and hit the ice arrow. In the distance, Louis was stunned. Nearly 50 meters away, you can still control the movement of the fireball? Louis walked over slowly. He seemed to have taken a breath, and did not continue to shoot ice arrows. At this time, Dole still did not stand up, but just moved his head from the ground and looked at the city lord's son, who suddenly attacked. When the two were 20 meters apart, Louis stopped. Dole squatted and said calmly, "If you walk a few meters, I will think you are suspected of attacking." Louis stopped immediately. He was arrogant, but he had to be cautious when facing Dole. Only 1 or 2 people in the academy could do the skills just now. Louis looked only 15 or 16 years old, about the same age as Dole, but their personalities were indeed very different. I heard that a lecturer of potions came to Arangel College. I thought he would be an old man with a cane. I didn't expect you to be so young. Chapter 176. Dole casually pulled a piece of grass from the ground and held it in his mouth. Let's not talk about such meaningless things. Let's get to the point. Louis's mouth curled up slightly. Come to our academy. We can build a 3-story magic tower for you. Dole was a little surprised. With his current ability, although he knew that someone would come to poach his talents, it was the first time he saw such a big deal. A 3-story magic tower, even the worst magic tower, costs hundreds of thousands of gold coins. 3-story magic tower, such a big temptation. Is the Dark Academy so rich? Louis smiled faintly. Most of our Fengxiu city is plains, with a large population and 3 academies. Our Dark Academy is the best and largest, with enough space to build a magic tower. Does it have anything to do with me? Dole made a nasal sound. Louis was stunned, with a look of disbelief. How could he resist the temptation of the magic tower? Only 3rd-level wizards are qualified to own a magic tower. They have to pay for it themselves and build it themselves. The conditions we are giving you now are already very good. Why? Dole asked again, does it have anything to do with me? If it is built for you, it doesn't count as having something to do with you. Louis still couldn't believe it. Dole looked at the young man and laughed. Build a magic tower on your territory and tell me it's mine. If one day I am no longer useful and given to others, what should I do? Louis's face changed suddenly. Dole's words hit the mark. They were indeed going to do this, and throw it away after using it. Seeing this, Dole had some understanding of Louis's cunning, so he chuckled. The faces of the nobles have changed for tens of thousands of years, but they are still the same, dark, arrogant, contemptuous, arrogant, prejudiced, and will never learn to be humble and kind. Perhaps in the bones of the nobles, there is only self and family. They are all stupid things. This is the first time that Louis has been despised like this. He felt that his blood rushed to his head all of a sudden. This damn bastard. At this moment, Dole laughed again. Do you know how many times the nobles have changed from ancient times to modern times? Louis's face was gloomy, and almost dripping with blood. You can choose not to come, but there is no need to say such vicious words. Dole's mouth curled up slightly. This little guy is cunning. Don't tell me that you don't have such an idea. Louis's face changed again, and he said hatefully, you are cruel. Dole snorted and lay down again. Louis rolled his eyes, and said, I heard that you have been promoted to a 4th-level pharmacist. Do you want to work for our family? We are really hiring you, not like the academy, just wanting to use you. Dole's mouth twitched slightly. Get lost? Louis was immediately angry. He looked at Dole, and endured again and again. Finally, he couldn't help it. so he raised his hand. In less than 2 seconds, a large piece of ice arrow shot towards Luo Lai's position. When Dole's energy surged in his body, he quickly climbed up, and 2 large fireballs quickly rose around him, and several smaller fireballs were generated around him. It took less time than Lewis, and about 8 fireballs had formed around him. He waved his hand, and the continuous fireball spell formed a fireball array on the upper and lower planes, which flew forward quickly. The fireball spell exploded in the air, and the impact force formed shattered all the ice arrows. Lewis snorted coldly, his face changed slightly. This damn guy actually used the spell model for the second-level witchcraft. He clasped his hands together, and his hands shook rapidly, forming countless marks, and 4 ice blades formed in the air. Although the number of ice blades is less than that of ice arrows, the power is much greater than that of ice arrows. For ice blades are enough to penetrate the explosion group formed by the explosion. At this time, Dole smiled slightly, and actually used ridiculous gestures to assist the spell model. It seems that he has only entered the second-level wizard not long ago. A rookie? The texture of the ice blade is stronger, and the penetration is stronger. It is a standard second-level witchcraft. Although the vibration of the fireball spell can blow it off. He closed his eyes, the magic power surged, and gently took a few steps to the left. The ice blade fell at his feet, and shot deeply into the soil. Lewis burst into laughter. "You loser, without defensive magic, what's the use of you?" Dole looked at Lewis, did not refute, just laughed. "Anyway, you did not miss me, did you?" Lewis's face suddenly darkened again. The control difficulty of the second-level wizard is much greater than that of the first-level magic. It is obviously not possible to change the trajectory of the magic at this distance, and focus on a wizard with super-fast movement ability. He still has to go back to the first-level multi-shot covering magic. This cunning Arangel potion master actually practiced physical skills. At this moment, he saw the flames around Dole again, showing 2 fireballs, and then the 2 fireballs split into 8 fireballs. He was startled. This time it was someone else's turn to attack. He turned and ran, and at the same time, the surrounding energy lit up, and pieces of water mist formed and condensed into ice crystals. He was not good at defensive magic either. Boom boom boom. 8 large fireballs plowed the ground around Lewis, and the soil was all over the sky, and gravel was flying, but there was a big ice cover in the middle to cover it. Dole frowned, because this was not a second-level magic. There was no defensive magic in the first and second-level magic. This was the magic robe on his body. His expression gradually became indifferent, and with a wave of his hand, a large piece of fire element condensed in his hand, and then a series of fireballs flew out. Boom boom boom. Stop. A furious voice came from a distance, and at the same time, a series of heart-pounding magic waves rushed towards Dole. Dole turned his head sharply, and saw dozens of terrifying ice blades that were more than 3 times larger than the ice blades cast by Lewis across the space, and fell directly on his head. At this moment, he felt suffocated. At this moment, the ground shook, and earth walls rose up, surrounding him in a circle. The ice blades fell on the earth walls, and suddenly there was a huge vibration sound. Lamb's figure appeared above Dole. "Ha ha, the genius of the Dark Academy is just like this. He can't even beat the pharmacist of our academy. What a waste." The earth wall dissipated, revealing Dole's somewhat surprised eyes. A figure flashed in the distance, and Higer's figure appeared where Dole had just bombed with fireballs. A solid ice wall appeared there. The damn kid is okay? Dole is a little abnormal. This guy's family background is quite deep. He is worthy of being the little boy of the city lord's mansion. When Higer arrived, the ice wall instantly dissipated, revealing the embarrassed Lewis. For the first time, the second-level wizard of 15 or 16 years old suffered a big loss among people of the same age. His eyes looking at Dole were suddenly full of infinite fear. Standing next to Higer, Lewis did not move, just staring at Dole, his eyes full of unwillingness. The two sides returned to the confrontation stage. The sunset slowly fell, and soon, the sky dimmed and entered the darkness. The evening breeze blew, and the wind over the dark swamp plain blew from a distance, blowing up waves of fog, and the air humidity increased. Soon, abnormal clouds began to appear in the sky. Because the clouds appeared suddenly, they attracted the attention of both sides when they began to appear slowly. The first to notice was Lamb. He just took a look and felt something was wrong. Then, Higer in the distance noticed that he was a water mage, and was slightly sensitive to the perception of the sky. However, at this time, the two sides were in a confrontation, and no one could go to check. Soon after, the clouds became thicker and thicker, which attracted the attention of Dole and Lewis. Chapter 177. There was only a small cloud above the hundreds of miles of swamp, blocking a little bit of starlight. It was hard not to notice it in the silent and empty darkness. Soon after, Luck began to move slowly above the dark swamp, and then they saw that the swamp was constantly emitting light and fire, trying to attack the cloud. Lamb was stunned, and Heger in the distance was also stunned. Dole fell into thinking, and the noble boy Lewis was full of confusion. The distance was too far, and no magic fluctuations could be felt, but it could activate a cloud, so this creature must be of great origin. Who is he attacking, and who is fighting back? Dole only thought about it for a moment, then coughed, attracting the attention of the three people and said, "There are creatures clearing the lives in the dark swamp. Now, there are only humans in the dark swamp, and they are all poisonous. The only creatures that can enter and exit freely are the indigenous green dragons. You too, the green dragons are coming." Lamb did not dare to release his mental power to check, nor did he dare to release it. The same was true for Heger. When they heard this, their faces changed. Dole's analysis was correct. He could guess it with just a little thought. At this time, Heger snorted and said, "It's your luck. Let's go." He took Lewis and ran away directly along the ground, leaving in the darkness. At the same time, he used a hidden equipment and disappeared quickly. He didn't even dare to fly away directly. Lamb stretched out his hand and pulled Dole, saying, "Let's go too. It's not fun to encounter a green dragon. The lowest level of this thing is level 3 or 4. After adulthood, it will reach level 5, and its magic resistance is extremely high. We are no match for it." In the dark night, the two returned to the road and ran in the direction they came from. They did not dare to use magic, for fear that the magic fluctuations would attract the enemy. After running for more than 10 kilometers in one breath, Lamb was exhausted. The wizards here in the Glory Empire are all very pure wizards, and almost no one practices martial arts. Dole is an outlier among outliers. His physique is strong enough, and he can break through the first level of extraordinary at any time. He glanced at the panting Lamb and said, "I carry you on my back." Lamb glanced at Dole, who was not red in the face or out of breath. There was no way, so he said, "Okay, my old bones can't run anymore." After running for most of the night, he ran from the swamp to the range of Huazi City. After leaving for more than 50 kilometers, Dole slowly stopped. The green dragon should not dare to come over within this range. He put Lamb down, and the two walked towards Huazi City in the dark swamp. Ball lay on the spot where Dole had stood, looking towards the swamp, his eyes shining, drooling from the corners of his mouth. "Eat, don't eat, eat, don't eat." After a while, Ball stood up, jumped, and disappeared into the air. Less than 10 minutes later, Ball appeared under the dark swamp. He slightly released his breath, and the cloud in the sky quickly flew over. Only when the distance was close could you see the cloud, which was actually a ball of green mist, full of various poisonous gases. In the poisonous gas, a huge creature loomed, like a huge lizard with wings, with a pair of fleshy wings flapping open, more than 30 meters wide. With such a huge body, it flew in the sky without making any sound. The big-winged lizard soon came to the sky above Ball, and in the darkness, he saw a dog with his night vision. Huh? A dog? He was a little angry. He came to kill people, not dogs, so he opened his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of poison. The damn humans drove them away from here, and a dog dared to get involved. It was really ignorant of life and death. At this moment, he saw that something seemed wrong with the dog. "Good boy, little green, come to your mouth quickly. I haven't eaten a green lizard for decades." Ball's cruel voice came from the ground. His body was expanding, his hair was growing wildly, his appearance was constantly changing, and his aura was expanding and becoming stronger and stronger. Soon, even the green dragon was terrified. When the green dragon saw this change, how could he not know what happened? The aura on Ball was too obvious. This was not an ordinary creature. It was a more terrifying existence than him. He just wanted to have a snack, but he found that the snack had already regarded him as a snack. He flapped his wings, turned around and ran. The surrounding poison gas seemed to be blown away like bubbles, and it dissipated instantly. He was so fast that in the blink of an eye, he flew more than 100 meters away, looming in the darkness. Bale's body had grown to about 100 meters tall at this time. He opened his mouth, drooling at the corners of his mouth, looking at the rapidly moving green dragon with cruel eyes. "Little darling, come to my mouth quickly. If you take the initiative to come to my mouth, I will only eat one of your wings." Hellhound, damn it. The green dragon was panicked and didn't know what to say. The hellhound is one of the most powerful higher creatures in the demon world. It is naturally cunning and cruel. Listening to him is equivalent to giving up your life. He flapped his wings faster, and the power on his body surged wildly, urging his body. But the next moment, he just felt something flying in front of him, and then a slight sound of breaking through the air came, and the next moment, he knew nothing. The huge claws nearly 5 meters thick fell on the green dragon's 15-meter wide head. Just a light touch, the powerful green dragon's head exploded like a watermelon, and the poisonous gas around him had no effect at all. The powerful dog claws slapped down, and the green dragon died on the spot. The dragon's soul flew out of the dragon's brain, and before it could see what was going on, it was swept away by the power it was driven by and dissipated directly in the air. Ball grabbed the green dragon's fallen body in the air, opened his bloody mouth, and bit its neck, and pulled it hard to tear off a little meat. After chewing a few times, Ball closed his eyes, and swallowed the meat, and the dog's face showed an aftertaste. The green dragon's body fluids and blood dripped in the sky and fell on the ground, making a sizzling sound, and the ground was quickly corroded into a small pit. It's delicious, although a little spicy. Ball ate while commenting on the green dragon meat. For him, the green dragon is delicious, but for ordinary people, the green dragon meat is not delicious. This guy is full of poison, even his blood contains a lot of toxins. Apart from the dragon crystal, dragon skin and dragon bones, it is almost worthless. Ball ate the green dragon clean, like swallowing a whole date, and then spit out a green crystal. I've satisfied my craving. I just collect this dragon crystal. He opened his mouth and swallowed the dragon crystal back. He originally wanted to give it to Dole, but it was useless for that guy to take it now, so he just gave up. He shrank his body, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Dole ran all night. Although he knew that nothing would happen to him, he had to perform a full show. The unlucky green dragon must have been in the mouth of the greedy Ball, who had long wanted to satisfy his craving. The two walked in the dark all night, and at dawn, they saw the knights led by Finn. When they met, Finn and Lamb were full of emotion, while Dole had no expression on his face. Finn had rested for a long time, so after a brief exchange, he got on the carriage and headed home. Lamb was exhausted. Obviously, this third-level wizard looked powerful, but his physical strength was very poor. If he didn't fly with magic, he would be a complete scumbag. Sitting in the carriage, Lamb breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Look at the poisonous mist of the green dragon. It is at least level 4, too terrible." Chapter 178. Dole didn't take it seriously, his eyes wandering. Anyway, no matter how powerful the green dragon is, it is probably turned into Baal's feces now. He smiled and said, "No matter how powerful it is, it only dares to appear in the dark swamp. We ran out now." Lamb sighed and said, Luck, if we stay in there for one more day, we will probably be gone. You talked to Lewis for a few words. What do you think of the child?" Lamb decided not to bring up that topic and asked instead. Dole said almost without thinking, "Arrogant, prejudiced, indifferent, and even tried to deceive me, but I scolded him back." Lamb smiled faintly. Strength is the only bargaining chip on the negotiation table. Just remember this. Deceiving you is not the purpose. The purpose is to let you do something. Dole nodded and said, "I have read many books. There are many truths in them, but they are not so easy to deceive. Dean Lamb, you should rest first." Ram nodded. They arrived in what city at noon the next day, and then returned to the college without stopping. It was already afternoon. Back at the academy, the first thing Lamb did was to clear out a huge room in the magic tower. Dole used his influence to call Morris, Sano, and the two recently promoted third-level pharmacists Ramen and Skechers in the class to form a new laboratory with other students. Needless to say, the content of the experiment was to crack the soil toxins. This was all they had recently. In addition, some other pharmacist students in the academy also came after hearing the news and joined in to serve them. At the same time, Lamb has reported the matter to Huazi City, and the City Lord's Mansion and the Honor Wizard Alliance will make a decision together, whether to let this matter go or expel the Green Dragon. This matter is not something Dole can participate in. At this time, he is preparing the laboratory. Of course, it is not him who is working, but the students. He only needs to watch them do it. He still has a lot of things to do, such as other second-level fire magic, such as the defensive iconic magic shield. The second-level magic of the fire system also includes explosive fireballs and flame barriers. He needs to use all the magic of the fire system in this time, especially the flame barrier. Among the second-level pure elemental defensive magic, the earth system has the best defense, followed by the water system, then the wind system, and finally the fire system. Although the fire system has weak defense, it has an advantage, that is, after it is formed, it can form a force field to enhance the power of the fire system magic, ranging from 10% to 30%, which is almost equivalent to carrying an extra staff. The power of fire magic is second only to thunder magic among all magics, so attack is the specialty of fire magic. Increasing the power is like adding wings to a tiger, making the fire element more violent. Therefore, fire magicians are generally the most popular when they need to attack outside, especially magic with fire magic shield. Dole once read in a book that the best defense is offense, so he doesn't need too much defense. He considered single combat, siege, and many magics, but it is obvious that the fire element spirit meditation method does not give him too many options, so he can only choose from the fire system. Meditation is the key to improvement, but sometimes it is also the key to restriction. The height of the magic image has grown to about 1.2 meters. Every 10 days or so, a bottle of level 4 mental potion is used. Dual Eye is relatively satisfied with the speed of his magic power improvement. Next, it is the attack magic shield and the flame barrier. The magic shield is a universal magic, a defensive witchcraft that any magician can use. As long as there is magic power involved, a full range of magic layers can be built around the body to resist damage from both physical and energy aspects. The spell model of the magic shield is relatively fixed, and the magic shield is relatively rigid, but the spell model is cheap. Dual Eye bought it for only 3,000 gold coins. The flame barrier is the most difficult of all the defensive magics at the second level. There are more than 1,000 spell nodes, and many nodes need to use node exchange and node replication technology. It is flexible and changeable as a whole, rather than a relatively fixed model like ordinary second-level spells. It can defend one side alone, and it can also defend in all directions. If the strength is strong, it can even be worn as a flame vestment. Of course, it is not an easy task to get it out. This requires extremely high mental attainments and precise control ability. Nico was so angry that Lamb and Dory went to the dark swamp together and brought back more than 200 samples. They did not distribute any of them to the Alchemy Hall and the Magic Hall, but analyzed them themselves. The green dragon was wandering in the swamp. Now no one dared to collect specimens in it, which made it difficult for Nicholas and Williams to carry out their work. They had very few samples. In a quiet room, the three of them were sitting together, looking at each other with sad faces. There's not much hope for Lamb. Even if we put pressure on those students, they probably won't do anything. After all, Lamb is their backbone. Unless we go to the 4 adults, maybe we can put pressure on him, William said with a gloomy face. Nicole sneered and said, I've tried it too. That guy is impervious to anything, and is unlikely to give us the specimens. Nicholas frowned and said, I asked a few people to threaten those students. Some people secretly brought out some specimens, but it was useless. There were too few, and if there were more, it would be easy to be discovered. Williams looked at Nicholas coldly, a little surprised. He couldn't do it himself, so how did Nicholas do it? Nico also looked at Nicholas. Nicholas was a little annoyed by the two people's gaze, and said, This way is no longer useful. Don't look at it. I can't do anything here. There are rumors in the dark swamp that the green dragon has not appeared for 3 or 5 days. I don't know what it is doing. The Gory Wizard Alliance is said to have taken action. Fought it away? Nicole said. Nicholas shook his head. It's unlikely. The green dragon is a level 5 creature. It can only gather as much power this time as it did last time. According to current speculation, it should be dormant. Nicholas is a level 3 wizard, who is inclined to potion science and has poor combat ability. Nicole sighed and said, Then we can only see what good news Lord Worth can bring us. At the same time, the 3 of us will put pressure on Lamb together. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if we fail in this competition, but we can't let the Academy fall behind. Nicholas blinked, or I let Luo Chio and Fei Si participate. You are right. Our Academy can't fall behind. William said firmly, No, let's put pressure on Lamb first. He can't disagree. Not long after, the 3 arrived at Lamb's magic tower together, and then many people heard the quarrel. Soon, the 4 people left unhappily. However, every 1 or 2 days, the 4 people gathered together, and everyone could see the 3 people entering and leaving Lamb's magic tower from time to time. Finally, 5 days later, after Morris and Sano came up with a semi-mature plan, Lamb agreed to Luo Chio and Faiz to lead all the students to join. Once the semi-mature plan came out, the whole academy began to boil. Soon, Finn from the military department came to the academy and began to formally contact Lamb. Chapter 179. In the laboratory, Dole looked at the thick layer of information in front of him, scanned it with his mental power, spent more than half an hour to read it, and took a look at the semi-mature plan. After reading it, he was a little shocked. The number of poisons in the soil was really a lot. In addition to the extremely powerful cicada toxin he used, there were dozens of other toxins. If you want to build a city there, it will probably take more than 10 years. He didn't want to attend this meeting, but Lam insisted on calling him over. At the same time, Luoqiu, Phase, all the third-level pharmacists, several people from the alchemy department, 7 people above the third-level alchemists, and the other 3 vice presidents also attended the meeting. This lineup almost represents the highest academic level of the entire Arangel Academy. Several people were arguing equally, basically discussing the location of the plan, the method to be adopted, the money consumed, etc., while Dole just read the information silently. After a while, everyone was arguing for a while, and Nicole, as the first vice president, glanced at Dole and others. Since Dole, a level 4 pharmacist, is in charge, I wonder what you think of this matter. Hearing that Dole did not personally participate, he was so angry that he almost exploded after receiving the news. He spoke a little loudly, and at the same time, a spiritual momentum drifted towards Dole invisibly. There was a sense of tension in the meeting. Dole frowned. Nicole was a level 3 wizard, with extremely strong spiritual power, which put great pressure on him. He made a gesture with one hand, quietly opened a spiritual stand, and then said lightly, I have finished reading the information. Everyone suddenly quieted down and looked at him. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Dole sighed in his heart. He didn't like holding such meetings. It was meaningless. Williams raised his hand and asked, what's next? Dole thought for a while and said, the samples were collected by me and Vice President Lam, so we also know about the situation of the South Bay Swamp. He just heard you discuss it, and said that disinfection will be carried out in different areas. This is a good idea, but have you considered where the city of Wutz will be built in the future? Everyone was stunned. They only discussed the detoxification plan and the detoxification methods for certain places, but never thought about this problem. They all looked at Finn. Finn blinked, coughed, and said, 3 places have been decided so far. He took out a map and pointed to them respectively, saying, these are the 3 places. The South Bay Swamp is very large. Our 3 big cities each occupy a small place and build a small city. Everyone thought of something when they saw this. Then let's discuss the detoxification plan based on these 3 points. Lam knew what Dole meant and made the decision directly. He looked at everyone around him with a somewhat ashamed expression. So many adults, but their brains were not as good as a child's. The others were the same. Morris and Sano looked at Dole at this time, looking at him as if he were a god, full of admiration. Even so, let's discuss it again. What we said just now doesn't count. In addition, our first draft of the detoxification plan is just a first draft after all, and it has not been put into practice. Dole, wizard, what do you think after reading it? Nicholas was an old hand after all, so he changed the subject directly. Everyone turned their eyes to Dole again. Dole was a little dazed, always asking me what I was doing. I have no objection. Nicole and Williams exchanged glances. Williams said, Master Dole is a 4th-level pharmacist. If he has no objection, then our detoxification plan is completely qualified. We will temporarily submit this plan? The others nodded when they heard this. Dole's mouth twitched. These people are all old foxes. He looked at Lam, but saw Lam holding his chest, his eyes wandering, and he didn't want to take care of things at all. So many thoughts flashed through his mind. Lam really built the entire team for the academy, and didn't want Nicole, Williams, and Nicholas to participate and waste the materials they had worked so hard to collect. Now that the general plan has been discussed, he doesn't care if the other party comes in to reap the fruits of the battle, as long as it is good for the academy. He knew that except Lam, everyone else had evil intentions. In this matter, he didn't have much decision-making power, so he just expressed his opinion. With so many big guys, if they could listen to him, his value would be fully utilized. Moreover, he really had no opinion. I was too lazy to care about you until the magic shield was built. The meeting was completed in harmony. Soon, Lam, Nicholas, Williams, and Nicole reported the whole matter to the Academy's top management from their own perspectives. The top management did not respond, so they reported it directly to the Lord of Wutz Mansion, the Honorable Wizard Alliance. Dole was idle again, and Lam did not urge him. He stayed in his room, practicing and building the magic shield. As for Ball, who had finished his snacks, he was also digesting the energy of the green dragon. He was a little full last time. Time slowly came to August. Erangel College once again entered the enrollment stage. Since all the senior forces were in seclusion, the external power of Erangel College was greatly reduced, and the number of students was lower than last year, which gave several vice presidents a headache. Only the number of students in the pharmacy department increased rapidly, especially Dolay's course. I don't know how many people wanted to rush to take it. In a year, 6 second-level pharmacists entered the third level, 26 to 6. In the pharmacist industry, this number is already very exaggerated. Some people in the college are happy, and some are very depressed. Nicole and Williams are a little depressed. Nicholas and Lamb are a little happy, because they are the winners. In the room and laboratory, Dolay sat on his bed, with light spots flashing in his eyes. They were nodes, and these nodes formed a three-dimensional pattern that was about to condense together. After an unknown amount of time, he closed his eyes, and opened them again. A transparent wall appeared around him. Dolay reached out, and touched the wall, but found that his hand went straight through it, and he couldn't touch it at all. He thought of some nodes in the magic circle, which seemed to be designed to prevent the magic shield from hindering his actions. This design is very reasonable, but it is very stupid for the current situation. How can I test it if I can't touch it? Attack myself with a fireball? According to the principle of magic, it seems feasible to use my own fireball to hit myself? Dolay got up, went to the living room, activated the magic circle, and then waved his fingers. A fireball was quickly formed. He threw the fireball out, and then quickly activated the magic shield. The fireball hit him. Boom! The flame exploded, and the powerful impact caused the magic shield to dent slightly. Dolay didn't move. All the impact was blocked by the magic shield and perfectly resisted. This was just his experimental idea. The power of the fireball was not great. Next, he began to increase the power of the fireball for the second and third time. After a while, he stopped, disbanded the magic shield, and thought with his chin. The magic shield is undoubtedly a groundbreaking development for wizards. With the magic shield, wizards have the possibility to prevent melee sneak attacks, and the survival rate on the battlefield is greatly improved. The magic shield of the second-level wizard is charged once. After resisting the attack, the spell model can be stabilized before it can be replenished again. After reaching the third-level wizard, the mental power is greatly enhanced, and the control power is sufficient, so it can be replenished as needed. Therefore, the survival ability of the second-level wizard is not strong. Chapter 180. After finishing various experiments, Dolay put down the magic shield and prepared to attack the flame shield, which is the shield that the fire elemental elves should have. He returned to the room, sat down, and prepared to build. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Dolay frowned, opened the magic circle and took a look. It was Vice Dean Lamb. Lamb came from outside and frowned slightly. He felt the traces of strong fire elements. The magic circle around him had just closed. If you want to test magic, you can go to the magic test field. It's still a little dangerous in the magic tower. Dolay walked forward and bowed slightly, Lord Lamb. He paused and said, I'm testing the magic shield. Lamb suddenly tilted his head. His eyes showed an unbelievable look. You made a magic shield now? Dolay didn't speak, but silently condensed the spell model, and a circle of transparent solidified energy quickly formed around it. Seeing this, Lamb stretched out his hand and flicked a magic missile, which flew out and hit Dolay's shield, instantly making a pit on the shield, which was very deep, and then the magic missile broke, and the magic shield returned to its original state. Seeing this, Dolay's face changed. The third-level wizard's move was indeed extraordinary. Lamb sighed, your progress is too fast, so fast that I almost want to ask you what meditation method you use. Dolay looked at Lamb and smiled faintly. If you want to ask, I can also tell you. He said silently in his heart, only limited to the son of the fire elemental elf. This meditation method can be split, and can be split into 7 different meditation methods, but the effect of taking out a single meditation method is not ideal. Lamb was a little tempted, but after thinking about it, he closed his mouth silently and strangled the idea in his sea of consciousness. Everyone's meditation method is a secret. Others can tell him, but it doesn't mean he can ask. He smiled and said, I'm not here to ask you about meditation today, but the Wizards of the Glory Alliance are looking for us. You are a 4th-level pharmacist, and we need your opinion. Dolay nodded and said, wait for me to change into a dress. Lamb watched him change clothes and was quite puzzled. You are so rich. Why don't you plan to change into a magic robe? Dolay quickly changed his clothes and smiled lightly. I plan to make one myself. There is a full set of equipment for him to choose from in the Son of the Flame Elf, so there is no need to buy it separately. The premise is that he needs to improve his alchemy. Lamb laughed. He didn't believe that a person could achieve such brilliant results in potions at this age, but also have results in alchemy. Then I wish you good luck. Let's go! The carriage of the city lord's mansion is waiting outside. The two walked out of the magic tower empty-handed, and quickly got on the carriage. The one who came to pick them up was still Finn, a senior official of the logistics department of what city. He drove the car himself and enjoyed it. The carriage slowly drove out of the academy. Finn was wearing an ordinary brocade robe today, holding a whip, and his clothes looked relaxed and comfortable. After going out, he coughed when he came down to the plane and said, "The Glory Wizard Alliance now has two different opinions. The first one is to send people to clear out an area, build a small camp, slowly develop around, and finally expand into a city. Although the dark swamp is polluted by toxins, there are still many resources around it that can be used." The second one was proposed by the Wizard Alliance. They set out a magic tower as the center and expanded to the surrounding areas. The magic tower has great limitations. First of all, it needs energy support, so there must be ground veins around it. Secondly, a complete magic tower needs a lot of support. Sufficient manpower is also a problem. Most of the wizards in the Glory Wizard Alliance are descendants of nobles. Basically, no one is willing to go to a new, barren place. He finished speaking in one breath and looked back. Dole had already opened the curtain and listened carefully. Both plans are indeed good, but it's just the beginning here, and it's estimated that not many people are willing to go. There were few people when the land was reclaimed, and it's estimated that there were many people who harvested, and it's estimated that no one is willing to be the pioneer. What did the City Lord's Mansion say? They took the lead in this matter? Finn said helplessly. The City Lord's Mansion agreed with the first proposal and sent people, but the nobles disagreed and did not send people. Dole said strangely, "There is no one in the City Lord's Mansion?" Finn was even more helpless. None of those young masters and young ladies are willing to go, and the situation has been deadlocked. He thought for a moment and said, "There are people who are willing to go, but they don't have enough experience and status." Dole laughed. According to the development of general story books, this person is either a bastard, or too young, or a loser, and lacks strength. Finn looked back at Dole and said, "You have said all the possibilities, and what else are you talking about? That person is a bastard, his strength is good, but he has no experience, and has always lived in the City Lord's Mansion, a complete blank slate." Dole snorted. "What are we going to do?" Finn said, "Discuss the plan. The other level 4 pharmacists, alchemists, and people from the magic tower have already arrived. The City Lord's Mansion has already studied your plan in depth. Now we are going to discuss the details." Dole was a little stunned. "Why are we the two again?" Finn turned his head again, sighed, and said, "Williams and others have arrived." Dole was stunned. Lamb said coldly, and his low voice sounded, "This is the noble, the dirty noble." Finn coughed, but didn't say anything. Dole raised his eyebrows, and didn't ask any more questions. 3 hours later, the carriage arrived at the city gate. After a small group of soldiers saw the arrival, they quickly assembled and escorted the carriage in. Entering the city, the atmosphere was obviously much more lively, and the noisy sounds around made people feel a little friendly. The meeting room was held in the main hall of the City Lord of what city. The carriage went straight, and soon arrived at the glorious Provincial Hall. The provincial government office covers a huge area, and has multiple office buildings, each with its own different duties. Entering from the main gate, passing through the small buildings in front, and coming to the largest and tallest building at the back, there were people waiting here for a long time. After getting off the carriage, Dole looked around, and saw the people under the building. Except for several vice presidents of his own academy, and 2 acquaintances from the Glory Wizard Alliance, there seemed to be no acquaintances. When Lamb got off the carriage, a square-faced man came up with his men and smiled. "Welcome, Vice Dean Lamb. You are the only one missing." Lamb glanced at the man and smiled slightly. "Dean Pine, it doesn't matter whether I am here or not. Lady Nicole, Lord Williams, and others have been here for several days." The man's tone suddenly stagnated, and then he smiled awkwardly. "Lady Nicole and Lord Williams are speaking on behalf of the family, which is different from your nature, so whatever you say is what it is, just go up." Lamb was not in the mood to chat. He turned around and looked at Dole, who came around from the side, and said, "This is our college's 4th-level pharmacist, Dole." Payne set his eyes on Dole. He was shocked at first sight. So young, and the second time he saw Dole's calm and expressionless eyes, he thought in his heart,